Zhao Yi, who has mastered the football system, starts with a perfect score in shooting, and the pitch is within his striking range. He gradually grows from a god-level striker into a six-sided monster in the football world. His emergence ends the Messi-Ronaldo rivalry. During those years, the entire European football scene was overshadowed by him. When he announced his retirement, European football finally saw the light. There could be many kings of football, but there is only one God. Chapter 1 at the Coney Training Base, Arsenal's youth training facility. Compared to the famous youth academies of Manchester United, Southampton, and West Ham United, it still falls short. A black-haired teenager stands on the field in a daze. A few blonde young men on the sidelines are whispering about the black-haired boy. What's wrong with this guy today? He used to train hard, but today he seems to be out of it. The assessment is coming up. Maybe he knows he won't have a chance to stay. Chinese people are unbeatable in table tennis. But in football, they're strong too. Among the many strong teams in Europe, only Turkey has beaten the Chinese team in the World Cup. Hee. Ha. Hee. I really admire this guy. He works very hard, harder than all of us. Hard work is useful, but what about talent? A relatively tall boy scoffed. Playing football requires talent. The yellow race is lacking too much. Exactly, Chris, your talent is something that hasn't been seen at Coney in the last decade. This guy can't even match your 1 foot with a lifetime of practice. After this assessment, Chris will definitely make it to the Arsenal reserves. Chapter 2, he has always been a fan of Arsenal, or more precisely, a fan of Professor Wenger. That old man truly exudes charm. Immersed in his thoughts, Zhao Yi did not hear the head coach of the youth training camp calling his name. Russell looked at Zhao Yi, who had a silly smile on his face, and gently shook his head. He suppressed the annoyance in his heart. Arsenal is becoming more and more degenerate. For the sake of money, they would even arrange for such players to enter the youth training camp. For money, they even gave this kid a chance to be a U17 substitute, but in 15 minutes, he hardly had a chance to touch the ball. Even when receiving a pass, his ball control level is truly inferior to that of the old Professor Wenger at this level. When a youth training camp opens to the public, reporters from China will come to take pictures of him. They will interview him. This shows just how poor the football level in China is. Such players will become the focus for some people. Russell shouted again at Zhao Yi. After 6 months of effort, your level has improved significantly. You possess the courage and resilience of the Chinese people. I sincerely hope you can stay here and become one of us. Don't be nervous. As long as you can perform at your usual level, you will definitely pass the assessment. Chapter 3, A-Team's Kyle, who was ready to receive the ball, watched Zhao Yi's actions and directly knelt down with his head in his hands. What a great opportunity. If the ball had been passed out, he could have easily shaken off the defender, sprinted down the field like a bolt of lightning, and scored. But this idiot just took the shot. Are you a pig? Some reporters on the sidelines also noticed Zhao Yi's ball control and breakthrough, shouting beautiful, and hurriedly starting to take pictures. This was a true highlight. How the ball was handled afterward didn't matter. Capturing this exciting moment was enough. These shouts instantly drew the attention of all the reporters. They could no longer capture Zhao Yi's moment of ball control and breakthrough. All they saw was Zhao Yi drawing back his bow, just past the halfway line, the defenders not yet in position, his teammates dashing through the middle, and he was already preparing to shoot. This was completely a foolish act. It was a reckless impulse that showed a total lack of responsibility towards his teammates and himself. It felt more like a form of revenge for not getting the ball. Such behavior on the field would definitely lead to being benched by the head coach. He had completely given up on himself. The reporters shook their heads. Ah, indeed, Chinese football is an unhelpable mess. Chapter 4, 3 days later, Zhao Yi appeared at Wolverhampton. He was not unfamiliar with this team. The Wolves had been in the Premier League during the 08-09 season, but unfortunately, they were relegated to the Championship afterward. After several failed attempts to return to the Premier League, the team's morale plummeted, key players left, and their performance fell drastically, even relegating from the Championship to League One. Last season, the Wolves were fully acquired by Chinese capital, which sparked resentment among some local extreme fans. If the Wolves performed well, it might appease these fans. However, the Wolves' start to the season was disappointing, and they were on the verge of slipping into the relegation zone, with their main striker injured and the performance of the substitute forwards being disastrous. Head coach Gary O'Neill was under immense pressure. If they continued to lose in the upcoming matches, they would basically lock in a spot in the relegation zone. Zhao Yi arrived at the club's training ground and explained his situation to the guard. The guard had already received word from O'Neill and let Zhao Yi in. On the training field, O'Neill assessed Zhao Yi. He had already received a recommendation letter from Russell, who believed that this kid had a terrifying shooting ability that could provide good firepower for the current Wolves team. Chapter 5. O'Neal scratched his face, staring wide-eyed. This shooting motion, suddenly taking a shot while sprinting at full speed, requires an exceptionally high level of body coordination and foot strength. If he wasn't lucky, such a forward would be a nightmare for all teams. His physical confrontations were a bit weak, making it hard for him to play as a center forward, and his dribbling and speed were not impressive, making it difficult for him to be a winger, but his ball control level. The assistant coach, standing on the sidelines, had already roughly discerned Zhao Yi's characteristics after observing his positioning and touches on the ball. He could make difficult passes while sprinting at high speed, and even beautifully control and dribble past defenders. However, his ball retention ability was too poor, making it hard for him to break through successfully. He relied entirely on his talent to play football. Did you see that? The assistant coach's eyes lit up. After the goalkeeper received the ball, he made a powerful throw. A midfielder headed the ball to Zhao Yi, who leaned against the defender. When the ball came, he lightly lifted his leg, and the falling ball was directly clamped by his right foot and leg. The defender behind Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned. What the hell? Is this even possible? Zhao Yi couldn't complete the turn and could only pass the ball to the side. Chapter 6. During the few days Zhao Yi trained, the local media in Wolverhampton received news. They secretly took photos of Zhao Yi during training. Zhao Yi's fundamentals, viewed through the lens of a professional player, were simply too poor. Even in League One, his performance in training was not optimistic. Even a simple cone drill showed signs of stumbling. The impact of these photos going public was unimaginable. The Wolves, once a founding member of the Football League, they had once thrived on the top stage. Their goal was the championship, the Premier League. Yet, after being acquired by Chinese capital, they fell into disarray even in League One. What was even more unbearable was that the Chinese capital had signed a Chinese player using the limited genius clause. This behavior was simply capital shitting on the fans' heads. It was a huge irresponsibility towards the team and the fans. If this Chinese player had talent, it would be fine, but he was a young player who struggled even in simple cone drills. He could hardly play football. The team had already been swayed by capital, and the Wolves were on the path to destruction. Thus, the fans, who regarded football as a faith and were already very disappointed with the club, erupted this time. Chapter 7. The Wolves' opponent this round, Sheffield United, was once a Premier League team but had been struggling in the Championship after relegation and, unfortunately, last season fell into League One. After 13 rounds in League One, they currently rank 7th, just 1 point away from the playoff spots. Their fighting spirit was high. Meanwhile, the Wolves had already started fighting for relegation this season due to a lack of attacking power. There was still some disparity in overall level between the Wolves and Sheffield United. What was even more frightening was that after the match against Sheffield United, the Wolves would face Brentford and Leyton Orient, the top 2 teams in the league, in 2 tough battles. A slight misstep, and the Wolves would truly fall into the relegation mire. This match was crucial for the Wolves. In the 14th round of the League One season, the Wolves faced Sheffield United at home. Molineux Stadium was abuzz with excitement. With nearly 30,000 fans in attendance, there were almost no empty seats in sight. This was just a League One match, the 3rd tier of English football, yet the fans were so passionate. This shows the extent of the English obsession with football. The Wolverhampton fans yearned for victory. After the first match, they had not felt the joy of winning again. Chapter 8. O'Neal. The great O'Neal made a substitution. A thrilling piece of good news. Medina was substituted. At the same time, and even more exciting news came. O'Neal substituted in the number 19 super striker from China, Sigh. The Wolves had signed a non-European player using the genius clause. What a delightful signing. It excited all of us Wolverhampton fans. This player had never appeared on a professional stage. When Bueno saw Zhao Yi come on, he instantly perked up, shouting with a stick in hand. Having never had a professional appearance record, now appearing on the stage of the English League One. Has Wolverhampton indeed become a training base for Chinese players? Has English football fallen to such a level? Bueno's provocation is too strong. He is the spokesperson for the fans in front of the TV. The entire Wolverhampton fan base opposes this signing, believing it to be a desecration of football by capital. Signing Zhao Yi already made fans furious, and now they dare to let Zhao Yi play. This is a humiliation to all Wolverhampton fans. Chapter 9. Zhao. A direct long-range shot from over 40 meters. My God, Terry, the other commentator, exclaimed passionately. Although Wolves are still behind and have gone 12 games without a win, this shot is astonishing. It instantly makes the entire Wolverhampton fan base tremble with excitement. That barbaric shot ultimately resolved the battle like a suited thug. At Molineux Stadium, after a brief silence, the explosive cheers erupted. Even though they are trailing, such a divine goal still ignites the fans' blood, filling them with passion and hope. Gary O'Neill keeps pumping his fists. He did it. He is realizing his talent, bringing his shooting skills from the training ground to League One. What a wonderfully direct and powerful super long-range shot. He is the new spearhead of Wolves, the new iconic figure. For him, every opportunity is a goal and will never be wasted, no matter how far the distance or how incredible it seems. The fans at Molineux Stadium see hope. Although they are 2 goals down, they now have a forward player who can turn impossible chances into opportunities. Let's hope this isn't a fleeting moment. It must not be a fleeting moment. Terry watched the players celebrating together on the field, shouting excitedly. Chapter 10. At this moment, there is no broadcast of League One in China, and not many fans are paying attention to England's third-tier league. The only place where fans are the purest is among the fans of Sula Sports. 6,666. Get up. Wolves have risen. 666,666. Stupid Wolves. Suddenly can score. Score again, score again. Which forward is so fierce? I love you. Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi. A Chinese? Most fans here are watching animated live broadcasts and have no idea what is happening on the field, only knowing that Wolves scored consecutively. This is incredible. This name is a Chinese. What the hell? It's really a Chinese. Is the name wrong? A Chinese playing in England? League One? Damn, 18. An 18-year-old Chinese playing in League One. In his first substitute appearance, he scored 2 goals in 3 minutes. The king of Chinese football. How did I not notice such a monstrous player before? Although the fans here are not focused on the game itself, just waiting for goals today is different. Chapter 11. Standing near the corner kick area, Zhao Yi took a deep breath. At this moment, the cheering from the stands stopped, and the fans were almost holding their breath to watch. They wouldn't dare blink. They had never felt such anticipation deep within. The previous 2 world-class goals made the fans in the stands brim with confidence. Now, regular time has ended, and there are 5 minutes of stoppage time. Players from both sides are constantly running and pulling in the penalty area. Zhao Yi did not hesitate and directly activated the task reward, the golden route for set pieces. The system's assistance feature does not require Zhao Yi to use too much strength or technique. Zhao, my God, I haven't looked forward to a corner kick like this in a long time. Not even a penalty has made me this nervous. His 2 goals have ignited my hope like a spark igniting a prairie fire, igniting the hope of all Wolverhampton. This opportunity, in the first minute of stoppage time, only 1 goal behind, just 1 goal behind, to run up. Bueno clenched his fists tightly. When Zhao Yi actively went to take the corner kick opportunity from Dowell, Bueno had a premonition, an extremely strong feeling. Chapter 12. The wall that couldn't stop the ball turned in horror to look back. The trajectory of this ball is perfect. It's very likely to score directly from the free kick. The wall can do nothing now. It all depends on the goalkeeper's performance. After conceding 3 goals earlier, East did not let any regrets happen this time in the final moments of the match. He stretched his body as much as possible, punching the ball with his right hand. He then fell heavily to the ground. The ball hit the post and bounced into the penalty area. In an instant, the whole stadium erupted with gasps and screams. This shot was beautiful, and the save was even more perfect. The crisis is not over. The penalty area is in chaos. Evans shoots. Bueno's heart nearly jumped out. Evans' follow-up shot was powerful. The fallen East, by instinct, sprang up like a spring. The ball slammed into East's chest. Bang! It bounced out again. The fans in the stands covered their heads, mouths agape, once again escaping from death. East made a great contribution, a series of miraculous saves. How could such a ball not go in? Evans fell to the ground in the penalty area, holding his head, extremely frustrated. Chapter 13. Sula Sports. A group of viewers watching the screen waiting for a goal looked at the 3 score, cursing, pleading, and praying. Anyone can score. Come on, just 1 more. 6 goals have been scored, just 1 more. Score 1, and you'll be a fan for life. Score 1 to buy a jersey. Zai, save me. Brother Zhao, King Zhao, get 7 out. After East continuously thwarted 2 excellent scoring opportunities, the Sula fans went crazy. Goalkeeper, get out of the way. The goalkeeper's handball wasn't he called? Is the referee blind? Give a penalty. When Zhao Yi took a long-range shot from midfield and the ball found the net, the entire live broadcast room erupted into an ocean of excitement. 66,666. 66,666. Damn, it finally came. 7. A last-minute goal. Here it comes. Zhao Yi really came. For goals. Zhao Yi, a lifelong fan of football. Zhao Yi, you are my real dad. From now on, there's only one king of football, and that is me, King Zhao. Compared to Messi and Ronaldo, King Zhao is a league of his own. Chapter 14. Lying in bed, Zhao Yi's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his father, Zhao Yoji. Zhao Yi felt a bit strange. In the original world, he lost his parents when he was very young. Here, they were still alive. It was around 2 or 3 in the morning in Huagua. His dad's tone was a bit awkward. Your performance is very, very good. Then there was silence. Both seemed unsure of what to say. Finally, Zhao Yoji spoke first. You should be able to stay with the team now, so I found you a manager. He should arrive in England soon. Zhao, he hadn't mentioned anything about finding a manager. He hadn't even told his father that he joined Wolverhampton. Clearly, Zhao Yoji had his own ways of knowing about his son's situation in England. Thank you. Another silence. You should rest well. Zhao, he didn't say anything, keeping the call open until after several seconds when his father hung up. Zhao Yoji was also waiting for Zhao Yi to end the call. Zhao Yi shook his head, no longer thinking about his parents. What he wanted most now was, of course, to fulfill the dream of his past life. Chapter 15. Gary O'Neill. Why isn't Zhao starting? Zhao saved your career, and you put him on the bench? We want to see Zhao. Let Zhao play. He is fully capable of starting. He can score 10 goals. Gary O'Neill, damn it. The fans in the North Stand were in an uproar, but Gary O'Neill ignored them entirely. Meanwhile, commentator Bueno looked at the starting lineup arranged by O'Neill and, with his professional football commentary skills, understood O'Neill's intentions. However, as a representative of the fans, he wouldn't defend O'Neill. O'Neill still sent out the duo of Cunha and Medina, with Zhao sitting on the bench. O'Neill's choice of players was, to say the least, very foolish. I estimate that he won't last long at Wolverhampton. Everyone, don't worry. Let us first see how the Wolverhampton players perform in this match. Bueno's commentary always stood with the fans, which endeared him to the Wolverhampton supporters. Brentford's head coach Norrie had said before the match that their goal was to defeat every team, and Wolverhampton was practically no match for them. They would win by at least 3 goals. Chapter 16. Brentford's official commentator was already ecstatic upon seeing Dole's diagonal pass. With everyone in the penalty area, he made a pass that went straight outside the box. It was way off. After making the pass, Dole was also very frustrated. This ball, after his coordination with Cunha, had no defenders in front of him, yet he passed so irresponsibly. Brentford's defenders and Zhao Yi rushed toward the ball. Zhao Yi was ahead by 2 body lengths. The defender's first thought was to block him from turning, preventing him from facing the goal. As a result, the ball fell from above, and Zhao Yi didn't even stop to control it. Instead, right at the edge of the penalty area, he executed a bicycle kick. He knew very well that after gaining possession, there would be no possibility of a breakthrough, and this area was controlled by Brentford players, making it difficult to pass. So, he opted to shoot directly. Brentford's players were still behind Zhao Yi, waiting for him to stop the ball before his next move. But they watched helplessly as Zhao Yi exerted force from his waist, raised his right leg, and soared into the air. With one kick, he hooked the ball out. The football curved and flew into the net from the goalkeeper's fingertips. Chapter 17. As the clock hit the 70th minute, Brentford's head coach clearly became anxious. He substituted 3 players in a row, preparing for a major offensive. Meanwhile, Wolverhampton's defense was holding strong. Brentford maintained a high possession rate, but their shots were not as frequent or fierce as in the first half. Wolverhampton's midfielders Dole and Gomez kept making long passes, with Cunha running tirelessly in the front, and Zhao Yi ready to receive the ball at any moment, poised to strike. This made it difficult for Brentford to attack confidently, while also being unable to defend securely. It was very uncomfortable and awkward. Zhao Yi observed Brentford's substitutions. In addition to positional changes, they also replaced a defensive midfielder with an attacking player. The formation changed to 4-1-4-1. Brentford aimed to win the match, at least not wanting to lose with a 1-goal deficit. This season, Brentford's goal was not only promotion, but also to play beautifully and win beautifully. If they wanted to win, it was the best opportunity for Zhao Yi against Wolverhampton. Zhao wandered near the center circle, with two Brentford center-backs following him closely. They were not only defending Zhao, but also ready to support their teammates' passes at any time. Chapter 18. Brentford's official commentator trembled upon seeing this goal. In the first half, they were surrounded and hit back. In the second half, they were still surrounded, almost tearing the goal apart. And again, they were hit back. It was Zhao again, beautifully evading inside the box. This pass was beautiful, and the goal was decisive. Wolverhampton's counterattack was extremely fast and fluid. The Wolverhampton fans should be grateful. Zhao's arrival truly changed the entire team's fighting spirit. Even the league leaders could not secure a victory at Molineux Stadium. Zhao celebrated in front of the fans. The commentator yelled excitedly, and the fans were overjoyed. 2 o'clock. Only 6 minutes remained in the match. Wolverhampton, a team fighting for relegation, was actually about to defeat an unbeaten team this season. Brentford, with an attacking power that dominated the EFL Championship, had not scored a single goal in this match and had conceded 2 to Wolverhampton. The fans on site were shouting Zhao Yi's name with all their might. And Zhao embraced Cunha, waving at the fans. Zhao's current celebration was so lackluster, even worse than his previous match's silence gesture, which was truly memorable. Chapter 19. When the match ended, the fans at Molineux Stadium excitedly shouted the players' names. Zhao Yi, a player who had only played 2 matches, had already become Wolverhampton's most popular player. Zhao Yi looked up at these crazy and passionate fans, listening to his name echo throughout the stadium over and over again. This feeling was truly amazing. Gary O'Neill let out a small sigh. They won this match, and the score was even quite lopsided. But the process was not easy at all. If Brentford had taken a lead, the situation could have turned around. Fortunately, his players held on and, in this crucial phase of the season, managed to defeat strong opponents consecutively, temporarily distancing themselves from the relegation zone. After the match, Brentford's coach symbolically accepted an interview. This was their first loss of the season, and it was a very ugly defeat. 3 goals, clean and neat. If one didn't know better, they might think that Wolves were the leaders and Brentford was the relegation team. We played at our own pace. I don't think we did anything wrong in losing the match, just a bit of bad luck, he said. They seized the few opportunities they had and countered us a few times. Chapter 20. Unstoppable. The importance of a super striker. 12 goals in 4 matches. A new scoring record in League One. Zhao has scored more goals in 4 matches than the total goals of 6 teams in League One. The young talent from China is likely to make his Premier League debut after this season. Can Leyton Orient, the team with the strongest defense in the league, contain Zhao? The local media in Wolverhampton has hardly reported on anything else apart from praising Zhao Yi. This emerging young talent conquered the Wolverhampton fans in just 1 match. And after 4 matches, he is now a household name among local fans. Many fans have started wearing the number 19 jersey to express their admiration and support for this genius. Gary O'Rourke, who has been troubled, finally feels a lot less pressure now. He firmly believes that Zhao Yi will grow into a world-class super striker in the near future. Although Zhao Yi's goal count has decreased over these 4 matches, his improvement has been rapid. In the last match against Swindon, Zhao Yi was even able to withstand the opposing center-back and delivered 2 very precise short passes. Chapter 21. Leyton Orient has performed exceptionally well this season. Their attacking capability is average, ranking 7th in the league, but their defensive efficiency is the best in the league. After 17 rounds of matches, they have only conceded 3 goals, an average of 0, 17 goals per game. In 17 matches, they have achieved 15 clean sheets. This statistic is indeed astonishing. Moreover, this team has a peculiar trait. They perform better away than at home. In 9 away matches, they have not conceded a single goal. Their defense is rock solid, with all 3 goals conceded coming from set pieces, 2 of which were penalties. They have played 17 matches without conceding a single goal from open play, showcasing their formidable defense. Additionally, this team is very good at breaking the game into fragments, forcing opponents to play at their rhythm. Before the match, Leyton Orient's coach and defensive stalwart were interviewed. Yes, we've all heard about the new striker from Wolves, the young talent from China. He has a very strong ability to capitalize on opportunities, and all his shots inside the box so far have turned into goals. He also possesses a terrifying long-range shooting ability. However, if he can't get shot off, he won't score. Chapter 22. Leyton Orient takes the flank, and Wolves kick off. The immense pressure of Molineux Stadium indeed had some effect on Leyton Orient's players, but it wasn't a big problem. Leyton Orient performs better away than at home. Winning away games is what Leyton Orient players do best and enjoy the most. Ham is closely following Zhao. Bueno, seeing the broadcast camera's footage, has the worst impression of Ham. Why? Because Ham said before the match that Zhao Yi's goals were due to luck, and that Zhao wouldn't have any goal-scoring opportunities in this match. Not even a shot. Like a shadow. This is Leyton Orient's tactic, sending a nuisance to stick to Zhao. I really hope Zhao can take a shot and kick the ball into the net along with Ham. On the pitch, Ham is not only following Zhao, but also constantly taunting him. Hey kid, when I was playing, you were still playing in the mud. You won't have a single shot today. You won't score a single goal today. I will teach all League One center backs how to defend against you. If you meet me, you've met your match. Come here to your match. Yes, yes, don't run, don't run. Chapter 23. The goal came too quickly, completely disrupting Leyton Orient's pre-match arrangements. Their tactic had always been to defend and wait for opportunities to launch counterattacks, relying on their steel-like defense to stay high in the league. But within 2 minutes of the start, they conceded a goal. It was not even a clear-cut chance. The Wolves players are no longer in their previous state. Continuous victories have significantly boosted their confidence, allowing them to play more boldly on the pitch. Now that they lead by a goal, they are playing even more fluidly. They can not only launch long balls, but also execute ground combinations. Zhao Yi, standing up front, can hold the ball with his back to the defenders, which enriches Wolves' attack. Cunha, like a runaway horse, starts sprinting before Zhao Yi even gets the ball. When Zhao Yi makes a short pass, Cunha charges towards the baseline. Leyton Orient's players can only resort to fouling to stop Wolves' attack. Bueno, sitting in the broadcast booth, is cursing nonstop. What a disgrace. All they do is foul, huh? Isn't the FA going to do anything about this? How is the referee officiating? Get off the pitch. The head coach should be dismissed. The main referee should be dismissed. The linesmen, all of them should be dismissed. Do these players only know how to foul? Chapter 24. In half an hour, 2 goals. Zhao Yi provided his first assist since joining Wolves. Gary O'Rourke on the sidelines was stunned for 3 seconds. Zhao Yi's rate of growth far exceeded his expectations. In his first match, he perfectly adapted to the professional stage, and after a few matches, he was able to position himself up front to support his teammates. Now, in a moment of brilliance, he managed to deliver a pass with a godlike perspective. It probably won't take a whole season for this guy to grow into a true all-around striker. Yao tightly embraced Zhao Yi. He was too excited. On the stands, Pep Guardiola stood up and clapped vigorously. The potential of this little guy far exceeded his expectations. After this match, he should be signed. Amidst the cheers of the fans, Leyton Orient kicks off again. With a 2-0 lead, Wolves are playing more smoothly. Because the referee's decisions have become stricter, Leyton Orient's players dare not casually bring down Wolves players anymore. The entire Leyton Orient defense is on the brink of collapse. Their attack found it hard to break through the Wolves' defense. Leyton Orient's coach stood on the sidelines, filled with impotent rage. Their defensive captain, who had confidently declared before the match that he would lock down Zhao Yi and was touted as the best center back in League One for providing defensive strategies against him, had almost vanished from the game. Chapter 25. After this resounding victory, Leyton Orient's coach lost much of his composure in an interview with reporters. The confident demeanor he had before the match was nowhere to be seen. Mr. Neo, you said you found a way to limit Zhao, but we didn't see any specific tactical arrangements. Could you explain a bit? Leyton Orient's coach scratched his head, thought for a long time, and could only say a few simple words. In this match, the referee's officiating was seriously problematic. My players were defending normally, but were called for fouls and even received yellow cards. My players were afraid to make any moves. We had to let the opponent attack and shoot. They didn't perform to their defensive level. We lost this time, but next time, we will definitely win the game. Are you suggesting that the main referee dominated this match? But even if the referee's decisions were questionable, the 6 goals were scored by Wolves players. What does that have to do with the referee? Moreover, from our perspective, the referee's decisions were not problematic. The self-proclaimed best center back in League One, Ham, did not accept interviews from reporters, but many people went to mock him on his already low follower Instagram. Chapter 26. If the lion comes, we will fight to the end. If the tiger comes, we will struggle to the death. If someone invades, we will surely eliminate them. Amid the enthusiastic songs of the fans, the Wolves boldly defeated the visiting Gillingham and Coventry, winning 4-1 and 4-0 respectively. Zhao Yi, who had gone wild on the League One stage, scored hat tricks consecutively. In the 21st round away match against Notts County, The Wolves' firepower was finally limited, winning only 2-1. Zhao Yi also went quiet, scoring just one goal. This was the only time in 8 matches this season he scored just one goal. After an incredible 8-game winning streak, Wolves even set the record for the longest winning streak in League One this season. At this point, it was not just local media from Wolverhampton that started reporting extensively about the Wolves. Other media in England began to cover them as well. Many outlets even ran exaggerated headlines, claiming that Wolves, who were originally in the relegation zone, now had a great chance of winning the League One title. Who can stop the Wolves' winning streak? The Wolverhampton media, led by Bueno, even posed a soul-searching question about player performance. Chapter 27 with 9 consecutive league victories. A draw in Peterborough United's match allowed Wolves to successfully enter the top 6. The promotion rules in League One state that the top 2 teams move directly to the championship, while the teams ranked 3 to 6 compete for the last promotion spot. This meant that the Wolves, who were originally preparing to avoid relegation, had suddenly become a hot team for promotion. The Wolves' crazy fans naturally chanted intense slogans from the stands. Champions! Wolves are champions! Our goal is not just promotion, but the championship. League champions! FA Cup champions! These chants first came from the North Stand and then spread in all directions, fierce and surging. These fans not only wanted the league championship, but even dared to shout for the FA Cup championship. The Wolves had initially abandoned the League Cup to focus on the league and had been eliminated early. However, the FA Cup was about to start this week. The team's current record had left the crazy fans in the North Stand starry-eyed. They had already begun to dream. The players did not respond to the fans' demands. Meanwhile, head coach Gary O'Neill did not directly address the reporters' questions about the championship topic at the post-match press conference. Chapter 28 before this match. O'Neill had a private conversation with Zhao, Yi, and Doyle. O'Neill expressed his views on the FA Cup. Doyle then shared his thoughts, stating that the trophy of the FA Cup did not belong to a League One team like Wolves, and that if injuries occurred, it could significantly impact the league. In the end, if they ended up empty-handed, the fans who were now crazily wanting a championship would be the first to complain the loudest. Zhao, he also reiterated his opinion. He hoped the team could strive for all titles, but he would always support O'Neill's decision. If O'Neill decided to abandon the FA Cup, he would definitely support that. After all, it was O'Neill who had given him the chance to play. At that time, almost all the fans were scolding O'Neill, who faced immense pressure to let him come off the bench. If something went wrong, or if Zhao Yi underperformed, O'Neill would likely lose his job. Zhao Yi held enough respect for O'Neill. After understanding Zhao Yi and Doyle's true thoughts, O'Neill made his decision. Chapter 29 in the second half. Colchester United found that the now-winning Wolves were not as fierce as rumored. The substitutes' defense was decent, but their attacking rhythm was a mess. They felt they might have a chance to defeat Wolves and advance further in the FA Cup. Therefore, Colchester United even changed their tactics in the second half, swapping in 2 attacking players for a relentless assault on the Wolves. Fortunately, after a winning streak, goalkeeper East's confidence soared, and he made several crucial saves against Colchester United's threatening attacks. Carlisle, who was running around like a headless chicken on the field, grew increasingly anxious. Isolated and unsupported in the front, the fans' overwhelming boos further affected him. Not only were they booing him, but they were also loudly chanting Zhao Yi's name. This made him feel even worse, even angry. He had to prove himself. The atmosphere was heating up. The fans were extremely dissatisfied with the players' performances and were full of resentment towards O'Neill's lineup decisions. It was indeed puzzling. This was only the 3rd round of the FA Cup, and the opponent was just a League One team. Why did O'Neill choose to give up? Chapter 30, I'm going to play, Carlisle said firmly as he approached Zhao Yi with the ball. In the previous match, Zhao Yi had assisted him twice without being greedy for glory and shooting poorly, leading him to mistakenly think Zhao Yi was there to support him. This time, Zhao Yi said nothing and simply stepped aside. On the sidelines, O'Neill nervously watched the situation on the field. Zhao Yi was now very popular among the fans. The extremists in the North Stand practically worship him. He is the ruler of the Molineux Stadium. His status is undeniable, and the penalty kick should rightfully be taken by him. Carlisle's attempt to take the spot kick has embarrassed Zhao Yi. Gary All fears that Zhao Yi, at his age, is likely to be proud and might end up in a dispute with Carlisle over this matter. After all, Gary All has learned about Zhao Yi's past. At the Corny training base, Zhao Yi once sent a teammate to the hospital with a single punch. Fortunately, Zhao Yi did not argue with Carlisle, and generously conceded the penalty. Zhao Yi stood outside the penalty area, waiting for Carlisle to take the shot. On the surface, it seemed he was not angry at all. In reality, he was already thinking about how to communicate with Carlisle after the match. Chapter 31. The broadcast repeatedly showed Zhao Yi's spectacular goal. Zhou threw the ball into play, and under pressure, Dole passed it back to Zhou. Zhou made a lateral move, and Cunha, after controlling the ball, attempted to break down the wing. After attracting defenders, he did not continue toward the goal line, but instead made a direct back pass. The ball flew toward the edge of the penalty area, which was completely unoccupied. Carlisle and Dole's movements, along with Cunha's breakthrough, had drawn all the defenders away. Suddenly, Zhao Yi appeared in that empty area, at the intersection of the edge of the penalty area and the right side. As soon as the ball arrived, Zhao Yi was already there. When the defenders of Colchester United realized the situation, it was too late. Zhao Yi, having jogged from the middle to his destination, lowered his head and didn't even look at the goal. He simply raised his right foot, striking the ball without stopping it. On the edge of the penalty area, it was also referred to as Zhao's area by Bueno. The ball did not powerfully rush toward the goal. Instead, it arced beautifully. It crossed the entire penalty area, flying from the right side to the left, and nestled into the top left corner of the net. The goalkeeper, who had just saved a penalty, celebrated passionately with his hands on his hips, angrily kicking the turf. Chapter 32. Break his legs. He must break his legs. How dare he yell at his teammates? Zhao, the king of football, was right not to pass the ball to him. Zhao the king, please, Zhao the king. Save me. Just one more goal. If I don't score, I'm going in, Zhao the king. Carlisle's miss from an open goal drove the old brothers of Sully sports crazy. For these guys, one goal could mean tens of thousands in profit or loss. The match had reached the 85th minute. At this point, Wolves would almost never attack again and would likely go into a defensive shell. Colchester United had no ability to score. This might have been Carlisle's best opportunity, but he squandered it. The irritable old brothers at Sully Sports could no longer control their emotions. Soon, the match entered stoppage time. Most of the possession was exchanged in the midfield, making it difficult for either side to mount a threatening attack. The Wolves fans were not as excited as the Sully old brothers. In this world, the Sully old brothers were the ones most hoping for another goal. Hurry, 666 it in. Let's all 666 it in together. The closer it got to the end of the game, the crazier the Sully old brothers became, with a barrage of 666 in the comments, and calls for Zhao the king to show his magic. Chapter 33. Because it was the first victory in the FA Cup, Zhao Yi received a very generous reward, 10 attribute points and a golden set-piece route. Zhao Yi directly allocated the attribute points to his physical confrontation. His physical confrontation reached 88, making him an exceptional center forward in League Two. After the match, Gary All was asked whether the team had given up on the FA Cup by fielding a reserve lineup. Gary All shook his head, stating that if they had given up, he wouldn't have made substitutions in the second half. He wanted to see if different lineups would yield different results. We have never given up on any trophy, and my players and I are eager to face higher-level teams, as it will accelerate our growth. The FA Cup is a very good opportunity. Gary All still did not place much importance on the FA Cup, but he would never publicly tell everyone that he had given up on it. His words delighted the Wolves fans. To the local fans, Gary All's meaning was that they would fight for the FA Cup with all their might. This is what Wolves are about, a Wolverhampton full of ambition. Chapter 34. The surrounding teammates were momentarily stunned and did not rush in to break it up. After Zhao Yi threw 3 punches at Carlisle, who was crying out in pain, struggled to get up and frantically fled. Help! Help! Carlisle, beaten to a pulp, lost his ability to think and ran not towards his teammates, but into open space. Zhao Yi said nothing and chased after him with his fists raised. Zhao Yi's speed was indeed not as fast as the winger-born Carlisle. At this moment, Carlisle was even faster than he was on the field, reaching the peak of his speed. If he slowed down, he would really get beaten. On the training ground, Carlisle was in the lead, with Zhao Yi chasing behind. Behind him were the teammates who had come to their senses, quickly pursuing to break it up. Gary All, being the oldest, was running at the back. The team doctor, carrying a medical kit, was running faster than Gary All. Carlisle's only thought was to run as fast as he could. He must not get caught. If he got caught, he would be in big trouble. Originally a very fast winger, Cunha seemed to suddenly short-circuit and was running neither fast nor slow. Chapter 35. The next day, the internal punishment for Zhao Yi and Carlisle was announced. Carlisle, during the FA Cup match against Colchester United, disregarded head coach Gary All's penalty order and seized the right to take the penalty kick, and missed it, showing disrespect to head coach Gary All and violating team regulations. He also got into a fight with Zhao during a training match. Carlisle was suspended for 5 matches and fined 10,000. Zhao Yi's altercation with Carlisle was deemed extremely serious. In addition to being fined 20,000, Zhao Yi was banned from participating in all League Cup matches this season and suspended for 3 league matches, the number of suspended matches to be decided by head coach Gary All. The internal punishment would not be made public. Cunha looked at the internal announcement, his big eyes blinking rapidly. He was not allowed to participate in any League Cup matches. This punishment is ridiculous. The Wolves have been eliminated from the League Cup. Is this punishment a joke? I've never heard of such a thing before. It clearly has the mark of a strategist from Huagua, as the English Wound T come up with such a harmful tactic. A 3-match suspension, and the number of matches suspended is decided by the head coach. Chapter 36. Must win. At Meteoric Stadium, the suppressed emotions of the fans erupted. Rotherham dominated the first 20 minutes, giving the Wolves a hard time, when a direct free kick found the net, and Zhao Yi rushed to the sidelines, leading 30,000 fans to shout "must win." The entire Meteoric Stadium echoed with cheers that broke through the clouds. In the crowd, Lin Su swallowed hard, feeling as if his blood was on fire. He felt the passion that the world's #1 sport brings. This is the charm of football. It can unite a group of strangers together. It's so captivating. He even felt as if an earthquake had occurred. The entire stand trembled with the sound of cheers. Such an intense atmosphere. In Europe, in England, the young man in the number 19 jersey responded to the crowd. The young man from Huagua felt an unprecedented pride as he was adored by tens of thousands of English fans. Lin Su looked around, seeing fans raising their arms and shouting. When his gaze turned to the crazy north stand, he was shaken. He hurriedly picked up his camera, trembling as he kept pressing the shutter. Chapter 37. Can Rotherham withstand our attack? Bueno posed a good question. Rotherham wanted to press forward like at the start and go toe-to-toe with the Wolves. But the ball couldn't get out of their defense. There was a disconnect between the front and back players. The Wolves players, fueled by the cheers of the fans, seemed to have taken steroids, becoming more aggressive. Six it up. Hurry, 666. Overturn the first half, 50 times odds. The technician is on the way. If Zhao the King scores another, I'll give you a technician. The guys from Sulai Sports went crazy again. Is Rotherham a bunch of pigs? 2 goals, and they could be equalized? Beasts. A bunch of beasts. They actually believed in Zhao the King. Are they out of their minds believing in Rotherham? The Wolves are the kings. Zhao the King has brought me to shore. Charge, charge. Brothers, get the ball in there. Rotherham's 2 center-backs were now in despair. This young man had incredible physicality. Holding off 2 was no problem at all. The key was that this guy's short passing ability was too strong. Chapter 38. Don't eat sour radish. The Rotherham commentator couldn't help but curse. What is this? A bicycle kick? Zhao, he was running sideways in the penalty area, observing Dole's pass, and suddenly flew backwards. He hooked the ball into the net while supporting himself on the ground, flipping over and kicking the ball in. Don't eat. Don't eat. This fluid motion left the Rotherham commentator cursing. It was unclear whether he was cursing Zhao Yi or the defenders. Ahaha! Bueno stood up, hands on his hips, laughing wildly. 2 o'clock ahead, and before the first half was over, they were overturned. Rotherham was such a big loser. Ahaha! Zhao not only equalized the score, but also turned it around. The 3rd goal. Not long ago, he mentioned in an interview that his recent performance had been poor, scoring only 1 goal per game, which was nothing compared to his debut stats. Now, the opportunity had come. In less than half a game, he had scored 3 goals. Could he really go the entire second half without scoring? In 10 rounds of matches, he had scored in every round, totaling 26 goals. Chapter 39. The Wolves' number 19 player, the Super Zhao from Huagua, once again showcased his unparalleled offensive talent. When he had only scored 1 goal in the last 2 matches, many thought he had slowed down. In this match, he struck hard in the face of those people. He was only 18 years old before joining the Wolves. He was just a player in the Kearney youth training camp. When the Wolves signed him under the Genius Clause, everyone thought the management had gone mad, believing he had entered the Wolves because of his capital background. Now he used his actions to tell everyone that the Genius Clause shone brightly because of him. Wolverhampton fans thanked this Super Zhao from Huagua. When the team faced relegation risks, his timely arrival made the team a promotion favorite. Several clubs had already set their sights on this super striker, including Bundesliga's Dortmund, La Liga's Sevilla, and the Premier League's Arsenal and Liverpool. Gary O'Rourke once said that Super Zhao was a non-transferable asset for the team, but the Wolves might not be able to compete with these clubs. The media was either praising Zhao or speculating about his transfer. Chapter 40. In the 24th round of League One, the Wolves faced Coventry away. Gary O'Rourke experimented with his new formation. Zhao was positioned as the sole striker at the front, with Dole, Gomez, and Cunha behind him. Beckpond and Jor served as double defensive midfielders. The defense was led by Captain Nuri. The 4-2-3-1 formation balanced offense and defense, allowing the midfield to support attacks while quickly retreating to defend. Among Premier League teams, the most typical example is Manchester City's Aguero. However, since this was the Wolves' first time using this formation in a formal match, Gary O'Rourke needed to carefully observe its effectiveness. The biggest flaw of this formation was the insufficient explosive capability in the front line. If Carlisle could play as the left winger, the effect would be much better. Throughout the first half, Cunha was restricted and found it difficult to exert his impact, while Gomez lacked the necessary explosive power. Zhao and Dole created 2 chances, but neither resulted in a goal. The first half ended in a draw. In training, this formation showed some effectiveness, but in a formal match, the players still needed an adaptation period. Fortunately, this formation did not negatively impact the defense. Chapter 41. Before this, due to the Wolves' unstoppable performance in the league, the media in Wolverhampton was arrogant and overbearing. This time, all the media became humble. They believed that the Wolves' trip to Old Trafford was a good opportunity for training, and this clash would allow the Wolves to discover their defensive issues and let the midfield and forward players experience the top defensive intensity of the Premier League. This would elevate the Wolves' temperament and experience to a new level. As for winning or losing, it doesn't matter at all. It's the FA Cup, mainly about training. Naturally, the media from other regions of England have expressed their opinions and views. After all, this is Manchester United's FA Cup match, which is very eye-catching. If it were Wolves against another League One team, it definitely wouldn't attract so much media attention. Wolves have achieved 13 consecutive wins in League One, and they have lost themselves in this winning streak, believing they can eliminate Manchester United. Wolves head coach Gary O'Neill thinks Manchester United is vulnerable right now. The absolute core of Wolves, Zhao from China, believes he can destroy Manchester United's defense. These ridiculous media outlets are desperate for clicks. O'Neill and Zhao never said such nonsense, but these media dared to fabricate it. Chapter 42. Dear viewers, you are now watching the 4th round of the FA Cup in England. For Chinese fans, this is definitely a focal battle. The Red Devils Manchester United host League One team Wolves at Old Trafford. Wolves is not a very famous team. Fans who usually only pay attention to the top 5 leagues might not know this team. The main striker of this team is Zhao from China. Zhao is only 18 years old. In League One, he averages 23 goals per match. He has scored in 13 consecutive league matches. This statistic and record are terrifying. When I first noticed this compatriot, I was truly shocked. I even thought this might be some fabricated fake news. But he really exists. This young talent from Arsenal's youth academy is truly the hope for the future of Chinese football. In this match, I believe Zhao can deliver a very exciting performance. The FA Cup has broadcast rights in China, and the platform dawn.Zhao cannot broadcast it. The 2 veteran partners of Xinjiang Sports, Zhang Lu and Zhang Jun, continue to commentate on this FA Cup match. Many Chinese fans still do not know Zhao Yi's name. Chapter 43. The individual abilities of Manchester United players are indeed stronger compared to Wolves. They don't even need any special tactics. Simply using their individual skills to control the ball makes it impossible for Wolves to regain possession. Wolves' ball possession rate is indeed, as many predicted, less than 20%. Most of the possession time is after Manchester United's shots and the subsequent goal kicks by Ister. Ister kicks the ball long again. Wolves are really struggling. Zhang Lu watches Wolves' difficult situation and feels anxious. He is worried about Zhao Yi. As a compatriot, he hopes Zhao Yi can perform very well and that Wolves can have a good showing. Zhao Yi, what a beautiful stop. Zhao Yi, retreating, stops the ball perfectly, while Carrick continues to challenge. However, this time he finds this kid's strength very powerful, as if he has become a different person. Zhao Yi, with his back to Carrick, steps on the ball and looks at his teammates. Carrick tries several times to steal the ball from behind Zhao Yi, but is firmly blocked by Zhao Yi, unable to succeed. Then, Zhao Yi passes the ball to the advancing Cunha. This simple combination shows the excellent chemistry he has with Cunha. Chapter 44. The center-back duo of Smalling and Phil Jones is not considered top tier in the Premier League. However, facing a League One team and an 18-year-old forward, they were easily bypassed. The two had no time for surprise or regret and quickly turned to try to continue defending Zhao Yi. Coach Van Gaal almost cursed it out loud. This center-back duo clearly underestimated Zhao Yi, which led to such a mistake. If they had stuck close to Zhao Yi instead of trying to poke the ball away, Zhao Yi definitely wouldn't have been able to break through their defense. O'Neal instantly felt nervous. He knew Zhao Yi's dribbling ability wasn't outstanding, but now he didn't want to think about how it happened. Maybe it was a flash of inspiration. In any case, since he had bypassed the two center backs, what followed was what he did best. Old Blind didn't have the speed to catch up. Now, only Ashley Young remained with a chance to stop Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi has already stepped into the penalty area, forming a one-on-one. At this time, De Gea should be the best goalkeeper in the world for line-saving techniques. He may not have good ball-playing ability or rushing ability, but his goal line saving technique and reaction time are absolutely top-notch in the world. Chapter 45. Manchester United is foolish. Foolish Manchester United. They can't even beat a League One team. Why don't they just die? Damn it. How can they even show their face at 2.5 goals? Fixed match, fixed match. Van Gaal, hurry up and go back to cooking. Damn it. What can Van Gaal do besides being tough and finding someone to settle scores? From now on, he should be called Accountant Van Garbage. Offside, offside. Absolutely offside. Blow the whistle. Blow it. The goal is disallowed. The guys at Sulai Sports were ecstatic when they saw this goal. A large number of pure fans bet on Manchester United. As a result, Wolves scored first. Blow, damn it, blow it for me. Fans who bet on Wolves saw this barrage and wanted to fight back. Don't you know who Wolves have? King Zhao. Are you joking with me? The only true king at Sulai. Dare to bet on Manchester United? King Zhao has never lost at Sulai. Manchester United is not doing well now. Can't even beat a League One team. Are they just a school team? You should definitely believe in King Zhao. After the center circle was restarted, Manchester United players obviously became more serious. Previously, they had indeed underestimated the opponents. They didn't expect that little Chinese guy would suddenly explode. Chapter 46. Useless Ister. Can't even defend this kind of ball. Go home, country bumpkin. After Zhao Yi's goal, the Manchester United fans behind Ister cheered and then started booing and cursing. Ister celebrated passionately after Zhao Yi's goal, even provoking the fans in the stands, filling them with resentment. At this moment, the opportunity came for this kind of ball. Let alone Ister, even De Gea or Neuer wouldn't be able to save it. These fans love to interfere with players' mental states. Ister is indeed helpless and very frustrated. My grandma could have saved that. So embarrassing, so embarrassing. After Wolves kicked off from the center circle, Manchester United once again launched a pressing attack. After receiving the ball, Jor, facing the pressing player, dared not turn around. He could only quickly pass back to Ister, who was standing at the side of the goal. During this period, Manchester United was very aggressive in pressing. After equalizing the score, Manchester United hoped to quickly take the lead. The goal just now clearly shows that Rooney is gradually changing his playing style. If it were last season, he would have likely gone for the shot directly. Since Di Maria joined Manchester United, his performance has been inconsistent, and he hopes to regain his form through cup matches. Chapter 47. A Flying Fairy from the Sky. Manchester United fans were abruptly kicked back to reality from their joy and anticipation. They were still waiting to take the lead, still waiting for Manchester United to launch a full-scale attack. Instead, with one big kick, one stop, one turn, one dribble, and a powerful shot, Wolverhampton has taken the lead again. The Wolverhampton fans are not many, but due to the silence of the Manchester United supporters, the name Zhao Yi resonated throughout Old Trafford. This scene happens in every match at Molineux Stadium, but at Old Trafford, this is the first time. The Wolverhampton fans were particularly excited. East jumped inside the penalty area, rushing towards the sidelines, vigorously waving his fists at the fans in the stands. Ha ha, shout, shout again. The considerable number of Manchester United fans raised their middle fingers at East. However, they did not insult him further. When the team is trailing, these fans do not have the face to disturb or mock East. The losers deserve silence. Van Gaal's face turned a bit pale. Just after equalizing, they were immediately overtaken. What kind of defense is this? Is it that difficult to play in the Premier League? Is playing in League One this exhausting? In the 39 minutes since the match started, Manchester United has never been in the lead. Chapter 48. You guessed it right. Zhao. It's Zhao. Cunha's cross was not perfect, but Zhao, at the angle of the penalty area, drew back his bow and swiftly swung his right leg. The football shot toward the right side of the goal like a cannonball. De Gea was unable to reach it, flying into the air but unable to touch the ball. The fallen De Gea slammed heavily onto the grass. 3 shots on target, 3 goals. The title of one shot, one goal is thoroughly established. The world-class goalkeeping technology of Spain's national goalkeeper was completely helpless against Zhao Yi's super long-range shot in this match. Phil Jones and Smalling stood with their hands on their hips in the penalty area, their heads bowed, utterly dejected. In that moment, they embodied the essence of the sea cucumber team. Far away in China, Jean-Lu shuddered as she watched Zhao Yi lift his leg. The moment the football was released, Jean-Lu had a strong premonition that this ball was going to score. The football violently hit the net, and Jean-Lu could no longer contain her excitement. A hat trick, a first-half hat trick, facing Manchester United at Old Trafford. In this sacred ground of English football, Zhao Yi scored 3 goals in just 43 minutes. What a wonderful leg swing, what a direct shot. Chapter 49, we must hold on. During halftime, Gary O'Neill shouted frantically at the players, even more excited than when they were trailing. To defeat the Red Devils of Manchester United at Old Trafford is a task that many Premier League teams cannot accomplish. And today, they actually saw the dawn of victory. Everyone gathered around the tactical board, as Gary O'Neill pointed, and all the players listened intently. They had never been this excited and serious. I want you to run tirelessly. There are still 45 minutes left. If we can withstand this period, we can create a miracle. Everyone must defend. Cunha, Gomez, Doyle, you need to drop back here to support your teammates' defense. When we regain possession, you must rush forward immediately. I want you to treat the entire second half as if it were the FA Cup final, the Champions League final, the World Cup final. Zhao, I don't need you to drop back to defend. I want you up front to receive the ball from the back. If you're up front, you can attract 2 or even 3 defenders, and their center backs, and even Carrick 1T there to support easily. Understand? Do you understand? Do you get it? Gary O'Neill stared wide-eyed at Zhao Yi. Chapter 50. Van Gaal, who had been sitting on the sidelines, remained expressionless. He would only celebrate when they took the lead. Meanwhile, Gary O'Neill had not sat down the entire match. He kept standing on the sidelines, constantly pacing, shouting at the players to stay in their areas and strengthen their defense. At this moment, when Manchester United scored a goal, Gary O'Neill was very anxious but did not yell at his players. Instead, he kept clapping and cheering for them. Manchester United's pressing became fiercer, making it very difficult for Wolverhampton to play their ground game. They could only kick it long, trying to connect with Zhao Yi. However, Blind and Phil Jones had almost completely sacrificed their attacking opportunities, completely sealing off Zhao Yi. Smalling occasionally joined in the siege against Zhao Yi as well. This made it very difficult for Zhao Yi to receive the ball, let alone shoot or support. After Di Maria and Rooney's splendid combination for a goal, Manchester United's defense was almost glued to Zhao Yi. Not to mention Zhao Yi. Even Ibrahimovic and Ronaldo would find it hard to find space to play. Zhao Yi needed some teammates to draw defenders away. However, his teammates were all in defense now, making it hard to participate in the attack. Chapter 51. Old Trafford echoed with loud singing. The players' spirits were at their peak. Their restrictions on Zhao Yi completely severed Wolverhampton's attacking routes and opportunities. The exhausted Cunha found it hard to make effective breakthroughs. And Gomez was indeed no match for Ashley Cole. Wolverhampton could only passively defend. Now that Manchester United had equalized, continuing like this would be extremely disadvantageous for Wolverhampton. Looking at it now, the best result would be to hold on until the end of the match, drawing and then rescheduling a rematch. However, Manchester United's momentum was strong, and they had found a way to limit Wolverhampton's attack. They did not want to draw against a League One team at Old Trafford. The current Manchester United fans had set their standards too low. They were so excited just to have equalized against a League One team at Old Trafford. Neville did not have too many emotional ups and downs. Wolverhampton had played to this level, earning everyone's respect. Zhao's performance indeed dazzled people. I apologize for my pre-match remarks. He is not an unknown player. Even if he was an unknown player before, starting today, he will become a star that attracts attention. Chapter 52. The football soared like a rocket, flying over Phil Jones. All the players unconsciously raised their heads, following the ball's trajectory. De Gea stood in the penalty area, also watching the ball dumbfounded. Damn, that shot is outrageous. What? De Gea felt something was off. Damn, it's heading for the goal. De Gea turned halfway around, running towards the goal. Raising his head to observe the trajectory of the falling football, he stumbled and could no longer chase the descending ball. Just as the football was about to fall into the goal, De Gea desperately lunged forward, making a final struggle. Bang! The football landed just outside the goal line, bouncing into the net. De Gea lay on the goal line, hand outstretched, staring blankly at the football rolling in the net. Van Gaal on the sidelines looked as if his eyes were about to pop out. This is a cruise missile. Oh, is this how you all play now? Is the English League One facing such forwards now? Ha ha ha. Did you see that? Did you see that? Bueno excitedly waved his hands, forgetting what he was supposed to do as a commentator, shaking his partner Terry. Chapter 53. The Manchester United players, donned in their red jerseys, galloped across the pitch at Old Trafford. Proud Manchester United fans stood up in the final moments of the match, more than half of them cheering with all their might for their team. The entire Old Trafford roared like a waking beast, the overwhelming sound never ceasing for a moment. The away fans who traveled from afar had taken off their shirts, bare-chested, waving flags and shouting. Their voices were completely drowned out by the cheers of the Manchester United fans, but they did not stop for even a second. The Wolves' background was far inferior compared to the giant that is Manchester United. However, the enthusiasm and madness of the fans certainly did not fall short even a little. The regular time of the match had ended, and 2.5 minutes had already passed in the 7 minutes of stoppage time. Manchester United's attacks came in waves. Nuri's partner Niels, the center-back duo, was desperately trying to block the eye-catching plays. Midfielders Joel and Beckpond had almost retreated to the defensive positions. The team's cooperative defense and players' temperament had significantly improved when facing a team like Manchester United. Under Nuri's furious shouts, Manchester United's dangerous attacks were plentiful, but they just lacked that final touch. Chapter 54. A kick was made. The football rushed into the net, and Zhao simultaneously dashed towards the sideline. Previously not showing much celebration, he could no longer suppress his excitement this time. He dodged all his teammates' attempts to block him, leap high, jumped out of bounds, and waved his fists continuously, roaring out loud. The Wolves fans at Old Trafford, though few, erupted at that moment. Those flushed-faced fans, bare-chested, channeled all their strength to shout at that white figure. Large groups of Manchester United fans looked stunned, unable to accept the reality before them. Why is this happening? How could this happen? Hadn't Manchester United already completely controlled the situation on the field? How could they suddenly be overtaken after pressing Wolves in a defensive drill? A female fan with a Manchester United flag painted on her face covered her face and cried. The flag in the flag bearer's hand slipped and fell to the ground, and the fan leader had already lost the last of his fervor. Many supporters had lost their power to curse, slumping in their seats, and some even knelt on the stands. The Premier League Red Devils had actually been defeated by a League One team in a last-minute goal. When the referee pointed to the center circle, Manchester United's players looked bewildered, still unable to recover from that last-minute goal. Chapter 55. Wolverhampton fans celebrated as if it were Christmas. Although it was just an FA Cup match, they had defeated a Premier League giant. One of the most successful clubs in English football, the most successful club in the Premier League, the Red Devils Manchester United. After a tense whole match, Gary O'Neill finally relaxed, unable to control his smile at the post-match press conference. He was proud of this match. All the players and fans of Wolves deserved to be proud. His substitutions in the final moments had almost changed the outcome of this match. Blair effectively restricted Manchester United's right flank, fiercely intercepting Zhao Yi's long pass, and finally assisted in the breakthrough pass, resulting in Zhao Yi's last-minute goal, achieving a classic 5-goal victory and the most shocking scene of revealing the jersey. Yes, at that moment we should have defended with all our might, and we should have substituted a defender or a defensive midfielder. Substituting in Carlisle was a risky move. He had just returned from injury, but the result was good. Carlisle delivered his best performance, rewarding our trust. He has become more mature now, and I believe he can contribute even more to us. Chapter 56. Opponents in League One need consecutive wins to gain attribute points. Manchester United gives such things for just one win. Of course, this is the first time facing a super strong team and winning, so the rewards are particularly rich. The next time we defeat such a strong team, the rewards will be less. Zhao Yi directly used a max-level attribute card. The set-piece attribute was fully upgraded. Zhao Yi glanced at all his attributes. Physicality, 90. Stamina, 83. Speed, 70. Dribbling, 62. Passing, 63. Short passing, 90. Long passing, 40. Set piece, 100. Heading, 35. Tackle, 30. Ball control, 100. Shooting, 90. Right-footed shooting inside the box, 100. Left-footed shooting, 50. Heading, 10. Right-footed shooting outside the box, 100. Left-footed shooting, 40. Heading, 0. Shot power, 100. In the match, set pieces were a very important way to score. Zhao Yi had previously used the golden route for set pieces, a truly deadly strike. Of course, set piece 100 and the golden route for set pieces are still somewhat different. The golden route is a system-assisted ability, essentially a guaranteed goal, while set piece 100 belongs to scoring. It is a system enhancement of Zhao Yi himself, meaning Zhao Yi possesses the top-level set piece technique. Without system assistance, it does not guarantee a goal. Chapter 57. These transfer rumors were being hyped up by the media. However, Zhao Yi, the person involved, was not too affected. He continued his journey in League One with Wolves. Now, many eyes have begun to pay attention to Zhao Yi's performance. The Notts County fans gave the super Zhao the highest treatment, with nearly the entire crowd booing him. They hoped to use this method to influence Zhao Yi, causing him to underperform. Naturally, the Notts County players also took extra care of Zhao Yi. After all, Zhao Yi was now a celebrity, being able to limit him, making him uncomfortable, and preventing him from scoring. In a sense, they were even stronger than Manchester United's defense. Despite the extraordinarily difficult circumstances, Wolves still defeated Notts County 4-1 away. Carlisle, who started, made consecutive runs down the wing, providing 2 assists to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi scored a hat-trick, leading his team to a resounding victory over Notts County. The louder the boos, the fiercer Zhao became. Bueno was thrilled. After the FA Cup match against Manchester United, everyone could foresee that Wolves' opponents would do everything possible to limit Zhao Yi's performance. In this situation, Zhao Yi did seem a bit down. After all, he scored 5 against Manchester United, but only 3 this time. Chapter 58, if it were the 17-year-old Zhao Yi, he would definitely not listen to Zhao Yoji's advice. But the current Zhao Yi is different. You have already brought happiness and joy that does not belong to the Wolves fans. You owe them nothing. So if you stay with Wolves, they will be overjoyed and treat you like a god. If you leave Wolves to pursue a better career, they should also be happy for you. Years later, they will tell their sons and grandsons that the world's best football star started his career at Wolves. They will proudly tell everyone that they once experienced that glorious time and fought alongside the best football player in the world. Zhao Yoji's words dispelled Zhao Yi's doubts. I understand. Thank you. There's one more thing you need to know. Yesterday, I had a meal with Boss Su, and he asked me about you. Want to know if there's a chance for you to join Hung Tai Club. Zhao Yi's eyes widened. Who? Boss Su? Who? That's Su Padai. You know Su Padai and had a meal together? Zhao Yoji opened his mouth, fell silent for a long time, and then coughed. Chapter 59 Manchester City is considered a new force in the Premier League, with huge transfer investments every year. Although they won the Premier League title in the 11-12 season thanks to Aguero's miraculous 93-20, they also successfully secured their second league title last season. However, Manchester City's performance in the Champions League has been disastrous. Moreover, they were eliminated early in this season's Champions League, basically saying goodbye to the Premier League title race. The club gave Pellegrini plenty of time, but the current results have become difficult for the higher-ups to tolerate. Therefore, Manchester City has contacted Guardiola and will give him very free transfer powers. For the wealthy owner, money is not a problem. The problem is that there is too much money that cannot be spent. Pellegrini knows that his younger brother is eyeing the Bundesliga's super midfielder, De Bruyne from Wolfsburg, and with Silva's combination, this midfield setup would be exceptional. If they could bring Zhao Yi over, wouldn't that be a direct liftoff? Pellegrini is only worried about one thing. Zhao Yi is still young and has only shown strong combat power in League One. If he can't adapt to the Premier League, it would be a disaster. Pellegrini now hopes that Wolves can go further in the FA Cup and face more strong Premier League teams to help Zhao Yi adapt early. Chapter 60 After this victory, Wolves still rank 4th, but they were only 1 point behind third-place Preston. They are 9 points away from the second place, which guarantees direct promotion. Gary O'Neill brought Zhao Yi along to the regular press conference. This was also Zhao Yi's first time attending a team press conference. As he had only done some private interviews with reporters before, such as Cynthia and Lin Su from China. This time, he would face a large number of reporters' questions, including 4 media outlets from China. Zhao Yi's participation in this press conference was confirmed before the match started, which was one of the reasons so many Chinese media came to the League One matches. Zhao Yi was still a bit nervous, and, after taking a few deep breaths, he followed Gary O'Neill into the media interview area. When Zhao Yi appeared, it indeed caused quite a stir. Even though it was just a League One team, Zhao Yi's recent popularity was truly overwhelming. He was rumored to be transferring to several clubs, and it seemed that several Premier League giants were interested in bringing Zhao Yi into their teams. Moreover, this was his first time attending a post-match press conference, and many reporters had numerous questions they wanted to confirm. Chapter 61 Manchester has 2 clubs in the Premier League. What are the odds of them facing each other in 2 rounds? Is this some kind of conspiracy by the FA? Who would believe it? Wolves fans were cursing loudly. Some called the FA to complain, while others wanted to drive to find FA officials to cause trouble. Is there such an arrangement? There must be a black curtain behind this. Manchester City is not the neighbor that has been sinking for the past 2 seasons. They were the Premier League champions last season. This season, they got beaten badly in the Champions League and have almost no hope of winning the league again, with the top 4 unlikely to drop out, leaving only the League Cup and FA Cup. Aren't they going to fight hard? Although Manchester City lacks a rich history, Ferguson regarded them as noisy neighbors, and Neville described them as a mercenary team, just a group of players and coaches who work for money. However, in the past 4 seasons, they have won 2 Premier League titles. They may be inexperienced in international competitions, but they are experts in domestic battles. After being bullied in the Champions League, they stood up back in England. Wolves won against Manchester United by luck in the previous round. Could they still have luck and the unstoppable Super Zhao in this round? The fans were in an uproar, while Wolves players remained relatively calm. After experiencing the baptism of the match against Manchester United, their temperament and mentality had changed significantly. Chapter 62 On this day, Molineux Stadium was packed, just like usual. What was different was that outside the stadium, there were circles upon circles of fans. These fans had the Wolves emblem painted on their faces, held small Wolves flags, and sang their team song. These fans wore expressions of pride and excitement, showing no signs of fear, even against last season's Premier League champions. These fans were still full of confidence in their team, because they have the strongest attacker in League One, the genius striker Zhao Yi, because they recently defeated another Manchester team. Premier League teams should not expect to take advantage at Molineux. When Manchester City's players arrived at Molineux, they were indeed taken aback. Is the League One market this hot now? Shouldn't they be here to watch us? Domichelis asked, as such cup matches could boost ticket revenue for the visiting teams. Many fans would come to watch the game. Aguero pointed at those fans, over 70% of whom were wearing jersey number 19. Our team doesn't have a number 19. Aguero gazed at the impressive scene. Even a star of his caliber was somewhat shocked. Chapter 63 Wolves and Manchester City kicked off with Manchester City controlling the ball. Manchester City had no intention of testing Wolves' strength. They immediately launched an attack. Yaya Touré dribbled the ball forward in Manchester City's midfield and defense. Both Yaya Touré and Vincent Kompany possess the ability to carry the ball forward. Their attacking front is even more powerful. Therefore, Wolverhampton's players are very cautious in defense. Although they also adopt a 4-2-3-1 formation like Manchester City, in reality, they position themselves more like a 5-4-1 formation, with Bakary Sako dropping back from the midfield to the back line, and the likes of Cody, Bowley, Cess, and Cunha forming a second line of defense, leaving the isolated Zhao Yi to wander around up front. Yaya Touré passes the ball to the wing for Nasri. After Cesc Fabregas left Arsenal, Nasri delivered outstanding performances and became one of the strongest attacking midfielders in the Premier League, quickly becoming a favorite among Arsenal fans. However, Nasri, being savvy, decisively left Arsenal for a higher salary by joining Manchester City. He achieved both fame and fortune at Manchester City, while Arsenal fans have always held a grudge. Nasri's individual skills are indeed strong. He calmly took the ball away from the double team of Cody and Bakary Sako. Chapter 64. Kompany had no chance of continuing the chase. Even if he got up, Zhao Yi was already 5 or 6 meters away from him. Fortunately, Domichelis accelerated, chasing hard from the side. The crowd erupted in cheers. Zhao Yi's dribbling ability is weak, but only in comparison to his shooting ability. Before this match, Zhao Yi had allocated all 8 of his remaining attribute points to dribbling. bringing his dribbling attribute to 70, which is considered average for a professional player. Domitius quickened his pace, determined to disrupt this one-on-one opportunity and show this league, one forward, what a Premier League defender is like. The distance between the two was closing. Just as Zhao was 2 steps away from the edge of the penalty area, Domitius was already level with him. If he timed it right, he could make a tackle. In fact, with just one more second, Domitius could surpass Zhao Yi's position and block his advance or shot. Zhou Hart was already preparing to come forward, ready to work with Domitius to close off Zhao Yi's shooting angle. Just as Hart made a move, he saw Zhao, while advancing outside the penalty area, lift his right leg. Bang, it was a shot. Chapter 65. Manchester City's powerful midfield easily suppressed Wolverhampton. Whether it was David Silva or Nasri, their sharp breakthroughs made it very difficult for Wolverhampton to cope. The 2 flanks were torn apart. But thankfully, Wolverhampton's central defense was extremely dense. Even after breakthroughs, it was hard to create absolute scoring chances inside the penalty area. In the following minutes, Wolverhampton could only gain a bit of ball control when taking goal kicks. They found it hard to snatch the ball from Manchester City's players, relying solely on their resilient defense to prevent them from breaking through. However, such a situation couldn't last long. The team in possession had a significant advantage, and their physical exertion was minimal. Once Wolverhampton's players became fatigued, it would also lead to a lack of concentration in defense, naturally resulting in vulnerabilities. Moreover, excessive defending left them with little energy for counterattacks. This cycle would only turn them into meat on the chopping block. During this period, Manchester City attacked fiercely. Wolverhampton's players found it difficult to cross the halfway line, except for goalkeeper Iorfa kicking the ball long. Kompany also moved forward. Both Kompany and Fernandinho had very powerful long-range shooting abilities, dangerous. As Silva broke through, he backheeled the ball to Fernandinho. Dawson gritted his teeth and lunged in front of Fernandinho, preparing to block his view. Chapter 66. Zhao exhaled heavily, focusing on the wall and the goal. The current set-piece scoring has a rating of 100, completely different from the previous golden route. The golden route would create an invisible bridge between the ball and the goal once initiated, and a simple push would let the system assist in completing it, guaranteeing a 100 scoring rate. Now, however, it all depended on Zhao himself. It could be blocked by the wall, saved by the goalkeeper, or even miss the goal entirely. This was Zhao Yi's first time taking a set piece after pushing his attributes to 100. His previous 2 set pieces had hit the target directly and resulted in goals. Would there be another miracle this time? Bueno nervously watched the screen, hardly daring to blink. The fans in the stands held their breath, all eyes on Zhao Yi. The Speedy brothers were hyped watching the live animation. Go in, directly in, world class. Get up, green field and white frame. As soon as the birds sang, gold and silver appeared. Zhao Yi had no idea he bore the hopes of so many people. He also did not know that he had become a god in the eyes of the Speedy brothers. Wolverhampton had won many matches with the Speedy brothers, but unfortunately lost them in other games. Chapter 67. The magician David Silva's through ball found Aguero in the penalty area, but he couldn't complete the turn. Unlike a traditional stationary center forward, Aguero was better at running into space for shots or driving straight into challenges. He wasn't adept at holding up the ball. He could only pass it to Nasri. Nasri, skilled with the ball, was also good at breaking through to create opportunities. However, in such a tight space, surrounded by Wolverhampton defenders, his quick movements had little effect. He could only opt for passes to stretch the defense. Once a defensive gap appeared, he would look for an opportunity to send the ball into the penalty area or take a long-range shot from the outside. This is the advantage of a dense defense, allowing them to play at a high cost-performance ratio with very low expenditure. No need for star players or even very good ball skills. Just decent fitness and mutual understanding among players. Soon, they found a good opportunity. Milner surged forward, and Silva played a ground pass, threading it through. After attracting the defense, Milner chose not to shoot, but quickly laid it back. Silva, running laterally to receive the ball, pretended to charge towards the penalty area, but actually backheeled it. Chapter 68. The away fan section at Molineux Stadium erupted in intense cheers. Aguero! 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 Although not many had come, the atmosphere was very strong. Victory is certain. Take down Wolverhampton. Excited fans shouted their slogans. Those who didn't know might think Manchester City was already leading, just equalized. How can you be so arrogant? Your brother already lost, and you still want to win? Molineux fears no enemy. Go charge. Take down Manchester City. Just like we did at Old Trafford. Wolverhampton fans unleashed fierce shouts, completely drowning out the voices of the away fans. Now Manchester City fans are experiencing what Wolverhampton fans felt at Old Trafford. Captain Nuri is shouting loudly at his teammates, "Defend, defend," after Manchester City equalized. They are likely to launch an even fiercer attack. Being eliminated by a League One team is something they cannot accept. Manchester United lost, which can be attributed to being somewhat careless in their first encounter with Wolves. Manchester City has realized that Wolves are not pushovers if they lose after being well prepared. That would be truly unacceptable. Chapter 69. After the second half began, Manchester City continued their defensive strategy from the first half. Not only did they contain Zhao, but they also cut off his connection with the midfielders. Even when Wolves regained possession, it was difficult for them to find Zhao. Kicking the ball long had become ineffective. As soon as they dared to kick long, Zhao would be surrounded. The fact that he could hold off Demichelis had already surprised the Manchester City commentators. If he could fend off both Fernandinho and Demichelis, then Manchester City really wouldn't need to continue playing. Wolves' attack struggled to find a breakthrough, and this situation was becoming dangerous. Manchester City demonstrated a Premier League champion-level standard. After Zhao scored 2 goals in a short time, they quickly adjusted their strategy to prevent Zhao from getting the ball. This way, the most threatening aspect of Wolves was neutralized. Yaya Touré also increased his defensive efforts against Carlisle, making it difficult for Carlisle to advance with the ball. Door's strengths were originally in organization and long passes, with limited breakthrough ability, and Cunha also struggled to threaten Clichy. Wolves' attack was almost non-existent. Juan Lu watched the game, analyzing the situation on the field. The individual abilities of Manchester City players still overwhelmed Wolves. It was challenging for Wolves to score through open play. Chapter 70. Just past the center circle, the ball was about 46 or 7 meters from the goal. At this distance, Manchester City certainly wouldn't arrange a wall to defend. Zhao Yi's gestures indicated to his teammates to prepare for a pass. Therefore, his teammates did not stay in dangerous offensive positions but pulled to the 2 flanks, waiting to attack. Door was originally prepared to pass the ball, but Zhao Yi actively requested to take the free kick. Although Door knew Zhao Yi's passing ability was not high, a free kick taken by him would essentially hand the ball to Manchester City. However, since Zhao Yi expressed his intention to take the set piece, he didn't say anything. Several midfield teammates spread out, and Manchester City's players began to follow Wolves' players. Joe Hart clapped his hands, directing his teammates to mark their opponents, without even glancing at Zhao Yi. As soon as the referee's whistle blew, Zhao Yi, who had been looking down at the center circle, suddenly sprinted towards the ball. His long legs swung up, the muscles on his thighs clearly defined, and his right foot struck the ball fiercely. There was no wall in front of him, not even any defenders or attackers in the entire central area. Therefore, this shot went straight and smoothly towards a goal. After kicking, Zhao even stumbled forward, almost falling on the pitch. Chapter 71. When Joe Hart stood on the goal line, his heart was already pounding. The previous leaf-cutting shot and the long-range free kick from near the halfway line had made him as nervous as a cat on a hot tin roof. As long as Zhao stood in front of the ball, preparing to take the free kick, Hart's heart would tremble. When Zhao began his run-up, kicking the ball high into the air and then descending towards the upper right corner of the goal, Hart's heart sank. The ball moved as fast as a shooting star. Hart stood there like a fool, motionless. The ball went into the corner, clean and precise. The referee pointed to the center circle. The goal counted. In the final moments of the match, Wolves, already leading 3-2, scored another goal from set piece. 4-2. No chances, no miracles. Manchester City was completely defeated. Once again, it was him, this amazing young man. At Molineux Stadium, all Wolves fans were roaring. They had been suppressed throughout the match, but turned the game around at the last moment, even winning by 2 goals against Manchester City. The name Zhao Yi echoed once again in the stands. Wolves players swarmed around Zhao Yi, tightly encircling him, while teammates arriving from afar joyfully jumped into the circle. Chapter 72. That night, local media in England extensively reported on the match. The dark horse continued, first knocking out Manchester United and then taking down Manchester City. In the FA Cup, Manchester City was surprisingly defeated by Wolverhampton Wanderers, stopping at the 5th round. Zhao Yi, the forward from Huagua, the butcher of Wolverhampton, 2 matches, 9 goals, a single-match free kick hat trick, a deity from Huagua. Manchester City will spend £30 million to bring in the young forward from Huagua. Pellegrini's Manchester City lost to Zhao Yi. Local media in Wolverhampton went wild praising the Wolves and Zhao Yi. They believed Zhao Yi's promise of a championship was not just about the league title, but a genuine double crown. Wolverhampton is marching towards the FA Cup Championship. If both Manchester teams lost, what other team could stop their momentum? Fans and media celebrated the victory, while Zhao Yi, after the joy, opened the system. Manchester United had brought him significant rewards. Surely the rewards from the defending champions Manchester City would be good too? When he opened the system and saw the rewards, he was momentarily stunned. The last time his set-piece attribute reached 100, this time, oh my, a max-level dribbling attribute card. Chapter 73. As the match reached the 85th minute, Zhao Yi, who had run to the left side near the center line, received a pass from Carlisle. Carlisle moved forward, intending to play a combination with Zhao Yi, using Zhao Yi as a pivot, passing to him to continue the breakthrough. However, Zhao Yi flicked the ball with his right foot, bringing it laterally. Zhao Yi glanced at the opponent's defensive positioning. Without hesitation, he charged forward. From this moment on, the match would be dominated by me alone. Charging from the left side to the center, then sprinting to the right side, he continuously shook off 3 defenders. Rushing to the corner of the penalty area, Bueno was left dumbfounded. Wolverhampton fans watching the match on screen were almost stunned. A breakthrough that spanned half the field, from left to right, continuously shaking off defenders trying to intercept. Outside the penalty area, facing a rushing center back, Zhao Yi faked a shot and pushed with the outside of his foot. The ball appeared outside the right sideline of the penalty area. The center back, blocking with his back to Zhao Yi, realized Zhao Yi's intention too late. Zhao Yi calmly struck the ball, and it thundered from the ground. The football flew in a straight line from outside the penalty area, crashing into the left post. It bounced into the net. 3-2. Wolves took the lead. Chapter 74. Incomprehensible. 3 consecutive draws for the Premier League's top 4, with only Chelsea missing out. If Chelsea hadn't been eliminated, I would really doubt that we would play against Chelsea after advancing. Dole shook his head. This isn't the FA's trickery. Who would believe that? Does the FA really not want a lower league team to win the FA Cup? That's just absurd. Who cares about what team it is? I believe we can definitely take down Arsenal. Carlisle's confidence surged at this moment. As long as Zhao was there, anything was possible. Carlisle patted Zhao Yi on the shoulder, and Zhao Yi forced a couple of laughs. All the players looked at Zhao Yi, sensing something was off about him today. In the past, when facing Manchester United or Manchester City, he had been full of ambition, and when all the players had lost confidence, he used his words and performances to give his teammates hope repeatedly. Now that they had confidence, Zhao Yi seemed a bit insecure himself. Carlisle reacted quickly and found a reason for Zhao Yi. Zhao, you must be feeling a bit complicated because of your past experiences at the Kearney training camp, right? Upon hearing this explanation, Zhao Yi nodded vigorously. Good lad, those punches were worth it. You really can help me find reasons. Chapter 75. This season, Arsenal continued to firmly hold a top 4 spot. Arsenal has had a special relationship with the top 4 in recent seasons. Jokes about Arsenal are always emerging. Although building the stadium cost a lot and led to a drop in the team's performance, it's still much better than my situation. After all, Arsenal can still spend money to buy players even when tight on funds. My team has to piece together players from everywhere and negotiate while riding bicycles. Moreover, even though they have sold their captain for years, the team still has star power. In this match, Wenger continued to use the 4-2-3-1 formation that had been successful in the FA Cup. Leading the front line is the lightning-fast and opportunistic little Tiger Walcott. If not for injuries, Walcott's achievements would definitely be several levels higher. The target man Giroud, who is good at positioning, continued to sit on the bench. The 3 players in the front line were Sanchez on the left, the Chilean king who made many Messi fans grind their teeth. In the last 2 seasons, Sanchez has had the most glorious times of his career. After transferring to Manchester United for a $300,000 weekly salary, his attitude on the pitch has been commendable. Sanchez's level hasn't declined. Ultimately, it's still because Manchester United's tactical system doesn't suit him. Chapter 76. 272 was fiercely focused on Zhao Yi, and Zhao Yi showed no signs of avoiding him. It seemed like they were ready to settle things on the pitch. Zhao Yi snorted coldly. He had the system's assistance, and during the FA Cup, he would not suffer any injuries from the field. Of course, He was also immune to injuries outside the pitch. The small-framed 272 couldn't possibly injure him. Once on the field, all past grievances would be settled. Today it would either be my leg broken or you severely injured. Only one of us could walk off the field. As the players streamed onto the pitch, the cheers from Arsenal fans grew louder. Naturally, the Wolves were met with a chorus of boos. James had already started his commentary, and he was momentarily stunned by the players' conditions. How did it seem like they had just played a match? Especially 272, whose hair was a mess, and his face and neck looked like he had been hit. He certainly didn't know what was going on and could only continue his commentary. Arsenal's lineup was luxurious enough for the Premier League, brimming with star power. More importantly, Arsenal took the FA Cup very seriously. During the league's top four battles and FA Cup championship runs, Arsenal was not to be trifled with. Chapter 77. In the first 10 minutes, the match was almost cut into pieces. Carlisle, who had the ball on the wing, was once again brought down. But the previously strict referee showed no response. Arsenal quickly took the ball away, and Cazorla found 272 directly. Now, 272 was the engine of Arsenal's midfield, and his abilities were indeed impressive, often able to deliver some brilliant through balls. But this time, before he could observe his teammates' runs, he was taken down from behind by the returning Cunha. 272 got up ready to confront Cunha, increasingly feeling that those slaps were delivered by Cunha. Cunha showed no signs of backing down, and the two nearly clashed. The referee quickly separated them, and the fans in the stands booed loudly. What kind of game is this? Wolverhampton is just a bunch of thugs. Garbage. They should be expelled from the English Professional League. Are they playing football or boxing? Zhao, he looked up at the angry fans, and as he did, an even louder chorus of boos erupted. Kearney doesn't want you. You trash garbage. You traitor. The second Nasri. Luckily, Kearney's youth training got rid of you. Chapter 78. 272's foul was indeed very impulsive. It was a very vicious act that should warrant additional suspension. On England Sky Sports, there were 3 commentators, with the one speaking being Arsenal legend Thierry Henry. He was very optimistic that Arsenal could defeat Wolves to advance, but now, due to 272's foul, Arsenal's situation had turned very bad. Sitting on either side of him was host James and crossover star Demi Rose. As a dual fan of Aston Villa and Arsenal, she was also invited to commentate on Arsenal's FA Cup match. Zhao Yi's physical condition was indeed extraordinary. Demi Rose saw Zhao Yi get fouled and 272 being carried off, while Zhao Yi continued to play vigorously, unable to help but exclaim. Henry and James turned to look at Demi Rose. I just think Zhao's physicality is exceptional. Demi Rose glanced at the 2 older men and knew they were thinking something inappropriate. Oh, they both nodded in understanding. 272's tactical position in Arsenal was significant. Now that he was sent off, Wenger needed to make some changes to the lineup. Chapter 79. Standing at the ball, Zhao Yi raised his left hand and gave a thumbs up to his teammates. The teammates in the penalty area watched Zhao Yi start his run forward, all preparing to make a move. From his distance, Zhao Yi could shoot directly. James was a bit excited as he watched Zhao Yi kick the ball, which arced over the wall. At the same time, it passed over the teammates and defenders in the middle of the penalty area, heading straight for the back post. Szczesny quickly moved from the left side of the goal to the right. Oh no, that's a pass, not a direct shot. This is a very rare decision. Bueno was somewhat incredulous. After all, Zhao Yi's free kicks were usually direct shots, even from near the halfway line, but this time, less than 30 meters out, he chose to pass. His first reaction was that Zhao Yi kicked the ball poorly. However, as Zhao Yi's biggest supporter, Bueno would never admit that Zhao Yi's free kick technique had any issues. Almost everyone from Wolves rushed toward the center, and all the Arsenal defenders followed suit, leaping high. As a result, the curvature of the ball was too great and flew directly to the back post. None of the Arsenal players touched the ball, and all looked toward the back post. Chapter 80 on the screen, Arsenal's magnificent goal was being replayed. This was a typical example of Arsenal's beautiful football. Cazorla dribbled the ball, attracted 2 defenders, and then passed it horizontally to Bellerin, who was making a run down the flank. Bellerin accelerated forward, delivering a pass to the grim Reaper Ramsey. Being sent off with 272 actually gave Ramsey more space to maneuver. After a quick step, he shook off Jor, made several cuts, switched from the right flank to the left, and then delivered a through ball to Sanchez. One of the biggest characteristics of South American players is their technical skill. Sanchez, who also possesses physical strength, directly evaded Dawson. After entering the penalty area, instead of forcing a shot, he delivered a backward pass. Walcott, who had been roaming in the middle, seized the opportunity and took a powerful shot from the left side of the penalty area. Nuri's block did not touch the ball, which soared toward the right side of the goal and hit the net. Although Arsenal was a man down, they quickly equalized thanks to their exceptional individual abilities and teamwork. 11. Arsenal, the Great Gunners. Cazorla, Bellerin, Wilshere, Sanchez, Walcott. Perfect team, football. With the score leveled, I believe it 1-TB long before Arsenal takes the lead. Dammy, we've got this. Chapter 81 on the sidelines. Wenger looked dumbfounded. Monreal, Koscielny, Mertesacker. 3 defenders of Premier League caliber surrounded a League One forward. Yet he managed to evade them? Even Messi would find it difficult to do that. Of course, this was related to the carelessness of the 3 defenders. If it were really Messi, they wouldn't have gone for such a reckless tackle, allowing Zhao the opportunity. My God, how can someone of his height have such dribbling ability? Does he have glue on his right foot? Henry exclaimed in disbelief. After Koscielny fell, Zhao dashed forward and took the ball. Koscielny, unable to chase Zhao in time, could only sit on the ground, yelling at the referee, foul, foul, foul. The referee glanced at Koscielny and ignored him. Stop shouting. Aren't you embarrassed? 3 people surrounding one gets knocked down, one gets bypassed, one gets pulled down, and you still have the nerve to call for a foul? At this moment, only Mertesacker could keep up with Zhao. Zhao held the ball and advanced to the right corner of the penalty area. Mertesacker maintained pressure on Zhao Yi's right side, preventing him from shooting. Szczesny charged directly at Zhao Yi. Chapter 82. No way. Dammy Rose felt a bit panicked. She realized too late that she seemed to have been set up by Henry and James. Arsenal doesn't seem to be doing too well. So many people surrounding one player, and they still got through. Who can defend against that? Trust me, I'm a professional. Such flashes of brilliance in scoring happen only once in several matches. As long as Arsenal can leverage their ball control and attacking advantages, they can definitely equalize or even take the lead. Henry was filled with confidence in Arsenal. Dammy Rose felt slightly relieved, but James burst into laughter. Henry, you thought Arsenal would win the Premier League too? Dammy Rose looked at Henry with her beautiful green eyes. Innocent. No way. Trust me, our Arsenal is invincible. Henry flashed a big confident smile. The simple Dammy Rose nodded. Yes, our Arsenal is invincible. On the pitch, Arsenal changed their tactics, seeking stable ball control and slowing down the pace. Fans who didn't know might think Arsenal was leading. They began to consciously control possession, aiming to find weaknesses in Wolves' defense while also controlling Wolves' counterattacks. Chapter 83. After the second half began, Arsenal's players were in better form than in the first half. They had richer experience in the FA Cup and did not lose their composure after being a man down. Even after falling behind twice, they still fought back to equalize and took control of the situation. Wolves found it difficult to take the ball from them and could only passively defend with their numerical advantage. Arsenal was indeed stronger. Their attacks were organized, and their defense could cut off Zhao and his teammates' connections. Even with Wolves having an extra player, it was hard for them to score again. Zhao was isolated and unsupported in the front. James, if you concede now, you can lose half. Henry observed the situation on the field as Arsenal repeatedly attacked Wolves' dangerous zones, with Sanchez, Bellerin, and Monreal creating threats from the flanks. Wolves' long passes were usually intercepted, and Zhao, he couldn't even get a touch on the ball. At this rate, Arsenal would surely take the lead, surrender, and lose half. Dammy Rose's pure and charming face wore a smile as she nodded repeatedly. It still has to be the great Henry. Professionals should do professional things. Arsenal absolutely won't lose. Chapter 84. Arsenal took the lead with a goal that was possibly offside. The key issue was that this was a huge blow to Wolverhampton Wanderers' morale. With 20 minutes left in the match, it would be very regrettable if Wolverhampton Wanderers were eliminated because of this offside goal. Although I'm a loyal supporter of Arsenal, I can say that misjudgments are also part of the game, but this is very unfair to Wolverhampton Wanderers. Henry sighed. As a League One team, Wolverhampton Wanderers had already passed through the Manchester Giants and had taken the lead twice at the Emirates Stadium. This humble team created a significant miracle and has surely gained the attention and affection of many fans. If they were eliminated due to a misjudgment, it would be like reality destroying their dreams. The fairy tale belonging to Wolverhampton Wanderers would be filled with regret and tears. I hope Wolverhampton Wanderers won't be affected by this goal, regroup, and play to their standards and momentum. At the Emirates Stadium, the cheers of the Gunner supporters echoed throughout the stadium. while Wolverhampton Wanderers fans were somewhat subdued due to the impact. Chapter 85, I am a crazy fan, not a competent commentator. And I really didn't realize at first that this goal was valid. Bueno, as a commentator, actively admitted his lack of professionalism. Zhao, before taking the corner kick. Zhao did not raise his hand to signal his teammates to prepare, but took the kick directly. In the penalty area, neither teammates nor opponents were prepared. Only one player. Dawson charged to the front post and headed the ball in. There was no defender. Dawson, even though the last offside goal had nothing to do with him, he still felt deeply guilty. Dawson, he never needed to apologize to anyone, and he shouldn't feel remorse. This time, he achieved redemption for himself. He scored the equalizing goal. The game was in the 89th minute. Wolverhampton Wanderers fiercely equalized the score. Despite the disparity in strength and some frustrating misjudgments, they still created their own miracle. Dawson on the pitch took off his jersey and ran wildly. He rushed towards Zhao Yi, who assisted him. The few loyal Wolves fans erupted in cheers. Chapter 86. Arsenal fans, who were still immersed in disappointment because Giroud's header missed, blinked and mechanically shook their heads. What's going on? 43? A goal? A clearance followed by a shot? And that's it? Is this how football is played? Wenger expressionlessly shook his head. They say he excels at discovering and nurturing young players. Yet the biggest gem in football was tossed aside by the Kearney Youth Academy like garbage. Meanwhile, the one who had been watching the game, 272, was nearly spitting blood with anger. Arsenal losing to Wolves was no big deal. However, it was unacceptable for a Chinese player to perform so wildly. The Wolves players on the field were now filled with energy, jumping and rushing toward Zhao Yi. They surrounded Zhao Yi, who had already run off the pitch, in circles. The substitute players also rushed over like crazy, bouncing around their teammates. In the dying moments of stoppage time, a long-range shot from the center circle for the winner. It was him again, this godlike young man. They were suppressed, misjudged. In the last moments, they turned the tide. An assist to goal. At this moment, the repressed hearts were completely released. Gary O'Rourke, the players, and even the fans in the stands shed tears of excitement. Chapter 87. To all Arsenal fans, I am truly sorry for this terrible situation. Henry sighed, his tone becoming very serious. I believe the most important thing for a man is to fulfill his promises. I made a bet with James, and now I've lost. Henry lowered his head slightly, which made Demi Rose feel an inexplicable pain in her heart. The King of Highbury, the legendary star of Arsenal, led Arsenal to achieve the longest unbeaten record in Premier League history. He gave everything he had to Arsenal. Besides Wenger, he had the deepest feelings for Arsenal. Now, he had to say in front of so many people that Arsenal could never compare to Tottenham. How heartbreaking would that moment be? Henry first apologized to Arsenal fans, and then to all the fans who supported him. I'm really sorry to all my fans, friends, and family. I never expected this to happen. Arsenal actually lost to a League One team at home. Henry swallowed hard, seemingly unable to control his emotions, almost crying. James opened his mouth. Is it really necessary? You're making me seem too harsh. Chapter 88. The team took a day off, and when Zhao Yi arrived at the training ground the next day, the team had not yet started training. Cunha, Doyle, and Carlisle were huddled together, looking very sneaky and smiling oddly. Zhao Yi stealthily approached Cunha from behind and stretched his neck to peek in. Let me see, what is going on? The three were holding their phones, playing a video of a beautiful woman. Cunha sent someone next to him, turned around, and saw Zhao Yi's face up close. Cunha scared the other two to bits, and Doyle even dropped his phone on the ground. When the three saw it was Zhao Yi, their smiles became even more eerie. Cunha was still shaking his eyebrows and patting Zhao Yi's shoulder, meaning, bro, that's awesome. Zhao is indeed impressive. Zhao Yi saw Cunha giving him a thumbs up, and the other two followed suit, also giving him a thumbs up. Confused, Zhao Yi kept staring at the three, wondering what it meant. The three looked at Zhao Yi's puzzled expression, squinting their eyes and slightly tilting their heads. You don't know? With that expression, it seems you really don't know. What's going on? You seem pretty happy. Is your wife having a baby? Zhao Yi asked. Chapter 89. Zhao, the value of the underwear brand far exceeds your imagination. Both Ronaldo and Messi have contracts in this regard. All you need to do is cooperate with them for a few photo shoots, and you will receive sufficient compensation for every new product launch or other commercial activities. A base fee of £200,000 per year, plus additional rewards for transferring to the Premier League, winning weekly or monthly Best Player awards, Premier League championships, and so on. I have reviewed all the terms. For you, this is definitely a profitable contract. Moreover, Yama's status and influence in England are not small, and cooperating with them would also be a good boost to your reputation. I have turned down many brand collaborations because I firmly believe that in the near future, you will have a broader stage and future. However, Yama's sincerity is indeed enough. Zhao Yi thought for a moment. Endorsing underwear seemed a bit informal. However, this brandless underwear was indeed quite comfortable. In the end, Zhao Yi agreed. Okay, I'll handle this as soon as possible. You just wait for my news and cooperate for a few promotional photos. Lastly, I have a personal question. Chapter 90. Pelin accompanied Zhao Yi to meet with the official personnel from Yama. Since Pelin had resolved all the finer details, Zhao Yi's signing was just a formality, taking a few photos for documentation. That afternoon, Zhao Yi was arranged to take a few photos. Before the photo shoot, Yama's technical director, a 30-something bespectacled woman named Mandy, brought Zhao Yi to a very private room. The woman was about 1.75 meters tall, only 10 centimeters shorter than Zhao Yi. The key was that she wore glasses, making her particularly sexy. After exchanging a few words with Zhao Yi, she was about to take off his clothes. This scared Zhao Yi to death. There were no clauses about hidden rules in the contract. Although Mandy looks quite good, pure, desirable, and smooth, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and a curvy figure, she can't just do whatever she wants, right? Such things require extra payment. Mandy smiled brightly at the somewhat reserved Zhao Yi, saying, Zhao, I need to know all your body measurements. We need to tailor suitable clothes for you. Zhao Yi was somewhat skeptical. Measuring dimensions? That does seem reasonable. But does it really require a technical director to do it personally? Chapter 91. In the 39th round of the English Premier League, Wolverhampton Wanderers and Fulham both won their matches. Zhao Yi scored again. However, the most concerning issue for Gary O'Neill occurred. Dorr's knee was injured, requiring a 1 to 2 month recovery, which meant he would likely miss the FA Cup and 3 to 5 league matches. This was due to the intensity of the matches. Competing on two fronts would lead to physical issues for players, making them more prone to injuries. What worried Gary even more was that Carlisle's performance was improving remarkably. This guy used to be infuriatingly selfish, but ever since Zhao Yi gave him a good lesson, he seemed to have unlocked his potential and started passing the ball, leading other teams to begin making offers. As for the transfer rumors surrounding Zhao Yi, they were increasing. Not only had Arsenal and Manchester United started direct contact with the team's management, but even Klopp, far away in Germany, mentioned this explosive new generation player in an interview. Given his age and displayed talent, £30 million was definitely not the final transfer price. This implied that Zhao Yi's market value far exceeded the currently hyped £30 million. Klopp, who had confirmed his joining Liverpool next season, saying such things at this time would definitely spark speculation. Chapter 92. The match began with a kickoff from the center circle. Zhao Yi received the pass. Standing in the backfield, the players of Peterborough United received tactical instructions from their coach before the match to mark Zhao Yi closely. As a result, Zhao Yi ran to the center circle, going to play midfield. What kind of tactic is this? The defenders of Peterborough United were somewhat confused. Zhao Yi glanced around and noticed that Peterborough United had left him a significant gap. The fans in the north stand were fiercely booing Gary O'Neill, urging him to resign. The next moment, the boos turned into cheers. Suddenly, Zhao Yi launched a powerful kick from the center circle. The ball soared over everyone's heads and appeared behind the center back. Medina, who had always been a substitute with little opportunity to perform, was particularly active this time as a starter. So he kept running and pulling positions. This time, he successfully broke the offside trap, one-on-one. While everyone was recalling how Zhao Yi managed to do that, Medina had already taken a ball into the penalty area. A powerful shot. After wasting opportunities, Medina seized this chance. The ball went in. An excited Medina ran to the fan area below the stand, wildly venting his emotions. Known as a forward, he had faced many doubts and was almost ready to give up this season. Chapter 93. Goal. In the 15th minute of the match, Wolves took a 2-0 lead at home. Zhao Yi assisted Cunha for another goal. The fans were ecstatic. Some even took off their shirts to celebrate. Zhao Yi's 2 assists were even more exciting than scoring 2 goals. Zhao Yi had provided assists before, either through set pieces or short penetrating passes. There had never been such precise long passes as today. Many commentators had pointed out Zhao Yi's weaknesses: aerial balls, long passes, and defense. But today, Zhao Yi played in the number 10 position, and in terms of threatening passes, he was even stronger than Wolves' door. This was definitely not luck. Zhao Yi's growth was frightening. 2 months ago, I remembered his long passes were like clearing the ball with a big kick, relying entirely on chance. Now, he could accurately find his teammates. My God, he is improving every month, every day, every hour, every minute. Gary O'Neill kept bouncing on the sidelines. This is truly a genius. An absolute genius player. An unparalleled talent. He was born for football. When we first met, he could only shoot. Now he can not only shoot but also pass, and his dribbling is impressive enough. Chapter 94. After the match, Zhao Yi, as the host, treated Demi Rose to a meal. He then took her back to his rental apartment, where they spent half the night engaging in very friendly conversation. Nothing happened mainly because their friendship had just begun and should not be disturbed by any sordid matters. Zhao Yi's age had little to do with it. Demi Rose also announced the photo shoot advertisement with Zhao Yi on social media. Zhao Yi had no reason to refuse, as this was part of Yama's promotional campaign, and he was getting paid. Demi Rose, on the other hand, benefited in 2 ways. She not only promoted her endorsed brand, but also completed the promised photos for her fans. This sparked quite a discussion. The two not only shot such an intimate advertisement together, but Demi Rose also donned the number 19 jersey and went to Wolverhampton to cheer for Zhao Yi. This was definitely not something ordinary partners could do. Demi Rose's fame in England far exceeded Zhao Yi's, as she was well known not only among fans, but also as a true supermodel. This brought Zhao Yi a bit of attention. Some English otaku even angrily criticized Zhao Yi online. Chapter 95. We are making history. Each of you is a hero of Wolverhampton. Go out there and crush them. Gary O'Neill didn't say much. On the FA Cup stage, these players had experienced too much. They had enough confidence and experience to handle Watford. Watford was considered a yo-yo club in the Premier League, occasionally making some money in the top league before dropping back to the Championship, hardly comparable to Arsenal, Manchester United, or Manchester City. On our way here, we saw countless fans cheering us on. If given the opportunity, they would definitely follow us here. At the beginning of the season, we owed the fans a lot. Now it is time for us to repay them, bringing back a victory to Wolverhampton, welcoming all the fans, friends, and family with cheers. Zhao Yi exhaled and extended his hand. He was neither the captain nor a veteran of the team, but he had the right to address all the players before the match. All the players held hands and then hugged tightly together. Wolverhampton Wanderers will win. Last season, Wolves were double-killed by Watford in the Championship, with both matches being almost without suspense. Chapter 96. Watford's tactics indeed had a good effect. In the Wolves' midfield, only Zhao Yi had strong passing and dribbling skills, while Gomez could only be considered average. As a result, Watford locked down Zhao Yi and then pressed aggressively, causing Wolves to make mistakes. They then launched quick counterattacks. Unfortunately, Watford overlooked one issue. Wolves are not just a League One team. They have faced Premier League teams in the FA Cup consecutively. Their defensive abilities and mentality are top-notch. Even if Watford's pressing tactics achieved some results, it was still difficult to pose a real threat to the Wolves' goal. In the first 15 minutes of the match, Watford had 20 dangerous attacks and took 6 shots, but only one was on target, and it was weakly struck, easily caught by the keeper, Easter. The other 5 shots were not even chances, just wild attempts from outside. The balls that were passed in the penalty area were cleared away by Norrie and Niles. The Wolves' defense is definitely not at the League One level. The home fans in the stands were cheering with all their might. After all, from the perspective of the game, Watford was indeed playing aggressively and had the upper hand. Chapter 97. Oh no. Dang, that goal shouldn't have happened. The Watford commentator was both angry and anxious watching the ball arc high over the goalkeeper and into the net. His heart skipped a beat. If he had stood near the goal line, the ball would have been easily saved, but he just happened to stand in the penalty area. Dane had to take most of the blame for that goal. As he chased the ball, he fell in a small box, sitting on the grass, his face pale. Wolves were completely suppressed, and until now, they hadn't even entered the penalty area or taken a shot. Yet the first long-distance lob shot resulted in a goal. Life is unpredictable. The Wolves fans immediately raised their hands and cheered wildly. Wolves had been under tremendous pressure at the start, and the fans were very nervous. They feared Watford would randomly shoot and accidentally score. Unexpectedly, Wolves' first genuine attack resulted in a goal. A perfect breakthrough, perfect confrontation, perfect shot. Aha, I told you. I told you Watford's style of play wouldn't work. Just need one opportunity, one chance, and Zhao will send them home. Chapter 98. During halftime, Gary O'Rourke kept encouraging the players, urging them not to relax for a moment. Although they were temporarily leading, it was only by 1 goal. There was a team that once led by 3 goals at halftime, but ended up being equalized in the second half, ultimately missing out on the Champions League title. The head coach's champagne celebration at halftime became a laughingstock in the football world. On the football field, there is no concept of guaranteed victory. As the second half began, Gary O'Rourke took the initiative to make substitutions, replacing Medina with Doyle. This changed the formation to 4-4-2, with Zhao still in midfield. Watford's head coach also sought to change things, substituting both midfielders and a forward. He was clearly ready to go all out. This isn't a league match. It's a cup match. With only 45 minutes left, what are they waiting for? Losing by 1 goal is the same as losing by 2 or 10 goals. They must attack. Do not give Wolverhampton Wanderers a chance to organize effective attacks. Damn, Watford is going all out. Changing players like this right at halftime? Shouldn't they wait until after the 60th minute to make changes? Watford shouldn't have pressed high from the start. Wolves are definitely good at cup matches. Chapter 99. Elegant. Too elegant. However, Watford fans were clearly allergic to elegance. This goal meant that Wolves regained the lead, and Watford was about to be eliminated. After scoring, celebrating wildly was completely normal. Usually, fans wouldn't boo or insult. However, such celebrations would instead make the fans feel deeply humiliated. They treated the away ground as their own home. Love to show off this much. Love to mock. Don't leave after the game. The Watford players on the field were furious, but there was nothing they could do. The fans in the stands didn't hold back. Accompanied by boos were groups of fans shouting curses and insults. They targeted not just Wolves, but Zhao alone. Those shirtless football hooligans had rednecks. Whether from anger or shouting, who knows? Break his legs. Smash his head. Make sure he can't play football in his next life. Why isn't a foul being called? Is the referee dead? Isn't this collision a foul? May the referee go to hell with that bastard. Zhao, he held his left hand to his ear, listening to the uproar of anger erupting from the entire stadium. Chapter 100. Before retreating, Zhao, he raised 4 fingers toward the stands. This is crazy. The Watford commentator was thrown off balance by this gesture. He knew too well Zhao Yi's usual hand signal when taking free kicks, typically with the index, middle, and ring fingers, 3 fingers. Today, there was an extra pinky. The meaning was clear. He was going for the 4th goal. You all better watch. Arrogant and overconfident. Even if he doesn't score, Watford, 2 goals down, isn't qualified to mock him. If he scores, there will be another moment for him to show off. Zhao Li sent the ball out with a powerful, no-frill shot. The ball shot up straight, cleared the wall, and then plummeted rapidly. The goalkeeper stood frozen in place, not moving. 41. Zhao Yi's 4th goal of the match. A direct, free kick into the net. The Wolverhampton fans erupted in excitement. Meanwhile, the Watford fans fell silent. Some fans had slumped in their seats, and some young fans were wiping away tears. Watford had finally made it to the semifinals, seeing the light of the final. But that light was brutally trampled out by this young man. Watford would not have any other championships. The FA Cup was the title they looked forward to the most. Chapter 101. Just as the match reached the 90th minute, the referee's whistle sounded. The referee signaled for the end of the match. Hurry up and end it. Otherwise, if you score again in stoppage time, the Watford fans will be devastated, and neither of us will be able to leave. In the end, Wolverhampton Wanderers defeated Watford 6-1 away. Zhao Yi also became the player with the most goals in a single FA Cup match, breaking the single-season FA Cup scoring record. Yes, the player most likely to break Zhao's FA Cup scoring record is Zhao Yi himself, as we still have 1 FA Cup final to play. In the post-match press conference, Gary O'Neill talked about the 2 records Zhao Yi set regarding the FA Cup. He is only 18 years old and plays for a League One team. The FA Cup's prestige is not particularly high, and the goal-scoring record in the FA Cup is not too eye-catching. But he is the pride of all of us, Wolverhampton fans and players alike. We regard him as a treasure. We are in excellent form, and we will certainly do our best to compete for the FA Cup. As for the league, we have already achieved our goals. But no one would complain about having fewer championships. Chapter 102. Arsenal has always been part of the Premier League's Big Six, located in North London, a luxurious city. The club has a rather glorious history and a significant influence in England. Thanks to Wenger, Arsenal became the representative of beautiful football, garnering many fans worldwide. In China, The number of Arsenal fans can even rival that of Manchester United and Milan. Milan usually refers to AC Milan. The name Ami has never been recognized by fans like me. If Zhao Yi joins Arsenal, with China's massive market and Arsenal's influence, it would definitely be a win-win situation. More importantly, Zhao Yi has always admired Arsenal. However, admiration does not necessarily mean he must join. Due to stadium construction and ownership issues, Arsenal's financial situation is concerning, and in the highly competitive Premier League, there isn't enough funding for reinforcements. Selling the captain every year to recover funds has weakened Arsenal's competitiveness. As this season comes to an end, Zhao Yi has decided to leave next season. He just hasn't determined which team to join yet. He has thought about staying at Wolverhampton Wanderers, but his father has convinced him otherwise. Chapter 103. After defeating Watford, Zhao Yi received a reward. Perhaps because Watford is not strong enough, this reward is not top tier, nor is it useless. No weak foot. When Zhao Yi first saw this reward, he was taken aback. No weak foot? Shooting, passing, dribbling with no weak foot. Doesn't that mean he has taken off? In the football world, most players have a dominant foot, and Zhao Yi's dominant foot is his right foot, requiring adjustment for shooting and passing. This might not be a significant issue in League One, but once he enters the top league and defenders study him thoroughly, it can easily be targeted. It might just take a fraction of a second of adjustment to lose a shooting or passing opportunity. Additionally, his dribbling also has issues, as he almost always breaks through from the right side and finds it difficult to successfully break through from the left with his left foot. Experienced defenders can easily position themselves against him. Therefore, having no weak foot and being balanced with both feet is the ultimate pursuit for every player. Among them, Morata is undoubtedly the best representative of having no weak foot in football. Since both of his feet are weak, in a sense, he has no weak foot. Originally, having no weak foot is a heavenly reward, but there was a supplementary note about this reward that made Zhao Yi somewhat disappointed. Chapter 104. At the beginning of this season, Wolverhampton Wanderers lingered around the relegation zone, struggling significantly. At the most critical moment, head coach Gary O'Neill signed Zhao Yi from the Corney youth training camp. O'Neill once stated in an interview that his choice was mutual redemption. He needed a forward who could score, and Zhao Yi needed an opportunity. Later, he believed that this was Zhao Yi's unilateral redemption of him and the team. As a player like Zhao, he would become a legend anywhere. In his debut, Zhao Yi scored 4 goals within half an hour, sealing the victory against Sheffield United. From then on, the team underwent a transformation, not only advancing in League One, but also achieving a record-breaking 20 consecutive wins in the English Professional League and 31 unbeaten matches. Their goal has shifted from relegation to championship contention. This match is the biggest obstacle on their path to the title. Fulham has been the leader for the entire season, and if they lose this match, all their efforts will go to waste, so Fulham should treat this match like a Champions League final. If Fulham defeats Wolverhampton Wanderers, they will secure the league title in advance. Chapter 105. This match is not that important for us. Winning the League One title doesn't really bring us much. But for those fans who have been eagerly waiting, this is a 30-year wait. Now let us go. Eliminate all the teams that stand in our way of winning the championship. Before the match, O'Neill addressed all the players. As all the players entered the tunnel, Dick walked past Zhao Yi and said in a voice that was neither loud nor softy. Such words and this psychological tactic are lighter than a tickle for Zhao Yi. Kuniya's temper flared up immediately. Zhao Yi reached out to stop him. There is no need to stoop to such a person's level. Only by kicking him to the ground on the field will he behave properly. This match will likely see home field bias, which may not be friendly to the Wolves. Moreover, the Fulham players might be very aggressive. It will be a considerable test for the Wolves players. Both teams entered the field. The away fan section only had 3,000 tickets, filled with fans who traveled with the team. A larger section of the stands was occupied by Fulham fans. Bueno sat in the broadcasting booth, introducing the lineups of both teams. O'Neill still sent out the strongest lineup, a 4-4-2 formation, with forwards Carlisle and Kuniya partnering up. Chapter 106. Zhao Yi sprinted with the ball, and Carlisle and Kuniya began to push forward for support. Dawson and Kane formed a second attacking line to provide support. Zhao Yi launched an attack from the left side toward the right front. The defenders saw Zhao Yi's advancing direction and immediately blocked his right side, which was the strategy devised by the Fulham coach. He discovered that Zhao Yi's right foot is very strong, while his left foot is almost just for walking, rarely controlling the ball. As a result, Zhao Yi shifted his center of gravity, pushed the ball with his left foot, and smoothly advanced forward, directly charging from his left side to the opponent's right side. The defender tried to quickly shift his center of gravity, but his body couldn't keep up with his reaction speed, and he fell flat on the grass like a corpse. Damn, he's supposed to be unable to break through on the left? The fallen player cursed as he got up. But Zhao had already run far away with the ball. Zhao, a very simple change of direction. The opponent fell directly to the ground, focusing only on defending Zhao's right side, not expecting Zhao to break through from the left. Zhao Yi quickly crossed the midfield, pressing deep into the backfield. Two central defenders, one closely trailing Zhao Yi and the other moving along the middle, observing Zhao Yi's teammates and his passing routes. As long as Zhao Yi cut in, he would quickly close down, cutting off Zhao Yi's shooting and passing routes. Chapter 107. Fulham had an absolute opportunity to score, but it was completely ruined due to the prank card. The Fulham coach knelt down, holding his head. Gary O'Neill's face darkened, angrily cursing. Focus. Nuri, are you defending with just your eyes? Nils, mark him, mark him. Your only task is to mark him. If you can't complete this simple task, what I need you for? Gary O'Neill was extremely angry. There was clearly a huge problem with the defense this time. The attacking players had scored too, and the defense had already relaxed a bit, allowing such an easy chance to create a one-on-one situation. Wolves have overcome so many strong opponents, relying not only on the attacking capabilities of their front players, but also on the resilience of their defense. Goals conceded due to mistakes like this should never happen. He started the goal kick, and Dick, Phipps, and Lip quickly launched a pressing attack. Nils had no passing angle and kicked the ball out of bounds. Change of possession. Zhao Yi observed his teammates' performance and found it somewhat off. Those fans gave them tremendous support and strength, but at the same time, they also put significant pressure on them. They worried that their performance would disappoint the fans, which instead made their movements somewhat awkward. Chapter 108. The media in Wolverhampton was not low-key at all, showing no signs of humility. After the match against Fulham, even with one round remaining and the championship still in suspense, they unhesitatingly added the word champion to all reports. The value of the League One championship is not high, and even the championship title is not something to be overly proud of. But this is Wolverhampton's first championship in 30 years. The league points have surpassed Fulham. We are first. The championship is within reach. 70. Fulham has lost the top spot. This is Wolverhampton Wanderers. This is Zhao. We are coming for the championship in the championship. Stevenage, are you ready? Stevenage, a relegation zone team. If they can defeat Wolves in the last round, they will definitely secure their place in the league. If they lose, and their relegation rivals Carlisle win, Stevenage will be relegated. If Wolves lose to Fulham, they will definitely miss out on the championship, and in the last match, Stevenage is highly likely to defeat the all-reserve Wolverhampton Wanderers. Now, it's completely over. Chapter 109. As the players entered the field. This match was a must-win for Wolves to ensure their victory in this season's League One championship. Their opponent, Stevenage, is in the relegation zone and is far inferior in terms of strength. The absolute core of Wolves, Zhao Yi from China, has played 31 rounds in League One this season, scoring 62 goals, an average of 2 goals per game, and has scored in 31 consecutive rounds. Theoretically, Zhao Yi has already secured the League One Golden Boot. Dick, in second place on the scoring list, needs to score at least 20 goals in the last round to surpass Zhao Yi. And in the FA Cup, after the last match against Watford, where he scored 6 goals, he is also likely to become the FA Cup top scorer. This is the first time for a Chinese player, and the first time for an Asian player. The single-season FA Cup goal record he currently holds will likely only be broken by him in the short term. Although the FA Cup is not comparable to the Premier League or the Champions League, its value is not low. Zhao Yi's achievements for an Asian player are already quite high, and he is only 18 years old. Chapter 110. When the whistle blew, Gary O'Neill and his assistant coach embraced tightly. Even though he didn't care much about this championship, the intense cheers from the fans made his blood boil. The Wolves substitutes had already rushed onto the field to celebrate with the players. Zhao, he didn't care much about this championship either, so he appeared relatively calm. But the fans in the stands were not like that. The younger ones were fine, but those around 40 were going crazy. They had been fans of Wolverhampton Wanderers since childhood. After half a lifetime of waiting, they finally got to see it. At the beginning of the season, they were still fighting to avoid relegation, and in the final round of the league, they actually won the championship. The security of the stadium had been overwhelmed by the excited fans. Carlisle, the flashy player, actually took off his jersey and ran towards the fans. In an instant, Carlisle was surrounded by this group of crazies. The beautiful scene he imagined being thrown into the air did not happen. Instead, he was stripped bare by the fans. These clothes held great commemorative value for these fans. Seeing this scene, Zhao turned and ran. Chapter 111. The entire Wolverhampton was immersed in the joy of the championship. The city was sleepless tonight. All the fans were celebrating, talking about Wolves' past history and current glory. They talked about the miraculous young man who changed the game by himself. His stunning appearance made Molineux Stadium go from anger to silence, then to cheers, and finally to madness. Those unforgettable moments, incredible comebacks, and thrilling victories. The most exciting season in 30 years. The bars were filled with dreams of a double championship. Liverpool would surely fall to the unstoppable Wolverhampton Wanderers. The next afternoon, Zhao woke up in his small rented room, his head still fuzzy. Last night he had celebrated with his coach and teammates, drinking quite a bit. In the end, he couldn't remember anything. He couldn't even recall who brought him back. He shook his head and finally saw the wall in front of him clearly. Turning his head, he looked at the empty space beside him. That is not right. On TV, don't they show that after getting drunk, people end up in bed with someone and then casually bring a big woman back? The next day, wouldn't there be a beautiful woman lying next to him or something delicious prepared for him? Chapter 112. After having that meal, Zhao returned home. He wanted to check the system rewards. Winning the EFL Championship, the first championship, is a milestone mainline task for the system. The rewards should be quite impressive. The settlement was completed yesterday, but Zhao has been very busy, so he hasn't had the chance to claim it. If it were the old Zhao, even if there was a celebration banquet and a dinner with Guardiola, he would still find time to claim the reward. The current Zhao has learned to be patient, leading Wolverhampton Wanderers to win the EFL Championship, receiving rewards, gaining a new attribute, Breakthrough, a max-level Breakthrough attribute card. It can increase the Breakthrough attribute by up to 100 points. Under the influence of the Breakthrough attribute, the starting speed is significantly increased. Zhao was momentarily stunned. A new attribute, Breakthrough, that can be maxed out directly. Dribbling and Breakthrough are not the same thing. Please don't criticize the poor author for this. This not only means acquiring a new attribute, but also indicates that there are more attributes to unlock. Zhao directly used the max-level attribute card to raise the Breakthrough to 100. Confrontation, 90, Stamina, 83, Speed, 70, Starting Speed, 90. Chapter 113, Double Champion. Take down Liverpool. The fallen giants are not worth mentioning. Liverpool is just a mid-table team in the Premier League. The sky in England is red, the red of Wolverhampton Wanderers. The media and fans of Wolverhampton are going crazy. Not only are they full of confidence, but before the FA Cup final, they also disparage Liverpool online. As a traditional giant of English football and Champions League winners, how could they tolerate being criticized like this by fans of an EFL team? No way. Those who don't know might think Wolverhampton Wanderers won the Premier League Championship. EFL champions? Even at their lowest. Liverpool is not a team that can be mocked by an EFL team. No matter how bad Liverpool gets, they wouldn't treat the FA Cup as anything special. If Liverpool were to win an EFL championship, the players would be too embarrassed to play again. The fans of Wolverhampton have really never seen the world. After all, reaching the FA Cup final in the third tier is already a great honor. The Champions League is just a distant dream for them. Poor fans. There are many trolls online. Chapter 114. In the player tunnel, Zhao saw Gerrard up close for the first time. It was Gerrard who led that demoralized Liverpool to complete a thrilling comeback in the second half, creating the miracle of Anfield. He also caused a certain unfortunate coach to be nailed to the pillar of shame, and since then, no team has opened champagne at halftime. Zhao's favorite coaches are Wenger and Guardiola. His favorite players, aside from retired Messi and diving Ronaldo, are Zidane and Gerrard. In this match, he just hopes his idol won't be past his prime and repeat the regret of a century-s slip. As both teams prepare to enter the field, the loudest cheers erupt from the crowd. Accompanied by exciting drum beats and flags waving in the wind, the Wolverhampton Wanderers players are the first to emerge. Bueno is already so excited he can hardly contain himself. He stands there, watching the players appear on the screen. Nori, the captain of Wolverhampton, who is most respected by the fans. He has been our defensive backbone for a full 10 seasons. The fans at the scene can't hear Bueno's introduction, but they keep applauding enthusiastically. Our most charismatic goalkeeper ist. Chapter 115. Zhao Yi, who has already retreated very deeply, turns back forward. Ist es precise throw-in. Zhao Yi turns to look at the ball's trajectory, positions himself, and casually lifts his right foot to perfectly control the ball. Facing Gerard's direct defense, Zhao Yi doesn't hesitate. With a poke and a flick of his left foot, Gerard's weight is thrown to the right, and the ball appears on Gerard's left side, on Zhao Yi's right. Then Zhao Yi pokes with his right foot again, instantly accelerating past Gerard. Gerard stands there for 2 seconds before turning to look at Zhao Yi. This season is his last. This is his final official match. He watches Zhao Yi's movements and the starting speed that leaves him unable to react, feeling a sense of helplessness rise in his heart. He really is getting old. 10 years ago, he was sure he wouldn't be standing here like a wooden post. Zhao Yi. Jean-Louis shudders at Zhao Yi's momentary escape. Gerard is indeed old, but after all, he is a world-class player. Just a simple feint causes Gerard to freeze, showcasing Zhao Yi's current breakthrough level. Gerard was completely deceived by Zhao Yi. Henderson. Chapter 116. After the embrace, Zhao Yi faces the entire Wolverhampton fan stand again. He extends his finger, making a shushing gesture once more, just as he had done for these fans before. But this time, he has a smile on his face. The entire stand of fans does not hush. Instead, they erupt into intense cheers. Wave after wave, one wave surpassing the other. Standing among the fans, Pep Guardiola claps the hardest. This is genius. His level can definitely seamlessly transition into the Premier League. Arsenal is willing to dispose of 272 for him and offer £45 million. That's Arsenal, that's Wenger. Manchester United goes without saying. I believe if I work hard, I can definitely sell him to them for $60 million. The famous big spender. Just think about it. If you don't act now, it will be too late. Pep Guardiola is also applauding. Cup matches and league matches are completely different. Premier League teams studied him at all. By the time he actually arrives in the Premier League and becomes the focus of defenders and coaches, his speed and physical confrontation will be easily restricted by defenders. His physique? Demichelis was knocked down by him. Chapter 117. Liverpool's players are not as proud as Manchester United's. However, being outplayed and toyed with by an EFL team is something that cannot be accepted. So, when Zhao Yi prepares to receive the ball again, Glenn Johnson charges in, trying to take Zhao Yi down with a tackle. As a result, after receiving the ball, Zhao Yi flicks it up with one foot and then turns away from Johnson. Johnson misses and sees Zhao Yi about to pass the ball. He becomes even angrier. It was already a mockery, and now he wants to show off with a trick? The ball can go past, but he absolutely cannot. The football flies past Glenn Johnson's right side, while Zhao Yi moves forward from his left. Glenn Johnson, without hesitation, turns and charges at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, well prepared, charged at Glenn Johnson with all his strength. Glenn Johnson was knocked off balance and tumbled over. Zhao Yi was also pushed back a few steps, but managed to maintain his balance. He stumbled a few times and rushed towards the ball, getting there just before Henderson, and fell to poke the ball towards the middle where Dole was waiting. Pep Guardiola, sitting in the stands, excitedly pointed at Zhao Yi with a trembling finger. Look, did you see that this physical confrontation? The Premier League level can definitely adapt. Pep Guardiola did not respond, his eyes fixed on Zhao Yi. Chapter 118. Silence and passion was the atmosphere in the Liverpool locker room. In contrast, the Wolverhampton Wanderers locker room was much more cheerful. With a 3-goal lead, the championship trophy was already halfway theirs. As long as they didn't face major issues in the second half, they would achieve a double crown for the first time in Wolves' history. They were creating history. With a 3-goal lead, any team would feel relaxed. However, Zhao Yi felt something was off. If it were another team, he certainly wouldn't worry. It's just that Liverpool has a history of comebacks. It seemed like history was repeating itself. If Liverpool scored in the second half, their confidence would skyrocket. They had previously pulled off a 3-goal comeback. Once they scored, it would feel like destiny. The game wasn't over yet. Liverpool had previously achieved miraculous comebacks, so they had to do well in every defense. Only 45 minutes left until victory. They must contain Sterling, Coutinho, and Lalana. They had to keep an eye on those few. The whistle blew. The second half began. Liverpool's players clearly showed much stronger mental states than at the end of the first half. Despite being 3 goals down, The Liverpool fans in the stands did not leave early. Chapter 119. Wembley Stadium. The wind shifted. Liverpool was still behind, but the fans in the stadium were already in high spirits. Meanwhile, the fans at Molineux Stadium had fallen silent. Although the team was leading, it felt like something big was about to happen. It truly felt like fate. Being 3 goals down at halftime, Gerrard opened scoring. And would it really be like the old days with 2 goals in 2 minutes? The famous commentator from China, Jean-Loup, was getting excited. As a die-hard Liverpool fan, Jean-Loup had always been able to comment objectively on Liverpool's matches. This time, he really couldn't hold back. The same final, the same 3-goal deficit. Gerrard remained calm under pressure, scoring with a delicate chip. Coutinho, like Smicer back in the day, took a long-range shot, narrowing the score gap. Would there be another Alonso from back then to equalize? Damn, Liverpool has risen. Here they come. Here they come. It's so damn exciting. King Zhao, save me. King Zhao, love me once more. Hold on, hold on. At this moment, both teams' stamina was declining. The Liverpool players surrounded Zhao, and if they could contain him, they could contain the entire Wolverhampton Wanderers offense. Bang. The ball hit the net. In the 86th minute, Sterling received a pass from Gerrard and blasted the ball to equalize. 33. Wow. Wembley Stadium instantly erupted into madness. The excited Liverpool fans could no longer control their emotions. Being 3 goals down in the first half, they found life in the second half. Gerrard opened the scoring with a penalty, Coutinho scored with a long shot, and finally, Sterling blasted the ball into the net to level the score. The European Golden Boy truly lived up to his name. Sterling equalized the match. Liverpool, 10 years ago. Liverpool staged a comeback in Istanbul, also started by Gerrard. Tonight at Wembley Stadium, the miracle happened again. A perfect farewell match. Gerrard scored once and assisted once. This Liverpool legend became Liverpool's savior once more. Commentators from various countries saw this scene and became excited. It was so similar to Liverpool's last time. Everything felt like it was destined. Reincarnation, replay. Falling behind, equalizing, turning the tide, and claiming the championship. Sterling rushed off the field, roaring with passion, arms wide open to welcome the worship of Liverpool fans. Chapter 121. Sterling held the ball and slashed into the penalty area. Only Ister remained ahead. He raised his right foot. Whoosh. In a live TV broadcast, a red figure dashed in like lightning from off-screen. Bang! Dawson charged into the penalty area along the inside line. A violent slide tackle. Sterling was knocked into the air by the fallen Dawson, landing in the penalty area. After knocking Sterling down, Dawson kicked the ball out and, almost without pausing, using his powerful core strength, sprang back up. Instantly, the surrounding Liverpool players yelled, indicating that Dawson had committed a foul. The referee stood at the edge of the penalty area, focused, watching clearly. He did not blow the whistle. Dawson quickly chased after the ball that was about to go out of bounds. Just as he turned around, preparing to clear it, Henderson sprinted towards him, trying to press him to regain possession. The two got tangled up. Zhao, having followed his teammates back to the penalty area from midfield, was ready to participate in the defense. At that moment, he immediately rushed over to support. Dawson used his right leg to protect the ball, hands constantly battling with Henderson. He looked up and saw Zhao, and Henderson elbowed Dawson right in the face. Buzz. Dawson's head went blank, his vision turned dark, and in the final moment, he instinctively kicked the ball out. That elbow sent Dawson crashing backward. Instantly, blood streamed down his face. The referee had the whistle in his mouth, and Zhao half turned to let the ball pass, then followed up. He quickly carried the ball forward. The referee's arms were outstretched, pointing forward. Attack advantage. Zhao didn't even look at the referee's signal. Unless the referee blew the whistle, Zhao would definitely not waste time on the attack. Henderson ignored Dawson and turned to sprint toward Zhao. Dawson, lying on the ground, could only see a blurry figure. He blinked and collapsed back onto the grass. Zhao, kick it in. You must kick it in. Zhao glanced up at the positioning of his teammates and opponents, then lowered his head and sprinted forward. Henderson and Gerrard were desperately chasing after Zhao from behind. Unfortunately, Henderson was too far away, and Gerrard was too exhausted. Neither of them could keep up. Emre Can and Henderson pushed too far forward, making it impossible for them to catch up with Zhao in a short time. Coutinho managed to follow, but he had no opportunity to intercept, only able to use his upper body to challenge. As a result, he was directly knocked off balance by the accelerating Zhao. Zhao Yi's straight-line speed wasn't the fastest, but his acceleration was impressive. He had already shaken off the defense. Coutinho was completely unable to stop Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi sprinted near the center circle. Lovren stepped up to intercept him. Zhao Yi flicked the ball to the right with his right foot, shifting his weight to the right. In the blink of an eye, the ball appeared on his left side, and he quickly struck it with his left foot. The ball slid past Lovren's right side. With his weight now on the left, Lovren struggled to extend his right foot, nearly splitting himself on the grass. He was like a wooden stake, easily bypassed by Zhao Yi. On the sidelines, Gary O'Rourke held his arms tightly across his chest, his eyes fixed on the flying Zhao Yi. He appeared expressionless, but in reality, he was struggling to breathe. Klopp was equally tense. Zhao Yi's speed wasn't top tier, but at that moment, he was leading, shaking off most of the defense. Despite his rapid pace, he could also change direction quickly, directly faking out Lovren. There was no one left in front of him. Only Skirtle was approaching from the side. Although Zhao Yi got past Lovren quickly, it took some time. By now, Skirtle had returned to defend, chasing Zhao Yi at an angle. Skirtle gritted his teeth, the muscles in his face twitching as he ran. Zhao Yi moved straight down the middle, while Skirtle angled in to collide with him. When he felt they were close enough, he decisively went for a tackle. At that moment, a red card didn't matter. As long as he could stop Zhao Yi, it would be a success. Skirtle dove in aggressively, going for a scissor kick. Chapter 122. Skirtle missed the tackle. Just before Skirtle could tackle, Zhao Yi poked the ball away, then leaped up somewhat awkwardly. He staggered forward, shifting his weight. Somehow, he managed to stay upright. Then, he chased after the ball again. Mignolet didn't dare to position himself too far forward, fearing that Zhao Yi might take a long shot from several meters away. Therefore, after Zhao Yi poked the ball, he had no chance to rush out of the penalty area for clearance. This allowed Zhao Yi to accelerate and gain possession just outside the penalty area. Zhao Bueno couldn't help but stand up, shouting loudly and holding his breath. Watching Zhao Yi stagger forward, he wished he could transfer all his strength to him. As Zhao Yi regained his balance and charged into the penalty area with the ball, Bueno's body trembled uncontrollably. He had forgotten what he was doing and what he should do. Mignolet focused intently on Zhao Yi, trying to predict his shooting angle. At this moment, Emre Can had already returned from the flank into the penalty area. He couldn't position himself to block Zhao Yi from the front and could only slide in from the side. Inside the penalty area with the ball, Zhao Yi lifted his right leg, and Emre Can's slide tackle came in an instant. Chapter 123. Zhao Yi. In the final moments, he clinched the victory. A natural performer on the big stage. Born to score. Born for victory. Born for the championship. Dawson, who had made a series of fatal mistakes, finally redeemed himself at the end of the match by cutting off Sterling's attack and delivering what could be the most crucial pass of the game. Zhao did not let the team down, did not let himself down. He was moving forward alone, but it felt like there were thousands of troops behind him. And he made it. Wembley Stadium truly deserved his performance. When the referee blew the final whistle, Liverpool fans stood up to applaud Liverpool and the Wolverhampton players. The entire Wembley Stadium was filled with continuous applause. Liverpool players were not too disappointed, shaking hands and hugging the Wolves players in greeting. The excited Wolverhampton fans fell somewhat silent. They watched the young figure on the field, the double champion. This should have been the happiest moment. However, it was a farewell. After this match, they would no longer see that all-powerful number 19 player racing across Molineux Stadium. Chapter 124. After the victory in this match, Zhao Yi received a permanent buff. Injury immunity. This immunity is not invincible. Some injuries cannot be avoided. It can only protect Zhao Yi's skeletal muscles and organs. For instance, being hit by a train is not a big deal. However, if scratched by a shrew, there will be wounds and bleeding. After the FA Cup final, the players officially started their vacation. Demi Rose happened to be free and invited Zhao Yi to Poland. There, they watched the UEFA Europa League final. Sevilla defeated Dnipro, which had eliminated Napoli, and once again claimed the championship, lifting the Bertoni Trophy. Upon returning to England, Zhao Yi had barely relaxed for a few days when he was invited by Kuhl to go to Germany together to watch the Champions League final. Zhao Yi, adhering to the principle of reciprocity, extended an invitation to Demi Rose. Kuhl truly had connections, as he still had tickets for the Champions League. Zhao Yi was very impressed. However, on the day itself, he learned that Kuhl had given his ticket to Zhao Yi. So, this time, Zhao Yi went to Germany with Demi Rose. On June 7th, at the Olympia Stadium in Berlin, Barcelona faced Juventus. Chapter 125. When Zhao Yi returned to Villa No. 1, although he had some memories, he was still amazed by his own house. Sitting in the car, he not only saw the swimming pool, but also a football field. When he got out of the car, he saw a beautiful woman in her 20s rushing towards him. The beautiful woman had red hair and was at the forefront of fashion. She rushed over and gave his head and face a flurry of kisses. This startled Zhao Yi greatly. "My precious son is back. My precious baby is back, haha." Zhao Yi twitched his lips, taking a good look at this tall beauty, who was about 178 centimeters. That cheerful laughter belonged to his mother, Song Xiaoyang. "This is freaking 40. Looks just like 20. Having money and no worries is really good. Who would believe this if I said it?" When the two stand together, they look like siblings. In the evening, after a sumptuous dinner, Zhao Yi chatted quite a bit with his parents. Song Xiaoyang's smile never left her face. She never expected her son to be so accomplished, making a group of foreigners cry in England. All right, he is successful. In the end, Song Xiaoyang patted Zhao Yi's shoulder hard, and what she said almost made Zhao Yi leave. Chapter 126. After signing the contract, Zhao Yi officially entered the top league. At the same time, the system activated the path of the king of football buff. With the support of the path of the king of football, Zhao Yi's attributes can break 90 using all-round attribute points. Additionally, in official matches, every goal or assist can be exchanged for one attribute point. The exchange of all-round attribute points is relatively more difficult. It requires one goal and one assist in the same match to exchange for one all-round attribute point. Zhao Yi got up early. Today is Manchester City's first full team training of the season. He took a taxi to Manchester's training base. It's not far from Manchester's home ground, the Etihad Stadium. The new Manchester City is ready to go. After Guardiola took charge of the team, he not only discussed his team-building ideas and tactical play with the new players, but also had heartfelt conversations with all the original Manchester City players. Among them, there were significant disagreements with Aguero and Yaya Touré. Milner chose to leave Manchester City and join Liverpool after learning he could not secure a stable starting position. Nasri, one of the original Arsenal four, was also abandoned by Guardiola, confirming his loss of his starting position. Chapter 127. Guardiola stood on the sidelines, focusing on observing Group A players. If nothing unexpected happens, these new signings will become the absolute main players this season. The players he needs all have a common characteristic: outstanding foot skills and strong passing ability. Whether it's De Bruyne, Gundogan, or Zhao Yi, they all possess this ability. Zhao Yi is currently positioned at the front, acting as a forward, but in the end, he will definitely be shaped into a true free player in the front line. The area beyond the center circle is Zhao Yi's main activity range, although a few of them are new signings due to their football intelligence and technical level. Passing and some simple tactical combinations are not problematic. However, it is evident that De Bruyne has a low desire to pass to Zhao Yi. Even if Zhao Yi can run into position, De Bruyne's passes are hard to reach in time. This has led to some issues in Group A's attack. Guardiola frowned. After several rounds of offense and defense, Zhao Yi has begun to actively drop back to midfield to receive Gundogan's passes. After receiving the ball, Zhao Yi actively sought out De Bruyne once, but after that, he no longer passed to the left side where De Bruyne was, preferring to cooperate with Sterling. Chapter 128. The two sides restarted, with Otamendi closely following Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi began to drop back to midfield to get the ball. After receiving a pass from Fernandinho, he chose not to pass and instead started to dribble forward. Otamendi followed without hesitation, blocking Zhao Yi. Compared to Kompany, Otamendi's defensive ability is still lacking. After shifting his weight twice, Zhao Yi did not successfully break through, but found a passing angle. After forming a very standard triangular pass with David Silva and the overlapping Fernandinho, Zhao Yi easily shook off Otamendi and the other defenders. Beautiful. Fernandinho, standing behind Zhao Yi, couldn't help but praise him. Fernandinho and David Silva are old teammates, so it's not surprising they can execute such passing and cutting combinations. However, Zhao Yi has just arrived at Manchester City and seamlessly integrated with the two, forming a triangular attack, which indicates that this kid's football IQ and passing level are top-notch. Playing with smart people makes everything much easier. After shaking off the defense, Zhao Yi encountered De Bruyne's chase. De Bruyne was a bit too aggressive. He wanted to take Zhao Yi down directly. As a result, Zhao Yi gently pushed the ball to the right, and Silva quickly arrived in position. Chapter 129. Before the season started, Manchester City had 2 friendly matches and an International Champions Cup match of a friendly nature. Zhao got playing time in all 4 matches. However, he did not play alongside De Bruyne at the same time. In the 4 friendly matches, Zhao accumulated 40 minutes of playing time. There were several impressive individual breakthroughs and passes. Unfortunately, the substitute Bony did not have enough chemistry with him, leading to those attacks being loud but ineffective. Additionally, he scored a goal against the Australian A-League team Melbourne City. This goal once again confirmed to the fans that Zhao is their king of football. When he was on the field, Manchester City's defensive efficiency was very low, and Zhao became a defensive loophole on the field. Although he kept running and defending, the effect was not good. This led many fans to be very dissatisfied with Zhao in Manchester City. The friendly match against the Australian A-League team ended with a narrow 2-1 victory, and they lost both matches in the International Champions Cup, going home early. Manchester City's defensive efficiency was frighteningly low, and there was no fixed offensive strategy. It was like a group of professional players playing street football. Guardiola is a world-class coach, but Manchester City's signings really made me feel like they were in a mess. Chapter 130. Not only were the English fans affected, but those hidden haters from Huagua also jumped out. They not only attacked Zhao, but even included fellow Huagua citizens in their attacks. Huagua people are like this. Their character is lacking. And if they offend big shots like Aguero, their relationship with De Bruyne is also poor. Exactly. Huagua people just know how to scheme and create conflicts, while foreigners don't buy this. This time it's over. Scoring a few goals in the English League Two and getting carried away. Going to Manchester City and thinking of themselves as the boss. They must have been taught a lesson by their teammates, right? Useless. Don't embarrass yourself outside. Zhao was unaware of these haters' comments, but having seen such remarks in his previous life, he once doubted whether these people were foreign forces trying to sow discord among the Huagua people, commonly referred to as the 50 cents. If they're not foreign forces, but actual Huagua people, then their heads must really be messed up. The deep-seated malice reveals their inferiority, making them seem pitiful. Once these comments appeared, they indeed provoked a large number of Huagua fans to rise up against them. Trash, disgusting. Don't come out and embarrass yourselves. Calling Huagua people useless. Where are you from? Picking cotton? Chapter 131. The starting lineup for Manchester City is vastly different from last season. Jan Liu is introducing the starting lineup to all the fans. In the goalkeeper position, England's national goalkeeper Joe Hart, with centre-backs company partnering with new signing Otamendi. And on the left and right flanks, we have Kolarov and Sagna. The double pivot consists of Fernandinho and Gundogan, who transferred from Dortmund this summer. In the front 3, aside from David Silva, both flanks are occupied by newcomers to Manchester City this summer. Golden Boy winner Sterling and Bundesliga MVP De Bruyne. At the forefront is the player we're most focused on, the young Zhao, wearing the number 19 jersey. Aguero can only sit on the bench, highlighting Guardiola's trust in Zhao. Since Zhao's transfer fee is exactly 100 million euros, some fans have given him new nicknames, Zhao 80 and Zhao. Zhao stands on the pitch, looking up at the West Bromwich fans in the stands. There's even a banner about him. It's a new nickname given by English fans, which translates roughly to Zhao waist in Chinese. The fan culture in England is indeed different. As a newcomer, he will also receive attention and care from the away fans. Chapter 132. We can see that Guardiola is very excited. This is his first Premier League match. Even someone as experienced as Guardiola couldn't have imagined that the goal would come so quickly and so directly. The broadcast camera cuts to the sidelines, where Guardiola initially wanted to sit on the bench to observe the players' performances, but Zhao sent the ball into the net with one kick. Guardiola jumped up, celebrating with a vigorous fist pump. This summer transfer window, he spent nearly 300 million, making significant adjustments to the starting lineup. This includes players like Aguero and Yaya Touré, who are both highly skilled and have significant voices in the locker room, yet he has placed them on the bench. If this team struggles under his management, the pressure on him will be immense. This goal can be seen as a huge reassurance for him and the Manchester City fans. There have always been doubts about Zhao, and they are quite loud. Guardiola has never doubted Zhao's ability to adapt to the Premier League. His biggest concern was whether Zhao could handle the pressure and avoid psychological issues. Looking at it now, this kid really is as he said. The doubts and insults simply cannot hurt him. As long as he has thick skin, he can become a superstar. Chapter 133, 20. Just 1 minute into the match, Zhao scored twice, assisted by David Silva and De Bruyne. 1 minute, just 1 minute. After celebrating, Guardiola was boasting with Arteta. Look, I bought him. What do you think of my vision? While he was chatting about the future of Manchester City, Arteta was focused on the match situation and suddenly raised his hand to celebrate vigorously. Guardiola reflexively joined in the applause and then looked towards the pitch. He didn't even know what had happened. When he saw Zhao running from the penalty area to embrace De Bruyne tightly, he realized Zhao had scored again. De Bruyne hugged Zhao, gently patting him on the head. Beautiful, beautiful. Strong. Zhao didn't forget to praise De Bruyne's pass. This guy's passing is indeed remarkable. It seems like he can predict the opponent's defense, and the ball goes right past them, impossible to intercept. Damn. Didn't the media say De Bruyne had issues with Zhao? How come they act like brothers? Silly media said Zhao couldn't get along with both old and new Manchester City players. Yet 2 assists came from 1 old player and 1 new representative. Chapter 134. Zhao, who had already retreated to near the center circle, received a pass from David Silva. He tapped the ball to De Bruyne on the left. De Bruyne advanced forward again, and at this moment, Zhao wasn't available in the center, but Silva and Sterling were pushing through the middle and on the flanks. West Bromwich players quickly organized their defense, trying to cut off the connection between De Bruyne and his teammates along 3 routes. Gardner and Fletcher closed in on De Bruyne, attempting to form a surrounding circle. Fullback Chester also blocked De Bruyne's path. At this position, it was difficult for De Bruyne to continue forward, and there were no passing lanes. He could only pass back to the incoming Fernandinho. Fernandinho played a ball sideways to Gundogan. Organizing attacks isn't Fernandinho's strong suit. His role is more about intercepting and distributing the ball. Gundogan glanced at the positioning of his teammates in front. There were no good opportunities. Usually at this point, according to Guardiola's arrangement, the attacking rhythm would stabilize directly, waiting for the teammates, fullbacks, and even center-backs to arrive in the attacking half, positioning themselves to find opportunities through ball circulation. At this moment, Zhao in the center began to reach out for the ball. Chapter 135. Strong. Incredible. A hat trick in 11 minutes on his debut. Is there anyone else? Aguero squeezed onto the bench. Any questions? A player like this deserves to start. The summer window's record signing, truly living up to the name. Martial also scored. This year's Golden Boy Award is likely to be contested between Zhao and Martial, right? Martial was in League One last season, while Zhao was in League One. They're not even in the same tier. Unless Zhao continues his dazzling performance this season, it might be tough. Fans in China have already started to envision this year's Golden Boy Award. Zhao Yi's Premier League debut was so perfect that it was hard to believe. Zhao is so suited for Manchester City. David Silva, De Bruyne, Gundogan. All are passing wizards. Moreover, these players have high football IQs and can create space for Zhao to break through. This allows Guardiola to explore more tactics. Zhao has once again gathered with his teammates to celebrate. Guardiola is clapping, constantly pointing at Zhao on the field, communicating with Arteta. Look at this deal. Is it worth it? He's only 18. In a few days, he'll be 19. Well, right now, he's still 18. Chapter 136. Beast. Is there anyone to manage him? It's over. It's completely over. The Premier League is finished. In the gathering place of the little black fans, there's a chorus of wailing. They have collectively lost their minds. After 11 minutes of darkness, 4 goals went in. Zhao charged into the net, picking up the bouncing ball. Completely fired up, Zhao ran towards the stands with the ball. A quadruple. The visiting Manchester City fans in the away section all stood up. Aguero once set a record of 16 goals in 10 matches for new signings in the Premier League, becoming a hero among Manchester City fans. Today, this 18-year-old kid scored 4 goals in his first match within 11 minutes. Such efficiency, such madness. Let the away fans explode. Surrender. Super Zhao. As Zhao lifted the football, the fan leader in the away stands waved a huge blue flag. A synchronized and thrilling chant erupted from the stands. Super Zhao. This new Manchester City signing, who had just come on 11 minutes ago, had completely captivated all the City fans. All the media and fan slander and doubts turned into a joke at this moment. Chapter 137, the 5th goal. The most perfect debut in the Premier League. Zhao, in the 59th minute of the match, the 5th goal. For him, the Premier League is not much different from League One. Manchester City fans, are you ready? Premier League defenders, are you ready? Zhao, who is still a week away from adulthood, gave a good lesson to the grown-ups of the Premier League. My goodness, This 100 million. Can anyone still say he is a flop? The fans were in shock, and the commentators were ecstatic. Something is really about to happen in the Premier League. Perhaps the entire European football scene is about to change. Guardiola clapped wildly, and a few minutes later, Zhao, he was substituted off. The away fans of Manchester City stood up, and the applause continued until Zhao, he left the pitch, embraced the substitute Aguero, and returned to the bench. At this moment, Guardiola letting Aguero come on as a substitute undoubtedly extended an olive branch, actively giving Aguero an opportunity. If Aguero chooses to go along with it, he will still be an important player under Guardiola. If Aguero continues to act stubbornly and does not get along with Guardiola, he might be directly benched by Guardiola in the future. Chapter 138. Last season, Manchester City was consistently suppressed, barely showing signs of being league champions. In the end, they indeed lost thoroughly, finishing 8 points behind Chelsea as runners-up. Exiting the FA Cup, League Cup, and Champions League, they achieved a remarkable 0 titles. In the second round of this season, Manchester City will face Chelsea at home in a fierce battle. The match between last season's champions and runners-up is undoubtedly the focal point. The attention is definitely the highest in this round of Premier League matches. After their last league victory, doubts continue to arise, not only about Zhao, but also about the entire Manchester City team. Many believe that such a one-sided match cannot showcase the team's true strength. What skill is it to bully weaker teams? Only victories in high-stakes matches can prove oneself. In a recent training match, Zhao actively sought Aguero for a conversation. This was his respect for a senior. There was a very obvious competitive relationship between Aguero and him. It should have been a healthy competition, but the conflict between Aguero and Guardiola had made this competitive relationship somewhat hostile. Many players could sense that Zhao, he was brought in by Guardiola to deal with Aguero, the team's hero. Chapter 139. After nearly half an hour, Aguero came out of Guardiola's small office, beaming with excitement. He found Zhao and asked him to go to the office. Guardiola wanted to have a chat with him. At this moment, Aguero's attitude towards Zhao, he was extremely warm. Zhao, he felt a bit unaccustomed. He nervously walked towards the office. Guardiola has 2 exclusive offices. One is a semi-public workspace for handling team matters and talking with players. The other is a closed-off office where he is alone. That small office has no windows and is very cramped. It has only a table, a computer, and a lamp. No one is allowed to enter except for him. This includes all players, management, friends, and family. Of course, Zhao entered the semi-public coaching office. Standing at the door, Zhao knocked. After getting permission from Guardiola, he walked into the office. He had been here before and had discussed many football-related topics with Guardiola. Zhao, he held an instinctive respect for Guardiola. In fact, he shows respect for any coach who trains him. Sit. Guardiola pushed a chair toward Zhao, who kept his eyes on Guardiola. Chapter 140. What? A comedian from Huagua has such a profound understanding of football, proposed the 3 center-back idea 10 years ago, and made such innovative technical reforms in the front line. Guardiola tapped his left fingers on the desk a few times. Huagua football? As far as I know, Huagua football has great potential for growth, but its tactical level is still a bit far from the world's top level. A comedian has such forward-thinking ideas? Guardiola still didn't believe it. Zhao, he took out his phone and showed Guardiola the video of Mr. Gong's 3241 tactical theory from years ago. This is from 2004? The more Guardiola listened, the more skeptical he became. 10 years ago, although it's just a theory, this theory has surpassed many football professionals. This is simply a creative idea. Compared to Maradona's 5-0-5 tactical system, it is much more operable. The attacking nature of this formation is unquestionable. The front players not only need aggression, but also, most importantly, passing and control abilities, and they must not lose the ball easily. A strong defensive midfielder is needed to sweep the midfield. The 3 defenders in the back line need to have a very high level of mutual understanding and toughness. Chapter 141. While Manchester City was preparing for the weekend's league match, the media was also busy. This match is a direct confrontation between last season's champions and runners-up, and currently, the 2 strongest teams in the Premier League. More importantly, the head coaches of both sides are very newsworthy. Guardiola and Mourinho are both top coaches in the world. One led Barcelona to create a miracle of 6 titles, while the other led Real Madrid to break the seasonal points record and single-season goals record, bringing down the Dream Team dynasty. La Liga, without Guardiola and Mourinho, indeed lacks many topics and rivalries. Their encounters are not only in La Liga. Mourinho had already defeated the powerful Barcelona during his time at Inter Milan, achieving a treble. At that time, when Mourinho led his team to eliminate Barcelona in the Champions League semi-finals. His passionate slide-kneel celebration in the rain at Camp Nou became one of the classic moments in football. Who would have thought that these two football rivals would end up playing for the same football club? In the late 80s and 90s, both played important roles at Barcelona. Unfortunately, they eventually parted ways. Barcelona chose the pure-hearted Guardiola and shut the door on Mourinho. Chapter 142. Both teams enter the field. Fans in the stands of Etihad Stadium are cheering hard for their team. They are eager for the Blue Moon Army to lift the league championship trophy again after a major overhaul this season. They also hope to advance further in the Champions League. This match is undoubtedly a key test for Manchester City's quality. Chelsea, a team with fluctuating performances, can rebuild in just 2 years to win both the league and the Champions League, but can also quickly fall out of the top 4 within a year. However, they are currently the defending champions and the strongest defensive team in the Premier League. A victory over Chelsea would be a huge boost for Manchester City players and fans, and would earn Guardiola the support of City fans. In the stands, fans are already chanting Manchester City's slogan, the pride of war. Soon, the entire stand echoes with Manchester City's anthem, Blue Moon. The singing is powerful and passionate. The live broadcast by New Star Sports officially begins. Jean-Louis introduces the starting lineups for both teams. Chelsea continues with a 4-2-3-1 formation, which allows for a quick and stable defensive setup while also deploying a large number of players in attack. Chapter 143. The Chelsea fans who traveled with the team erupt in excitement. Flags start a wave. The stunning Costa bursts onto the field and passionately slides on his knees. Chelsea's first match ended in a 2-2 draw at home against promoted Swansea. The pressure on the team is significant. In this away match at Etihad, a complete collapse would likely lead to a crisis of confidence for the team. At a crucial moment, Costa opens the scoring. Hazard's dribbling and passing ability truly earns him the title of London's king. Mourinho clenches his fist and roars. This match is of great significance to him. The reunion with Guardiola in the Premier League, along with the locker room scandal that began in the second half of last season, puts immense pressure on this renowned coach. This has always been Mourinho's weakness. His teams often have a mediocre first year, soar in the second year, and face locker room problems with declining results in the third year, forcing him to leave. This cycle continues, with the underlying issues persisting. Costa's goal allows Mourinho to relax a bit. Meanwhile, Guardiola remains expressionless. The defensive issues are significant. As expected, the players in the new formation still lack chemistry. Apart from Aguero, Gundogan, and Hart, every other player's positioning and defense have some problems. Chapter 144. De Bruyne makes a run at the back post, lifts a foot, and sends the ball into the net. 1-1. Manchester City has equalized at home. De Bruyne, he scores from Zhao's cross. This is an unconventional scoring method. Normally, Zhao should be the one finishing, while De Bruyne should be the one passing. At Zhao's age, in such a high-stakes match, there is no sign of timidity. A bold tackle, an extraordinary breakthrough, followed by a perfectly timed pass. Too many young players in their first top-flight match become nervous and fail to perform as expected. In such high-level encounters, the psychological challenge for young players is even greater. However, Zhao shows no signs of panic in his Premier League debut and delivers a perfect performance. In this strong matchup, he continuously dribbles past Fabregas and Terry. Before Cahill can intervene, he delivers a lethal cross, assisting De Bruyne's goal. Almost every forward player for Manchester City possesses ball control, dribbling, and passing abilities, which is a nightmare for any team's defense. If Manchester City's 4 attacking players slowly find their rhythm and build better chemistry, Guardiola's tactical philosophy could indeed spark another technological revolution. Chapter 145. Goal. The ball is in the net again. 2-1. Manchester City scores 2 goals in less than 2 minutes, taking the lead. After Aguero misses a penalty, he receives a backheel pass from Zhao and scores his first Premier League goal of the season. Mourinho on the sidelines is stunned. In such tight spaces, how could the ball still be passed after being pushed and kicked? He shakes his head. He knows Zhao but clearly doesn't know him well enough yet. Zhao lacks speed and cannot quickly push the ball forward against a team like Chelsea that relies on counterattacks, which would limit his effectiveness. However, unexpectedly, against Chelsea's defense, especially against the team captain Terry, Zhao, he can do whatever he wants. Terry finds it extremely challenging to deal with him. In the first two instances, he assisted once and earned a penalty by entering the box. This time, he miraculously gets the ball out again, and Terry probably already has a psychological burden. Initially, Mourinho thought it was crazy for Manchester City to spend 100 million to buy Zhao Yi. But after Zhao Yi's extraordinary performance in his first Premier League match, Mourinho begins to see the potential in him. However, being young, he still has a long way to go. Unexpectedly, this match provides a valuable lesson. He can not only score, but also assist his teammates. His dribbling ability, which could dominate League One, is equally effective in the Premier League. Cahill's choice was correct. He abandoned Aguero and directly double-teamed Zhao Yi. The mistake was that Zhao Yi was still able to perform a series of feints and, before turning, nudged the ball away. This is an unimaginable passing route. The success rate is very low. Even if the ball were passed, it would likely be intercepted by Begovic. Yet, Begovic is still a moment too slow. Aguero, on the other hand, possesses a natural instinct for goal scoring, allowing him to spot the open space. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, he would rush in. What if the ball appears there? In the end, that 1 in 10,000 chance materializes. This pass is so concealed that Terry feels something pass by, and before he can react, he instinctively goes for a challenge. Only Aguero believes the ball will appear there. Had he hesitated for even a moment, Begovic would have been able to control the ball. Aguero, in a frenzy, rips off his shirt and runs in celebration. Since Guardiola's arrival, his position has plummeted, relegating him to the bench. He has been holding back for too long. In the last match, he came off the bench but did not perform well at all. In this match, he started as a starter and, under heavy pressure, missed a penalty. Fortunately, he did not give up and worked hard to seize every possible opportunity. Finally, he captured one. Aguero rushed out of the field, venting his emotions. Meanwhile, the entire Etihad Stadium erupted with intense cheers. They took the lead. They turned it around. After missing the penalty and feeling down for a few seconds, he scored again. Guardiola raised his fist, his face full of excitement. Indeed, with 4 attacking players up front, their firepower was tremendous. Even against a team like Chelsea, which had the best defense in the Premier League last season, it was difficult to withstand. This was the first time they deployed such a formation. These players had not yet achieved absolute synergy, yet they produced such results. Once the front players successfully gel, which team could resist? Zhao Yi and Aguero not only coexisted, but also had surprisingly good chemistry. Guardiola initially saw Zhao Yi as a substitute for Aguero, planning to gradually transform him into a true free man in the front line over a season. Unexpectedly, it didn't even take a season. Now, Zhao Yi could adapt well to his role. Guardiola looked at Zhao Yi, who had just gotten up from the ground, his eyes shining with excitement. In just 2 matches, Zhao Yi had given him a huge surprise. Messi with Ronaldo's height. Chapter 146. This pass was not the precise long ball like De Bruyne's. It tested the psychological duel with Terry and Zhao Yi's strong confidence. Facing the defending champions Chelsea, Zhao Yi showed no signs of fear. For Zhao Yi, who had just turned 18 today, this was truly remarkable. Skills can improve, but this innate aura and confidence are undoubtedly the rarest. We saw Guardiola on the sidelines filled with satisfaction and excitement. Standing at the front, Zhao Yi could help the team score 5 goals in a single match. Standing behind Aguero, as an attacking midfielder, he provided 2 assists in a row and even earned a penalty. Some said Manchester City spent 100 million on flop. From these 2 matches, Zhao Yi completely proved his worth. Since arriving in the Premier League, he had not encountered any bottlenecks. Perfectly integrating into Manchester City's attacking system and adapting to the pace of attack and defense in the Premier League. Although he didn't score, this highly creative pass thrilled fans in China. Terry's frustrated expression was heart-wrenching, but in the eyes of Chinese fans, this was the best proof of Zhao Yi's strength. Chapter 147. Watching this scene, Chelsea's official commentator felt heartbroken. Terry, the team's veteran captain and one of Chelsea's greatest defenders, showed his age at the Etihad today. Facing the onslaught of youth, Terry truly felt powerless. Perhaps it was really time to say goodbye to the Premier League. Manchester City's new signings had perfectly integrated into the team, and their positioning in the front line tore Chelsea's defense apart. In the first 10 minutes of the match, Zhao and Silva's positions often overlapped, and both played very awkwardly. But now Zhao had found a way. He reduced his ball holding, increased his movement, and gave more possession to Silva. This not only did not diminish his threat, but also allowed him to conserve energy for attacking the goal. His football intelligence really didn't seem like that of an 18-year-old. We saw in the replay of this attack how Agüero's movement created a large gap behind Cahill. Silva's pass hardly involved observing his teammates' positions. He trusted that as long as the ball reached the spot, someone would be there to finish. Just like Zhao's earlier pass to Terry. Chapter 148. In the final moments of the first half, Hazard was struggling with his short legs. Bang! Outside the penalty area, he took a powerful shot, and the ball flew over the crossbar. This future Real Madrid star was showcasing an excellent form in the Premier League. After the whistle blew, the first half ended. Chelsea, having taken the lead in the first half, conceded 3 goals in a row. At this rate, the match would end in a disastrous defeat. Coupled with the draw against Swansea in the first match, Chelsea would have to start thinking about the route for the northward expedition after 2 rounds. Amid the cheers of the Etihad fans, Manchester City players walked into the locker room with relaxed moods. Agüero, starting the match, scored a goal, regaining some form. He put his arm around Zhao Yi's shoulder, chatting and laughing. The little brother earned a penalty that he missed, but then assisted him in scoring. From this perspective, they could indeed coexist on the field. There was no competition between them. Guardiola, however, was not overly excited. He noticed the defensive issues within the team. De Bruyne, Silva, and even Zhao Yi's positions overlapped. He was more suited to play as an attacking midfielder rather than on the wing. The wing needed players who were fast and strong in breaking through. Chapter 149. Hazard covered his face and rolled twice. Before his teammates could reach him, Chelsea's doctor, Eva, rushed onto the field with a medical kit. Instantly, Mourinho erupted in anger. The reason was simple. Hazard did not indicate that he needed the doctor on the field. In Mourinho's view, Hazard was not injured. He was just lying there to rest for a bit or to get the referee to show a card to Fernandinho. As a result, Eva rushed in directly. When the doctor enters the field, according to Premier League rules, the player must leave the field for treatment. They can only re-enter after waiting for the referee's permission. This meant Chelsea would have to play with 1 less player. Hazard had a very strong ability to draw defenders and finish, which greatly impacted Chelsea's attack. Playing with 1 less player would also create problems on the defensive end. Therefore, Mourinho was very dissatisfied with Eva's actions. In his view, it was extremely unprofessional behavior. Hazard himself did not indicate that he needed the doctor. Why should she go in? Mourinho was so angry he started throwing bottles, yelling at Eva. Eva was a bit flustered and unsure of what to do, but there was no way around it. At the referee's signal, Hazard had to leave the field with Eva. Chapter 150. After Hazard came on, Chelsea managed to create some decent attacks, but none resulted in goals. Instead, in the 79th minute, Zhao Yi broke through while holding the ball, made a pass to the wing, and De Bruyne sent in a cross. Agüero turned and blasted the ball inside the penalty area. 5-2. Chelsea was utterly defeated at the Etihad. The defending champions, Chelsea, who had the best defensive efficiency in the Premier League last season, have conceded 7 goals in just 2 matches this season. Before the match began, no one could have predicted this outcome. Chelsea's defense is on par with West Bromwich. Of course, no one would believe that Zhao Yi managed to score 2 goals and provide 2 assists against Chelsea's defense, directly exploiting England's former best defender, Terry. Mourinho sat on the bench, expressionless, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Guardiola stood up and waved his hand symbolically, acknowledging the situation. At this point in the match, there was no suspense left. Zhao Yi was substituted early once again by Guardiola. Nasri came on as a substitute. The Etihad Stadium erupted in waves of applause. Zhao Yi raised his hands and gently clapped towards the stands. He had won the recognition and respect of the Etihad Stadium fans. Chapter 151. Guardiola, who has been a coach for many years, immediately noticed that Zhao Yi's training condition was off. During a break in training, Guardiola waved to Zhao Yi. In these 2 Premier League matches, the strong teams were certainly much stronger than those in League One. He felt that Zhao Yi might not have fully adapted yet, which could explain his physical condition. However, that didn't seem right. After all, Zhao Yi was only 18 and his recovery ability should be excellent. Given he had a day off yesterday, he should have been fully recovered. What did you do yesterday? Guardiola asked curiously. I didn't do anything. Just stayed at home all day, Zhao Yi replied, holding his head high, feeling a bit of weakness in his thigh. I've arranged for Coach Ventura to check on your physical condition, Guardiola said, somewhat suspicious. He needed to know Zhao Yi's physical state inside and out to arrange his playing time reasonably. Guardiola paid more attention to his players' physical conditions than they did themselves. You are very young, just turned 18, and you must not indulge in alcohol. That will ruin you completely, Guardiola advised Zhao Yi earnestly. Zhao Yi nodded, understanding. I absolutely won't touch alcohol. You can rest assured about that, coach. Also, you need to exercise restraint with women. As an athlete like you, with high levels of hormones and youthful charm, you'll soon have many beautiful women approaching you. You must control yourself. Chapter 152. When Zhao Yi returned home. The reporters outside had already left, and he didn't notice any hidden reporters lurking around. He walked into the house and went to the bedroom. Sure enough, Dammy Rose was still asleep. It wasn't until the evening that Dammy Rose finally woke up. She glanced at the time, realizing she hadn't eaten, kissed Zhao, and dashed out. Of course, she didn't forget to put on her sunglasses and scarf before leaving. As a public figure, if she was spotted, it would have a significant impact on her career. That night, Zhao Yi slept very soundly. Young people have extraordinary recovery abilities. The next morning, he was fully refreshed. However, Dammy Rose had already left Manchester. Today, there was something very important for Zhao Yi. The draw results for the Champions League group stage would be announced today. This was something Zhao Yi was looking forward to. Therefore, after the training match, the Manchester City players did not leave the training ground but stayed together to watch the draw ceremony. Manchester City had won the league title and had become a strong team in the Premier League. However, they had never made a breakthrough in the Champions League. Compared to their neighbors Manchester United, Manchester City felt completely outmatched. Chapter 153. At Goodison Park, Everton's diehard fans were warmly welcoming Manchester City players. Go home with your tails between your legs, Manchester City. A bunch of country bumpkins. Manchester doesn't deserve football. Manchester has ruined football and doesn't deserve to stay in the Premier League. Some crazy fans even threw fake money from the stands. These fans clearly disdain Manchester City's building strategy. A team built with money violated the original intent of football. As one of the oldest football clubs in England, Everton has a history of 123 years. They have won the top league championship 8 times and have also had success in the League Cup and FA Cup. With such a rich heritage, they're still one of the strong teams in the Premier League today. Therefore, they look down on Manchester City as a nouveau riche. In their view, teams like Manchester City are unhealthy and abnormal. Take your money and get out. João De Bruyne, Sterling. You money-grubbing trash. You don't deserve to play football. Guardiola only knows how to buy championships with money. The voices echoed in the ears of Manchester City players. But Zhao Yi clearly didn't care. Chapter 154. Lukaku stands 191 centimeters tall and weighs around 200 pounds. He is now fast and aggressive, a weapon for the team's counterattacks, and a player that Manchester City must focus on. Alongside second striker Barkley, Everton's defensive counterattacks are sharp and fierce. Therefore, Manchester City did not press aggressively at the beginning, but instead held their positions, quietly waiting for an opportunity. Playing at home, Everton surprisingly adopted a more conservative tactic, clearly wary of Manchester City's powerful attacking strength. Thus, after receiving the ball, Bezic did not push forward but instead passed it back, waiting for Manchester City to press forward and create openings to attack. After a few days of rest, Zhao Yi was fully recharged. So, just 2 minutes later, he proactively pressed forward. He did not care who had the ball. As long as there was someone receiving the ball in Everton's backline, he applied pressure relentlessly. He looked like a headless fly, running around chaotically without any order. Many fans watching the game couldn't understand the purpose of such running and pressing. It seemed like a waste of energy without any benefit. But only those who truly played on the field could feel the pressure of this pressing. Chapter 155. Lukaku kicked off from a center circle. This time, Everton did not pass back, but actively pushed forward. Bezic and Deulofeu connected in quick succession, trying to attack Manchester City's left flank. With De Bruyne on the left, Manchester City's defense had some weaknesses, which was a tactic that all Premier League teams had researched. Barkley also ran towards the left to support, leaving a large gap in the middle for Lukaku. While Manchester City's left flank was indeed in a critical situation, Everton's finishing point was in the center. This is where the problem lay. No matter how lively the left flank was, Everton's final tactical choice was to look for Lukaku. After Kompany and Gundogan supported the left side, Barkley chose to cross the ball. As soon as Lukaku received the ball, Fernandinho poked it away with a kick. At the same time, Lukaku fell directly to the ground. However, The referee did not blow the whistle. Manchester City quickly transitioned from defense to attack. Lukaku got up from the ground, staring wide-eyed, his mouth pouting high. What does this mean? Isn't this a foul? Clearly. The Everton players were somewhat dissatisfied with the referee's decision. When Fernandinho passed the ball to Zhao, Bezic immediately made a reckless tackle, bringing Zhao down to the ground. Zhao felt the pain in his foot, covering it and grimacing. Chapter 156. The big guy Lukaku stood at the center circle, performing a classic reverse kickoff. It was the third time. Barry had the ball, and the Manchester City players, hearing the noisy sound from the stands, became even more aggressive. The fans started cursing Zhao for lying on the ground and putting pressure on the referee. After he scored amidst the boos, it only made these fans angrier. On the field, Barry made a back pass, and Fernandinho, reacting quickly, poked the ball away from the side. Fernandinho's range of motion was very large, showcasing his strengths at this moment. This allowed De Bruyne to gain possession of the ball. He quickly pushed forward and then dribbled ahead. Manchester City transitioned from defense to attack. The entire midfield and forward players quickly pressed forward. De Bruyne's strengths and weaknesses were clear. He could hold the ball and deliver excellent godlike passes, but he sometimes easily lost possession. If he lost the ball, with Manchester City pushing up, they could easily be counterattacked by their opponents. At this moment, as De Bruyne brought the ball forward, he was directly intercepted by the retreating Deulofeu. The entire midfield and forward players of Manchester City quickly turned around and fell back into position to support. Deulofeu made a precise long pass, directly transferring the ball to the weak side with cleverly. Chapter 157. Bad, it's going to be bad. Sure enough, Aguero was turned away from the camera. His legs slightly bent, his shoulders aligned to form a line. He began to rhythmically sway up and down. Then, he turned his head and flashed a charming smile. The passionately commentating teacher, Jean-Lou's voice resonated. Aguero has scored. The king of small angles. Aguero was very excited. Aguero, what is this? This celebration move? 6. Aguero 6,666. How magnificent. Our Aguero clan. Aguero? Why? Who? Who leaked the essence of our national treasure? Zhao. King Zhao did it. It must be King Zhao. Otherwise, how would Aguero know our Jai's classic move? The Manchester City commentator, watching Aguero joyfully showcase his newly learned dance, couldn't he help but praise Aguero. South American players are full of physical talent. This is Aguero's new celebration move. Full of rhythm, so stylish. It's like a passionate, dynamic dance at a concert. It really can't be worse than those professional backup dancers. If paired with music, he could really showcase the shoulder-shaking dance he just learned on stage. Chapter 158. It's really hard to imagine Zhao's performance last season. He didn't have European competition in the English League One, so this season it was impossible for him to get a Ballon d'Or nomination. However, with his current performance, does Martial really have a chance for the Golden Boy Award? Martial's only advantage is his outstanding performance in League One last season. But considering his performance in the Premier League, Martial might really find it hard to surpass Zhao. Everton's coach Koeman's face turned pale. The two teams tied for first place at such a big gap. He didn't know how to limit Zhao, how to restrict Manchester City's attacking group. Guardiola raised his hand to celebrate. He didn't even expect the chemistry of this team to be so good. For 3 consecutive matches, they had made their opponents fall apart. And Lukaku, who originally looked dull, now stared blankly, looking even stranger. He was somewhat regretting joining the Premier League. After all, Serie A has Juventus, which is strong, but not this strong. It's too brutal. Lukaku stood at the center circle once again. He wiped his face. For the first time, Lukaku felt the difficulty of the Premier League. He had hesitated when he was at Chelsea, but after joining Everton, his confidence skyrocketed. Chapter 159. In the post-match press conference, Koeman believed that Manchester City had undergone a qualitative change. Guardiola had instilled a new tactical philosophy into the team, and the football IQ and talent of the new players were very high. Normally, a team's rebuilding takes 3 to 5 years, or even longer. But Manchester City was clearly different. I don't know how to describe what I saw. Zhao is a forward with a center-forward's physique. Yet he has been placed in the attacking midfielder position, and he completed his tasks very well. The fact is, when he arrived at Goodison Park, there were boos everywhere. By the time he left, the boos were gone. Our fans treated him as an enemy, which is normal, but our fans also understand football. They wouldn't boo such an opponent. He conquered Goodison Park, which is not our shame, because he will conquer every away game in the Premier League. Praise from opponents, compliment from the coach, and even Aguero, who originally had a poor relationship with Zhao, personally calling him a good brother. In just 3 Premier League matches, Zhao has won over the coach, the opponents, and the team's veterans. Coupled with his explosive statistical output, this player who just arrived in the Premier League has stirred up a whirlwind, becoming the focus both on and off the field. Chapter 160. Zhao checked the system rewards. 8 goals, 5 assists, 3 all-around attribute points, which could raise his rating to 90. 7 attribute points could improve his attributes, but could only reach a maximum of 90. Additionally, Manchester City would receive a reward of 10 attribute points after achieving 5 consecutive league victories. Zhao allocated 3 all-around attribute points to passing. His passing attribute reached 93. In fact, due to the influence of ball control at 100 and dribbling at 100, Zhao Yi's short passing ability had always far exceeded his passing attribute rating. The enhancement of these 3 passing attributes mainly affected his long passing ability. 2 days later, Manchester City would host the Hornets. Watford, considered a yo-yo club in the Premier League, had limited strength. After being promoted to the Premier League this season, they shouted loudly about spending a lot of money on signings. But in reality, only a few qualified bench players were added, and most of the starting lineup remains the same as last season. In last season's FA Cup semi-final, Watford was thoroughly defeated by Wolves led by Zhao, leaving no face at all. One would think that seeing an enemy would ignite extra animosity. Watford's players should unite and give Zhao a good showing. Chapter 161. As the match continued, Manchester City's attack did not cease, but they failed to score. Watford finally got a counter-attack opportunity in the 35th minute of the match. Zhao and Silva's midfield cooperation made a mistake, and Watford seized the chance, intercepting the ball and sending it across the halfway line. After all, Watford is a Premier League level team, and their forwards can still mount a decent counterattack. Midfielder Kuso sprinted forward with the ball. Manchester City's defenders were already few, leaving the entire backline wide open. Once the speed kicked in, the threat was significant. Otamendi exerted all his strength to chase back, forcing Kuso to turn from the middle to the left, dribbling forward and waiting for his teammates to support him from the middle. At this time, Manchester City's forwards were also quickly chasing back. David Silva and Zhao were the most active in running. After all, it was their passing error that caused the situation. However, Silva was faster than Zhao, directly chasing Kuso. Zhao, on the other hand, prepared to disrupt any possible passes from Kuso along the middle with his teammates. Kuso had a moment where he could have made a pass, but unfortunately, Silva had already caught up, leaving no chance to make the pass. Chapter 162. In the 5th round of the Premier League, Manchester City faced Crystal Palace away. Compared to other teams in London, Crystal Palace is indeed a soft target. In recent years, they even got relegated to the Championship, which is quite disappointing. The fans of Crystal Palace are completely different from those of Everton. When Manchester City went to Goodison Park, they were verbally attacked by Everton fans. However, Crystal Palace's fans were not as extreme or difficult. They were on the stands, continuously clapping and cheering for their team, but they did not boo the away players. This left Zhao with a good impression of this team's fans. Crystal Palace also played very hard in this match. Facing the top-ranked Manchester City, the entire team spirit was high. Crystal Palace's tactical approach was very simple, similar to Everton's, but even more concise. Everton had the little beast Lukaku. Crystal Palace had the London dribbling king, Zaha. Note, Hazard is the #1 king of the ball in London. Zaha is the #1 dribbling king in London. At the start of the match, Crystal Palace almost scored from a counter-attack opportunity. Unfortunately, the dribbling king's shot went wide of the post. This shot, Joe Hart would not have been able to reach, and if it had been a few centimeters closer, it might have hit the post and gone in. Chapter 163. Tuttosport, the European Golden Boy award selection body, is considered a very authoritative and professional football media in Italy. With the Champions League about to start, Tuttosport provided a detailed analysis of this matchup. On one side is Manchester City, with 5 consecutive Premier League victories and the strongest attacking firepower in the Premier League and even all of Europe. On the other side is Juventus, last season's Champions League runner-up, leading the league with 4 wins and 1 draw this season. Their report pointed out that Manchester City's 5 consecutive victories and 21 goals scored show a powerful attacking force and excellent form. However, These matches do not provide a reliable reference. The only strong Premier League team they faced, Chelsea, was exposed for a locker room scandal during the off-season. And now Chelsea has yet to win after 5 matches, even approaching the relegation zone. This indicates that Manchester City's 5 consecutive victories do not have much meaning. Their ability to achieve such results is obviously related to the change of head coach at the beginning of the season, injecting fresh blood into the team. Under the influence of this new atmosphere, Manchester City's players are in high spirits, but as the season progresses and these players lose their novelty, their performance is bound to decline sharply. To be clearer, Tuttosport believes that Manchester City's combat effectiveness is not as frightening as it appears. Chapter 164. As the match drew closer, the fans' nervous and excited feelings rose higher and higher. The players of Manchester City felt the same. Zhao, he was more excited than anyone else. He was also anxious. His worry was that if he scored, he wouldn't know what celebration gesture could express his emotions. In the players' tunnel, almost all the players had expressionless faces. They were adjusting their emotions, trying to calm themselves down. Meanwhile, the stands were filled with the frenzied shouts of Manchester City fans. There were only a small number of Juventus fans, who were also shouting desperately. Unfortunately, hardly anyone could hear them. All right, audience friends, welcome to the broadcast. As the commentators from various channels began their opening remarks, both teams' players officially entered the field. Zhao Yi, as expected, appeared in the starting lineup, while sitting on the bench in the same position was Spanish national team member David Silva. Also present was former Arsenal captain Nasri. This shows how important Zhao Yi's tactical position is in Guardiola's mind. Manchester City continued with the 4-2-3-1 formation. Aguero, De Bruyne, Zhao Yi, Sterling, Fernandinho, Gundogan, Kolarov, Otamendi, Kompany, and Zabaleta. Chapter 165. As a central midfielder, Arnautovic is most adept at wide-range transfers and has quite good ball-carrying breakthrough ability. Of course, since he is called a defender, it shows that he has a very clear defensive task on the field. In this match, his task was to mark Zhao Yi closely. From the moment Gundogan received the ball, Arnautovic followed Zhao Yi closely, making it difficult for Zhao Yi to receive the ball, even preventing him from getting the ball at all. Of course, Allegri, as a top coach, has a very accurate understanding of Zhao Yi's level. Arnautovic has speed and agility, but he is not physically strong enough. He is like a leopard, perfectly built and fast, but when facing lions and tigers, he is not a match. Zhao Yi's physical confrontation ability is quite good. One Arnautovic probably won't be enough, so Storaro would be ready to provide support at any time. The other 2 midfielders for Juventus, Pogba hardly participates in defense and needs to organize attacks, while Cuadrado plays both defensive and offensive roles, responsible for marking De Bruyne. After Gundogan gained possession, he noticed that Arnautovic was always marking Zhao Yi closely, while Storaro was constantly moving between Zhao Yi and the ball carrier, trying to intercept any possible passes. Chapter 166. This ball not only had a strange curve, but was also different from Zhao Yi's previous powerful shots. That kind of shot would make people feel blood boiling, experiencing the charm of pure power. Football is like a cannonball, sometimes when shooting from close range. The trajectory of the ball is invisible to the naked eye, and you can only tell it has gone in by the violent shaking of the net. In this case, everyone could see the ball's path clearly. It can be said that almost no one was excited before the goal was scored because no one believed the ball would go straight into the net. Before Zhao Yi took the shot, he had already stirred the fans' emotions, waiting for that moment to arrive. And when the ball finally went in, the Etihad Stadium was stunned for almost a second. Then it erupted. When the complete shooting process appeared on the big screen, everyone realized the ball had gone in. And only then did they truly feel shocked upon seeing Zhao Yi's shooting action. Near the sideline, he executed a stunning bicycle kick. Zhao Yi approached the ball, seemingly preparing to stop it and organize an attack. No one expected what would happen next. At that moment, it seemed ordinary. When his body suddenly leapt into the air, his right foot struck the ball, and the Manchester City attacking players rushed into the penalty area. Chapter 167. Cuadrado. Manchester City's left-side defense had always been problematic. In this tie, he squeezed through. Cuadrado faced Kolarov, continuously accelerating, sprinting along the wing. After a confrontation, he pushed past Kolarov, completely shaking him off. Opportunity. Otamendi quickly came to cover, and Fernandinho also retreated to form a blockade. However, Cuadrado did not force his way into the center, but instead pushed the ball and charged toward the baseline. Otamendi closely followed, yet there was still a path for a cross. Cuadrado made a valiant effort to kick the ball into the middle, only to be knocked down by Otamendi. The ball sailed over Kompany and drifted toward the back post. Morata's positioning was very awkward, making it impossible for him to control the ball. So, he leaped into the air. He executed a bicycle kick. His left foot made contact with the ball while he fell inside the penalty area. This touch caused Mandzukic, who was at another receiving point, to lose the chance to shoot. Zabaleta rushed over and kicked the ball out of play. Morata, lying in the penalty area, frustratedly pounded his head with his hand. Allegri, standing on the sidelines, threw his hands up in disbelief, asking, "What was that? What were you trying to do?" Mandzukic shook his head and sighed. Why learn a bicycle kick of all things? Chapter 168. The cheers and applause from the Etihad filled the entire stadium. They had imagined Manchester City defeating strong opponents and securing their first victory. But it was hard to imagine that, just 25 minutes in, they were already 2 goals ahead. Their team continued the league's myth. Zhao Yi's utterly unreasonable attack left Juventus players with no way to respond. After Arnautovic's sliding tackle, Zhao Yi forcibly controlled the ball and took a long-range shot from nearly 40 meters. Such terrifying physicality and shooting ability. Can you imagine this happening on the pitch? In the Champions League? Can you believe he just turned 18 and is capable of such terrifying maneuvers? The team doctor for Arnautovic has entered the field. Oh no! Arnautovic seems to be injured, and it looks quite serious. Jean-Loup was marveling at Zhao Yi's strength and ferocity in this attack. The broadcast focused on Arnautovic. He lay flat on the grass, his right arm shielding his face, a grimace of pain on his face. He couldn't get up now. The team doctor rushed to the scene with a medical kit. Chapter 169. After receiving a yellow card, Arnautovic returned to the field. Manchester City kicked off from the center circle. Due to defensive issues, Gundogan began to retreat. And after Juventus scored a goal, their desire to attack became even stronger. Pogba, Cuadrado, and even fullback Evra and centre-back Bonucci pushed their positions up. Juventus was attacking, naturally causing Manchester City's formation to drop back a bit. Finally, after a few attacks that posed little threat, Juventus found an opportunity. Morata's ghostly movement shook off the defense, and with Pogba delivering a cross from the middle, the ball entered the penalty area. Morata controlled the ball with his chest, and as it landed, he adjusted, but Kompany rushed over, clearing the ball while knocking Morata down in the penalty area. Morata pounded the grass in frustration. If he hadn't adjusted, it would have been an excellent opportunity. Just a fraction of a second difference, and the chance was gone. This is the nature of top-level competition. A split second can determine the course of the match. As the saying goes, don't rush. It only takes a second to score. This situation exemplifies that. Kolarov's defense against Cuadrado in this match was a failure, and it was at this moment that he showcased his value. Chapter 170. Zhao found Agüero over 30 meters away with his passing ability, and it was the second time. This is somewhat terrifying. Manchester City commentators were amazed. Since Zhao, he scored 5 goals in his first match for Manchester City. All fans believed he would inherit Agüero's glory and become the new generation striker from Manchester City. If he could keep this up, he would undoubtedly surpass Agüero and become Manchester City's all-time leading scorer. When Agüero returned to the starting lineup, fans thought Zhao would become Agüero's substitute, gradually replacing him. However, Guardiola moved him back into a deeper position. This way, not only could he coexist with Agüero, but it also showcased his short passing skills. He could score while assisting his teammates. Now, he was even able to deliver such precise long-distance passes. My goodness, what kind of genius did they buy for 100 million? Agüero shook his head repeatedly, lamenting that he had missed both opportunities. This was also against Juventus. Against a regular team, he would have surely scored. In the remaining time of the first half, neither side managed to score. In the 44th minute, Juventus had a decent opportunity. Mandzukic's header was saved by Joe Hart. Chapter 171. Seeing Sturaro looking deeply wronged, Zhao even thought about going over to comfort him. However, considering Sturaro's mental state and that he had just received a yellow card, he decided against it. Manchester had a free kick, but it was too far from the goal. Fernandinho lightly kicked the ball to Gundogan. Gundogan sent a long pass to De Bruyne. Zhao and Agüero both ran into the penalty area, but they were tightly guarded by Juventus's veteran defenders. Agüero lacked height, and Zhao was weak in aerial duels. Therefore, De Bruyne did not force a cross, but instead steadied the rhythm. The ball was passed back to the supporting Kolarov, who found Gundogan in the center. Zhao, and Aguero ran out from the penalty area to reshape the formation. Kompany also rushed up to act as a support point for the attack. Sterling received the ball on the wing and attempted to break through a few times but failed to find an opportunity, so he had to choose to pass back. Zabaleta was also following up. This is a typical Guardiola style of play. When there are no opportunities, the defenders will catch up and hold their positions, using passing combinations to find chances. However, Juventus' defense is indeed very strong. Zabaleta and Sterling combined continuously on the wing. Chapter 172. Allegri couldn't take it anymore and substituted Morata for the little magician. He also replaced Sturaro with Barzagli. Clearly, Allegri found it hard to accept the current situation. Manchester City could only be considered a rising star, having performed poorly in the Champions League. Meanwhile, Juventus has always been a top-tier team in the Champions League. Losing like this would definitely draw severe criticism from the Italian media. After the formation change, Juventus strengthened their attack. At this moment, Juventus did not fall into chaos. After all, these players have experienced many battles and are very experienced, especially with Bonucci, Chiellini, and Buffon anchoring the defense. They have seen big matches, the Champions League, the European Championship, and the World Cup. For them, this Champions League group match really isn't much. Pogba dribbled past Zhao Yi's challenge and charged towards the edge of the penalty area. A through ball found Dybala. The newly substituted Dybala seemed to not have found his rhythm yet and was dispossessed by Otamendi. The two Argentine compatriots had no friendship on the field. Fernandinho headed the ball to Gundogan. Manchester City's counterattack came very quickly. The ball was transferred to De Bruyne through Zhao in the center. Chapter 173. Pogba, tall, skilled, with excellent shooting and ball control ability, was now like a reincarnation of Ronaldo, swaying left and right, preparing to get past Fernandinho. Then, Fernandinho made a sliding tackle. The ball slipped from Pogba's control, making him very angry. Pogba turned to chase, but Gundogan came in to shield the ball. Pogba stretched out his long leg. At this moment, he wanted to prove himself. He wanted to tell the world that he was not only an excellent attacking player, but also a defensively gifted top midfielder of the new generation in world football. He reached for the ball. He hooked it. He fouled. However, the referee did not blow the whistle. Not because the referee was blind, nor because Pogba was a chosen one, but because Fernandinho, who had come over, took the ball away. A favorable attack ensued. Gundogan fell down, and Pogba raised his hands in frustration. Manchester City counterattacked. Fernandinho passed the ball. Center-back Kompany received it. Center-back Kompany dribbled the ball. Center-back Kompany attacked. Arnautovic surged forward. Arnautovic was knocked aside. Arnautovic chased again. Arnautovic was again pushed aside by Kompany. Chapter 174. On the stands, Pelin stood up almost in sync with his brother Pep Guardiola, covering his bald head with his hands. His emotions were stirred, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Then, Pelin started clapping vigorously, shouting along with the fans. He clapped while pointing at the field, shouting to the two people beside him, "Look, look, quick, look! My player! I signed him! Look! Hurry up and look!" Ricardo, the editor-in-chief of Tuttosport, had a dazed expression. He was a Juventus fan, and at this moment his heart was bleeding, but he had to stand up and applaud. How could he not? As a fan, witnessing such a magnificent feat. What else could he do? In the first match of the Champions League, just past 18, he scored 5 goals. Messi and Ronaldo took over a dozen matches to score 5 in the Champions League. Compared to this young man being worshipped by the fans, they were simply weaklings. No way. If the Golden Boy Award is not given to him, it will become a laughingstock for the entire football world. Samuel's face turned red. He had to sign him. Previously, he was only considering the Chinese market, but now he saw that this guy just needed time to become an international superstar. Chapter 175. The situation on the field no longer attracted the cameras. It wasn't until Zhao sat on the bench that the broadcast camera focused back on the field. There were not many attacks from either side anymore. Manchester City, adhering to the principle of leaving a line for future encounters, hardly attacked anymore. Juventus was now too preoccupied to score. These last few minutes might have been the hardest for them to endure. However, Pogba was still fighting hard to attack. He even yelled at his teammates. Clearly, he was starting to lose control of his emotions. Before the match, the Italian media believed this was a direct confrontation between Pogba and Zhao. The performance of the two could very well decide the outcome of the game. Juventus needed Pogba to link up and attack. Thus, this result was hard for Pogba to accept. If he could score one more, It would make the loss look a bit better. As the match reached the 85th minute, Pogba made a mistake in midfield, and Gundogan intercepted the ball. Although Manchester City wasn't planning to attack, they couldn't just pass back at the Etihad after getting to this point, especially with the entire stadium's fans shouting and watching. Gundogan found Sterling with a pass. Sterling crossed to the middle, and De Bruyne, arriving at the back post, scored in one motion. Chapter 176. At the post-match press conference, Guardiola finally appeared with Zhao for the first time. Undoubtedly, Zhao was the star of the night. If Guardiola continued to hide him, it would spark huge controversy or even public outrage. Unlike Guardiola, who was beaming, Zhao appeared very low-key, like a good boy. The media loved this innocent and naive child. They had no ulterior motives and usually said whatever came to mind. They wouldn't avoid topics or play too much of a game. Before Guardiola and Zhao appeared, he repeatedly reminded Zhao to be careful and not to be too flamboyant. After hearing this news, Pelin was also very nervous and told Zhao not to say anything bad about anyone, including opponents, teammates, or all familiar and unfamiliar people. When asked about someone, just praise them. Because the image of the players is very important, it doesn't matter what they're caught doing privately. We have money, we have resources, and we can minimize the impact. In public, they must maintain elegance, composure, and humility. Those reporters will definitely ask some strange questions, like whether you prefer Messi or Ronaldo, or if you think you are better than Messi or Ronaldo. Chapter 177. That night, Pelin was excited to introduce two people to Zhao. Zhao was a bit puzzled upon hearing that these heavyweight players were making an appearance. The editor-in-chief of Tuttosport? Why would he come with someone from DG? Ricardo decided the final list of candidates for the Golden Boy Award, and it can be said that Tuttosport and its editor-in-chief have a huge influence in European football. Why did he come with a representative from DG? What does it mean? Ricardo, on the surface, arrived in England in a private capacity, but I suspect he was invited by DG's leader, Gatuna, to accompany Samuel. The reason is to let you witness DG's influence and to smoothly sign you down. Rest assured, DG is not threatening you through Ricardo, but merely showing you their power. Moreover, the conditions they offer are very generous, just to make you a brand partner for Huagua. Note that it is a partner, not a spokesperson. Pelin clearly attaches great importance to this cooperation. This is not just about money, it's also about resources, which will have a very positive impact on your future. DG can influence not only Tuttosport, but also their connections can affect the entire Italian media and even many European media outlets. Chapter 178. You don't need to look at Pelin. We are chatting now. Zhao noticed Samuel was constantly looking at Pelin, signaling that he wanted Pelin to give an explanation. Aren't you going to take care of your player? Zhao Yi's meaning was also very clear. He was in charge now, and it was useless to look for Pelin. Samuel slowly calmed his shock and anger. This was the first time someone dared to say in front of him that DG was not up to standard. Mr. Zhao, I understand what you mean. Could you say it again? Samuel didn't know what Zhao was talking about, and his intention was to have Zhao reorganize his words. If Zhao changed what he said, they could just pretend nothing happened. It would be easier for both sides. If Zhao continued to speak as before, then the business would be off, and they would become enemies. Samuel glanced at Ricardo while speaking, implying that Zhao, you should be careful. You little brat. You have no idea about the power of capital. Pelin kicked Zhao under the table, saying you're impressive, but only on the pitch. Don't mess around. Are you deaf? Zhao bit into the steak and looked at Samuel in confusion. Chapter 179. Ricardo handed the list back to the beautiful assistant. The beautiful assistant hesitated for a moment before taking the list. Sir, Ricardo raised his head and looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Didn't Mr. Gatuna just ask you to reconsider the list of candidates for the Golden Boy Award? Mr. Gatuna? Am I your boss, or is Mr. Gatuna your boss? Ricardo was somewhat impatient. Of course, you're my boss. Then what are you waiting for? Ricardo glared at the beautiful assistant. She immediately took the list and hurried to do what she was supposed to do. Something shouldn't be questioned. In your position, you should do your job. Whatever the boss asks you to do, just do it. Why so much nonsense? Ricardo shook his head. Gatuna is getting old and his mind isn't working well. He actually thinks one word from him can change the candidate list for the Golden Boy Award. Does he really think so highly of himself? If you want to make things difficult for Zhao, go ahead. Do you want me to take the blame? Are you crazy? If the Golden Boy Award excludes him from the candidate list, will it still have any authority in the future? Do you want me to ruin the reputation and status of Tuttosport? If you have the ability, Go contact those media that vote and have them cast their votes for Marshall. Chapter 180, the sixth round of the Premier League. This is definitely a true clash of titans. In the first 5 rounds of the season, Manchester City faced only one Big Six team, Chelsea. And Chelsea had some internal strife at the beginning of the season due to locker room issues. After 5 rounds, Chelsea was heading straight for the relegation zone. Therefore, Manchester City has not really encountered strong teams in the Premier League this season. In a sense, Tottenham was the first truly competitive team they faced in the league. Tottenham made significant signings this season, and their fighting power is even stronger than last season. Last season, Zhao had an outstanding performance, and Tottenham's coach Pochettino was the only one among the Big Six coaches who showed no interest in Zhao. According to Pochettino, they already had Kane and had bought Son Heung-min. Even if Zhao came to Tottenham, there would be no position for him. Tottenham already has enough capital to deal with their Premier League opponents. From Tottenham's first 5 matches, it indeed seems as Pochettino said, their fighting power is extraordinary. 4 wins and 1 loss. This team has 3 very significant characteristics. They do not falter against strong teams, but may get confused against weaker teams. Chapter 181. White Hart Lane was packed with people. Tottenham fans are always enthusiastic every year, hoping that the team can achieve something. Every year, they are greatly disappointed. However, this does not dampen their enthusiasm. Cheers come in waves. The flags belonging to Tottenham flutter continuously. The transfer of Bale brought a lot of funds to Tottenham. In recent seasons, Tottenham has made significant signings, and this season's investment is unprecedented. This gave Tottenham fans greater hope. They hope that this season, Tottenham can achieve something. They hope they can have a professional honor room cleaner, even if it's just to polish a trophy. Go for it. Come on, Tottenham. Kane, Eriksen, hat trick. So, take down all of Manchester City's defense. Take down Manchester City. The passionate Tottenham fans were cheering for their team. Of course, as the dirtiest team in England, Tottenham fans were not much better. They continuously shouted curses to welcome Manchester City players. Zhao had heard this kind of thing many times in League One. Compared to the more relaxed management in the English League One, the insults in the Premier League really don't hold up. They only know how to say things like country bumpkin and garbage. The players from both sides greeted each other in the tunnel. After that, they waited calmly to take the field. Zhao and Son Heung-min bumped fists with each other. As fellow Asians, there should be some politeness in a foreign land. In this match, Tottenham wore white jerseys, while the visiting team Manchester City wore black. The black and white clash certainly provided fans with a strong visual impact. The New Star Sports live broadcast room was already packed. Comrades, I've heard a rumor that the major shareholder of New Star Sports is Zhao Yi's father. Huh? Where did that news come from? Really? In the Premier League, only Manchester City is all free. And the previous broadcasting rights for League One were also first acquired by New Star Sports. That's right. Even more surprisingly, New Star Sports only bought half a season of League One broadcasts, while other platforms signed contracts for 3 years. They completely messed it up. Who still watches League One now? Right. And they foolishly bought the broadcasting rights for the championship, thinking Zhao could go there. But he went straight to the Premier League instead. Without inside information, how come New Star Sports didn't buy League One and the championship? You're all just guessing. What does that prove? It just shows that the boss of New Star Sports has a relationship with Zhao Yi. This live broadcast led to some people bringing up the relationship between Zhao Yi and the New Star Sports boss, causing many gossip-loving fans to start searching online for Zhao Yi's family background. What is the big deal? There were people saying that the owner of Wolves was Zhao Yi's dad. I've heard that rumor too. It's probably all fake. Watch the game seriously. The prepared commentator, Teacher Jean Liu, continued with his commentary. All right, both teams have entered the field. Tottenham is at home, facing Premier League leaders Manchester City. Tottenham's coach Pochettino used a 4-2-3-1 formation, with Tottenham star player Harry Kane at the forefront. He should also be the main striker for England in the next decade. Behind him are 3 attacking midfielders, Eriksen, Lamela, and the famous South Korean star Son Heung-min. Son's position in this match is a bit strange. He's not on the wing, but rather in the center. We'll see what changes occur during the match. The 2 defensive midfielders are Dier and Ali. Ali, a rising star, has grown very quickly this season, so keep an eye on him. In the defense line are Ben Davies, Vertonghen, Alderweireld, and Kyle Walker. Walker's speed is top-notch in the Premier League, and his attacking runs could pose a significant threat to Manchester City's left side. In goal is the French international Loris. Chapter 182 Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match officially begins. Tottenham wins the toss, and Manchester City has possession. As before, Gundogan receives a pass from Aguero and starts organizing. The attacking core for Manchester City is Zhao, and Aguero, with Gundogan generally acting as the midfield organizer. This German midfielder fits perfectly into Guardiola's system. Guardiola made one adjustment for this match, with David Silva and De Bruyne on the bench, replaced by Navas on the left. Right from the start, Tottenham's pressing is fierce, taking advantage of home ground and having fielded semi-main players in the Europa League last week. They have a slight edge in fitness. Manchester City's midfield players can only retreat to support, to prevent losing the ball. Guardiola emphasizes control and passing, so it's rare to see players clear the ball with a big kick. Before Guardiola, when defenders face pressure, the most common tactic was to simply boot the ball away. With the advancement of football, more and more teams no longer use this method. Even when the ball is at the goalkeeper's feet and facing intense pressing, they still pass the ball out. Chapter 183. As the match deepens, Son Heung-min indeed drifts towards the wing. He carries the ball towards the baseline, but Gundogan's interception ability isn't great. Zabaleta's speed is also lagging. Son Heung-min's speed is indeed impressive. Son Heung-min, a beautiful breakthrough. The South Korean commentator is excited. As Son Heung-min crosses the ball, Kane jumps high, pressing Otamendi. But the pass lacks strength, causing Kane's shot to be weak. Joe Hart easily catches the ball. Son Heung-min gestures to Kane about his mistake, promising to deliver a better pass next time. The pass was just right. Kane's shot lacked power. Son Heung-min is still humbly claiming it was his fault. This character really unites teammates. This aspect is much better than Zhao, who, when he falls, only asks the referee for a free kick. With such a personality, he will never become a star. Hart's goal kick finds Kompany. Kompany carries the ball forward, encounters resistance, and passes to Gundogan. Tottenham attempts to press again, but this time Gundogan's ball transfer is a bit quicker. Chapter 184. Gundogan fouls. This was from a previous corner dispute. The contest between the two in the penalty area does indeed have a suspicion of foul play, affecting the potential goal, and VAR should intervene. Jean-Lu watches the replay and thinks of the collision between Zhao, and Son Heung-min, considering the potential offside, but did not expect it to be this foul. However, if such a collision warrants VAR intervention, then the continuous pulling by Son Heung-min that led to Zhao losing the ball, which Kane scored from, should also have VAR intervene, right? Is VAR selective? On the field, Gundogan spreads his hands, facing Clattenburg, continuously appealing and arguing that he did not foul. Clattenburg shakes his head, indicating that he sees very clearly, and explains to Gundogan that if there is no goal, VAR does not intervene. It can be called or not. But if there is a goal, such a foul must be called. Gundogan points to where Zhao was fouled, asking why that was to be called. Clattenburg gestures for Gundogan to return to position quickly, as the match must continue. Taking advantage of the time Gundogan is discussing with the referee, Guardiola calls Zhao to the sidelines. Chapter 185. The ball unexpectedly arrives at Aguero's feet. With Aguero's positioning skills, there's no way he would be offside at this moment. In front of him, there's only an empty goal, as the goalkeeper is gone. Bang! Aguero shoots, and the ball rolls smoothly into the net. With his back to the goal, Zhao sees the disappointed Tottenham fans in the stands and already knows the result. After scoring, Aguero turns around and jumps onto Zhao's back in celebration. Manchester City has equalized. Zhao's passing action is more reminiscent of South American football, full of imagination, a dazzling turn, and he flicks the ball over with his heel. It seems that Zhao has not been affected by the previous foul. After overcoming numerous obstacles, he remains so composed. My goodness, that turn is truly wonderful, a technical move akin to basketball, but he is using his foot, elevating the difficulty by more than 100 times. Aguero gives Zhao a kiss on the head. Ha, good brother, just a good brother. You could have solved it yourself, but you still passed it to me. Ha. This play indeed exposed Zhao's lack of confidence in his shooting. The South Korean commentator began a detailed analysis. Chapter 186, catching up to Kane, truly a top striker. Standing just a step inside the big penalty area, before Kompany could catch up, he blasts it. The ball schemes the grass and flies directly into the bottom right corner of the goal. 21. Kane scores again. Tottenham takes the lead once more. Kane tightly hugs Son Heung-min, and the two raise their fists to salute the fans at White Hart Lane. The entire White Hart Lane erupts in cheers. Kane, A beautifully struck shot that helps Tottenham take the lead. This goal is 80 Son Heung-min's credit. We see Son Heung-min seems to be in an offside position. Indeed, there's a suspicion of offside, but he did not actively touch the ball, which is a very, very smart choice. Son Heung-min is incredibly wise. Because he did not touch the ball, the referee chose to favor the attack. And Kane followed up with a powerful shot to score. The powerful Kane, the clever Son Heung-min, with these two, Tottenham can definitely win this match. And perhaps even a Premier League title is possible. The South Korean commentary is going wild. Earlier, it was also Son Heung-min who snatched the ball from Zhao Yi, and now it's Son Heung-min again, covering for Kane's shot into the net. Chapter 187. He feels he's running slower and slower, unable to catch up with that black figure anymore. Bang! Zhao Yi takes the ball away with one kick. By the time Son Heung-min arrives at the ball's landing spot, he can only see a back view. He gritted his teeth, his confidence collapsed at that moment, and he could no longer catch up. At this moment, the audience at White Hart Lane is stunned. Tottenham fans do not understand what has happened. In the Xinjiang Sports live broadcast room, it instantly becomes lively. Wow, Zhao the King of football. I knew Zhao the King had a hidden skill. Everyone knows Zhao the King isn't fast. But who would have thought his speed is actually the strongest? This is even better than Bale's overtake. It's on fire, it's on fire. Brothers, Clattenburg's two decisions have angered Zhao the King, igniting his potential. Guardiola is half squatting, standing on the sidelines, subconsciously following Zhao Yi with his eyes. Still in a daze. What just passed? A big black rat? The two South Korean commentators, who were cheering for Son Heung-min just a moment ago, are now speechless. What's going on? What happened? High tech? Did he just take off? Chapter 188. An unimaginable, even breath-stealing counterattack goal. After forcing a breakthrough on the wing, he shakes off 3 defenders in succession. At Tottenham's home ground. Which player would the Tottenham fans think of seeing this scene? Oh my god, this is actually Zhao completing a solo run and shot. Everyone knows that Zhao has never been known for his speed, but today he suddenly exploded? Or is it that this guy's been hiding some secrets we don't know about? It's probably really hard for anyone to replicate this kind of goal. Bale just overtook and sprinted all the way, while Zhao completed 3 overtakes, and despite the interference during such fast movement, he still sent the ball into the net. Guardiola raises his fist in celebration, still in shock. What's going on? Zhao, he has indeed been training headers and speed recently. But it shouldn't be to such an unacceptable extent, right? Pochettino's face is ashen. He had warned all players before the match. Zhao's breakthroughs rely on changes in rhythm and center of gravity, or strong acceleration to break free. But his absolute speed isn't great. Once he gets past, as long as you turn around and follow, you can definitely catch up. Chapter 189. Oh no, did that kick just hit Clattenburg's calf? Clattenburg is in extreme pain from the force of this ball. Jean-Lu watches the screen in disbelief. The force of this shot directly hits the calf. The moment the ball is struck, it's so fast that the naked eye can hardly see its shadow. How powerful must that be? If it had hit the head, it would probably have resulted in a concussion. Fortunately, it only hit the calf. At the time, Carlos's tiger shot made goalkeepers hesitant to catch it. Zhao Yi's shot with preparation probably doesn't differ much from Carlos South Clattenburg, is close to the wall, not far from the ball. Given this painful look, could he have broken a bone? What the hell? Is karma coming back? Was Zhao Yi deliberate? Definitely intentional. Nicely done. Just kick it like that. A group of viewers in the live broadcast room who love to watch the excitement are cheering. Clattenburg's officiating in this match has been so strange that it feels like he's been bribed. This time it's truly satisfying. Jean-Lu looks at the barrage and quickly explains for Zhao, saying it definitely wasn't intentional. There's no way it was that precise to hit Clattenburg. Chapter 190. Joe Hart kicks the free kick long. Both sides compete for the ball in the Tottenham half with 4 headers. And Vertonghen heads the ball to the wing to Eriksen. Eriksen holds the ball and evades, combining with Ali to quickly penetrate into Manchester City's territory. Manchester City's midfield interception ability is indeed lacking. Fernandinho's direct interception level is not top-notch, and Gundogan has almost no direct interception capability. So Tottenham's wing counterattacks are very fast. Manchester City's retreat is also timely, preventing Tottenham from forming a threatening attack. However, the ball has been pressed into Manchester City's danger zone. As Ali lifts the ball into the penalty area, Kane misses the header, and Kompany clears the ball out of the penalty area with a header. Dier follows up and lifts the ball back into the penalty area. Kane manages to control the ball this time. However, Otamendi reacts quickly, stepping in to kick the ball out of the penalty area. Since the force isn't great, the clearance isn't far. Ilkay Gundogan and Dele Alli sprinted toward the football, with Alli sending the ball to the right flank, which was the left side of Manchester City's defense. At this moment, all Manchester City players had retreated to defend. Except for Aguero, Zhao, and Navas, Sterling had also come back. In Chapter 191, Guardiola made adjustments to the lineup, substituting De Bruyne for Navas. De Bruyne entered the field with Guardiola's tactics, exchanging a few words with Zhao. Guardiola positioned De Bruyne in the center and moved Zhao to the left flank. Clearly, Guardiola hoped Zhao could leverage the speed advantage he had shown in the first half, making him the explosive point on the left side of the team and allowing De Bruyne and Gundogan to organize attacks. De Bruyne had struggled to play on the flanks this season, but with Zhao and Silva in the center, there was no place for him there. Now, having seen Zhao speed advantage, Guardiola wanted to experiment with a change in formation. Typically, right-footed players play on the right flank, as they can use their bodies to shield the ball more easily and find space to shoot. However, there are drawbacks when unable to shake off a defender. They can only rush to the baseline, making it hard to find alternative routes. Right-footed players playing on the left flank can be easily intercepted when trying to evade, making it awkward for the ball carrier. Yet, there are clear advantages, such as easier cutting inside and creating shooting opportunities in the center. In Chapter 192, after Manchester City took the lead, the Spurs players became somewhat anxious. Zhao's attempts to break through on the left were repeatedly thwarted by Dier or Lamela, leading to frequent whistles from the referee. Gundogan and De Bruyne were also brought down by Spurs players, increasing the tension on the field. The fourth official, replacing Clattenburg, did not hesitate to take action, issuing yellow cards to Dier, Alli, and Lamela. Fernandinho also received a yellow card for bringing down Son Heung-min. With these yellow cards, Spurs players finally became cautious, but their little fouls did not stop, making it difficult for Manchester City to launch any substantial attacks. Hey, are Spurs players still that aggressive? Did they think it was still the first half? Clattenburg, the notoriously blind referee, had clearly favored Spurs in the first half. Did they think it would be the same? I thought the referee was going to call for Spurs to win, but in the end, the referee left the field. Thank goodness. How can Spurs continue to play now? They seem to be on the verge of collapse. Amid the cheers of fans at White Hart Lane, Spurs pushed almost all players forward. Lamela held the ball on the flank, unable to break through Fernandinho, and attempted to switch the ball to the center. In Chapter 193, Pochettino on the sidelines kept shaking his head. He certainly knew there were issues with the referee's decisions in this match, which clearly favored Spurs. However, despite this, they were being outplayed by Manchester City. More specifically, they were being outplayed by Zhao. There was no solution. Unless they could have 2 or 3 more players defending against Zhao together, they could still compete. Pochettino recalled last season when he decisively gave up chasing Zhao and chose Son Heung-min instead, thinking he had made a good choice. Now looking back, Son Heung-min seemed to fall short compared to Zhao. After this goal, Spurs still mustered some strength to launch a few attacks, but the player's physical fitness was clearly becoming an issue. Lamela's run down the wing found no teammates to support him, forcing him to pass back to Alli, leading to a series of back passes. Eventually, possession was exchanged. Meanwhile, Manchester City had clearly shifted to a more defensive stance, preparing to use ball control to wear down their opponent's stamina and control the flow of the game. After receiving the ball on the flank, Zhao attempted to break through twice, but Dier could no longer hold him back and had to commit a foul. Dier was panting heavily, and Zhao was not much better off. His several full-speed sprints had taken a significant toll on his stamina. In Chapter 194, Zhao hesitated for a moment as he looked at the red wine. He still did not pick it up. He had promised Guardiola that he would not touch alcohol. No white wine, yellow wine, red wine, or beer. I'm sorry, I cannot drink. Zhao thought he felt a bit disappointed, as such a scene wasted the good intentions of a beautiful woman. Across from him, Demi Rose blinked, took a small sip, and then set the glass down. The two enjoyed a rather romantic dinner together. In the end, Zhao lay on the carpet, looking at the chandelier on the ceiling. He had not embarrassed his country. He had triumphed over the foreign devils. Demi Rose crawled over to the sofa and lit a cigarette. Zhao squinted, feeling an urge to sleep. Right now, there was no space in his mind for women. He felt as sacred as the Buddha. After Demi Rose exhaled smoke, she collapsed onto the sofa, her voice tired yet satisfied, saying, "Zhao, I think we should have a good talk." Zhao Yi's half-closed eyes suddenly opened wide. He felt his body tense up. What did she mean? Could it be what he thought? From their acquaintance to familiarity, and then to candidness. They had never seriously discussed their feelings. In Chapter 195, the current coach of West Ham, Moyes, was the chosen successor of Sir Alex Ferguson. Moyes had outstanding coaching abilities, but unfortunately, his methods did not fit well in a top team. After taking Manchester United to a new low and creating numerous disgraceful records, he left in shame. At that time, Manchester United fans were outraged, thinking this would be the darkest period in the club's history. What they did not know was that years later, they would be waiting for a historically significant coach, the turnaround specialist Erik ten Hag. Moyes, now coaching a mid-table team again, had rediscovered some of his former feelings. Overall, West Ham's performance was mid-table, but they excelled in tough matches. This team had a glorious history and pride, with every player full of fighting spirit on the pitch. In other words, their technical level might not be enough, but they played with grit. They were brave and tenacious, true hard-nosed players. After the League Cup, the 7th round of the Premier League kicked off. Manchester City's home ground remained lively and boisterous. The players donned their blue jerseys again, and the fans welcomed the triumphant Manchester City players with their most passionate club anthem. Manchester City fans now had great confidence in their team, with an 8-game winning streak across all competitions, making them the strongest in the Premier League. In Chapter 196-10, it was Zhao Yi again. Now, Manchester City fans adored him immensely. His playing style was fierce and powerful, with most of his shots being long-range strikes and curling attempts. It was filled with humanity's most primal wildness and strength. Zhao Yi ran to the sidelines to celebrate this goal with the fans. Another one. "Zhao, I love you to death. I want to marry you." The fans are roaring, venting their emotions. Zhao's speed is now no longer hidden. It truly resembles that of a cheetah, with tiger-like physical qualities. Just give him a little opportunity, and he will easily tear through the defense. Premier League defenders are best at using physical confrontation, but they still find it hard to stop his more aggressive attacks. The Premier League encourages physical confrontation to make it harder for forwards to approach the penalty area, making the game more intense. However, looking at it now, this style of encouraging confrontation is tailor-made for Zhao. At 18, his physical strength has not yet been fully developed. After 1 or 2 more seasons, we might see a blue giant on the Premier League stage. How will they limit him then? Zhao's only flaw right now might be that his goal celebrations are almost non-existent. Chapter 197. Moses wanted to argue, but the referee had already lost patience. He regretted his initial judgment. Now, he definitely wouldn't go easy. After the match resumed, West Ham's tactics had to change. The 4-1-4-1 attacking strategy was no longer viable. They had to fall back to a 4-4-1 formation, looking for counterattack opportunities. Meanwhile, Manchester City, of course, invested heavily in offensive players, effectively surrounding West Ham. In a positional battle, parking the bus. For many teams, breaking through a dense defense is a problem, but for Manchester City, it's not too much trouble. When Kolarov comes up to support, Zhao Yi will drift from the wing to the center, looking for more space. As soon as Zhao Yi moves to the center, it indeed draws more of West Ham's defensive focus, because all Premier League teams know how threatening Zhao Yi's shots are from the edge of the penalty area. After receiving the ball in the center, Noble steps forward to intercept. With Moses missing from defensive support, Lanzini hesitates to abandon his defensive duties to intercept Zhao Yi. So, faced with just Noble, Zhao Yi lightly pushes the ball, swiftly evading down the left flank using his speed and quickly pulling the ball back. Chapter 198. This super strong physical quality, has he really just turned 18? Even when knocked down, he can still poke the ball out. I don't know how to describe this guy. If West Ham's players don't resort to little tricks to interfere, they really can't stop him. It's likely that any opponent would find it hard to limit him in a direct confrontation. Manchester City players pulled Zhao Yi up from a pitch. After the celebration, they had to continue the match. West Ham was already a man down, and now trailing by 2 goals. How could they cope with such a terrible situation? In the dying moments of the first half, Agüero received a through ball from Silva and kicked it over in the penalty area, almost helping Manchester City to a third. The first half ended. In West Ham's locker room, complaints erupted. Moses was sent off, leading to fewer defenders on the left flank. Obiang, already carrying a yellow card, dare not make any big moves, allowing Zhao to roam the left side as if it were unguarded. This forced Lanzini and even Payet to run over for support. I really don't know how to limit him. His speed is quick, his body strong, and crucially, at this height, he can still change direction quickly. Bueno wore a worried expression. Now he finally understood how Sturaro felt back then at Juventus. Chapter 199. In the 87th minute, substitute De Bruyne delivered a long pass assist. Agüero scored effortlessly. West Ham, with only 9 players, faced a 17-0 defeat away from home. The Hammers suffered the most painful loss since the Premier League was established. It was also the biggest defeat in the Premier League this season. Sacco stood in the center of the pitch, his mind filled with Moyes' grandiose words during halftime. A man should stand and die rather than kneel and live. Now, they did it. They stood and died at the Etihad. Dead as can be. The fans at the Etihad Stadium stood up to give Sacco the most honorable tribute. Silence, a collective salute. After the match, Moyes refused interviews from reporters. This would be a massive humiliation. He didn't want to hear any voices, didn't want to do anything, just wanted to be alone in silence. Guardiola stated that the fighting spirit of West Ham's players was commendable. Even though they were a man down, they bravely attacked. This created huge opportunities for Manchester City. If they had just defended without attacking, there definitely wouldn't have been such consequences. However, their style of play is not something to be advocated. Their fouls against Zhao should not occur in a football match. Chapter 200. Pep Guardiola has 3 children, 2 daughters and 1 son. The family moved to Manchester because of Guardiola's job. When Zhao arrived at the sizable detached villa, the Guardiola family had already arrived. The 2 misses, Guardiola, were preparing a rather lavish dinner. Zhao got out of the taxi without paying. It wasn't that he wouldn't pay. The driver insisted on not taking any money. The 2 sang Blue Moon all the way, and in the end, Zhao took a photo with the driver and signed an autograph, considering it fair. There's no way around it. Zhao has gained a bit of fame now. The celebrity effect. No need to spend money when going out. In cities other than England, it might be different, but in Wolverhampton or Manchester, Zhao basically doesn't need to carry cash when he goes out. The driver insisted on getting out and opening the door for Zhao, hugging him and holding on, before finally leaving reluctantly. Zhao felt he should get a driver's license. He would need to drive himself in the future. Yes, he hadn't partnered with any car companies yet, so he could appel and reach out. Porsche is nice, Lamborghini is also good. Mercedes and Audi are acceptable too. Let's see which one Pelin can negotiate with. In any case, Zhao has no intention of spending his own money to buy a car. Chapter 201. In the end, Zhao was defeated by this bold and stubborn girl. No matter how much reasoning he tried to explain, he couldn't resort to violence. Zhao could only compromise. He agreed with Miss Maria that in 4 years, when Maria comes of age, if she still has feelings for Zhao, they would go on a date to see how it goes. Additionally, if Zhao scores in the match against Borussia Mönchengladbach, he must use the celebration pose that Maria taught him. See, this is the advantage of being a minor. Mischief can only be excused as immaturity. The atmosphere during the entire dinner was very harmonious. However, Maria's gaze was always directly fixed on Zhao, making him feel a bit awkward. Valentina sat on the chair, her short legs swinging, occasionally using her little hands to cover her face, stealing glances at Zhao. This trick is called covering ears while stealing a bell. 2 days later, Manchester City would head to Germany for the second round of the Champions League against Borussia Mönchengladbach. At the beginning of the season, Mönchengladbach struggled to secure a win. However, they recently made a strong comeback, achieving 5 consecutive victories in the Bundesliga and the DFB Pokal. In the last round of the league, they came from behind to defeat the Bundesliga giant Bayern Munich with a 3-1 scoreline. This remarkable team often drops points against mid-table teams, but whenever they face strong opponents, they display fierce fighting spirit. Chapter 202. Manchester City chooses sides. Mönchengladbach has possession. After the kickoff, Manchester City's forwards began to press intentionally. Mönchengladbach did not retreat to their half. After receiving the ball, Zakaria made a long pass to find Traoré. Traoré and Johnson's ability to break down the flanks is quite formidable. This perfectly matched Guardiola's 3 center-back system, allowing them to thrive. Traoré's strong physique created a significant problem for Manchester City's defense after a powerful run. The 3 center-back system, when contracted, gives wing players substantial opportunities. Guardiola's stubborn choice of this formation against a team like Mönchengladbach, known for their strong wing attacks, left many commentators puzzled. Kolarov stumbled and couldn't stop Traoré. Traore surged forward, charging into the penalty area along the baseline. Manchester City's defense was in a state of emergency. While Kompany covered, Traore swept the ball towards the middle. Traore's shot was poor, but his breakthrough passing was exceptional, akin to an enhanced version of Cunha. Otamendi was again caught out of position. Otamendi is known for his tough style and decent passing ability, but he often recklessly lunges in or loses focus. Chapter 203. Hey, that's speed. The nickname given to Zhao by English fans is truly well-deserved. Black Lightning. Zhao sprinted past the halfway line, jumped high, and used the outside of his right foot to control the ball in front of him. Then he accelerated, leaving Stindl struggling to keep up. Winter. 5 or 6 meters away from Zhao, dare not press, only retreating to try to slow Zhao down. But Zhao, gaining speed, showed no signs of slowing down. Facing Winter, he took a powerful kick, pushing the ball forward by 15 or 16 meters. Winter, seeing this, immediately turned to chase the ball. Zhao, with his long legs, flew forward, quickly matching Winter's pace. Winter gritted his teeth, noticing Zhao about to overtake him. And in a moment of panic, he reached out to push Zhao. What kind of confrontation does Zhao face in the Premier League? What kind of confrontation does he face against a Bundesliga defender? With a swing of his arm, he shook off Winter. Like riding a magic cloud, he charged towards the ball. Winter could only follow behind, kicking up dust. However, he did not give up and charged towards the middle. Zhao, he wanted to take a shot, breaking down the flank, but would ultimately need to cut in for a distance. Chapter 204. The Manchester City fans on their expedition to Germany created another embarrassing moment for Zhao. The shouts of Zhao is awesome reached Zhao Yi's ears, making him feel uncomfortable. Because the English pronunciation of Zhao is very inaccurate. It sounded like Zhao, which was odd. Being able to do that was indeed impressive. Meanwhile, Mönchengladbach's coach Schubert could only sigh. Mönchengladbach missed a penalty and failed to convert a rebound. After missing 2 golden opportunities, they conceded a goal. Sommer's performance had reached its peak. Still, he couldn't stop Zhao from scoring. Even knowing Zhao Yi's preferred shooting area, it's hard to save the second attempt after stopping the first. Is it really impossible to defend against him? Mönchengladbach kicked off from the center circle. Despite conceding a goal, Mönchengladbach did not get discouraged. They frequently looked for opportunities through both flanks. Manchester City's defense still had issues. Hart made 2 incredible saves in the next 20 minutes, keeping the goal intact. Sommer was also busy, making 4 saves to keep the ball out. During this period, both teams played an exciting and open game. Manchester City's attacking players were numerous, while Mönchengladbach's wing play was vibrant. The fans were certainly entertained. Chapter 205, another one, a double. Zhao Yi's area. Sommer could only look on in despair. This is why Zhao is worth $100 million, the youngest $100 million man, scoring 7 goals in 2 Champions League matches. No player has ever done this in any season. Zhao, the king of football. Incredible, incredible. In this match, both sides played with passion. With the match still ongoing, Manchester City's players did not switch from attack to defense, and Mönchengladbach did not give up. Thus, both sides continued to play an open and attacking style. As the game approached the 80th minute, Manchester City's attacking group struck again. De Bruyne connected with Silva, who made a direct pass, and Sterling, making a run down the flank, took a shot. Manchester City led 4-1. In the dying moments of regular time, Mönchengladbach's Johnson crossed from the wing, and Traore headed the ball into the net at the far post. 4-2 for Manchester City. In stoppage time, Mönchengladbach even had a decent chance, but Hart managed to resolve it. In the end, Manchester City secured a hard-fought victory away from home. Mönchengladbach's fans did not leave early. After the match, they continued to sing loudly, cheering for their team. Chapter 206. Pelin is a clever man and immediately informed Real Madrid that Guardiola had shown Zhao kindness. And Zhao absolutely could not leave Manchester City just like that. Money was never an issue for Zhao. He had shaped Zhao persona very well. Moreover, Pelin also mentioned that Zhao believed Real Madrid was a great club and hoped for a chance to collaborate in the future. Pelin did not directly refuse Real Madrid. If Zhao performance continues to be explosive, Real Madrid will surely keep a close eye on him, waiting for the right opportunity to pounce. Even if Zhao stays at Manchester City, he will have ample capital to negotiate terms with the club's management. His salary and bonuses would keep rising. Manchester City's management might even find more business collaboration opportunities for Zhao through their business network. 3 days later, Manchester City would begin their league campaign. During this period, Manchester City's schedule was somewhat packed. Fortunately, the league match against Newcastle was at home, so the Manchester City players would not have to endure long travels. Newcastle, during the 1990s and into the early 2000s, was considered a strong team in the Premier League. Premier League top scorer Alan Shearer might regret not being able to bring a Premier League title to his hometown team. Chapter 2:07. After the second half of the game began, Newcastle United's two flanks continued to pose a significant threat to Manchester City. Zhao, and Sterling frequently provided support in defense. Although Zhao Yi's defensive ability was lacking and his positioning wasn't great, he was fast and strong, making it difficult for most players to get past him. This significantly improved Manchester City's defensive line. Guardiola noticed that while this indeed tightened the defense, it placed a huge physical toll on the two wide players. The constant sprinting and back-and-forth movement wasted Zhao, and Sterling's attacking talents. It was a case of diminishing returns. If it were a decisive final match, this strategy could work. However, playing like this in every league match would likely require additional compensation for the two wide players. If the defensive midfielders could drop back to become center-backs, and the two center-backs spread out to become full-backs, the defensive effectiveness would surely improve. However, neither Fernandinho nor Gundogan had the capability to play as center-backs. They still needed to buy players. Guardiola roughly found a way forward. With Newcastle United's attack yielding no results, Manchester City frequently launched their own attacks. The combination of De Bruyne, David Silva, and Aguero was very proficient. Chapter 2:08. Our luck in the draw is quite good. Yes, Zhao is back, haha. We can see Zhao's brilliance at home again. The titles of Zhao Nyo Bai and Super Zhao both come from our Wolverhampton. Drawing Manchester City is not only about ticket sales and broadcasting revenue for Wolves, but more importantly, they can see that figure who has captured their hearts again at Molineux. This time, I may not be a fan of Wolverhampton Wanderers. I am still a fan of Wolverhampton Wanderers. Our family has been for 3 generations. But I will still go to the scene to cheer for Super Zhao. The fans of Wolverhampton Wanderers have been preparing and looking forward to this League Cup match since learning about their opponent. On that day, the discussion reached a new peak. When Manchester City's players arrived locally and reached the vicinity of Molineux Stadium, they were almost surrounded. The people on a bus saw a sea of red outside. This season, Wolves upgraded all their gear. Their home jersey was newly designed and turned golden. But today, a large number of fans wore red jerseys, because this was the jersey Zhao wore when he played in League One last season. Chapter 2:09. The players from both sides were about to enter the field. Wolverhampton Wanderers, being the home team, naturally had their players enter first. The applause from the stands welcomed them warmly. The DJ's deep voice echoed again. Let's welcome the players from Manchester City who have come from afar. At this moment, the fans in the stands stood up, stretching their necks to look. They were waiting for that familiar black-haired youth. In this match, Guardiola rotated almost all the starting players. Kompany, as captain, led the team flag and walked out first. Zhao, who would usually come on after Silva, Fernandinho, Aguero, and Hart, walked out second this time. So the fans of Wolverhampton Wanderers didn't have to wait long. Vincent Kompany next. The DJ's voice was completely drowned out by the roar of the crowd. Zhao! 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 The stand were filled with the frenzied shouts of tens of thousands of fans. The players of Wolverhampton Wanderers stood in line, looking at Zhao and applauding him. It was less than 3 months until they would leave this stadium for the last time. Chapter 2:10. The entire Molineux Stadium had orderly quieted down. Zhao was puzzled by this strange atmosphere. The referee suddenly blew the whistle to stop the match. Guardiola's nonchalant demeanor made Zhao feel a bit uneasy. Zhao, this is for you. The DJ's voice rang out. The fans in the stands all looked at the big screen, and Zhao realized that the screen had stopped showing the match and turned black, as if an accident had occurred. Suddenly, the large screen lit up in an instant. Following that, cheers from all directions swept in. The screen began to switch slides at an incredible speed. Each slide captured a moment of Zhao on the field. Finally, the image was frozen. It was one of Zhao Yi's classic moments. On the field, he opened his arms, embracing the entire north stand. The pose was imposing, and the image was stunning, filled with sunny colors. Suddenly, the entire big screen's image disappeared. Due to the unique video production technique, the whole screen seemed to vibrate, causing a momentary tension. Chapter 2:11. In the end, De Bruyne and Iheanacho scored 2 goals, while Carlisle pulled 1 back. Manchester City eliminated Wolverhampton Wanderers with a score of 2-1 away. When the match ended, the applause from the entire crowd continued. Zhao found Gary O'Neill. O'Neill had done a great job with the team, and this season they were likely to achieve a miraculous back-to-back promotion to the Premier League. The two embraced. "Thank you, Coach." O'Neill not only gave Zhao the opportunity to debut, but also provided him with enough support at the most crucial time when he left Wolverhampton to join Manchester City. "I should be thanking you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have achieved such results." O'Neill laughed heartily. He looked at Zhao with eyes full of pride. When Zhao left League One, O'Neill was most worried that Zhao, bearing the title of the top player, would lose himself. The outcome, however, made O'Neill very gratified. The intensity of the Premier League had not constrained this genius among geniuses. He was developing in an incredible direction. Finally, Zhao waved goodbye to the fans. And Molineux Stadium was filled with noise, bidding farewell to the young Wolf King. When Zhao returned to the locker room, he seemed somewhat desolate. Chapter 212. Before the Champions League match, Nike announced their partnership with Zhao. This news sparked a wide range of discussions in Huagua. There would certainly be some haters coming out to criticize, but more fans expressed their support for Zhao. They felt a sense of pride and honor. Zhao is not yet comparable to top superstars in terms of influence, but in the eyes of giants like Nike, Zhao commercial value has already reached a level comparable to that of Messi and Ronaldo. Zhao sponsorship deal with Nike has surpassed that of this year's Ballon d'Or favorite, Messi. Of course, if he chose Adidas, the sponsorship fee would definitely be lower, as Adidas and Messi's camp would not allow any player sponsorship to exceed Messi's. At the same time, Tuttosport also published an article about Zhao, considering him the strongest young player in football at the moment, representing the football dreams of a nation. The timing of this article from Tuttosport makes one think of the Ballon d'Or's outcome. The article also highlighted some aspects of Zhao experience in the Kearney youth training camp. This current superstar, shining brightly, was not treated well at the Kearney Youth Academy. Chapter 213. Manchester City's possession. Gundogan holds the ball, preparing to attack. He and the retreating De Bruyne are about to make a combination play when Krikowiak directly brings De Bruyne down from behind. The referee's whistle sounds timely. Sevilla's defensive actions are indeed a bit excessive. The match has just started, establishing such a tone. Clearly, Sevilla is prepared to strangle Manchester City's attack, starting from the midfield. This kind of physical play in the midfield slows down the pace of the game significantly. Zhao, positioned at the front, is also being tightly marked. Not only are two central defenders keeping a close watch, but another defensive midfielder, Iborra, is always blocking Zhao path, constantly monitoring the passing routes from the midfield to Zhao. This fundamentally cuts off Zhao connection with other players. During the first 10 minutes of the match, Manchester City is struggling to penetrate the front line. Sevilla's pressing is very fierce, continuously disrupting the passing and receiving of Manchester City's players. It's either foul interceptions or finding the right opportunity to kick the ball out of the field. Alternatively, they quickly form a blockade in a small area, desperately using their physicality to disrupt Manchester City's game. This style of play is indeed very effective, as it disrupts the rhythm of the match, making the midfield play extremely chaotic. Chapter 214. After Manchester City kicks off from the center circle, they do not rush to attack. Gundogan starts to move forward. The formation resembles 41-41. The ball continues to circulate at Manchester City's feet. Zhao, and Sterling begin to frequently change positions at the front. Rami and Kovacic closely follow Zhao to prevent him from receiving the ball. Silva and Gundogan start to apply pressure forward. Due to Zhao movement, the central area of Sevilla begins to open up. This forces the defenders on both flanks to move inward, creating a more layered defense. Sterling and De Bruyne's positions begin to have large gaps. Once the ball is switched to the flanks, the defenders must quickly reposition. This way, Sevilla's defense becomes flexible, but it demands more from the player's stamina. Zhao hardly receives the ball, as it is being passed back and forth among De Bruyne, Silva, Gundogan, and Sterling. This causes Rami and Kovacic to loosen their marking on Zhao. They begin to move closer to the flanks to assist their teammates in defense, preventing Sterling or De Bruyne from breaking into the penalty area and finding an opportunity. Chapter 215. Sevilla's defense is performing very well. Unfortunately, they find it hard to cover all areas. Zhao, who has moved to the flanks, frequently uses his speed to attack, making it difficult for Koke to handle. The central defender's support leaves gaps in the middle. Although there are currently no Manchester City attackers in the center, Fernandinho and De Bruyne are outside the penalty area. Both possess long-range shooting capabilities. Once a gap appears in the center, if the ball reaches either of them, the threat of a long shot is significant. Zhao has the ability to deliver accurate passes during his breakthroughs. In the dying moments of the first half, De Bruyne and Fernandinho take consecutive long-range shots. Nico becomes the busiest player on the field. Sevilla manages to hold onto the scoreline through a difficult first half. The entire scene is extremely ugly. They have only one shot on goal and created one scoring opportunity. The rest of the time, they have been trapped in their half by Manchester City, unable to mount any decent attack. Luck is indeed on Sevilla's side, as they score from a single attack while their defense continuously blocks Manchester City's attempts. Everyone knows that if this continues, Sevilla will encounter problems, and luck will not always favor them. Chapter 2:16. This goal is somewhat different from the previous one. The previous goal saw David Silva's divine perspective being more exquisite, while Zhao Yi's shot was at most a matter of course. This goal not only showcased De Bruyne's passing level, but also Zhao Yi's shot, which was a thunderous strike. This left all the fans watching the live broadcast stunned. Fans from Huagua suddenly became alert in the middle of the night. The huge visual impact from the camera, the violent aesthetic of the scissor kick in the air, left fans unable to believe their eyes. It was a true visual feast. The Manchester City players have their mouths agape surrounding Zhao Yi. De Bruyne, who provided the assist, also did not expect such an extraordinary shot. It was like watching a movie. Takeoff, power, impact. Each movement was perfectly timed. This goal, this powerful core strength. De Bruyne's pass was indeed accurate, but because it had to cross the entire penalty area, the ball speed was very fast. If it were another player, they would likely have to forcibly stop and adjust for the shot. There was even a high probability that they would not receive the pass. Only the top forwards dare to shoot directly. Zhao Yi not only shot, but did so with such a magnificent and powerful motion. Chapter 2:17. Manchester United. Established for 137 years. One of the oldest and most successful teams in England. During the old English First Division era, before the Premier League, Manchester United had already accumulated a wealth of honors and heritage. After the Premier League was established, Manchester United under Ferguson was undoubtedly the most successful club in England. Without exception, compared to Manchester City, whether in terms of team history, culture, honors, and quantity, there is a huge gap. It wasn't until the era of money football began that Manchester City leaped to become a wealthy team, winning the Premier League title. But wealth is still wealth. Compared to a noble club like Manchester United, it lacks too much heritage. Manchester United fans have never regarded Manchester City as a true rival. Ferguson considers Manchester City to be noisy neighbors, while Gary Neville views them as a mercenary team. As a Manchester United legend, Neville possesses the unique pride of a Manchester United supporter. Their usual practice is to criticize Manchester United players, coaches, and management, believing that the current Manchester United has lost its iron will and DNA. Whenever Manchester United has a match, they will stand by their side, criticizing and mocking the opponents. Neville believes that Manchester City is simply not qualified to be compared with Manchester United. Chapter 2:18. 2 hours before the match begins, outside Old Trafford, there is already a sea of people, a red ocean. Old Trafford, the dream factory. This stadium has witnessed too many unforgettable miracles for the fans. It is undoubtedly a football sanctuary for Manchester United supporters. Zhao Yi truly rose to fame at Old Trafford, making a stunning debut. Last season's scene of Zhao Yi dominating Old Trafford has been a hot topic among Wolverhampton Wanderers fans. At the end of the match, many Old Trafford fans even stood up and applauded, sending blessings to Zhao Yi. Once again, Zhao Yi stood in the players' tunnel, still able to hear the crazy shouts of the fans outside. Among the sea of red, there's a blue landscape. The Manchester City fans who came with the visiting team. Uplifting songs reached Zhao Yi's ears. Old Trafford has a designated singing area with about 1,000 special spots. These fans are professionals. Glory belongs to Manchester United. We will let the Red Devils flag fly high. It's worth mentioning that Red Devils is not a nickname created by Chinese fans. Manchester United is called the Red Devils everywhere, and they're also referred to as Red Devils in some contexts. Chapter 2:19. Manchester United. I have to say, Manchester United's defense has improved. In the last round of the league, they conceded a goal just 10 seconds into the match. But in this match, they held on for a whole 20 seconds, doubling their effort. At this rate, By the end of the season, they might not concede a single goal throughout the entire match. The Manchester City commentator was overly excited, unable to contain his praise. De Gea sat up on the goal line, wanting to cry, but at a loss for words. Smalling was left dumbfounded. Who would have thought he would shoot with his left foot? And with the back heel? Zhao Yi's first left-footed goal. It came unexpectedly, too fast, and too bizarre. Old Trafford, which had been roaring in support, fell silent in just 20 seconds. All right, go ahead and shoot. One shot, and no one made a sound. Guardiola hadn't even settled into his coaching seat when the ball went in. He smiled brightly and clapped his hands. This is what top players do. They can perform their role anywhere on the field, playing as a center forward, as long as you give him a little opportunity in the box. He will find a way to get the ball in. De Gea, being the strongest goalkeeper in the Premier League now, has the shortcoming of a weight distribution issue, getting down too slowly. Chapter 220. Guardiola saw very clearly that none of Manchester City's fullbacks met his expectations. If this continues, they will definitely struggle against strong teams. However, he has already spent too much money this summer. If he buys defenders now, UEFA will definitely investigate. Nevertheless, next season, he must strengthen the defense. Goalkeeper Joe Hart has strong saving abilities, but his footwork is not good. He also needs a replacement to better execute his tactical plans. Manchester United's defense was relatively normal, but Zhao Yi, who was positioned up front, was tightly marked by two center-backs, significantly reducing his threat. He needs possession to exert a greater influence. For a forward of this type, a second striker is needed, but unfortunately, Manchester City lacks a player who can fulfill that role. Manchester United's defense was decent, but their attack was much more chaotic. Martial has ball control ability, but he was intercepted by defenders several times. The more he tried to prove himself, the more problems arose. This ultimately led to Herrera and Schweinsteiger losing trust in him. The ball began to shift to the left towards Mata. Mata has excellent organizing and passing abilities, but his speed is lacking, making it difficult to create space on the wing. Chapter 221. A small goal after Smalling's panic. He turned around and raised his hand to confront Zhao Yi. At this moment, Zhao Yi was no longer afraid of confrontation. On the contrary, he relished such intense collisions, feeling a sense of achievement when he could knock his opponents off balance. He often thinks that maybe in 2 years, he should play rugby. That would be more passionate and crazier. In the brief contact with Zhao Yi, Smalling was still at a disadvantage. Zhao Yi seized the position, forming a semi-breakaway. However, Smalling did not give Zhao Yi a chance to shoot. He directly grabbed Zhao Yi's shoulder, disrupting his balance. In the penalty area, Zhao Yi was unsurprisingly brought down to the ground. Smalling quickly raised both hands, indicating that his defense was fine and that it was a dive. The referee blew the whistle and pointed to the penalty spot, followed by a yellow card. If it weren't for Valencia's position being further back, allowing Smalling to become the second defender, this wouldn't just be a yellow card and a penalty. It would have been a straight red plus a penalty. Manchester United players quickly surrounded the referee. Was it appropriate to award a penalty just after Manchester City scored? This was clearly a dive. The referee shook his head. Your shirt is all twisted, and you tell me it's a dive? Chapter 222. Zhao Yi personally scored the penalty he earned, bringing his league goal tally to 22. An average of 22 goals per game. Can you imagine that? What kind of statistic is this? In recent seasons, it has been difficult for the Premier League's top scorers to break 30 goals in an entire season. And Zhao Yi achieved over 20 goals in just 1/3 of the season. At this rate, by mid-season, his goal count could surpass the total goal score by past Premier League top scorers. If this efficiency can be maintained, he could absolutely lock in the European Golden Shoe for this season. At his age, no one in football has ever possessed such talent and ability. His attacking talent, ability to seize opportunities, and share of possession are truly hard to find a template for. I can confidently tell everyone that as long as Zhao Yi can maintain his form, in just 3 years, he will create his own era. He will be able to end the Messi-Ronaldo rivalry. We can all look forward to and await the arrival of the Zhao era. Zhao Yi scored 2 more goals in 16 minutes and provided an assist while watching the match. Chapter 223. This scene directly ignited the passion of the fans watching the game and made all Manchester United fans at Old Trafford feel their hearts tighten. Zhao Yi, sprinting forward, was like a tank, unstoppable. To contain him, one must act before he starts. Zhao Yi's speed was slightly affected, but he quickly adjusted, kicking the ball away and accelerating to follow up. Phil Jones next to him couldn't keep up. He could only desperately chase, while Smalling, getting up from the ground, was already too late to catch up. Inside the penalty area, De Gea didn't dare to rush out easily because he knew Zhao Yi's long-range shooting ability. If he went out, he could easily be lobbed. He could only wait until Zhao Yi was almost at the edge of the penalty area before making his move. De Gea spread his arms and moved his legs continuously, trying to distract Zhao Yi. In high-speed motion, Zhao Yi chose not to shoot but charged directly into the penalty area. As he nudged the ball, De Gea instantly lunged to the side. Just as De Gea was about to touch the ball, there was another push. The ball slipped out of De Gea's control. De Gea, lying on the ground, immediately chose to stretch out his arm to interfere with Zhao Yi. Even if he had to bring Zhao Yi down in the penalty area, he couldn't let Zhao Yi go past him. Chapter 224. After this match, the media close to Manchester City celebrated wildly. This clash of heritage and reality severely slapped Manchester United fans in the face. Manchester City was no longer just noisy neighbors, but the Grim Reaper knocking on the door with a sickle. 50. Manchester United had no ability to resist. Hat trick. Super Zhao continued his crazy Premier League journey. The mercenary army swept the Premier League giants. The victory of money. Financial football would become the mainstream in European football. Yes, starting from Chelsea, the influence of financial football has grown increasingly strong. Manchester City achieved 10 consecutive wins in the league, sweeping all opponents. Undoubtedly, this showcased the allure of money. Those in football who prided themselves on historical heritage had to start reconsidering. In today's football world without money, it seems impossible to buy suitable players. Relying solely on so-called DNA, youth training, and heritage can no longer keep pace with history. A golden generation like La Masia emerges only once every 10, 20, or even 50 years. But with money, a championship team can be bought in 1 or 2 years. The media close to Manchester United had already started preparing for next year's signings. They believed Manchester United should let Mourinho take over and then spend big to buy Zhao Yi from Manchester City. Chapter 225. The League Cup received little attention, and the English media did not report extensively. They were more amused by the moment when Zhao Yi headed the ball over the bar at the last moment. This striker, who debuted scoring prolifically, left a deep impression with his ability to seize opportunities. Averaging 2 goals per game, he had the highest efficiency in the top 5 leagues in Europe, with his attacking efficiency being the highest overall in Europe. Now, his shortcoming was exposed. Since his debut, Zhao Yi had scored over 100 goals in various competitions, but he had only scored 1 header, and that was off the ball hitting his head. In fact, with the situation at that time, even a wooden stake could have deflected the ball in. This forward, who debuted as a striker, could not head the ball. However, this coincidentally complemented Manchester City's ground penetration perfectly. If it were a team emphasizing aerial bombardment, Zhao Yi's weakness would be magnified infinitely. Fortunately, at his age, he still had significant room for improvement. After the match, Zhao Yi, in a fit of anger, allocated all his attribute points to heading. Since both his assists and goals had attribute points, combined they totaled 25 points. His heading ability was raised to 60 points. Chapter 226. The next day, Etihad Stadium welcomed its second home game in 4 days. The fans were indeed overjoyed. The players were also in good form, as most of the main lineup had received ample rest in the last home League Cup match. Norwich, nicknamed the Canaries, had been a yo-yo team in the Premier League in recent years and was a promoted team this season. Their performance this season was decent. At least they were not in the relegation zone at the moment. Upon arriving at Etihad, they naturally employed a very common tactic: solid defensive counterattacks. Parking the bus. The parking the bus tactic has always been a common strategy for weaker teams. This tactical system has a very good advantage. It does not demand high running or technical skills from players. Therefore, the funding needed to build the team is minimal. Moreover, it can yield decent results, making it highly cost-effective. Norwich primarily relied on this tactic. They placed a tall striker up front and, if conditions allowed, bought a good fast striker. Then, they stacked a bunch of defenders in the back and waited for opportunities to clear the ball. The most famous coach who perfected this tactic was Mourinho. Guardiola and Mourinho are undoubtedly two extremes. One complicates football, while the other simplifies it. Chapter 227. Spanish media generally favored Sevilla's form. Sevilla's home ground has always been strong, and Emery's coaching ability is quite impressive, ensuring that targeted strategies will be made. Meanwhile, Manchester City's creativity in the front clearly masked their defensive flaws at the back. Manchester City used their strong ball control ability to compensate for their defensive shortcomings. This led to problems when opponents launched sharp counterattacks. Additionally, in the Champions League, Agüero's performances have been consistently soft, and Sterling's ability to seize opportunities was also lacking. Silva's absence due to injury had reduced Manchester City's creativity up front. Zhao, and De Bruyne's attacking capabilities were undoubtedly top tier, but with these two on the field, Manchester City's defensive efficiency was very low. In the Champions League, if it weren't for Joe Hart's brilliant performances, Manchester City would have been easily torn apart by opponents. Marca concluded that Manchester City's current prosperity was merely ephemeral. It would be difficult for them to go further in the Champions League. Zhao, he should go to a more perfect club to truly reflect his value and unleash his full energy, like Real Madrid. As for this season's representation of English teams on the European stage, the English media was certainly more inclined to report on Manchester City in this round of the Champions League. Chapter 228. Outside the penalty area, two center-backs blocked Zhao Yi's path. At the same time, two fullbacks also contracted their defense. Facing the formidable Zhao Yi, the Sevilla players united in their resolve. Agüero on the side, along with Sterling, almost simultaneously began to make forward runs. If the ball could be passed, it would pose a significant threat. A ground pass would be nearly impossible to complete successfully. Therefore, Zhao Yi chose a relatively safe method and delivered a lob pass. The football sailed over the defenders just before Agüero was in an offside position. The timing of the pass and the run was perfectly synchronized. Rami turned too slowly. Agüero surged into the penalty area. One-on-one. Agüero. Agüero stretched out his leg to control the ball and immediately unleashed a powerful shot. Oh no, Agüero. His performance on the Champions League stage has truly been disastrous. Agüero's adjustment after controlling the ball was quick, but he was still blocked by Koke, who threw himself in front of the shot. Koke executed a big split with his right leg positioned in front of Agüero, blocking the powerful shot. The ball flew out of the penalty area, drifting towards the right side. Agüero held his head in frustration. In the Champions League, it seems to be his inner demons. Chapter 229. Watching the live broadcast at home was also the current president of Real Madrid, Florentino. The rumors in AS about Zhao Yi and Real Madrid were actually orchestrated by Florentino behind the scenes. He knew Zhao Yi wouldn't leave Manchester City anytime soon, but he had to prepare in advance. As long as there were periodic news reports linking Real Madrid with Zhao Yi, it would not only create a buzz, but also gradually permeate the perspective of the outside world. When Manchester City was investigated by UEFA for financial fair play, the City fans would be anxious. At that time, Pellegrini would definitely start looking for a new club for Zhao Yi in his own career. And instinctively, Pellegrini would think of Real Madrid, which had been rumored to be linked with Zhao Yi. To acquire a talent like Zhao Yi, one must either secure him early like Guardiola did or employ some methods to gradually pursue him. There was no need to rush, because even if Florentino had enough money and sincerity to bring Zhao Yi to Real Madrid, Zhao Yi's image would be damaged. Many would attack him for being ungrateful, abandoning his old club and benefactor for fame and fortune. This was something Florentino could not accept. Chapter 230. As the first half of the match approached its end, Sevilla launched a very fluid counterattack, but unfortunately, their final shot lacked power. Otherwise, Manchester City would have been 2 goals down. The cheers from the fans at the Pizjuan Stadium were deafening. They gave the players a warm round of applause for their brilliant performance. In the last 10 minutes, Manchester City struggled to organize any effective attacks. The ball simply couldn't reach the danger zone. During halftime, in the Manchester City locker room, Guardiola did not explode in anger. He spent 10 minutes explaining tactical positioning and defensive choices to the defenders. Focus, you must focus. He then arranged for Fernandinho to stand in the single pivot position, ready to support both flanks. Finally, with little time left, Guardiola told Zhao Yi and De Bruyne, "You two switch positions for the second half." In the second half, Manchester City's formation changed slightly. The 4-2-3-1 turned into a 4-1-4-1 setup. Gundogan and De Bruyne took charge of the midfield. Zhao Yi and Sterling positioned themselves on the 2 flanks. Guardiola's on-the-spot command level was somewhat lacking compared to his team-building and tactical play. Chapter 231. Goalkeeper Nico stood there futilely, while Sevilla's players lowered their heads, gasping for breath. Their stamina had been severely depleted. The entire match's strangulation tactics made it difficult for Manchester City to produce any decent attacks. But the physical demands were too high. Sevilla's players began to show signs of fatigue around the 60th or 70th minute, after gritting their teeth for another 10 minutes. Facing Manchester City's relentless attacks, they finally showed vulnerabilities. They could no longer appear in every corner of the field as they did in the first half. Zhao for group stage matches. 11 goals, twice scoring 2 goals in a match, once scoring 5. In this match, he scored 2 more goals. This can no longer be described merely as talent. The Champions League represents the highest stage of football tactics and skills in the world. Zhao has swept all goal records. Highest single-match goal record, most goals in the group stage. And now, the match is not over. Sevilla's players are suffering from severe physical issues. Zhao is very likely to score again in the remaining time. If so, he would exclusively hold the group stage goal record. Even if he doesn't T-score in this match, he still has 2 more chances in the group stage. Chapter 232 Guardiola raised both hands above his head, clapping incessantly. Good. They took the lead. Record-breaking. Incredible. You're truly amazing. Emery, on the other hand, shook his head repeatedly, as they were so close to seeing the light of victory. But was snuffed out by Zhao. He was like a massive dark cloud, devouring the brightness of the Pizjuan. He made the players and fans lose hope. In the ensuing match, Sevilla tried to launch counterattacks, but their attacks found it increasingly difficult to advance into dangerous areas. Meanwhile, Manchester City's attacks were methodical, beginning to consciously control the rhythm of the game. In stoppage time, Sevilla's players repeatedly suffered from cramps. Normally, as the trailing side, they should be fighting to persist, saving every second. But their physical exhaustion was too great, and their mental willpower could not force their tired bodies to hold on. Emery had to make consecutive substitutions. Sevilla's fans held their heads in despair, waiting for a miracle. But the miracle had already been seized by Zhao, standing on Manchester City's side. Sevilla did not score again. Instead, Manchester City had a good opportunity, but Zhao's final shot was miraculously saved by Nico. When the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, Sevilla's players collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily. Chapter 233 After this Champions League match, Manchester City will face Aston Villa away, then return home to host Liverpool. Following that, they will head to Italy for the second leg of the Champions League clash with Juventus. The schedule has been quite packed recently. However, the upcoming opponent Aston Villa does provide Manchester City a chance to catch their breath. Although Villa is one of the founding teams of the Old English First Division and Premier League, their performance has declined significantly in the new century. This season, they have struggled to win a single match and are basically confirmed for relegation, unless they make significant signings in the winter transfer window to completely revamp the team. This season is basically beyond saving, because Aston Villa's crest is very similar to Chelsea's. Many Chinese fans refer to Aston Villa as Chelsea East. In fact, Aston Villa has a much longer history than Chelsea, and it is Chelsea's crest that has plagiarized Aston Villa's. Zhao is quite invested in this match. Demi Rose, being a Birmingham native, has been a fan of Villa since childhood, a family tradition. She has always been a diehard Aston Villa fan and attends almost every match to cheer them on. Chapter 234 Zhao let out a heavy breath and looked at the wall of people in front of him. One by one, they carefully covered their legs and groins, their eyes revealing caution and hesitation. Faced with such a wall, Zhao felt a surge of confidence. If the opponent's mindset is not strong enough, it is the best time to strike. Zhao pulled up his shorts, revealing his long legs. At this moment, he recalled the determined gaze of President Luo. Behind him, it seemed as if the figure of the president, who never gives up, was solidifying. Now is the time. Zhao moved his legs and charged toward the football. "Boss, help me." Under the watchful eye of the president's resolute gaze, Zhao shouted in his heart. The boss has possessed him. The football sailed over the wall and headed for the upper right corner of the goal. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. On the entire grandstand, fans from both sides widened their eyes, not daring to relax for a moment. The goalkeeper leaped into action, diving for it. Splash! The football, carrying the determination of President Luo and the belief of Boss May, crashed into the goal. A last-minute goal. A free-kick winner. Zhao raised his hands and ran towards the sidelines, celebrating wildly. He placed his hands on his hips, raised his head, and looked at the entire grandstand. The boos at Villa Park disappeared. Demi Rose stood there on the grandstand, looking fierce, and she raised both hands, giving Zhao the middle finger. Chapter 235 last season. Zhao and Wolverhampton Wanderers defeated Liverpool, led by Gerrard, in the final of the FA Cup. Gerrard's last season at Liverpool was therefore not perfect. This season, Zhao joined Manchester City and was set to face Liverpool in the Premier League. Compared to Manchester City, Liverpool's signings this season were still lacking, and their performance had not improved significantly. However, the team's tactical philosophy had taken shape. Under Klopp's guidance, Liverpool played a dynamic style of football, always full of passion and craziness, attacking and defending with vigor. They could lose heavily to relegation teams, but also defeat strong Premier League teams like Leicester City and Tottenham Hotspur consecutively. Before the match, Gerrard was interviewed by reporters. He had already considered leaving the top 5 leagues last season, but had not yet determined his future. After Klopp took over, he urged Gerrard to stay at Liverpool for another 1 or 2 seasons to help the team transition. Gerrard was somewhat swayed and wanted to remain in the Premier League. However, during the FA Cup final, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness, although his attacking and organizing abilities were still intact. He clearly sensed his own fatigue and lack of strength when facing Zhao. Chapter 236. The Manchester City fans on site erupted in intense cheering. Liverpool won the coin toss, and Manchester City had possession. When Gundogan received the ball, Liverpool's players began to press, forcing him to pass the ball backward. Liverpool started very aggressively. They play this way against every team, not just Manchester City. Klopp's tactical philosophy has always been like this. Therefore, teams coached by Klopp usually have a very strong fighting spirit in a short time. However, this style of play is not stable, and it is difficult for players to maintain such a state throughout an entire season. When facing the pressure of competing on multiple fronts, problems typically arise in the league. However, this season Liverpool does not have Champions League commitments, so they can fully focus on the league. Mangala dared not make short passes to his teammates and could only clear the ball with a big kick. Riva headed the ball to Emre. Can Liverpool's midfielders, including forwards, cover a very large area? They can quickly engage in the attack and also position themselves rapidly during defense. At this moment, Emre can sprint it with the ball. The midfielders and forwards of Manchester City were also conscious of retreating to reinforce the defense. Chapter 237. Klopp's coaching of the team has been very effective. He pushed the less athletic Coutinho to the front line, allowing the more mobile Milner and Emre can stay in midfield to help defend against Zhao. He also assigned Riva, who has average assisting ability but good defensive positioning, to mark Zhao. Additionally, Firmino and Lalana can support both offensively and defensively. This completely locked down Manchester City's defense and midfield connections, preventing Manchester City's midfield from functioning effectively. During counterattacks, they would also quickly look for weaknesses on the wings of Manchester City. One could say that his tactics were very successful. Once Manchester City's midfield struggles, the defensive pressure on the back line increases significantly. Given Manchester City's current defensive capabilities, it is indeed very difficult to withstand Liverpool's onslaught. After taking the lead, Liverpool did not choose to change their style of play and continued to attack aggressively, trying to completely stifle Manchester City. This made the watching Manchester City fans very worried. What happened to Manchester City today? Zhao, he was finding it hard to break through. He could only pass the ball, and De Bruyne and Sterling were not shining either. Where did Gundogan disappear to? Klopp really has something. Chapter 238. Manchester City might be experiencing the toughest match of the season so far. It's quite challenging. They fell behind by 2 goals just 23 minutes in. The defensive issues of Manchester City were fully exposed in this match. Liverpool fans sang loudly at the Etihad Stadium, but Manchester City fans did not lose hope. They kept cheering for their team. Is Manchester City's 12-game winning streak about to end? A winning streak is not necessarily a good thing. The players feel a lot of psychological pressure. Losing isn't necessarily a bad thing. Otherwise, Manchester City players might really think they're invincible, and this mindset is not beneficial for future matches. The previous match against Villa showed that the players were not in great form. They must be too tired. The Champions League took too much out of them. Fans watching the live broadcast were discussing heatedly, and it seems that many Manchester City fans have already started to believe that their team is going to lose this match. The match continues, and Liverpool's counterattacks remain sharp. Firmino receives the ball in the penalty area, makes 2 quick turns to attract the defense, and suddenly passes to the side. Milner catches up and unleashes a powerful shot. Joe Hart stretches out a leg and deflects the ball out of bounds. At the Etihad Stadium, fans are filled with exclamations of survival after the storm. Chapter 239. Manchester City is 3 goals down. This is unimaginable, but it has happened. Manchester City fans have been living in happiness this season. Now they are a bit bewildered. What happened? How did this happen? The fans are indeed confused, but they are not in despair. It's only the first half. There is still the second half to go. The songs at the Etihad rise and fall. Zhao feels somewhat moved by this uplifting sound. He recalls an old friend. The peak supporters are all fake. The true believers are in the lows. Meanwhile, the online fans are different. They look at this unbelievable score and start cursing. Stupid Manchester City. Guardiola is useless. Has Zhao fallen asleep? Has he gone out to chase girls again? Zhao has been spotted multiple times at Manchester nightclubs. This kid has become arrogant. Alcohol and women will surely ruin him. He went abroad, got a high salary, played a few good games, and now he is chasing women. Useless, a wasted talent, garbage. The brothers of the Speedy Thunder are the purest fans. They only care about results, only care about goals. After a match, if you score, you're a god. If you don't, you're just pure trash. Chapter 240. The first half ends, and the score remains unchanged. 3-1. Liverpool leads by 2 goals away from home. During halftime, Guardiola nearly bursts into a tirade, but he holds back. Mangala and Sagna are not very effective. However, there isn't a better solution right now. Guardiola keeps emphasizing the defense line. The gap between the defensive midfielder and the defenders is the easiest to exploit. A through ball or a breakthrough can lead to big problems. So, the positioning of the defensive midfielder and defenders must be precise. This requires player experience and talent. The understanding between Gundogan and Sagna is still insufficient. Therefore, Guardiola can only make substitutions and bring on Zabaleta, hoping to solve the defensive issues. Zabaleta and his Argentine compatriot Otamendi have a flaw. They often lose track of opponents and the ball, which frustrates Guardiola greatly. He spends nearly 10 minutes instructing these defenders on how to position themselves and select defensive positions. Then, with little time left, he reminds the attacking players to keep changing positions when necessary. Move. Don't just stand still when Zhao gets the ball. Chapter 241. Gundogan makes a backheel pass. At this moment, Lovren and Skirtle realize they're in trouble. They suddenly realize they haven't defended that area. Meanwhile, Klein is still marking Sterling. They can't just leave Sterling open to run to that unguarded spot, can they? Are they learning from James to defend in empty spaces? Are they playing basketball? They get criticized. Gundogan passes the ball. The ball is on its way. Zhao Yi's area. The long-lost Zhao area. When Gundogan horizontally passes the ball to the right corner of the penalty area, and Zhao ES figure appears there. Joe Hart in the small box has already raised his fists in anticipation. Many Manchester City fans in the stands stand up. A wave of pent-up passion is about to burst forth. Bang! A powerful and beautiful sound rings out. The football soars through the air. Before it even hits the net, Hart is already shouting. His roar is like a lightning bolt cutting through the silent night. Then comes the torrential downpour. Boom! The entire Etihad erupts with a thunderous sound. Liverpool just scored a goal, leaving the Manchester City fans in the stands speechless. Chapter 242. Inside the VIP box at the Etihad Stadium. The utterly disappointed fans in white scarves keep clapping. This is the core, the leader of Manchester City's rise. Renew the contract. Change the agreement. Raise the salary. We have the money. Increase the buyout clause. We can't let Real Madrid steal him away. Manchester City teammates surround Zhao. None of them expected that they could narrow the score to just 1 goal in such a short time. This greatly reduces the pressure on the Manchester City players. Now, they are full of confidence. As long as Zhao is unleashed and they find another opportunity, Manchester City can equalize. Liverpool's defense is now riddled with holes. Not much better than Manchester City's. Meanwhile, the Liverpool players are somewhat dazed after conceding 2 consecutive goals. Firmino shouts loudly at his teammates to get their spirits up. We're still ahead. Why are we playing like we're about to lose? Get together, just like the first half. We led them by 3 goals. If we keep playing like this, we can lead them by 3 goals again. Soon, they regroup and focus entirely on the game. The mental resilience of professional players is indeed very strong. Chapter 243. Oh yeah, come baby. Oh yeah, oh my God. From Zhao Yi's corner kick, in less than a second, the fans in the stands go from nervousness to anticipation, to finally complete release. When the football hits the post, and bounces into the net. And when Mignolet tries his best but cannot touch the ball, the entire Etihad goes wild. Everywhere, passionate shouts fill the air. "Come on, baby!" The silver bottle shatters, the fountain erupts, the volcano explodes. 4-1, after falling 3 goals behind. Manchester City launches a desperate counterattack. Zhao first scores twice in a minute, almost ripping the net apart. Then, in stoppage time, he scores the equalizer. At this moment, all the Manchester City fans explode with joy. Yes, yeah, Zhao, Zhao, fuck me Zhao. A large number of fans in the stands pulled off their clothes in response to Zhao, who was running around the field without his jersey. Chapter 244, Manchester City's 12-game winning streak comes to an end. However, they still remain at the top of the table, maintaining the best start in the Premier League. After the match, Guardiola did not express any resentment towards the controversial decision made at the last moment. It was a very good attacking opportunity, but the stoppage time had indeed expired. According to convention, the referee should wait until this attack is over before declaring the match finished. But convention is not the same as rules. I was very angry at that time, even somewhat out of control. Now, I believe the referee's judgment was not a problem. This draw was within our expectations, as many players had not fully recovered due to the international break. I have always said this issue. For a club like Manchester City, players have too many matches. This not only affects the team's performance, but also brings uncontrollable injury problems to the players. I really hope that some international friendlies can be cancelled or reduced. Guardiola was really happy that Zhao did not join the national team. He learned about the Huagua team, and if Zhao went to the national team, wouldn't he be used like a donkey? Fortunately, the Huagua national team was very reasonable and did not call Zhao back. Chapter 245, when Zhao arrived in Italy, he separated from his teammates. He wanted to meet a friend of Demi Rose. Zhao had no ulterior motives. He was only meeting her for Demi Rose's sake. Zhao did not know any Italian at all. Fortunately, the friend Demi Rose spoke English. Otherwise, they would not have been able to communicate. They agreed to meet at a rather well-decorated cafe. Zhao took a taxi that cost 25 euros. When Zhao saw the young girl, a thought arose in his mind. What kind of creature is Demi Rose? This is what you call a beauty. Demi Rose is not even 1.6 meters tall, while this big beauty is almost 1.8 meters tall. Her long legs look like 2 long chopsticks, standing there elegantly and powerfully, attracting countless gazes. Zhao walked over actively with a smile. "Victoria Chiretti, you can call me Victoria." Victoria was extremely enthusiastic. Zhao wanted to shake hands, but Victoria directly gave him a big hug. Moreover, her smile was very bright, making people feel like they were in a spring breeze. "I have always been your fan. It feels like a dream now." Victoria was about the same age as Zhao, only 2 months older. Chapter 246, before the match against Juventus. The media in turn extensively reported on Zhao and Victoria Chiretti. Their criticism of Zhao reached a near-crazy level. Almost simultaneously, Zhao's nightlife in England was exposed. His private life was chaotic, and his morals were criticized with various intense words. These reports were sharp and harsh. This was definitely not a normal phenomenon. If Zhao had a proper girlfriend, these evaluations might not be excessive. But Zhao did not have a stable relationship. In a place like Europe, where the culture is open, this little matter is hardly worth mentioning. It is now obvious that someone is deliberately guiding public opinion. They are trying to portray Zhao as a morally corrupt bad boy. At such an important moment for the Golden Boy Award selection, these negative news about Zhao definitely indicate that someone is up to no good. If Zhao is affected in this Champions League match and performs poorly, greater criticism or even slander will follow. Pellegrini and Guardiola contacted Zhao immediately, urging him to keep a calm mindset and not to care about the media's comments. At this time, Zhao was surrounded by his teammates, sharing experiences on how he found such an exceptional young beauty as soon as he arrived in Italy. Chapter 247. On Manchester City's side, Kompany was still injured and continued to be replaced by Mangala and Otamendi as the central defenders. Sagna returned and partnered with Kolarov as the left and right backs. Fernandinho was rested and placed on the bench. Fernando partnered with Gundogan as the double defensive midfielders. Up front, De Bruyne and Sterling were positioned on the wings, while Zhao stayed in the center. Leading the attack was Agüero. Manchester City's midfield and forward line were relatively stable, but the defense was a mess. The starting lineup had changed in recent matches. Guardiola could not find a suitable solution and could only wait for the winter transfer window to buy more players. Players in the winter transfer window would definitely be overpriced, as most teams would not let players go during the winter window for the sake of their season's performance. The match officially began. Allegri's so-called targeted defense was to pile up a large number of players in the center. He had Marchisio closely follow Zhao, cutting off Zhao Yi's connection with his teammates in advance. This was the same tactic used by Klopp, except he added one more player in the midfield compared to Klopp. Moreover, Pogba would also take on defensive duties at appropriate times. Pogba is an exceptionally talented player, but he can be lazy, so he hardly defends on the field. Chapter 248. On the sidelines, Allegri was angrily scolding Marchisio. He was obviously very dissatisfied with his performance. As long as there was someone in front to interfere with a long-distance shot, even if it was just a nearby interference, it would be difficult to strike effectively. This gave a completely free opportunity to shoot. After Juventus restarted the game, Marchisio finally woke up. He followed Zhao closely, no longer attempting to double-team other Manchester City players, and hardly participated in the attack. This indeed left Zhao with limited options. Not only Marchisio, but Pogba also took special care of him during defense. At this time, it required the other Manchester City players to create space. Gundogan and De Bruyne would gain a lot of space. Because Zhao was pulling defenders in the center, Juventus often set up with 3 defenders. The gaps at the back were significant. De Bruyne and Agüero executed some good combinations. Unfortunately, Agüero's form in European competitions had always been a mystery. He just couldn't get the ball into the net. On the contrary, Juventus's attacks consistently put pressure on Manchester City's defense. As the match progressed to the 25th minute, Juventus launched a threatening attack. Chapter 249, Barzagli, including Chiellini, was also rushing toward Zhao. When Zhao shook off the defenders twice in a row and entered the penalty area, he lifted his foot once again. This was already the 3rd time he had raised his foot in a short period. Buffon on the goal line was nervous due to Zhao Yi's actions. Feeling a bit flustered. This time, Zhao Yi broke away from the angle, and no one knew whether he would continue to move laterally. Just as he kicked the ball, Pogba, who was behind him, caught up. As soon as Zhao Yi's foot made contact with the ball, a frustrated Pogba slid in from behind. Regardless of whether Zhao Yi intended to shoot or continue dancing in the penalty area, he could not complete either. Pogba knocked Zhao Yi down inside the penalty area. The referee's whistle sounded very timely. Marchisio, getting up from the ground, rushed toward Zhao Yi. "You're playing, so play. What are you showing off in the penalty area? Look at you." He was furious at Zhao Yi for having the opportunity to shoot, but choosing to toy with him and Bonucci twice. Finally, Pogba, catching up, obviously added to the frustration. This resulted in a penalty kick. The humiliation of being toyed with and conceding a penalty, especially at home, threw Marchisio's mindset off balance. Chapter 250. Allegri was shouting at the Juventus players on the sidelines. Calm down, calm down. Take it slow. Don't rush. There are still opportunities." After the match restarted, Marchisio completely abandoned the attack and didn't assist his teammates, focusing solely on Zhao Yi. Juventus's wing attacks became more frantic. Trailing by 2 goals at home was unacceptable to them. Dybala and Sandro's impact was indeed strong, making it difficult for Manchester City's defense to cope. However, in the first half, Juventus did not score, and the score remained 0-2 as they entered halftime. Manchester City's players were relatively relaxed. Agüero kept hugging Zhao, his face full of joy. "Zhao is amazing. So strong." This was the phrase Agüero said the most. During the halftime break, Guardiola told the Manchester City players that the most important thing in the second half was to stabilize, control the rhythm of the game. "We cannot afford any more injuries. If anyone else gets hurt, it could lead to a complete collapse." Chapter 251. Manchester City led 3-1 away. Less than 10 minutes remained in the match. Juventus's attacking power was sufficient, and they almost equalized at home. Unfortunately, the defense faltered. Zhao Yi made a precise long-distance pass, tearing through Juventus's entire midfield defense. After De Bruyne's through ball, Agüero finally scored his 2nd goal in the Champions League. Agüero excitedly ran off the field, and Guardiola clenched his fists tightly. In the Champions League, Manchester City achieved a double victory over Juventus, securing 1st place in the group. This was a significant breakthrough for Manchester City. In the past, Manchester City could win the league, but had always stumbled in the Champions League, even facing embarrassing moments of being eliminated in the group stage. Against strong European teams, This wealthy team always lost more and drew less, making it difficult to win strong matchups. Now, with a double victory over Juventus, they could finally break the awkward impression of being inexperienced in international competitions. Manchester City fans were overjoyed, although they drew with Liverpool in the league. They firmly held the top spot. Now, in the Champions League group stage, they also confirmed first place. Despite being short on personnel and having some defensive issues, Manchester City kept winning. That was enough. Win, win, keep winning. Chapter 252. Zhao Yi's contract with Manchester City still has 4.5 years left. But this future is certainly not about staying in Manchester City. It is about something more important, the Ballon d'Or, the highest achievement a footballer can attain. Given Zhao Yi's current performance, he will undoubtedly be a strong contender for the Ballon d'Or. If he can maintain such explosive performances, he could compete for that coveted award as early as next season. However, the selection of the Ballon d'Or is not only related to the player's performance, but also closely linked to the player's honors. Additionally, the player's nationality and the team they play for are also significant factors. Compared to Real Madrid and Barcelona, Manchester City can offer Zhao Yi very little help in this regard. Moreover, compared to strong teams from Europe and America, there is even less support that China can provide Zhao Yi. UEFA may be reluctant to see an Asian player win the Ballon d'Or. Of course, if Zhao Yi can lead China to win the World Cup, winning the Ballon d'Or will be a piece of cake. Do you have thoughts about the Ballon d'Or? Of course, Zhao Yi confidently answered Guardiola's question. Guardiola nodded, acknowledging that this was the issue. I believe your performance and the club's results will at least not detract from your chances in the selection. Chapter 253. On the afternoon of November 28th, Manchester City faced Southampton at home. Southampton had average fighting power, with results that were neither good nor bad. However, Southampton's youth training system was very strong, providing many quality players to Liverpool. In this match, Manchester City had a significant gap in terms of player value and skill. However, the match did not go as smoothly as Manchester City fans had imagined. The Manchester City players were generally out of form due to the international match day. Combined with strong matchups against Liverpool and Juventus, the main players of Manchester City seemed to be asleep on the field. Southampton took the lead in the 20th minute of the first half. Throughout the first half, apart from De Bruyne and Otamendi performing normally, the other players seemed a bit off. Zhao Yi's performance was disastrous. He lost possession several times, making it seem like he was playing poorly on purpose. For the first time on the field, Zhao Yi felt powerless. In such high-level confrontations, it felt as if the strength in his legs had been drained. Whether in passing or breaking through, he always felt he had the will but lacked the strength. His poor condition made him feel fear for the first time on the field. Oh no, it turns out that women really do affect the speed of drawing the sword. Chapter 254. After the match against Southampton, Manchester City had a week of rest. Zhao Yi took 2 days to recover his form. After all, being young means a strong recovery ability. During these 2 days, he did not go out to nightclubs. Rebecca gave him a comprehensive checkup, and his physical condition was very good. The injuries of Kompany and Silva from Manchester City had recovered, allowing them to participate in the upcoming match against Arsenal next week. This was good news for Manchester City. As for the specific condition of the two players, it can only be seen during the match. Just like Zhao Yi, who always thought he was in good shape, but only after participating in high-intensity confrontations would he realize the problems. This season, Arsenal has performed well, ranking third, closely following Leicester City. Among the traditional Big Six, only Arsenal has managed to keep pace with the score and has not been left behind by Manchester City. If Arsenal can defeat Manchester City at home in this match, they will have a strong chance of competing for the championship. They have never underestimated the rising Leicester City. Recently, however, Manchester City's league form has declined, and Zhao Yi's performance has also significantly dropped, giving Arsenal a glimmer of hope. Some extreme Arsenal fans have yet to forgive Zhao Yi. Chapter 255. At the Emirates Stadium, flags are flying and banners are everywhere. Fans are wearing Arsenal jerseys and donning scarves unique to Arsenal, filled with enthusiasm. The vast majority of fans are there to support the home team, with only a small number of Arsenal fans specifically there to boo Zhao Yi. In fact, the proportion of fans who believe Zhao Yi has betrayed Arsenal is not high. Most Arsenal fans remain rational. The fact that the Kearney youth training camp expelled Zhao Yi is a regret for Arsenal, and true Arsenal fans even feel a bit embarrassed, never claiming that Zhao Yi betrayed the club. Those extreme fans who criticize Zhao Yi are just a small matter. They even criticized Wenger. This old man created the unbeaten myth of Arsenal, introduced scientific training to the club, and directly influenced the training model of the entire Premier League. He dedicated most of his coaching career to Arsenal and even gifted them the Emirates Stadium. In the end, he left quietly, which is quite lamentable. This elegant yet commanding coach has always been the biggest support for this financially strained team. The loan for the Emirates Stadium was approved with the condition that Wenger must lead Arsenal. Chapter 256. The referee on the field did not hesitate to give each player a yellow card. The fans at the scene booed even louder, questioning why 272 also received a yellow card after suffering such a huge loss. Giroud was arguing with the referee, who waved his hand to indicate that his decision was correct. He saw that 272 was the one who instigated the trouble by pushing, and then Zhao retaliated. It would be fair to give both of them a yellow card. After all, 272's small physique led to his disadvantage, right? Even if the referee wanted to favor the home team, he couldn't be so blatant about it. The cameras captured everything. Recently, Manchester City has been complaining about the referees' officiating standards. The Premier League has informed the referees to keep a low profile recently and not to make arbitrary calls. Being too biased against Manchester City would cause significant public backlash. Once this period is over, they can start making bias calls again. Last season, Zhao took advantage of 272's proactive fouling to injure his ankle. In this match, the experienced 272 was afraid to actively mark Zhao. He worried that if it happened again, it would affect his career. So he only dared to shout from the sidelines and would keep his distance from Zhao on the field. During Manchester City's attacking phase, he definitely would not proactively follow Zhao. Chapter 257. Stupid Arsenal. Stupid check. With Manchester City's current state, you can't win? Zhao is completely drained, and you want to score? Oh God, have mercy on me. There were cries of despair from Solaire Sports. Awesome. Deserved. Don't believe in King Zhao, and you'll lose, you bunch of useless people. Score another one, King Zhao. King Zhao, take me to shore. There was a large group of Manchester City supporters celebrating excitedly. This goal counts. Zhao, who had been in poor form last match, opened the scoring for Manchester City, taking the lead away from home. Today, Zhao is completely different from the last match, not only performing excellently in attack, but also keeping 272 tightly restricted in defense. Zhang Lu has been following Zhao Yi's movements throughout the match. His range of activity is simply that of a number 8, running back and forth from the edge of his own penalty area to the opponent's goal. He is present in both attack and defense. Flamini's ability to limit him is very limited. Wenger is somewhat helpless. Zhao Yi's range of movement is too large. Previously, Zhao Yi would mostly roam outside the penalty area, but today he has run into the penalty area. Chapter 258. Zhao actually hooked the ball back from the goal line. He was just participating in the attack. He ran ahead of Ramsey. How is it that Ramsey is still outside the penalty area while he has already charged into the goal? Henry covered his bald head in disbelief. If this ball had been hooked out by a defender, he would have said that Kolarov was amazing, but it can be understood. But this ball was hooked out by Zhao Yi, who had already charged up to attack. This shook his worldview a bit. Otamendi directly ran into the goal and knelt down. He hugged Zhao Yi, who was lying on the ground, as if he were a lifesaver. Oh no! Arsenal missed an opportunity. This was not just a missed chance. It was a guaranteed goal, and such a ball was actually hooked out by an attacking midfielder. Henry still couldn't believe it. He watched the replay, and after Zhao Yi passed the ball, he immediately made a forward run. When De Bruyne lost the ball, Zhao Yi immediately turned back to defend. He didn't intercept Ramsey's pass, and after that, the camera followed the ball, not showing Zhao Yi's figure. Another camera perfectly recorded Zhao Yi's movement trajectory. He moved along the center, keeping an eye on the ball while quickly retreating. Chapter 259. The ball was transferred to the right side, including Gundogan, Sagna, Otamendi, Mangala. A large number of players moved closer to the right side. Along with Sterling, who was already on the right, Manchester City invested a lot of attacking firepower to the right side. This forced Arsenal players to deploy more players to the right side. On the left, Fernandinho lagged behind, leaving only Kolarov and De Bruyne. Manchester City's attack had ideas, and the attacking formation suddenly changed. The entire left side was empty, and Gundogan didn't distribute the ball. Gundogan sent the ball to Sterling with a kick. Sterling faced Monreal, who tightly marked him, forcing Ramsey to retreat into the penalty area as well. Unable to find an opportunity, Sterling could only pass back, and Gundogan followed suit. They were looking for another chance. Otamendi received the ball and pushed it to the center for Zhao, still attacking the right side. Sagna went wide and received a pass from Zhao, attempting to break through inside, but after being obstructed, he passed it to the moving Sterling. The entire right flank, which is Arsenal's left side, is filled with tension. Manchester City launches a fierce attack on the right. Chapter 260. In the first half of the match, Zhao uses his abundant stamina to keep running and positioning, making it difficult for 272 to keep up with him. When Manchester City settles into defense, Zhao appears behind 272 again, causing 272 to be increasingly annoyed yet hesitant to take action. At this point, 272 is almost ineffective. In the second half, Zhao continues this tactic, making 272's mentality increasingly explosive. By the 60th minute, the score remains unchanged. Arsenal continues to attack from both flanks, but with 272 unable to coordinate from the center, Arsenal cannot alternate their attacks effectively or exploit the weak side. Although Arsenal has had some shots thanks to Giroud, they have not penetrated Manchester City's goal. This has frustrated the fans. With Manchester City drawing their last 2 league matches and Arsenal winning 5 in a row, many fans have placed their bets on Arsenal. Like that tomato author, many have borrowed money to invest heavily. The entire platform is filled with angry curses. They curse Arsenal, then Manchester City. And some even scold Zhao for being shameless, sticking close to 272 in defense. In short, these pure fans have lost their rationality. That tomato author knows Arsenal is done, but still clings to the last hope, watching the match, wanting to see Arsenal make a comeback. Chapter 261. This time, Zhao does not meet old friends in London. After realizing that women can truly affect his performance, he quickly adjusts his mentality, learning from Ronaldinho's past mistakes. He cannot let such matters ruin his body. After returning to Manchester from London, Guardiola gives the team a day off. The upcoming schedule for Manchester City will be very tight, with back-to-back matches for a week. The League Cup and the final round of the Champions League will take place in the coming midweek. Following the advice of the trainers prepared for him by Manchester City's management, Zhao stays home to conduct moderate-intensity physical training. He could train at Manchester City's training base for better results, but considering that it might make his teammates feel he's seeking attention, he gives up the idea. That evening, a highly anticipated match takes place. Barcelona hosts Real Madrid in the El Clasico. Real Madrid has always been one of the most successful clubs in the world and has significant influence globally. Since the new century, Barcelona has risen strongly, with Guardiola and La Masia's youth academy creating a dream team that has shaken the football world. Chapter 262, December 9th. Manchester City hosts the final round of the Champions League group stage. From a competitive perspective, this match is meaningless. Manchester City has already secured first place in the group, and Borussia Mönchengladbach is confirmed to finish 4th and be eliminated. This match has no impact on both teams' Champions League standings. The other match between Sevilla and Juventus will determine who continues in the Champions League and who moves to the Europa League. As a result, Mönchengladbach fields many substitutes, and Manchester City does the same. David Silva and company return from injury and start the match. Guardiola does not start Zhao due to his Champions League goal record. He remains on the bench. As Chinese fans say, the only one who can stop Zhao is himself or a big fool. Both teams engage in a high-scoring battle, making for an exciting scene. However, Chinese fans curse Guardiola for 70 minutes. Big fool. Am I staying up late just to watch a Manchester City? Big fool, make substitutions. It isn't until the 70th minute when Zhao comes on as a substitute to maintain his form that the curses finally stop. However, Zhao does not manage to score or assist in the limited time he plays. Chapter 263. In the 17th round of the league, Manchester City continues to play at home. In the first half, Aguero performs brilliantly, single-handedly taking down Swansea's entire defense. By the 60th minute of the second half, Manchester City's defense falters, allowing Swansea's quick counterattack to equalize the score. Guardiola is extremely disappointed with the defense. The club's higher-ups are already in talks with various clubs, as the winter transfer window opens in 10 days, to see how many useful players they can acquire. In the 82nd minute, Zhao is brought down while penetrating the box. Aguero takes the penalty, scoring his second goal and finally securing the win at home. As the season progresses, players' physical reserves begin to decline and their focus wanes. Strong teams often stumble in the league during this time. Manchester City's situation is similar. And due to the instability in defense, the chances of stumbling are even greater. Fortunately, Manchester City's midfield and attack are strong enough to maintain excellent combat effectiveness while competing on three fronts. After this match, aside from the Premier League, the other top four leagues go into their winter break. Players can take a good rest to recover their physical condition. Premier League players, however, are somewhat unlucky as they must continue to compete. The competition in the Premier League is indeed fierce, and the incidence of injuries among players is significantly higher than in other leagues. Chapter 264. If the Foxes can win the Premier League title this season, their total number of Premier League championships could even surpass that of one of the most successful clubs in England, Liverpool. This championship trophy would likely be a height that Tottenham would find difficult to reach for decades. In this match, Leicester City is truly united. They never expected to become the focus of the Premier League one day. Before the match, numerous media outlets and analysts made predictions about it. Leicester City, focusing on the league, employs an efficient counterattacking style that combines flank and central play, which poses a certain challenge to Manchester City. As a result, many media outlets believe Manchester City will struggle to leave the King Power Stadium unscathed. Related agencies also predict the win rates for both teams in this match. Manchester City has a 30 chance, Leicester City 37, and a 33 chance for a draw. Manchester City's attacking efficiency ranks first in the league, as does their total number of goals. However, their defensive efficiency is not high and falls far short of Leicester City. Manchester City's defense has allowed a manageable number of goals due to the strength of their midfield and attack, but this is not a credit to the defense. Leicester City, on the other hand, has effectively neutralized almost all opponents' attacks. Chapter 265. Leicester City's style of play mainly revolves around defense and counterattack. Ranieri emphasizes pragmatism. Even at home, he would accept a draw. In terms of overall reputation, Manchester City's attack cannot be compared to that of world-class giants. However, in terms of attacking power, they are undoubtedly the best in Europe right now. So, Ranieri would definitely not be foolish enough to engage in a shootout with Manchester City. The match officially begins. Manchester City chooses to attack from one side. Leicester City gains possession of the ball. After the kickoff from the center circle, Leicester City does not rush to attack. Instead, they pass backward, waiting for Manchester City players to press, then look for opportunities once the formation is stretched. After 19 rounds of league matches, plus the League Cup and Champions League, Manchester City's players have expended a lot of energy, so their aggression now is completely different from the start of the season. Their overall playing style is slowly changing. They do not start with high pressing. As Leicester City passes the ball a few times, Manchester City's forwards move closer, but do not press aggressively. Leicester City's players begin to look for opportunities. Kenny tries to carry the ball forward, but is intercepted by Zhao and immediately passes to the side. Drinkwater receives the ball and finds Mahrez going forward. This is definitely a breakthrough point for Leicester City. Chapter 266. Otamendi stands in the backfield, his mind going blank for a moment. This situation is still a bit stimulating for him. 1 against 4. He must ensure that Mahrez does not get past him. So, he retreats while moving to the left, trying to find an opportunity to hold up Mahrez. He wants to prevent Mahrez from shooting smoothly, and once he passes the ball, he will move to the center to intercept. Otamendi's mind is racing at this moment. The fans in the King Power Stadium are already on their feet. A loud cheer surges from all directions toward the stadium. 2 supporters on the left, 1 in the middle, and Mahrez sprinting on the right. Otamendi retreats to the edge of the penalty area, starting to apply pressure on Mahrez. At this moment, Joe Hart also charges out from the edge of the penalty area to block Mahrez's shooting angle. Mahrez observes the positioning. He knows he has a good chance to shoot, but the entire left side is already open. Brighton's footwork is also reliable. Vardy in the middle can receive the ball and shoot, but he might be blocked by Otamendi. Moreover, behind Vardy, Zhao is quickly returning, so Vardy may not have a very good opportunity to shoot. Chapter 267. The wonderful sound of the ball hitting the net makes all Manchester City fans perk up. 10. Manchester City takes the lead away from home. Zhao clenches his fist and give a light wave. His celebration is becoming more and more simplistic. Time is getting shorter. Only difficult goals can evoke more passion, leading to longer celebrations. This simple goal is just a formality. This is the difference between Brighton and Zhao. After receiving the ball, there is no need for any adjustment. Just a direct shot, leaving the defending players no chance to block. At this age, having such shooting skills is enviable. Leicester City, as commentator, shakes his head helplessly. This guy shoots at the incoming ball without thinking, without preparation. Watching him shoot is a kind of enjoyment. But for Leicester City, there is no sense of enjoyment at all. The game continues. Leicester City is not a soft target. Their counterattacks are very strong, and their interception ability is outstanding. Canty, as a lone defensive midfielder, covers a vast area. Due to his physical stature, he moves very quickly and has a low center of gravity, allowing him to appear in any position in the backfield. He can not only intercept Zhao Yi's ball, but also take the ball from Gundogan and De Bruyne. Chapter 268. At halftime, Guardiola can no longer hold back. He nearly scolds the entire team. "You're useless in the penalty area. Come back to receive the ball." Guardiola yells at Aguero. Faced with complex defenses, Aguero can't get the ball in the penalty area at all. "Are you just going to stay in the box?" Aguero lowers his head, not responding, which is indeed his problem. Losing the ball, losing the ball, losing the ball. You guys let one Canty defend you this way. He.S. just a bit taller than Messi. A defensive player, just that tall. Can't you deal with him? Defend, defend, defend. Just one Mahrez has you all in a tizzy. Are you guys just wooden sticks on the field while collecting a salary? I might as well put 2 wooden stakes on the field. This is the first time Guardiola has been this angry. His disciples look like they're in a daze on the field. If Manchester City had quickly countered Leicester City's attacks at the beginning, they would already be 3 goals down. How terrifying is that? After this outburst, Guardiola's emotions stabilized. He thought carefully. The defensive level of these players does not meet his requirements. Chapter 269. I can hold on. The tough guy Huth shouts fiercely, then collapses back onto the pitch. The team doctor immediately waves for help, quickly taking him off for an MRI. He can't even see his fingers clearly. In a moment, he sees 3 or 4 footballs coming towards him on the field. How can he kick anything? A stretcher quickly arrives to take Huth away. Ranieri's expression darkens. Huth is the most impactful player on the defensive end, and losing him greatly affects the defense. The boos from the King Power Stadium come one after another. They are full of disdain for Zhao Yi's elbowing behavior. Zhao Yi acts as if he hasn't heard anything. Morgan, seeing his partner leave the field, immediately rushes toward Zhao Yi, looking fierce, as if he wants to avenge his teammate. The two instantly clash together, and amid the cheers of the King Power Stadium fans, Morgan is fired up, pushing Zhao Yi while cursing. "Is this how you play football? You little..." Zhao Yi pushes Morgan away with a backhand. If it weren't on the field, he would have already pinned Morgan down and hammered him. Many believe that the referee's presence on the field deters tough players like Huth and Morgan from making excessive moves and behaviors. Chapter 270. There are 2 minutes of stoppage time left. Zhao Yi stands there expressionlessly. He really wants to take off his jersey and show it to the Leicester City fans, giving them the most respectful gesture. But he already has a yellow card. So, he raises his head, lifts his arms high, and gives a thumbs up. A thumbs up for your boos. The Leicester City fans in the entire King Power Stadium stand silently. They look at this pretentious player, utterly helpless. They want to boo, but it's of no use. With the stoppage time running out and trailing, they don't have the face to boo the opponent. Manchester City players surge towards Zhao, leaping high and jumping onto him. Zhao, he stands like a statue, giving a thumbs up, completely still. "I'm waiting, I'm listening. Why is there no booing anymore? Is it because you have become mute, or because you're naturally friendly and unwilling to boo?" Manchester City fans at the King Power Stadium wave their flags and scarves with all their might. Get hyped. Last-minute goal. Hat trick. Zhao. It has been a long time since he appeared in the forward position, but he is not out of practice. A long-range last-minute goal. Morgan made a fatal mistake. He lost track of Zhao and tried to cut him off along the inside line. Chapter 271. After the match, Ranieri praised the team's performance. He believes Leicester City has reached its peak. At the same time, he also made some comments about Zhao Yi's performance. Zhao is full of competitiveness, and his ability is beyond doubt. I have been paying attention to his performance. It is hard not to notice such a representative player in football. He has always had the elegance of an Englishman. However, his behavior today is puzzling. His elbow strike is something only a thug would do. What is even more baffling is that such a malicious foul only resulted in a yellow card. I don't know the reason. Perhaps the referee has his considerations. Huth's condition still needs to be confirmed. I have not heard Zhao apologize for the elbow strike. He is an excellent player and should focus more on improving his skills rather than studying other things. I saw him provoking our fans. In my opinion, Any behavior from the fans is understandable. For a player, the most important thing is to play well. Clearly, Ranieri is very dissatisfied with Zhao Yi's outrageous behavior of both elbowing and giving thumbs up on the field. At this time, there are always some clueless reporters asking strange questions, such as, what do you think of Huth elbowing Aguero and escaping yellow card? Chapter 272. On New Year's Eve, Zhao Yi had a video chat with his parents. Zhao Yi's beautiful mother was crying, looking like she was about to faint from crying. In the end, the father and son had a compromise. On New Year's Day, the couple boarded a plane to England. At the moment when Zhao Yi might create Premier League scoring history, Song Xiaoyang must witness it live. If he doesn't break the record in the 20th round, she will wait until the 21st round. If Zhao Yi still can't break the record, she will stay in England indefinitely. The weather in England, according to Song Xiaoyang, is worse than the ancient Ninguda. It sounds like she has experienced it herself. During her days in England, Song Xiaoyang kept urging Zhao Yi to hurry up and leave for Spain. The climate and food here are not good. Zhao Yi is still growing, and it would be bad if he left health issues behind. It may sound a bit naggy, but Zhao Yi found it quite interesting. On January 3rd, Manchester City faced the Hornets, Watford away. Watford is the Hornet of England and is not as well known as Borussia Dortmund in the Bundesliga. However, this nickname originally belonged to Watford. Watford's competitiveness in the Premier League is only mediocre, at relegation level. Against Manchester City, their chances of winning are very slim. Chapter 273. In the middle of the week, Manchester City officially announced that Everton's main centre-back Stones has joined the team. Due to the winter transfer window, teams are reluctant to let players go, so Stones' price has risen significantly. €55 million is still a shocking amount for a defender. However, Manchester City's outstanding performance so far has made Guardiola and the management realize that the defense must be reinforced as soon as possible. In this situation, spending an additional €10 million is not a big deal for Manchester City. Another right-back that Guardiola is interested in, Kyle Walker, is firmly retained by Tottenham. Unless Manchester City offers €100 million in transfer fees, they will not let him go. Even if Manchester City is willing to be the fool, they have not reached such a crazy point. Moreover, Manchester City's powerful legal team advised that they cannot spend any more money this season. Otherwise, even they would not withstand UEFA's financial fair play regulations. It would be better to wait until the next summer transfer window to buy players. Another right-back that Guardiola is highly interested in, Danilo from Real Madrid, also failed to join. Real Madrid needs to maintain competitiveness in both the league and the Champions League. They will not let Danilo, who is a key rotation player, go. Of course, when Manchester City inquired about Danilo's transfer, Florentino gave a different proposal. Chapter 274. In the last 2 league matches, Zhao Yi has been very well marked by opponents, making it difficult for him to find scoring opportunities. In this match, Crystal Palace's head coach Alan Pardew claimed that he would not employ a double marking strategy against Zhao Yi. Let's wait and see. Zhao Yi has already scored 33 goals in the previous 21 league matches, just 1 goal away from the single-season scoring record in the Premier League. I believe the vast majority of fans have come for Zhao Yi. As the most valuable league in world football, it is remarkable that Zhao Yi could contribute such a world-class performance in his first season in the Premier League. Not just Chinese fans, but I believe there will be a large number of fans across Europe and even worldwide paying attention. It is hard to imagine how terrifying his reputation would be if he had joined a top team like Real Madrid or Barcelona this season. Jean Liu is commentating, and Chinese fans are shouting 666. The top stars in the world play in La Liga, but the league with the highest brand value must be the Premier League. Such a talented performance in the Premier League is worth celebrating and being proud of. Alan Shearer also attended the match. He was invited to the last match between Manchester City and Everton, but Zhao Yi did not score. Chapter 275. The away fans from Crystal Palace passionately applauded their team. In the first half, Manchester City dominated the game, but failed to score. This was due to the fierce defense and fighting spirit of the Crystal Palace players. Football. While scoring is undoubtedly the most exciting part, every thrilling defense and confrontation deserves respect and praise. As the second half began, with the organization and coordination of Gundogan and Zhao Yi, Manchester City's attack remained orderly. With the support of the Crystal Palace fans, their players fought very tenaciously. The last time Crystal Palace was defeated by 5 goals at the Etihad, this time their growth is evident. As the match reached the 60th minute, Zhao, he found an opportunity from the outside and took another long shot. It was directly saved by the leaping goalkeeper. A very beautiful and tenacious save. It seems that Alan Shearer's record is not so easy to break. Although Crystal Palace's defense was not overly focused on Zhao, it is clear that the goalkeeper performed at 200% against him. Zhao, he scratched his head. At least on the surface, he did not seem too anxious. However, Abramovich in the stands looked very uncomfortable. How could he save such a shot? Chapter 276. After Zhao he scored a goal, Manchester City took the lead at home. Crystal Palace finally took action. Having defended for an entire match, they were somewhat unwilling to accept the score. Led by Zaha, the midfielders began to move forward, attempting to launch a counterattack. Stones, who made his first substitute appearance for Manchester City, lacked sufficient chemistry with his teammates, resulting in several mistakes when passing the ball. Fortunately, Crystal Palace's attacking level was somewhat lacking. Apart from Zaha, it was difficult for other players to pose a significant threat to Manchester City's defense. It seemed that Crystal Palace did not want to accept this result, and their attacking momentum was quite fierce during this period. However, time was running out, and it was uncertain if Crystal Palace would find an opportunity. Terry and Victor still relied on Zaha. The shot was somewhat forced, and Stone's clearance was a bit hasty, giving Crystal Palace a corner kick opportunity. Crystal Palace had strong set-piece scoring ability. Sterling and Aguero had already returned to the penalty area, and at this moment, Manchester City was taking this corner kick defense very seriously. Any mistake could be fatal. Zhao also returned to the edge of the penalty area. Let us watch this attack. At the back post, the ball crossed the penalty area, not searching for Zaha in the middle, but directly flying towards the back post. Chapter 277. Zhao. Godlike. The Manchester City commentator was shouting excitedly, and many celebrities in the stands were applauding, sending their most sincere blessings for this moment. Alan Shearer stood up, smiling, and clapped continuously. Just as he had said, he had always hoped someone would break his record. The young player shattered the ancient seals and opened a new era in the Premier League. The entire Manchester City bench, including all the coaches, stood at the sidelines, joining the passionate fans to send warm congratulations to this prodigy making his Premier League debut. Guardiola's eyes were filled with pride and fondness. Heaven truly favored this young man from the East, and there was no one luckier in the football world than him. In his first coaching stint with the first team, he had received the strongest generation from La Masia. Now, he had once again found a true chosen one. Gary O'Rourke, who couldn't be present and was watching the live broadcast at home, felt a bit teary-eyed. The blue number 19 silhouette filling the entire screen was the proudest discovery of his coaching career. The scene of the two, standing by the Molineux Stadium, flashed before his eyes. He reminded the inexperienced young man of what he should do when he took the field. Chapter 278. This time, breaking the Premier League goal record brought Zhao a fully attributed header card as a reward. Not bad. In the mixed interview area, Zhao talked about his feelings after breaking the Premier League single-season goal record. I don't want to pretend that I don't care about these records. In fact, I have always remembered how many goals I scored and knew how many more I could score to break the record. For me, this is a very honorable thing. The team's victory is important, and personal honors also deserve attention. I thank all the fans for their support. I will keep focusing on football. Have you thought about a classic celebration move? Zhao, he did not hesitate at all. Facing the camera, he clenched his fists and jumped with a turn. Chao Aguero and company walked by not far away, jumping into the frame with their backs to the camera, clenching their fists and shouting together. Chao by when it came to the press conference, Guardiola was very calm, listening to the reporters and nodding continuously. I know what you want to ask. I have always been this smart. Everyone knows what happened. Why do we need to repeat it again and again? Chapter 279. Ronaldo is always confident when facing the media. What he says often confuses many people and becomes a target for numerous fans. This time, he again claimed to be the king of La Liga and the king of the Champions League. This is not only due to his personality, but also for another reason. The Ballon d'Or award ceremony was about to begin. Because of Messi and Ronaldo's dominance in La Liga in Europe, the Ballon d'Or ceremony had become a carnival for La Liga fans, with little involvement from teams in other leagues. Zhao and Guardiola both received invitations to the award ceremony. Zhao, he was explicitly informed that he was a finalist for the Puskas Award. Guardiola was not interested in attending because he knew it would not be useful and would only increase exposure, which he did not need. He would rather stay at Manchester City and train with the players. Therefore, Pep Guardiola planned to accompany Zhao to the event. Every year's Ballon d'Or creates excitement among fans, becoming a festival for various anti-fans. The past 7 years of the Ballon d'Or have been a two-person show. It was either Messi or Ronaldo. Of course, every winning player would be mercilessly criticized by fans. Because of two unrelated foreigners, a group of locals would hurl insults. Chapter 280. Olsen was stunned for a moment, just gaining some fame. It was already quite difficult for her to be interviewed by an influential media outlet at some ceremony and have the opportunity to appear. For a star like her, who was barely at the third tier and not quite at the second, the frenzy of cameras and flashing lights was still a bit overwhelming. Why is FBL here? Who are they after? Such a big scene? Just to attract our attention. Don't worry. Zhao, he noticed that Olsen was a bit flustered, reached out, patted her small hand, and comforted her. Olsen, having mingled in Hollywood, quickly steadied her nerves. She waved at the camera with a very natural smile. Then, she followed Zhao inside. Olsen kept stealing glances at Zhao, this young man who was so much younger than her, yet mature and steady to an incredible degree. She had done some research on Zhao. After all, he had just entered the Premier League this year, and coming here was just to receive a relatively unimportant award. How could he be so popular? He was far above her level. This is the difference between home and away. In Europe, at the Ballon d'Or award ceremony, Zhao, as a rising star, held a very strong position. Chapter 281. Messi had not yet taken his seat because he chatted with Neymar for a few moments, clearly very happy. Zhao knew that these two good brothers had ultimately gone their separate ways. Neymar eventually discovered the truth. He would never have a chance to shine in Barcelona. As long as Messi was around, Neymar would always be the crown prince. After moving to Paris, Neymar sought a breakthrough in his professional career and ultimately succeeded in breaking free from constraints, entering a new realm. He arrived at the Saudi Pro League. Neymar can finally play in the Super League in his life instead of the lower leagues. Neymar left Barcelona out of dissatisfaction. And while all fans believed Messi would end his career at Barcelona, he also left in a very disgraceful manner, being pushed out by others. At that time, Messi cried heartbreakingly, and his salary hadn't been fully paid. Football is beautiful, but those who hold the power in football may not be. Capital in business. One person, one city is ultimately a dream for the fans. When Messi was forced out of Barcelona, Ronaldo, who was also feeling sympathetic after being pushed out of Real Madrid, celebrated by doing several flips and sliding on his knees. After their conversation, Zhao also took the initiative to stand up and extend his right hand. Chapter 282. Helen was right. Appropriate relaxation can indeed refresh a person. Zhao felt his body and spirit were in better shape. After returning to the team, his teammates expressed their congratulations on his award, which Zhao accepted gladly. Soon, they would continue their journey in the Premier League. In the 23rd round of the Premier League, Manchester City faced West Ham United away. In their first encounter this season, Manchester City won 7-1 at home, creating the most lopsided score difference of the season. Learning from previous lessons, West Ham United would not engage in a direct confrontation with Manchester City this time. They began to play defensively and counterattack, which proved to be quite effective. In the first half, both sides failed to score until the 41st minute when Zhao, who exchanged positions with De Bruyne, broke through and delivered a fast-spinning pass. A West Ham defender accidentally touched the ball, resulting in an own goal, giving Manchester City a halftime lead. In the second half, Guardiola started making changes, substituting Aguero and moving Zhao to the front line, with Silva taking the number 10 position and Gundogan pushed forward, while Stones came on as a substitute again. The formation changed back to 3-2-4-1. West Ham United utilized a rapid counterattack strategy, scoring 2 goals. Chapter 283. In their first encounter, Manchester City faced very unfair officiating away. Afterward, the Premier League took action against the referee, which was just a small verbal warning and a 2-match suspension. Later, it was as if nothing had happened. This time, Manchester City faced Tottenham Hotspur at home, and the players did not need any motivation before the match. They were sure to give 200 to impress Tottenham. At the Etihad Stadium, the fan songs echoed. When the players entered the field, they were met with explosive applause. With Zhao Yi's appearance, the Etihad Stadium erupted with the most frenzied cheers. Zhao won 3, accompanied by synchronized clapping. This welcome ceremony, unique to Zhao, was shocking and exhilarating. Stones started the match and was greatly inspired by the overwhelming roar, a chant crafted by Manchester City fans specifically for Zhao. If in a few years, He could also enjoy such treatment. That would be great. Zhao Yi gestured to the fans in the stands. This match was also Zhao Yi's second encounter with Sun Heung-min, which generated significant interest, causing some fans from Japan to feel a bit sour. Chapter 284. The ball was played quickly and urgently. The goalkeeper Loris at the near post failed to intercept, and the ball passed through the penalty area. Aguero, rushing in the middle, also couldn't make contact with the defender. After passing the ball, Zhao Yi had already run into the penalty area. Together with Sterling, he slid in on the ground. Inside the small penalty area, Zhao Yi fell first, colliding with the goalpost. His leg entered the goal, and his body hit the post. The ball came rushing in. Bang! The ball hit the inner side of Zhao Yi's right thigh mercilessly, bouncing twice between his legs and leaving Zhao Yi's face bruised. The good news was that the ball was carried over the goal line. 1 o'clock. Manchester City started the match a bit sluggish, but once they got excited, they became lethal. A few quick passes and 3 attacking points led to an easy goal to take the lead. Zhao Yi's upper body hit the goalpost while his lower body was struck by the ball. He trembled all over and fell inside the penalty area. Fortunately, the ball hit his thigh first before bouncing off, or else he would have been seriously injured. Even so, Zhao Yi was drenched in cold sweat. Sterling helped Zhao Yi up, and teammates rushed toward him. Chapter 285. The ball, as expected, crashed into the net. Manchester City regained the lead. Zhao Yi's assist marked his 15th assist in the Premier League this season, considering that Zhao Yi's only competitor on the assist leaderboard, number 272, is completely out for the season. It looks like Zhao Yi is set to top both charts this season. Zhao Yi's performance this season has been explosive, truly unmatched in Europe. My goodness. He recently broke the single-season goal record in the Premier League, and if he keeps playing like this, he has a great chance of breaking the single-season assist record as well. He is just 5 assists away from the record. Aguero hugged Zhao Yi tightly, and De Bruyne, Sterling, and Silva rushed over. They all embraced together. The fans at the Etihad Stadium jumped and shouted, "Goal! Aguero! Zhao!" There were issues in defense, but they didn't care. All they saw were continuous goals and victories. The attacking combination in the front kept them excited for most of the season. This young player, making his debut in the top league, almost made Manchester City fans unable to contain their emotions every match. The king of football. Now, this young man just needs one thing to prove himself. Chapter 286. After defeating Tottenham, Pelin called Zhao Yi in Spain. Nike wanted Zhao Yi to shoot some promotional ads with Ronaldo again. This time, Nike convinced Ronaldo to let Zhao Yi take the lead as the main character because the theme was Zhao Yi breaking the Premier League single-season goal record. Ronaldo, as the most influential football star under Nike and a former Ballon d'Or winner at Manchester United, participating in this shoot would indeed provide significant help to Zhao Yi. At the same time, the commemorative Golden Boot for breaking the Premier League single-season goal record made for Zhao Yi would also make its debut on camera. Ronaldo had a good impression of Zhao Yi, the junior, because Zhao Yi referred to him as the GOAT. Zhao Yi's performance in the Premier League now clearly has the aura of the league's best player. Although Zhao Yi beat Manchester United black and blue, Cristiano Ronaldo didn't care about that. He only knew that this outstanding young man claimed he was the king of football. This season, Ronaldo's league performance has been average, and in the Champions League, his goal count is behind the extraordinary Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi has already broken the record for group stage goals in the Champions League. If he scores 3 more goals in the knockout stage, he will break the all-time single-season goal record in the Champions League. Chapter 287. Mahrez crazily rushed out of the field to celebrate. At Manchester City's home ground, the Etihad, in just 4 minutes, he dribbled from the center line and scored a goal. Leading away, Manchester City's defense has been problematic, and Guardiola surprisingly put Fernandinho on the bench. Even if he needed a rest, he should have let Fernando play. Partnering Gundogan and David Silva as defensive midfielders provides almost no interception capability. Once the ball crosses the midfield, they're basically facing defenders. Guardiola really dares to use this kind of lineup. The cost is also very high. Guardiola on the sidelines didn't show much expression. He didn't believe Leicester City could continuously exploit the defensive weaknesses and didn't trust Kante to keep stealing the ball. Manchester City's players are too slow to retreat, completely different from the early season. They may be a bit tired. Zhao Yi stood in midfield, facing Manchester City's backline, clapping his hands vigorously to remind his teammates to stay focused. Now, Zhao Yi communicates more with his teammates on the field. He hopes to inspire them to defend actively. In the past, he wouldn't easily point fingers at his defensive teammates because he didn't defend at all. He was worried that a player who didn't defend would make the defenders feel disgusted when communicating with them. Chapter 288. This header with such power and distance. Just a step away from the penalty area, like a startled swan, like a soaring dragon. I'm not talking about football. I'm talking about Zhao himself. Jean Lu watched the replay, her eyes sparkling. His physical quality, he is also good at long jump and high jump. Zhao, he stretched his body in the air. And at the moment the football collided with his head, he showcased the power and aesthetic violence to the fullest. In an instant, he ignited the passion and blood of the entire stadium. A super header. I really hope this attacking move was a coincidence. If it's not, that means he has developed heading ability and is at the peak of perfection. In just one short season, he has already become a true offensive kaleidoscope. This is admirable and also terrifying. When Zhao soared into the air, the notoriously fierce Huth stood there, trembling. He didn't dare jump at all. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented fear, because last time he was psychologically scarred by Zhao. This time, he felt that if he jumped, he might be knocked into a vegetative state. In a narrow encounter, Huth, the notorious dirty player in the Premier League this season, has lost the courage to fight back. Chapter 289. Zhao and Aguero both headed the ball in front, and Manchester City began to look for opportunities to break through the dense defense using set pieces. Huth's very amateurish defense caused many problems for Leicester City's backline. Ranieri saw it and was anxious. If it weren't for Morgan's timely cover, Leicester City would probably be 2 goals down by halftime. During the halftime break, Ranieri didn't hesitate and directly substituted Huth off the field. Huth had lost a lot of confidence in his confrontation with Zhao. The first round of the battle had already left him with a significant psychological shadow. Zhao Yi's first header had also given him a big shock. Ranieri kept encouraging the players in the locker room. They needed 3 points and needed to maintain pressure on Manchester City. Once they lost the match, their chances would become even slimmer. He continuously provided psychological support to the defenders. Then he instructed Vardy and Mahrez. The most important thing is not to worry, not to be afraid. Be brave to take the ball and make moves. Even if they lose possession, it doesn't matter. If they don't dare to move forward, how can they score? If they are timid and afraid of the opponent's counterattack, how can they win? The most critical point for Leicester City is not Vardy, but Mahrez on the right. Chapter 290. De Bruyne's precise pass. This is De Bruyne's technical characteristic. Zhao, this physical confrontation, this confident and decisive shooting skill, a perfect center-forward template, a hat trick. Manchester City has taken the lead again at home. As many goals as Manchester City's defense can concede, Zhao can score. The defenders really need to give half of their salary to Zhao as a bonus. The Etihad Stadium erupted with intense applause. The crazy shouts gathered together, and the massive stadium was enveloped in a shocking sound. At first, the noise was a bit chaotic, with various shouts filling the air. Soon, under the leadership of the fan leaders, these voices became a unified cheer. It's even more embarrassing for Zhao than the previous Zhao is awesome. But the fans were having a great time. This slogan, originating from Wolverhampton, has become a staple at the Etihad. 3, 2, 1, long live. Long live. Zhao. Long live. Tens of thousands of English fans, full of excitement, clenched their fists and waved their flags. They shouted in unison. If Zhao waved his hand now, he could definitely rally a team and run for the mayor of Manchester. Chapter 291. Leicester City had almost no chances. This team, which excels at counterattacking, was helpless against Manchester City's defensive bus. The Leicester City commentator was furious. A squad worth 500 million. Guardiola is a world-class coach. A bunch of people parking the bus in their own half. Why not just let Mourinho coach? Guardiola's beautiful football. Is this how it's played? To win. Are they shameless? It's useless to scold. Leicester City simply couldn't find opportunities. The key is that Zhao could still keep running. Behind him, Fernandinho and company were covering, and he was entangled with the ball carriers in the midfield. Even if they managed to shake off Zhao, he could still speed up and chase back, making it very difficult for Leicester City's midfielders. In stoppage time, Vardy even had a chance to equalize. Unfortunately, Joe Hart made a great save, pushing the ball out to the crossbar with both hands. Leicester City had their last corner kick attacking opportunity. Schmeichel also ran into Manchester City's penalty area. At this moment, he can no longer care about guarding the goal. Losing 1 is still a loss. Losing 2 is also a loss, so it's better to just go all out. As a goalkeeper, Schmeichel is tall and long, and there might be unexpected gains at this moment. Chapter 292. After only achieving one victory in 15 rounds of the Premier League, Mourinho was sadly dismissed. Mourinho's coaching level is interpreted differently by different people. However, his team's performance and the number of championships have always been guaranteed. After returning to Chelsea, he won the Premier League title the following year. By the third year, the locker room was out of control. A group of championship players ended up in the relegation zone. Abramovich finally couldn't stand it anymore, and Mourinho left his beloved Stamford Bridge again. Hiddink took over the Chelsea helm. As a firefighting coach, Hiddink won his first match in charge with a 4 o'clock victory against Watford. Chelsea then surged forward, remaining unbeaten for 9 league matches. They easily escaped the relegation zone. This is the foundation of Chelsea's players. It is not an exaggeration to say they teamed up to drive Mourinho out of Chelsea. Mourinho's character flaws made it difficult for him to control the locker room. Before the FA Cup began, Chelsea took the lead in the Champions League knockout stage. They lost 1-2 away to French giants Paris Saint-Germain. The qualification situation was uncertain. Meanwhile, Manchester City was set to challenge Dynamo Kiev away after the FA Cup. Chapter 293. Chelsea's attack did not stop. The poor results at the beginning of the season left them filled with desire, a yearning for victory and goals. Against Manchester City, winning decisively would be the best response to critics and could bring them tremendous confidence and strength. Hazard once again initiated an offensive. The king of London football has a low center of gravity, dribbles steadily, and possesses strong physicality. He can quickly stop and change direction, giving defenders a headache. Fernandinho had no good way to deal with him. Hazard broke to the byline and continued to move forward along it, playing with Manchester City's defense. Hazard's play along the byline was reminiscent of a tactic previously used by Zhao. Hazard continuously dribbled along the byline, shaking off Kolarov, and faced Joe Hart's near-post block. He sent the ball back into the penalty area. Costa and Otamendi wrestled, both falling into the box. The ball reached the back post. Willian received it, but Stones blocked it just in time. Willian quickly made a through pass to the wing. Pedro, the former Barcelona winger, rushed in again, unleashing a powerful shot at the goal, but Sagna failed to block it in time. Chapter 294. Hazard. Continuous breakthroughs, and he shot directly. It would have been better to pass this ball, as Costa's position was already open. The ball was deflected by Stones and went out of the penalty area. Second ball. Fernandinho, Willian pressed, but failed. Gundogan, moving forward very quickly. Manchester City's counterattack. Fabregas almost intercepted the ball. Sagna, very quick. Was there any chance to shake off the defense? The opportunity was slim. Good ball. Sterling. Oh my, Sterling's technique is unpredictable. He surprisingly shook off Ivanovic and delivered a cross. Zhao. Cahill made a very precise and quick cover, not finding a good opportunity, and passed the ball back outside the penalty area. Gundogan passed it to De Bruyne. A diagonal 45-degree pass. Cahill decisively headed the ball away. Willian's second ball was snatched away by Fernandinho. After adjusting, he shot directly. Courtois reacted very timely, and somehow managed to save that powerful shot. Aguero went down and swept the ball. It's a goal. As the match reached the 40th minute, Manchester City scored again. 2-3. Manchester City conceded 3 goals in 30 minutes and scored 2 goals in 10 minutes. Chapter 295. All right. The second half of the match officially begins. Chelsea made the first adjustment, with Oscar replacing Willian. This was a positional substitution. Zuma, who performed terribly in the first half, remained on the pitch. Hitting substitution was somewhat puzzling. On Manchester City's side, Guardiola did not make any adjustments. Chelsea's attacking rhythm slowed down. At the start of the second half, Chelsea no longer attacked as aggressively as they did at the beginning of the match. Manchester City also did not want the pace of attack and defense to be too fast, as it would be a huge test for their stamina. They would have to challenge Dynamo Kiev away a few days later and needed to manage their physical fitness. Whether it was Fabregas or Gundogan, the willingness to push forward was far less than in the first half. The two teams exchanged possession back and forth, both attempting to pass into dangerous areas a few times, but the effect was not good. Costa and Aguero were both restricted, only able to look for opportunities on the wings. After halftime, Manchester City's wing defense improved significantly, and Hazard could no longer have his way as before. Similarly, Zuma seemed to have become smarter, as he was no longer making positional mistakes in defense. Chapter 296. Chelsea was very eager to score. The attacking forces were increasingly committed. Unfortunately, the attacking effect was not very good. Manchester City's defense was much better than in the first half. In the 82nd minute, Gundogan and Zhao, who had retreated to their own half, suddenly launched an attack on Fabregas. Fabregas tried his best, but still couldn't protect the ball, and Zhao forcefully kicked it away. After gaining possession, Gundogan quickly advanced forward. Manchester City launched another counterattack, with Aguero, De Bruyne, and Gundogan trying to make a pass. Oh no! Oh my God! With the commentator's scream, Gundogan was brutally knocked down by Zuma, who charged in from the side. Due to several defensive errors, Chelsea lost a good opportunity. And Zuma's emotions were clearly off. Gundogan held his ankle, closed his eyes, and lay on the ground in pain, crying out. Manchester City teammates quickly surrounded him to check on his injury. The referee also rushed to the scene and quickly called for the team doctor to come on. Zuma stood there with a dark face, and the referee did not hesitate, showing a red card, sending him off. Zuma had no defense. He knew the consequences of his dangerous action. Chapter 297, Olimpijski Stadium. Over 70,000 fans, full house. The two traditional powerhouse clubs of Ukraine, Shakhtar Donetsk and Dynamo Kyiv. They dominate the domestic league and are regular guests in the Champions League, but their performance in the knockout stages has been poor. This season, Dynamo Kyiv has fortunately reached the knockout stage, but their strength can at most be considered second tier in Europe. With Dynamo Kyiv's capabilities, it is absolutely impossible for them to enter the Champions League spots in the Premier League. The gap in strength between them and Manchester City is still obvious. However, considering the randomness of the Champions League knockout stages, and with the home advantage, it's not impossible for a strong team to stumble here. The atmosphere among the fans on site is exceptionally heated. Compared to the mature league system of the Premier League, the management of the Ukrainian league is still lacking. The fans are crazier and more aggressive. They warmly welcome their players with loud applause and cheers. Of course, they also boo the Manchester City players, with some classic insults mixed in. Zhao, he cannot understand them, nor does he want to. Looking at the fierce expressions of those people, it's probably not anything good. He stands on the field, looking up at the flags and the fans above. Champions League knockout stage. His first time in life. He still feels a bit excited inside. Chapter 298. Zhao unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot, and goalkeeper Silva was fully focused, quickly diving down as the ball flew over him in the net. The net made a loud sound as it was struck. At such a short distance, Silva couldn't even see the shadow of the ball, only hearing the sound behind him. Cacciariti charged at Zhao with all his might, fiercely colliding and knocking him down in the penalty area. Zhao took the opportunity to get up, ignored Cacciariti, and rushed to the sidelines, jumping high. He roared in celebration. Then he turned around, opening his arms, as De Bruyne, grinning widely, rushed over. The two hugged tightly. The excited Dynamo fans on the sidelines suddenly fell silent. One by one, their expressions turned grim, staring at the celebrating duo. Damn it, just scored one goal. Is it necessary to be this excited? A country bumpkin who has never scored before. The Manchester City fans who came with the team jumped up in joy, standing up in an instant. They love these young players in Manchester City's front line. Active, calm, and strong. They're chanting, shouting, holding up Manchester City's blue scarves, celebrating nonstop. Dynamo Kyiv's head coach stood on the sidelines with his arms crossed, looking sullen. Yes, just play like this. Just have fun. In the Champions League knockout stage, toy with the opposing main striker, showing off tricks in front of your own penalty area. Chapter 299. Nasri's performance on the wing was commendable. After all, he was once a leading figure at Arsenal. He still has some skills. His cooperation with De Bruyne on the wing created several opportunities into the penalty area. However, Cacciariti and Dragovic's marking of Zhao was quite solid, clearing the ball with headers several times. As the match reached the 15th minute, Nasri broke through on the wing again. This time, the pass was spot on, and Zhao, finding space, unleashed a shot at the goal. Silva dived to touch the ball with his hand, deflecting it out of bounds. During this period, Manchester City's attack was quite fierce, leaving the fans in the stands anxious, with no chance to shout at him anymore. In less than 20 minutes, these fans could see the gap between the two teams. Nasri took a corner kick, sending the ball into the penalty area. Cacciariti tightly marked Zhao, but the pass was indeed very precise. Cacciariti failed to intercept it. Inside the penalty area, Zhao jumped high, but with Dragovic interfering, he couldn't fully turn around in midair, so he could only flick the ball with his head, which then landed. Everyone in the penalty area was focused on Zhao, and this allowed Sterling at the back post to completely slip through unnoticed. Chapter 300. At halftime, Guardiola praised the team's performance. Not only the attacking players, but also the defensive players had commendable performances. The only one who didn't shine was Joe Hart. Joe Hart suspected he might be coming down with a cold. He would need to change into a long-sleeve jersey for the second half. Control the ball. That equals controlling the match. Guardiola informed the players how to proceed in the second half. Win the match with the least cost. Everyone needs to conserve energy because they have more important challenges ahead. Always pay attention to defense. Don't concede goals. The Manchester City locker room was very relaxed, while Dynamo Kiev's locker room was much quieter. Kocheridi took the initiative to admit his mistake and apologize. It was his carelessness that put the team in a passive position. As a professional player, he shouldn't have done something so outrageous. Captain Dragovic and the head coach didn't blame him. Recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is a virtue. There was already a technical gap between the two sides. Even without that conceded goal, their chances of winning were slim. Now, only a miracle could level the score, and the miracle maker was not in their ranks. Instead, it was on the opposite side. We just need to strive hard and fight. We must let Manchester City know that we are not a soft persimmon. Chapter 301. The new Wembley Stadium can accommodate 90,000 spectators. Due to its history of hosting events like the World Cup Final, European Championship Final, and Champions League Final, as well as being the main venue for the London Olympics, it is regarded by many as a holy place in world football. The England national football team won the World Cup in 1966 right here at Wembley Stadium. Therefore, the English regard it as a symbol of English sports. This stadium holds great significance for the English people. For Manchester United fans, the memories here are not pleasant. The last time Manchester United reached the Champions League final, they faltered at Wembley Stadium against the dream team Barcelona, with Ferguson's trembling hands becoming a classic moment in football. It remains a huge regret and pain for Manchester United fans. Now, the Manchester United manager will no longer tremble in defeat, and the fans will not feel disappointed, pained, or even despairing, because they hardly have a chance to face Barcelona at this stadium again. Of course, they also won't have the chance to encounter other Champions League teams, because they can't enter the Champions League final anymore. You see, without results and hope, there will be no disappointment and certainly no pain. Now, Manchester United fans are very easily satisfied, as long as the team doesn't lose by a large margin. That's enough. Chapter 302. Sturridge's positioning is more withdrawn. The nominal two forwards resemble a center forward paired with a second striker, which is essentially a 4,411 tactic. In most cases, Sturridge can quickly retreat to form a numerical advantage in midfield. City's ball-carrying players were surrounded. Zhao, he happened to be in this position. It was obvious that Klopp had already guessed some of the tactics Guardiola would employ in the pre-match tactical arrangement. Henderson and Milner stood firm in the middle, while Emre was ready to drop back to assist in defense, allowing the flanks to be occupied by the physically powerful Moreno. The demands on the fullbacks were high, and Moreno could indeed meet them. Therefore, Liverpool's central defense not only had numerical advantage, but also clear layers. When Zhao received the ball and pushed forward, he found himself surrounded, with no way to break through and difficult to find passing routes. When Liverpool's players were fit and focused, it was hard to find a way to score. Even if Zhao changed positions and ran to the front as a striker, no one could deliver the ball to him. Compared to Klopp, Guardiola might be slightly inferior in terms of team building, and his stability wasn't quite enough. However, in terms of tactical arrangements and on-the-fly adjustments, Klopp was superior to Guardiola. For Manchester City, this was very unfavorable news. Their attack in the first half had yielded no results, and instead, Liverpool was awarded a penalty. Now the problem was serious. Manchester City fans were furiously booing the referee from stands. The foul really didn't warrant a yellow card. Manchester United legend Gary Neville repeatedly reviewed the replay and came to a conclusion. Even Liverpool legend Carragher had some hesitation while commenting. The penalty was valid, but the yellow card that sent Kompany off seemed a bit excessive. Coutinho took a deep breath, stepped back a few paces, and then accelerated. He struck the ball. Joe Hart leaped, but unfortunately misjudged the direction, and the ball flew into the bottom right corner of the goal. Liverpool took the lead 1-0 against Manchester City from the penalty. Wembley Stadium erupted with intense cheers. Liverpool fans raised their fists and celebrated passionately. Coutinho ran to the sidelines, leaped high and shouted out loud, They had defended for half the game, using various tough defensive methods to restrict Manchester City. Now they were in the lead. Those who had been underestimated had finally turned the tide. Sakho fell down behind Zhao Yi in the penalty area. Lovren was in front of Zhao Yi, and as they both charged forward, although they jumped almost simultaneously, Zhao Yi was faster. He perfectly suppressed Lovren, who felt like a truck was pressing down on him from above, unable to lift his head. He still tried his best to jump, but as he shifted his center of gravity upward, he was instantly crushed by the airborne Zhao Yi and fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, Lovren felt a chill in his heart. The trajectory of the ball was looking for this moment, and since he couldn't complete his jump, he couldn't clear the ball, leaving Zhao Yi as the only one with a chance to touch it. Given his jumping power, if he made contact with the ball, it would be a powerful shot, comparable to that of his right foot. What about this jumping power in action? Gary Neville couldn't help but shiver while watching the screen. The perfect leap completely suppressed all threats. In that area, there was only him. The ball came spinning towards him. Zhao, he closed his eyes and heavily struck it with his head. The solid feeling let him know what had happened. Damn it, a red card sent off that fierce God of War card? What the hell, match fixing? Not scoring in the first 40 minutes. And now scoring 3 and 5? Do they have to sacrifice company to play? Is Manchester City also going for sacrifices? Killing a captain first to boost morale? Good, play like this. Liverpool, bring it on. Being pressured by 10 men? Klopp on the sidelines grinned, watching this bizarre scene. Unbelievable. Guardiola clenched his fists, squatting low and shouting with his head raised. He hadn't vented his emotions like this in a long time. The referee's decision was questionable. Kompany was sent off, and the actions of Liverpool players were excessive. All of this had built up a lot of frustration in him, but unexpectedly, the team unleashed a crazy comeback. They had left Liverpool completely bewildered. Kompany was passionately sliding on his knees in the locker room. So impressive. These teammates are so strong. Amazing. Zhao is amazing, really amazing. Aguero was also playing well. Gundogan, dressed in a suit and with crutches beside him, was clapping vigorously. Beautiful. Go for it. Manchester City players hugged each other, encouraging one another. Aguero fell on the field, turning to look at the direction of the goal. The horizontally flying Mignolet indeed couldn't stop the ball. 3-1. In the dying moments of stoppage time, Manchester City scored again on their last attack. The one-man down Manchester City suddenly seemed to have opened up their channels, just as the Manchester City fans, who had just immersed themselves in the joy of turning the score around, couldn't believe happiness had come so quickly. After struggling to score, their captain was sent off, and Liverpool led with a penalty. Everything was heading in a difficult direction, but unexpectedly, Manchester City made a desperate counterattack. Aguero scored one, and Zhao, he had a brace. They completely turned Liverpool dizzy. Oh my, this is being commented on by Carragher, who simply couldn't understand. How could Liverpool, which had been so solid in defense, suddenly collapse? Even in a situation of being one man up, Liverpool's defense was so strange. Why didn't they continue executing their previous strategy? Why was it so easy for Zhao to break through? Using physical confrontation to prevent him from holding the ball, why did they suddenly relax? Did they think they could do it because Kompany was sent off? Underestimating the opponent would come with a heavy price. Bentic, amidst the furious shout of teacher Jean-Loup, Henderson completed a steal in the backfield and made a long pass over the top to the front. Otamendi made a positioning error and failed to intercept the ball. Bentic stopped the ball, somewhat stumbling, but still charged into the penalty area. Joe Hart opened his arms, rushing out to meet him. Wembley Stadium, with most Liverpool fans standing up, watched this scene nervously. Joe Hart's heart was in his throat, straining to observe Bentic's movements. Bentic looked at Joe Hart in front of him, suddenly having a moment of inspiration, poked the ball, and prepared to break through from the left side. Goal! Bentic calmly and confidently scores into an empty net. Oh no, Bentic! Teacher Jean-Loup was so angry she almost stood up to shout. Bentic made a sudden move, but Joe Hart quickly moved a block. Before Bentic could shoot, Stones rushed back and fell to the ground, stretching out his foot. He poked the ball away. Bentic tripped over Stone's leg, staggering forward while still trying to hook the ball. Unfortunately, Hart was able to use his hands, covering a larger area. He dove in and grabbed the ball, firmly pressing it to the ground. Chapter 308. There was no foul in the penalty area this time. It was a very strong physical contact, but it was indeed not a foul. My goodness, it appeared on the screen like lightning. Origi fell inside the penalty area, breathing heavily and shielding his face with his arm. He seemed to be in a lot of pain. Zhao, he stood expressionless on the side. This time, Zhao had no issues at all. It was like crashing into cotton. His physical quality was astonishing. Soon, Liverpool's team doctor ran onto the field with a medical kit. After a diagnosis, it was confirmed that there were no injuries, just a bit dazed from the collision. Before long, Origi climbed up, grinning through the pain. The substitution quota had already been used up, and if Origi couldn't continue, it would be a significant blow for Liverpool. In the final moments, Liverpool's offensive momentum had completely risen. Origi should be fine. He just needed to temporarily leave the field and wait for the referee's permission to return. It was still a goal kick, as the ball had touched Origi's body before going out of bounds. Supported by the team doctor, Origi left the field, giving Klopp a thumbs up to indicate he was okay, while the doctor also signaled that Origi could continue playing. Chapter 309. The match ended, and with one less player. Manchester City managed to turn the game around, scoring 3 goals after trailing by 1, thanks to Aguero and Zhao Yi's goals. In the second half, Manchester City tenaciously held onto the score. Although Origi scored a goal, it couldn't change the final result. Blue Moon fans, are you ready? Manchester City is the champion. This is also Manchester City's first championship trophy of the season, but certainly won't be their last trophy this season. They are almost certain to win the Premier League. Meanwhile, they are also likely to advance to the quarterfinals of the Champions League, and the FA Cup is still ongoing. They have multiple opportunities to compete for championships. Unfortunately, Liverpool is left with only the Europa League trophy now. Hopefully, they can achieve good results in it. Teacher Jean-Loup is furious. Bentic, this useless thing, has ruined Liverpool's chances of winning the championship. If that ball had gone in, dragging it into extra time, given the situation, Manchester City would have almost certainly lost. Zhao, he not only scored 2 goals, but his contributions on the defensive end were also evident. In the final moments, he not only blocked Origi's shot, but also cleared the ball twice in the penalty area. Chapter 310. The first championship trophy of the English League this season is born. Even if its value is not high, it has still attracted a lot of media coverage and discussion. Liverpool was just a little bit away from their first championship in many years. With one more player, they conceded 3 goals in quick succession due to carelessness. A wasted effort. Zhao undoubtedly became a key player once again. When Liverpool was leading by 1 goal and the players were relaxed and careless, he continuously assisted in scoring goals, effectively shattering Liverpool. Zhao is still evolving. He covers almost all positions on the field. At the most critical moments, he can even appear in the penalty area to make important clearances. Yes, if you watch the game, you would know how fierce he is. I really wonder how such a powerful player exists. If he were English, he would definitely reach the finals in the European Championship. Unfortunately, he is Chinese. You don't really know the situation, do you? Fake fans. Zhao has never played for the Chinese national team or any other national team. As long as he wants, he can play for any national team right now. This is indeed the case. Zhao did not participate in the World Cup qualifiers for the Chinese team and has never been called up. No one knows the specifics. Chapter 311. In Manchester City's formation, Zhao is still positioned as a defensive midfielder, but during attacks, he is pushed up to the attacking line, with Stones filling in the defensive midfield position. The overall formation is a 3-2-4-1. Guardiola hasn't forgotten about the transformation of the new formation from the beginning of the season. During attacks, Zhao appears at the edge of the opponent's penalty area, organizing passes and even taking long shots. During defense, Zhao returns to his defensive midfield position. This poses a significant test for his stamina. Zhao Yi's area interception ability may not completely excel in this role, but he has indeed improved compared to previous matches. Guardiola hopes he can become a versatile midfielder. But will this overshadow his offensive talent? Oh dear, Rybalka, that was a fall. The defensive spirit of the Dynamo Kiev player is commendable, but at this level, he hasn't even made a tackle, yet he was outmaneuvered. Oh my god. Zhao, he brought the ball past the midfield, but was blocked by Rybalka. After a few changes of direction and a turn, Rybalka was desperately trying to keep up. In the end, he became dizzy, running in circles on the field. Zhao, he seized the opportunity to sprint past, and Rybalka ended up sitting on the ground. Chapter 312. The match reached the 35th minute. Silva initiated the attack, threading a pass into the penalty area. Sterling followed up with a powerful shot, but the ball was blocked out of the penalty area by Dragovic's leg. Fernandinho, lurking just outside the penalty area, received the ball and laid it off. while attracting defenders. He passed the ball to Zhao Yi's feet. Facing the oncoming Vita from the side, Zhao Yi cleverly cut inside. Shaking off Vita's center of gravity, he unleashed a powerful shot. The ball pierced through layers of defense and went over goalkeeper Silva's fingertips, crashing into the net. Wow, Zhao! The Etihad Stadium erupted in chaos. Zhao Yi raised both thumbs towards the stands, his face full of excitement. Manchester City players rushed over to celebrate. Fernandinho, who assisted Zhao Yi, hugged him tightly. On the sidelines, Guardiola and Arteta stood together, raising their arms in cheers and clapping continuously. After a massive roar from the crowd, applause surged like a wave. 16 goals. The 16th goal in the Champions League. Zhao, the great Zhao, in the first season of the Champions League, after 7 matches. The 16th goal. This is a miracle. Cristiano Ronaldo took 12 matches, while Zhao only needed 7. A new king of the Champions League is born. Chapter 3:13. Manchester City corner kick. David Silva takes the corner. Zhao is also in the box, with Cacciariti marking him. The ball is played to the near post for Sterling. No chance, clear by Danilo out of the box. Manchester City regains possession. Sagna passes back to Fernandinho, and they reorganize, finding De Bruyne. De Bruyne moves laterally and sends the ball into the box. Agüero makes a quick start, and he is not offside. Agüero, oh no, still doesn't shoot, passes across. Sterling and Zhao Yi both rush in. Sigh, this goal counts. He takes a powerful shot from the spot. Half an open goal. 2 o'clock. Zhao Yi's 17th goal in the Champions League. He alone holds the record for most goals in a single Champions League season. He reached this unprecedented number in just 7 matches. Agüero, after 2 one-on-one chances, he passed to Zhao Yi each time. The first was cleared off the line, but this time Zhao Yi seized the opportunity. Truly a good brother. Agüero was the first to rush over. Zhao Yi smiled broadly, and Agüero jumped onto Zhao Yi. He raised his fist high, roaring towards the stands. Guardiola and Arteta did not pretend to ignore the situation on the field this time. Chapter 3:14. The match reached the 80th minute when Sterling received a through ball from Silva and scored. This helped Manchester City defeat the visiting Dynamo Kiev 3 o'clock. With this, Manchester City won the 2-legged tie 6 o'clock against their opponents. They strongly advanced to the quarterfinals of the Champions League. Manchester City fans cheered with joy. Today will definitely be recorded in the history of Manchester City. Zhao Yi broke the record for most goals in a single Champions League season, and Manchester City made history by reaching the quarterfinals. That night, Manchester City fans were immersed in immense joy. The head coach of Dynamo Kiev praised his team's performance after the match. He believed the players had given their best effort. The result was unsatisfactory, but that's football. That's life. There are no eternal winners. He hopes Manchester City can continue until they win the Champions League, because if that happens, he can proudly say that his team lost to the Champions League champions. Zhao's performance has continually amazed everyone. Today, he successfully made fans around the world remember him. He broke Ronaldo's record, shattered the entire history of the Champions League record, surpassing all predecessors. What else can I say? This is a moment worth remembering. Chapter 3:15. Breaking the record for most goals in a single Champions League season. This personal honor is obviously significant, and his stealing attribute has been maxed out. Before this, Zhao Yi, as a forward, was often teased by opponents' defenders with some ball control ability. Even Dynamo Kiev's center-back Cacciariti could show off his footwork when Zhao Yi pressured him. Now, as long as those center-backs make a mistake while showing off their skills, Zhao Yi has a high chance of stealing the ball. Of course, for top defenders, it is still challenging to take the ball directly. After advancing to the quarterfinals of the Champions League, Manchester City will face a rather unfriendly schedule. They will encounter their city rivals, Van Gaal's Manchester United. Manchester United is in a critical phase of the league's top 4 race, and their fighting spirit is certainly unprecedentedly strong. Recently, Mourinho was sacked by Chelsea, and there were rumors of him joining Manchester United, which almost got announced. As a result, Manchester United suddenly had a small winning streak. Their form returned, and Van Gaal's position was temporarily secured. This league match could very well determine whether Van Gaal can continue to coach Manchester United. Overall, both Manchester United players and coaches have a particularly strong desire to win. This is not good news for Manchester City. Chapter 3:16. Of course, if Manchester United wins, he will definitely jump out to deal with this blonde kid. And Manchester United players do not have such a good temper. Zhao Yi's words not only insulted Van Gaal, but also belittled the current Manchester United. Rooney was the first to stand up and criticize Zhao Yi. He is just an 18-year-old kid. I went through that age too, proud, arrogant, self-righteous. He thinks the world revolves around him. He doesn't even have a heavyweight championship. He just scored a few more goals than others. And he dares to criticize his elders and a team with a rich history. He will eventually pay for his loose tongue. The team's main center back, Smalling, was full of fighting spirit. I hope he can play as the team's forward in this match, instead of hiding in his half like a coward and passing the ball, then suddenly running out to take a shot when his teammates are confronting us. This is not football. This is a pathetic act of theft. He has no awe and does not know how to respect tradition and predecessors. His goals are all stolen. He doesn't even dare to face us head on. We will teach him what respect means. Smalling's words made many fans uncomfortable, but they energized Manchester United fans. Chapter 3:17. Receiving the ball. Smalling looked at the positions of the Manchester City players and stepped on the ball. He even waved to Zhao Yi, suggesting, come here, come here. I'll show you something good. Zhao Yi did not hesitate and rushed in from the flank. Smalling cleverly turned around and passed the ball to De Gea. Zhao Yi accelerated towards De Gea, scaring De Gea so much that his heart almost jumped out. He quickly passed to the flank. Sterling made a quick run, and Luke Shaw sprinted hard. De Gea's passing skills were indeed lacking. He almost lost the ball to Sterling. Luke Shaw pushed the ball out. Luckily, Blind was in position. Zhao Yi, who ran out of the box, charged towards Blind. Blind dared not be careless. He couldn't afford to turn sideways, so he could only pass the ball to Carrick. Instantly, Manchester City's midfielders launched a press, with Fernandinho and Fernando rushing up. Carrick, with his back to the ball, couldn't see what was behind him and could only pass back to Smalling. Smalling blocked Zhao Yi's position, receiving the ball with his right foot. Steal it. If I get it, it's a one-on-one chance. Smalling leaned against Zhao Yi, making it difficult for Zhao Yi to steal the ball. Chapter 3:18. Smalling was sent off, leaving Manchester United to fight with one less center-back from start. How are they supposed to play? Standing at the penalty spot, Zhao Yi glanced at Van Gaal. Van Gaal was already sitting on the bench, expressionless. Zhao Yi estimated that Van Gaal's little ledger would have another entry. Aguero was on the bench for this match, and David Silva was supposed to be the second penalty taker. However, Silva didn't show much enthusiasm for scoring. Every goal Zhao Yi scored was refreshing his own record. So Silva directly handed the ball to Zhao Yi, letting him take the penalty. Zhao Yi did not refuse. De Gea watched this young man, feeling distressed inside. His goalkeeping skills were absolutely the best in the Premier League, but when facing Zhao Yi a few times, his technique faltered. Zhao Yi excelled at long-range shots, with power and precision that made it difficult for De Gea to cope. This time, De Gea stood there lacking confidence. For a goalkeeper without confidence, saving a penalty is incredibly difficult. Sure enough, even though De Gea guessed the right direction, the ball still flew into the top right corner of the goal, without any surprise landing in the net. De Gea slammed the turf, letting out a roar. Chapter 3:19. Manchester United's attacks in the front line were truly chaotic. As the match continued, the young Rashford, playing as a center forward, was practically ineffective. He quickly got lost in the defense of Otamendi and Stones. This prince of Manchester United, with decent height and technical potential, simply did not want to confront. Meanwhile, Mata and Marshall behind him also lacked coordination with him. This talented prince of Manchester United could score against weaker teams, but when faced with high-intensity center-backs, he became disoriented. Van Gaal failed to see the essence of the problem. Later, Mourinho, who was the only one to recognize the issue, was ruthlessly dismissed by Manchester United. Rashford simply couldn't play as a center forward, Mourinho said. Mourinho was not suitable for Manchester United, was the response from the club's management. The proud Mourinho, disdainful of palace intrigue, always ended up defeated by it. Manchester City's defense was not very strong, but that was relative to their attacking squad. Limiting a Rashford was still not a problem. Marshall was very active on the wing, but he couldn't solve Manchester United's current problems alone. It was hard for them to penetrate Manchester City's penalty area, and once the attack failed, Manchester City's counterattack came. Chapter 3:20. David Silva spread the ball wide, and De Bruyne made a very precise pass that went over Rojo's defense. Rojo had no way to deal with that ball. Blind speed really wasn't suitable for defending against a player like Zhao. With one burst of speed, Blind was left behind. Zhao scored with a header, and De Gea had no way to respond to such a fast shot. Zhao scored another header, making it 4 goals in 30 minutes. Manchester United's defense had completely collapsed. Van Gaal should have substituted in another center back long ago. At this rate, Zhao could score 10 goals. He was an unrelenting goal machine. After jumping and scoring with a header, Zhao got up from the penalty area and rushed towards De Bruyne, tightly hugging the playmaker who assisted him. 3 players from Manchester City had already assisted Zhao. Apart from the first penalty, the other 3 goals were all from open play assists. Aguero on the bench scratched his neck. I could do that too. The Manchester United defense was worse than Manchester City's U18 team. They simply shouldn't be playing in the Premier League. What are they even doing? It's truly shameless. The Manchester United fans in the stands at the Etihad covered their faces, completely lacking the mood to continue watching. Chapter 321, a double victory over Manchester United. A record in 100 years. This was an achievement Manchester City had never reached before. It was also another humiliating record for Manchester United. Ferguson, who had been watching the match on television, no longer felt the previous anger. For 26 years, he had built the Red Devils of Manchester United, the Premier League's dominant force. In just a few years, it had been ruined by the younger generation. The goal of fighting for the top 4? That was something the old Manchester United wouldn't even dare to think about. The era of Ferguson's Manchester United had completely ended. That dazzling old era was over. This was a new era in the Premier League. It was a time completely belonging to the young. Ferguson looked at the young attacking combinations of Manchester City on the screen. He shook his head helplessly and sighed. These young players would dominate the Premier League for another 10 years. Not to mention the chaotic Manchester United. Even a healthy Manchester United system would struggle to defeat this Manchester City. The noisy neighbors had changed. After the match, Van Gaal refused interviews with reporters. Clearly, this match had left Manchester United and him feeling utterly ashamed. Van Gaal already knew what his future at Manchester United looked like. He should now look for another job. His coaching experience at the club had left him physically and mentally exhausted. Perhaps he should return to the national team. Chapter 322. At the end of March, all of Manchester City's main players returned to the team. In 2 days, they would continue participating in the Premier League matches, and afterward, their Champions League match against Paris Saint-Germain would also commence. For players like Aguero, De Bruyne, Sterling, Kompany, and Sagna, who had national team duties, it would be very exhausting. Therefore, in this match, Guardiola sent out a lot of substitute players. David Silva and Fernandinho, as national team substitutes, were able to start this match. On April 2nd, local time, Manchester City faced Bournemouth away. Luckily, the opponent was not very strong. Otherwise, Manchester City would have faced significant problems in this match. Guardiola sent out a dual forward formation with Iheanacho and Bony. Nasri, Fernandinho, David Silva, and Zhao made up the midfield. Their attacking capability was far from the previous Manchester City forward combinations. In defense, Stones partnered with Mangala, with Kolarov and Clichy on the flanks. Caballero was in goal. Although most were substitutes, compared to a team like Bournemouth, which could hardly stand in the Premier League, their combat effectiveness was still quite good. At the start of the match, Bournemouth, playing at home, did not try to seize the initiative but chose to retreat instead. Chapter 323. In the capital of France, Paris. Manchester City players arrived a day early, needing to adjust their fitness and adapt more to the Parc des Princes pitch. On April 5th, Zhao stayed in the hotel and did not go out. The romantic capital of France, a world civilization. It gathers more than half of France's population. The nightlife is vibrant, filled with beautiful women. Moreover, young women of various types are charming and fashion-forward. It's a perfect city for romantic encounters. With Zhao Yi's identity and fame, he could easily go out and be surrounded by admirers, but Zhao Yi did not go out. Because he is almost 19 now, he has long passed the age of being obsessed with women. The next morning, Paris was quite considerate, opening the stadium for Manchester City, allowing their players to adapt to the field at the Parc des Princes. Unlike some teams that deliberately find various reasons to keep the stadium closed to visiting teams, making it impossible for them to get a feel for the venue in advance. After 2 hours of field adaptation, the Manchester City players returned to the hotel. On the way, they encountered some Paris fans who did not show any hostility towards the Manchester City players. There was no shouting or cursing. Chapter 324. Just now, the situation in Manchester City's defense was a bit dangerous, and in the blink of an eye, the ball was in the heart of Paris Saint-Germain. David Silva skillfully dribbled past his opponent and passed the ball to the wing, Zhao, one-on-one with Aurier. Oh, he squeezed through. Aurier stretched out his foot, but couldn't block it. Zhao dashed along the baseline, with Diogo Silva trying to block him. Could he make the pass? The chance seemed slim. A back triangle. David Silva. Aurier. Oh no. Aurier became a toy for the two of them. He was outmaneuvered. After receiving the ball, Silva made an inward cut, deftly getting past Aurier. Aurier, having suffered a loss against Zhao, turned back to defend but was spun around by David Silva. The penalty area was in chaos. A powerful shot came from the right side of the penalty area. David Luiz raised his leg to block, but couldn't intercept it. Trap quickly went down a block. The ball grazed the post and went out of bounds. David Silva covered his head, gritting his teeth, and then gave Zhao a thumbs up. Oh, that shot. Just a little bit off. Paris was pressing too hard, and their defense had significant problems. Silva's shot nearly pierced the goal. Chapter 325, Silva, left wing. De Bruyne. Matuidi and Maxwell's retreat speed was quite fast. After De Bruyne shook off Matuidi, he had no chance to move forward. Silva made a fast forward run, and De Bruyne delivered a precise through ball, penetrating the defense. David Luiz's cover made it impossible for Silva to find a shot opportunity inside the penalty area. The tall and strong David Luiz could keep up with the small area movements in the box. Silva couldn't connect with Agüero and had no choice but to pass the ball back. De Bruyne made a lateral transfer from the outside, and Fernandinho followed up with a pass to the right. Zhao, due to his dominant foot, could not cut inside from the right. This weakness allowed top defenders to exploit the gap and block Zhao Yi's breakthrough route in advance. Zhao Yi's left foot really wasn't up to par. This might be his only weakness. Aurier only needed to guard his right side. Zhao Yi was still a bit uncomfortable playing on the wing and was easily locked down. Hey, Zhao Yi. Even though Aurier knew Zhao Yi couldn't cut inside and was prepared because of Zhao Yi's acceleration, he made a powerful dribble, and the ball rushed towards the baseline, but Aurier still couldn't keep up. Chapter 326. Di Maria immediately launched a counterpress. Whether he could succeed was not the point. The key was to delay Zhao Yi's counterpush rhythm. However, Zhao Yi's dribbling and ball protection skills, along with his physicality, were definitely beyond Di Maria's reach. Unless Di Maria directly fouled Zhao Yi, the probability of a successful counterpress was zero. Before Di Maria could bring Zhao Yi down, Zhao Yi had already passed the ball to Sagna, who was advancing on the wing. After passing the ball, Zhao Yi quickly inserted himself along the inner line. Paris Saint-Germain could only quickly position themselves to defend. Sagna, facing Rabiot, did not force a breakthrough, but instead coordinated with Zhao Yi. The two of them passing the ball continuously, allowing Sagna to easily get past Rabiot. Then, Sagna charged straight ahead. The entire right wing became Manchester City's corridor. Zhao Yi could come and go as he pleased. Now, Sagna also felt it. Until they reached the heart of Paris Saint-Germain, they were finally intercepted by Mata. Sagna's ball-handling ability was lacking. After hesitating for a moment, he was surrounded by the returning Aurier and Rabiot and could not progress. A great counter-attacking opportunity was wasted. Chapter 327. Paris Saint-Germain, playing at home, was always looking for opportunities to attack and played very proactively, constantly pressing and forcing. Manchester City encountered quite a bit of trouble moving forward. However, in this match, Guardiola arranged for attacks down the right side. So many times the ball did not need midfield connection, but was directly aimed at Zhao Yi. Paris Saint-Germain's left side was on the verge of collapse. Zhao Yi repeatedly trained Aurier, leaving him overwhelmed. The key was that Zhao Yi, as a winger, could quickly retreat to defend against Di Maria. He repeatedly intercepted Di Maria. The entire right side had become Zhao Yi's Silk Road. Coach Blanc was left dumbfounded. Aurier had good stamina, but poor technique, while Di Maria had strong skills, but lacked stamina. Zhao Yi's attacking and defending performances made both of them miserable. Oh no, this was already the fifth time. The first half had not even ended, and Di Maria had lost the ball to Zhao Yi 5 times. This statistic was hard to believe. There were direct interceptions, side assists for steals, and even direct tackles from behind. This match might be a Waterloo that Di Maria had never encountered in his entire career. Chapter 328. At the start of the second half, Paris coach Blanc did not make substitutions, but he adjusted the tactics, starting to focus on the right side. On the left, Di Maria and Rabiot had no fight left in them after being schooled by Zhao Yi and Fernando, especially Di Maria, who made various mistakes and got intercepted. This was abnormal. Di Maria's level should not be performing like this. It was because Di Maria had a rigid impression of Zhao Yi and his few memories of Zhao Yi. He thought Zhao Yi's defensive skills were poor and anyone could easily get past him. But today, Zhao Yi seemed like he was on drugs, constantly stealing and intercepting. Paris's entire left side was in agony. Oh dear, what's happening here? Matuidi? Got robbed again? Has Zhao's activity range become this large? Why did a right midfielder run to the center and then to the left? This is not scientific. Does Guardiola allow such freedom? This is no longer a free man in the front field. This is a free man all over the field. He did everything he was supposed to do and wasn't supposed to do, except for guarding the goal. Matuidi can't get the ball back. Zhao's ball control is simply too strong. He rarely makes mistakes. In the first half, Mata intercepted once and was happier than scoring a goal, which shows how difficult it is to take the ball from Zhao. Chapter 329. In the following time, Paris Saint-Germain launched several attacks, but none were effective. Ibrahimovic's header lacked power and was easily dealt with by Joe Hart. Di Maria's shot was blocked by Stones. Manchester City's attacks also failed to score. The first leg ended with Manchester City winning 3-1 away against the French champions Paris Saint-Germain, gaining an advantage for advancement. At the moment the final whistle blew, Ibrahimovic stood near the center circle, looking a bit confused. Known as God by fans, Ibrahimovic has always given off a dominant impression. However, in today's match, he did not perform brilliantly and even missed a crucial penalty. His performance was almost disastrous. The king who came and the legend who left felt somewhat powerless. The young man who sprinted all over the field seemed to have a motor installed. Not only did he embarrass defenders on both flanks, but he could also track back from the front to disrupt attacks. In the final moments of the match, he even carried the ball from the back to the front and forced a shot in a 1-on-2 situation. Just a bit more, and Manchester City would have led 4-1. 8 tackles. Zhao contributed a terrifying 8 tackles in this match. Chapter 330. After this Champions League match, an original video by a Chinese blogger quickly went viral in England. Not only online, but even on television media. In the video, a young man wearing Manchester City's number 19 jersey stood straight. In front of him were several young men in Paris Saint-Germain jerseys, all standing upright with serious expressions. Aurier. Here. Rabiot. Here. Matuidi. Here. Maxwell. Here. Di Maria. Here. At ease. Stand straight. The video was titled Paris Coach's Military Training Compilation. This video wouldn't have become so popular if PSG's management hadn't reported Zhao ultimately finding nothing. English fans, especially Manchester City fans, looked down on PSG's actions. This 3-minute video, filled with mockery and ridicule, quickly gained traction with the help of these fans. Zhao thus earned a new nickname, Paris Coach. Some Manchester City fans believed Zhao could not only train Paris but also all teams. Chapter 331. Sure enough, Stone's position was pushed up. West Bromwich Albion switched sides, and Manchester City had possession. Aguero played it back, and Stones, positioned as a center-back, had already moved to the defensive midfield position to receive the ball. As the ball carrier, he bore the responsibility of advancing. Manchester City spread out, with the fullbacks positioned higher up. From the start, Manchester City held nothing back. Silva and Zhao received the ball, trying to find gaps in West Bromwich Albion's defense. West Bromwich Albion entered the match with high spirits, but once the game started, they realized that just having spirit wasn't enough. Their formation was directly suppressed by Manchester City, making it difficult to steal the ball from the City players. After several attempts to press, the ball was easily taken away. As Zhao made a long-range pass, the ball went to the left flank. De Bruyne and the advancing Kolarov were very active on the left. In the center, Zhao, and Silva faced double teaming from the opposing midfielders. When the ball was passed out, Berahino and McShane still stayed close to Zhao, ready to defend or counterpress at any time. As the match progressed, Manchester City's possession rate surprisingly increased. West Bromwich Albion had barely produced any decent attacking combinations. West Brom's coach, Pulleys, who led the team to a strong rebound last month and won the Premier League Manager of the Month award, was at a loss. Chapter 332. The double 10 tactics made Manchester City's attacks in the front court richer. For West Bromwich Albion to limit them, they needed to double team, which would give David Silva more space to operate. The two wingers, De Bruyne and Sterling, would also gain more attacking opportunities because of this. In the 33rd minute, West Bromwich Albion's encirclement of Zhao had issues. Zhao sent the ball out from the crowd. David Silva found a lot of space, and he directly passed the ball to the right flank. Sterling followed up with a powerful shot, putting Manchester City 2-0 ahead at home. West Bromwich Albion should be unable to stop Manchester City's march towards the championship. Moreover, given Manchester City's current display of fighting spirit. They are very likely to replicate Arsenal's unbeaten season. This Manchester City is much stronger than the Blue Moon team that was still in the process of gelling at the beginning of the season. After this league match, Manchester City will likely be distracted by the Champions League and the FA Cup, and they could indeed lose a few matches in the league. An unbeaten championship is very important for fans, but for Guardiola and the City players, it's not worth fighting for as much. Compared to an unbeaten league, the Champions League should be the more worthy honor to strive for. Chapter 333. As a result, Manchester City easily defeated West Bromwich Albion 3-0, winning the 2015-16 English Premier League Championship 6 rounds in advance. Manchester City's fans, Zhao Yi's fans, we are the champions. Teacher Jean-Lou's powerful voice echoed in the live broadcast room of New Star Sports as fans shouted excitedly. The 5 major leagues, English Premier League champion, winning the championship 6 rounds in advance. Manchester City's dominance in the Premier League this season is unshakable. As the first Chinese to win the top league championship in England, Zhao Yi truly deserves all his compatriots' pride and joy. Many fans found it impossible to sleep after watching the match. These fans, whom Zhao Yi didn't even know and had never met, were even more excited than Zhao Yi himself. They roamed the internet, eagerly checking out any articles about Zhao Yi and Manchester City, no matter how many times they had seen them before. As long as it praised Zhao Yi or glorified Manchester City, they would leave their footprints and compliments. With the rise of social media, a large number of media personnel created videos and articles, analyzing Zhao Yi's technical characteristics and how many records he had broken from different angles. Chapter 334. In the first leg, Manchester City not only won, but also scored 3 away goals. In the era before the away goals rule was abolished, this meant that Paris Saint-Germain needed to score at least 3 away goals and have a minimum of 2 goals difference to advance. A score of 2 o'clock would still lead to elimination. They had no choice but to attack with all their might. The players of Paris Saint-Germain were certainly determined to fight to the end. Paris had no ambitions in the league, as they were destined to be champions. Only by going further in the Champions League could they prove themselves. The fans of Paris Saint-Germain were, of course, full of anticipation for this match. Even if they were 2 goals down or even 3 or 4 goals down, they still believed that a miracle would happen. But the player known for creating miracles was at Manchester City, not at Paris Saint-Germain. After Zhao Yi joined the Premier League, he chose to join a strong team like Manchester City, so the title of miracle worker had not been mentioned for a long time. Manchester City had long since stopped needing miracles to save them. This match was very difficult for Paris Saint-Germain. In the first leg, the 2 flanks of Paris Saint-Germain became Zhao Yi's Silk Road. Chapter 335. The match reached the 10th minute when Cavani received a breakthrough pass from Matuidi and executed an acrobatic shot. The ball soared into the sky, flying over the crossbar. Joe Hart jumped high, touched the crossbar, and then clapped his hands vigorously. That was to encourage his defensive teammates. But it looked more like he was mocking Cavani's outrageous shot. Private, Cavani, step forward, acknowledged. The 4 groups of fans shouted in an orderly manner towards the field. Cavani's expression was very poor. His mentality was indeed affected. The players of Paris Saint-Germain were holding their breath. If they scored later, they would definitely retaliate fiercely. Our fans shouldn't provoke the opponent like this. What if Paris Saint-Germain reports the stands to UEFA after the match for being non-compliant? The Manchester City commentator spoke very seriously, as if it were a real matter. The partner next to him laughed heartily. Manchester City fans in front of the TV, drinking and slapping their thighs. Manchester City's attack remained calm and unhurried. Zhao Yi was in a position to receive the ball, smoothly crossing the midfield and defense. To be honest, Zhao Yi's role in this position was perhaps not smaller than that of a forward. Without Gundogan, neither Fernando nor Fernandinho had that kind of ball-carrying connection ability. Chapter 336. Paris Saint-Germain pulled 1 back. But to advance, Paris still needed at least 2 more goals. The situation was not optimistic. After a brief celebration, Ibrahimovic returned to the game. Yes, even if Paris Saint-Germain took the lead, the road to advancement was still very far away. Blank's formation indicated a desperate fight, and Paris Saint-Germain did play quite well. Manchester City found it difficult to create good chances in the middle. Mata partnered with Van der Wiel, adding an extra layer of protection to Paris Saint-Germain's central defense. After Zhao Yi and Silva advanced through the middle, their connection with Aguero was cut off. Paris Saint-Germain's players were all in high spirits, running and defending with all their might, ensuring Agüero had no chance to receive the ball. On the two flanks, Rabiot and Matuidi seemed to have borrowed from Zhao Yi's playing style in the previous match, running up and down the wings, using their stamina to create a numerical advantage in those areas. The running distance of Paris Saint-Germain players far exceeded that of Manchester City, and they had stronger momentum. This approach could gain them an advantage in the game, but it also had a defect. Their stamina might not last the entire match. Chapter 337. After the second half began, the fans at the Etihad started to erupt with loud cheers. This season, there had been no boos directed at the home team at the Etihad, because Manchester City had not lost a match yet. Even when their performance was poor and they fell behind, the final results were still acceptable. Guardiola had exceeded all fans' expectations in just his first season. Paris Saint-Germain did not stop their attacking efforts. They still needed one goal to eliminate Manchester City. Like in the first half, they continued to adopt an aggressive attacking style, focusing on both flanks. The two wingbacks exhibited very strong form, being very active on both ends of the pitch. Zhao Yi in the middle wanted to connect with the flanks alongside David Silva, but Paris Saint-Germain's players crazily covered the gaps and limited their movements. These players were giving their all, playing the most active and focused game of the entire season. After Zhao, he continually broke through in the middle. He took advantage of David Luiz's slow turn to send another through ball, but Sterling and Agüero's combination went awry, and the ball was kicked out of bounds by Diego Silva. Manchester City wasted a good attacking opportunity. Chapter 338. De Bruyne was at the left edge of the penalty area. Zhao Yi's pass was perfectly weighted. He stopped the ball with his left foot and shot with his right foot. Diego Silva rushed to block, but was half a step too late as the ball flew out like a cannonball. At the moment De Bruyne shot, Zhao Yi had a complete 3D image in his mind, including the positioning of De Bruyne and the defenders, as well as the complete trajectory of the ball flying out, right within the goal range. Trapp on the goal line reacted quickly, leaping up to deflect the ball. The ball hit the ground, flew to the right side of the goal, and bounced out of the penalty area. Therefore, at the moment De Bruyne shot, Zhao Yi was already rushing towards the right side. Bang! At the same time, the ball struck the goal, and Trapp extended his arms. His expression somewhat distorted from the effort. He crossed his arms in front of the goal, and the ball hit his hands. After a brief contact, the ball smashed down onto the ground and went out. Trapp, what a miraculous save. A fantastic opportunity from Manchester City. Oh my God! The ball flew out with tremendous momentum, and as it moved, Zhao Yi sprinted forward, steadied himself on his left foot, and raised his right foot high to meet the ball with a shot. Chapter 339. De Bruyne. Oh, this time, if he and his teammates had a good chance. De Bruyne's first choice would always be to pass. This was related to his position and his unselfish playing style, and of course, it was also related to his confidence. De Bruyne's confidence in shooting was not enough. In the previous shot, he had adjusted to the best moment, but still got it saved. If it weren't for Zhao Yi's bizarre run to follow up, Manchester City would have missed a golden opportunity. So this time, when De Bruyne saw Agüero blocked by Diego Silva and lost the chance to pass, his confidence in shooting was somewhat lacking. The biggest fear for frontline players is hesitation. De Bruyne showed a moment of hesitation, and Marquinhos rushed over, kicking the ball hard and bringing De Bruyne down to the ground. The ball flew towards the sideline. De Bruyne missed a very good opportunity. Manchester City's counterattack failed, and they had to reorganize. The attacking players of Manchester City supported up, while the defenders of Paris Saint-Germain also returned. Krychowiak sprinted near the sideline and stopped the ball. Chapter 340. In the final stages of the match, Manchester City hoped to stabilize the rhythm. Guardiola was starting to lose control, gesturing on the sidelines for players to move into position to support Zhao, who stood in the middle. Blanco was the same, signaling all players to move and win the ball. This was already the second leg, and Manchester City led by 1 goal on aggregate. Conceding another goal didn't matter as long as they could score one, which would allow them to overturn the situation with the away goals advantage. The Paris Saint-Germain players began to push up, trying to win the ball back. Mata, Van der Wiel, and even Ibrahimovic retreated to press Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi dribbled the ball from the center to the right, and then passed it forward to Sagna. Suddenly, Rabiot and Di Maria rushed over. Sagna passed to Silva, and Van der Wiel quickly retreated towards Silva. Silva immediately switched the ball to the left, where Fernandinho intended to pass it to Zhao Yi. Mata quickly pressured him, forcing Fernandinho to change the passing route and send it along the sideline to Krychowiak. At that moment, Cavani kicked the ball away from behind him. Krychowiak was taken down, but the referee did not call it. Chapter 341. When the referee blew the final whistle, some Manchester City fans were in tears. These fans have been loyal to Manchester City for over a decade, even decades. They followed Manchester City from being a relegation-threatened team to becoming a powerhouse in the Premier League, and finally to Premier League champions. Their heartbreak from failures in the Champions League made them yearn for a breakthrough, hoping Manchester City could achieve a qualitative change. Now, they had finally waited for this moment. This was not just a breakthrough in results. It also proved that Manchester City was no longer the team that faltered at critical moments. Manchester City could fight hard matches and was no longer a representative of being outmatched in international competitions. Manchester City had reached the Champions League semi-finals. Paris coach Blanco rubbed his forehead and sighed. He was so close to success. He almost created a miracle at the Etihad. Unfortunately, the miracle was shattered. After Guardiola and Blanco embraced, they returned to the locker room. Guardiola did not leave. He still needed to lead the players to thank the crowd for their support. The breakthrough of Manchester City was closely related to these loyal fans. After the Paris players regrouped, they shook hands with the Manchester City players and then left the field. Chapter 342. In the same half, Real Madrid and Manchester City advanced to the semifinals. In the other half, there was a significant upset as Atletico Madrid eliminated defending champions Barcelona over 2 legs. Under the leadership of coach Simeone, Atletico Madrid not only became a disruptor in La Liga, but also successfully brought Barcelona down in the Champions League. The rise of the iron-willed Atletico added more intrigue to the Champions League. Unlike the previous dominance of Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Bayern Munich, many European media this season favored Atletico Madrid to eliminate Bayern Munich and reach the Champions League final. This was because Bayern faced significant issues after Guardiola's departure. They nearly stumbled in the quarterfinals, only eliminating Benfica due to the away goals rule, facing a resurgent Atletico Madrid in the semi-finals. They could very well be stopped by Atletico's ironclad defense. Meanwhile, the matchup between Manchester City and Real Madrid also saw considerable media division. This was because one team had already secured the Premier League title, while the other had given up on the La Liga championship. Both teams had no league pressure. At the same time, in the Champions League, both teams shared a similar situation. Manchester City almost got overturned at home by Paris after dominating the first leg. Chapter 343. After reaching the Champions League semi-finals, the media's overwhelming coverage brought both joy and tension to the Manchester City players. They were under great expectations, so the pressure was significant. After a video that elevated Zhao to new heights was released, the Manchester City players didn't say much but felt uneasy inside. With Manchester City reaching the Champions League semi-finals, all the credit seemed to go to Zhao alone, especially De Bruyne, who faced criticism for his lack of confidence in shooting in the second leg and several obvious mistakes. Not only did not gain recognition from the media and fans, but instead became a target for criticism. He faced unprecedented pressure, sensitive as he was. Seeing Zhao laughing and chatting with company during training made him feel isolated. Sterling faced similar circumstances. His few shots also drew harsh criticism from the media. Under Zhao Yi's brilliance, these two newcomers who arrived at Manchester City with Zhao, he felt like ugly ducklings. Everyone has their pride, especially those who are exceptionally talented. Their status within the team may not match Zhao Yi's, but they believe they should not be criticized as if they were worthless. Chapter 344. Goodison Park welcomed the Premier League champions for the 3rd time this season. In the first 2 encounters, they had 1 win and 1 draw, conceding 6 goals while scoring only 1. Based on their record, Goodison Park was not afraid of Manchester City, as believed by the Everton fans. Therefore, the loyal Toffees wore deep blue home jerseys, painted their faces with the team's emblem, and cheered for their team. They believed this would be an opportunity for Everton to take revenge. Manchester City fielded their full-strength squad from the Champions League, with only Otamendi replacing Stones. Stones chose to rest against his former club. Last week's league match allowed Manchester City's main players to rest adequately. In this match, Manchester City was determined to win. Meanwhile, Everton, with no relegation pressure and unable to compete for a top 4 finish, also fielded their full-strength team. In this knockout-style cup match, there was a high possibility of an upset. Manchester City had 11 starters, and Everton also had 11 starters. Don't you ask if Manchester City knows about our unwavering belief in victory? Everton also played in a 4-2-3-1 formation, with Lukaku as the sole striker and three attacking midfielders, Cleverley, Barkley, and Cohn. Chapter 345. Everton's coach Koeman could only shake his head on the sidelines. They gave up on attacking with a park-the-bus defense, holding out for over 20 minutes. Yet the result was still unsatisfactory. Zhao, Silva, and De Bruyne all held their ground. But Manchester City wasn't just those three. They also had the fullbacks. Koeman hardly paid attention to Kolarov and Sagna. And as a result, Zhao made a genuine assist. He thought Zhao would pass to De Bruyne, Aguero, Silva, or Sterling. He never expected that during the attack. He would also pass to the low-profile Kolarov. Everton's fans were not very optimistic. It felt like they were about to collapse again. If they could just hold on to the score, even if it looked ugly, it would be acceptable. But once they conceded a goal, it could lead to a complete breakdown. This was a knockout cup match. Just one game would decide it. After falling behind, they had to find a way to equalize, which meant they had to attack. Once they attacked, would Team Manchester City as ferocious counterattack treat Everton like lambs? Everton was best at counterattacks, but they conceded a goal first, making things increasingly difficult from now on. Lukaku stood in the center circle, frustrated. The kickoff specialist was very dissatisfied. This time, Everton indeed stopped their full defensive effort. They consciously started to send more players forward to attack. Chapter 346. Before the match against Real Madrid, Manchester City had another Premier League game. They were away at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea had no chance of breaking into the top four this season and had lost their qualification for next season's Champions League. They also had no relegation pressure. Therefore, Chelsea treated this match as a practice session to prepare for next season. On Manchester City's side, Guardiola didn't field a full-strength team to save energy for the Champions League, nor did he put all the substitutes on the pitch. The players needed to maintain some match fitness. So Guardiola advised the players before the match to protect themselves and avoid reckless defensive actions. In this match, Chelsea fielded their full-strength squad, while Manchester City only had half of theirs. Most analysts and media believed Manchester City was in for a tough time. Their unbeaten season might very well come to an end. However, no one, including Guardiola, expected Manchester City to deliver a stunning 3-0 against Chelsea in the first half. It was shocking. Aguero, who had scored a hat-trick in the last match, was still in great form, scoring twice within 10 minutes. Stones also scored with a header. No goals were scored in the second half, and the score remained until the final whistle. Zhao came on as a substitute for Nasri in the last 10 minutes to stretch his legs, but did not score or assist. Chapter 347. The media loves traffic. The topic of Manchester City versus Real Madrid was obviously more popular than Bayern against Atletico. Although there has always been talk of the Royal Three, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern has always been among Europe's elite. However, due to the limitations of the Bundesliga, Bayern's traffic was significantly less than that of Real Madrid and Barcelona. Manchester City, although a newcomer, was in the Premier League and had already secured the Premier League title, becoming the face of the Premier League in the Champions League. Therefore, the clash between Manchester City and Real Madrid was particularly favored by the media. As the match approached, the discussions among media and fans grew increasingly heated. Manchester City players felt unprecedented pressure. Under Guardiola's request, the players did not accept any media interviews. He didn't want them to be influenced by outside factors. At the same time, Guardiola tirelessly chatted with each player to alleviate their stress. Zhao also talked with Guardiola a lot, just as he had promised. He would lead Manchester City over the mountain that is Real Madrid. Zhao felt excited and thrilled. Nervous? Not all. Guardiola, with his keen insight, of course noticed Zhao's current state. Among the entire Manchester City squad, he was the one who needed the least worry. Chapter 348. Etihad Stadium. As always, it was packed with people. The Champions League semi-finals, a height Manchester City had never reached before. The fans were cheering with joy. Fresh, excited, thrilled. The blue belonging to Manchester City floated above the Etihad. The fans were singing Manchester City's Blue Moon loudly. Dreams turned into reality. The Champions League semi-finals. No matter how glorious Manchester United once was, no matter how many Premier League titles or Champions League titles they had won, today, Manchester surely belonged to blue. City Blue. The clash between Real Madrid and Manchester City attracted a large number of fans from all over the world. The configuration of Manchester City's midfield and forward line was far inferior compared to Real Madrid. Additionally, The fame and strength of the players on the defensive line were visibly different. The only advantage for Manchester City was that Real Madrid's away performance this season had been very erratic. Sometimes effective, sometimes not. But in the Champions League semifinals, Real Madrid would definitely pursue stability and wouldn't be as careless as before. Both teams stood in the player tunnel. Currently, in Europe, La Liga was undoubtedly the top league, while the Premier League was in a semi-decline state. Real Madrid, as a super team in La Liga, had players with high market values. Now, these world-class stars were standing right next to Zhao. Chapter 349. With the referee's whistle, Aguero pushed the ball to David Silva. After the kickoff, Silva did not choose to carry the ball forward, nor did he pass directly forward. Instead, he played a backward pass to stabilize the rhythm. This was Guardiola's arrangement. In fact, Real Madrid's tactics were quite similar. In the Champions League semifinals, every team hoped for a smooth transition, gradually finding opportunities. At this level of teams, in such crucial matches, a single mistake could lead to their downfall. In the first 6 or 7 minutes, both sides did not create any dangerous attacks. Zhao received the ball once, but under the pressure from Carvajal and Casemiro, he could not form a threatening attack. Real Madrid also found Bale on the right, but the space given to Bale was too small, and he had no chance to make a run. After passing back to Cruz forced a pass into the box, but was headed away by Kompany. The attacks from both sides were somewhat slow. However, the fans on both sides were different. The cheers were deafening. Even if the game wasn't too exciting, the culture of the stands had to be displayed. Since Zhao stayed on the left side of the team, he basically had no chance to face Ronaldo directly. Guardiola's idea was likely to use Zhao's stamina and speed to support the defense. Chapter 350. Wow, Casemiro was pushed away. The near post was completely open. This ball went in. The commentator from Brazil felt a jolt in his heart when he saw Casemiro continuously following Zhao, ultimately being completely blocked behind him. He knew his compatriot was doomed. This defensive effort had completely failed. Sure enough, David Silva accurately found Zhao at the front post. Zhao turned partially and extended a foot. The ball changed direction. The speed was too fast, and it was too close to the goal. Navas couldn't react in time. This was a very precise collaboration. Stone's positioning was very meticulous. As soon as he saw Zhao starting to run to his destination, he pushed Varane out of the way. It created a vacuum area, and Zhao, following up, shrugged off Casemiro with a single movement. Casemiro surprisingly did not budge this young man. My God, what physical strength! David Silva's pass was also very well placed. This must be a tactic that Manchester City practiced during training, catching everyone off guard and succeeding on the first try. Manchester City took a 1-0 lead at home. The Etihad Stadium erupted with intense cheers and roars. After a nearly perfect tactical collaboration, Zhao held off Casemiro. Chapter 351. Guardiola continuously waved his fists, a rare display of passion. Zidane, however, did not seem too angry. He just rubbed his bald head. He was already panicking, but did not show it. He never expected the scene to be so ugly tonight. The home ground at Etihad was much more difficult than he imagined. The issue of Zhao needed to be resolved urgently. This kid is too strong. He had said in a pre-match interview that Zhao had already surpassed him, which was a humble statement. He also hoped his words would affect Zhao's mentality, making him complacent. Unexpectedly, this guy was truly fierce on the pitch, landing powerful punches that left Real Madrid somewhat dazed. This kid has truly proven his words through his performance. He has really surpassed him. What to do now? Zidane pondered, struggling to come up with a good solution. He could only hope the defense would hold strong. No more basic mistakes. On the field, Cristiano Ronaldo had just lowered his head, but almost instantly raised it again. This top football star in the world would not allow such a collapse to happen. He would absolutely never lower his proud head in any situation. His determined gaze was fixed on Manchester City's goal. Chapter 352. After the goal, Ronaldo rushed to the sidelines, jumped high, and tightly clenched his fists as he landed. Shoo! This classic scene made the Real Madrid fans present roar in anger. Some said Ronaldo's celebration was too flamboyant and awkward. But those who play football know how satisfying it is to vent emotions after scoring when the situation is desperate and the mood is suppressed. Moreover, this celebration can fully ignite the passion of fans and teammates, fueling their fighting spirit and confidence. Real Madrid players rushed to Ronaldo to celebrate. They were still a goal behind, but they believed the counterattack had begun. They were absolutely capable of leveling the score. This was the confidence this man gave them. At the same time, Manchester City fans responded to Ronaldo with loud boos. The whole stadium was filled with jeers. Some fans even raised their middle fingers at Ronaldo. Ronaldo did not respond to these fans. He had already thought it out. When he scored again, or when his teammates scored, as long as Real Madrid equalized, he would be even more domineering and silence those annoying fans. Ronaldo walked back onto the pitch, looking at Zhao Yi. He actually admired Zhao Yi. He had watched several of Zhao Yi's games, and his classic celebration moves were truly exhilarating. Chapter 353. The two sides were tied. Real Madrid scored 2 key away goals. For the two-legged knockout stage, where they played away first and then at home, Real Madrid had gained the upper hand. After the goal, Ronaldo did not excitedly display his celebration this time. Instead, he had almost no expression, jogging towards the sidelines. He placed his left index finger on his lips, silencing the Etihad. His right hand circled around his ear, hoping to hear the boos from the Etihad. The contradictory gestures were all a show of defiance towards the Etihad. The Real Madrid fans were ecstatic. Seeing Ronaldo's domineering actions made their blood boil even more. And indeed, the Etihad Stadium erupted with intense boos. Ronaldo was not affected. Instead, he became even more invigorated. Boo all you want. The louder you boo, the stronger I become. Ronaldo, the golden-haired Ronaldo, king of the Champions League. Scoring twice, he powerfully responded to the fans at the Etihad, strongly countering Manchester City. Real Madrid remained the same Real Madrid. In a colorful world, Real Madrid stands alone. Unique, absolutely not easily defeated Real Madrid. Trailing 1 goal, they almost instantly leveled the score. Guardiola was somewhat anxious, while Zidane relaxed. Chapter 354. When the stadium's big screen replayed Zhao Yi's pass, the entire venue erupted in waves of gasps. If the left foot doesn't work, then use the right foot. This was not Zhao Yi's first time doing this, but it was definitely not his usual way of passing. A slight error in power control or angle selection could lead to failure. Facing a team like Real Madrid on such a big stage, most players would lack confidence even to pass in such a position. The goal was scored by Aguero, but it was clear that at this moment, the brightest star on the field was Zhao Yi. Varane in the penalty area kept turning his head, watching the passing route Zhao Yi had just taken. Replaying the moment, Zhao Yi suddenly struck the ball with his right foot in his mind. Could this be a normal person's choice? Just revealing that little bit of a route. Case Moreau was closing in from the right, and Carvajal was surrounding from behind. In a desperate situation, Zhao Yi managed to tear open a path with his pass. Navas was panting on the goal line, his eyes lifeless. When he was full of confidence, believing his teammates had blocked Zhao Yi's stunning choice gave him a feeling of illusion. It was like being in a game. Even in a game, there shouldn't be such a scene. Chapter 355. The Etihad Stadium once again sent applause to Manchester City's players. Zidane did not make any personnel adjustments in the midfield. He had considered substituting Pepe to increase defensive toughness. However, Pepe's speed was not as good as Varane's, and if the auxiliary defense was not in place, it could lead to even bigger problems. Manchester City's focus of attack was not Aguero, the center forward, but Zhao Yi, the winger. In the second half, Real Madrid noticeably increased their midfield control. The number of breakthroughs by Modric and Kroos significantly decreased. Both players on the defensive end are playing with a greater sense of urgency, constantly pressuring Manchester City's midfielders. The BBC front three has increased their interspersed runs significantly. Zidane is attempting to utilize the abilities of the front players to finish the game. Under Kompany's command, Manchester City's defense is much more stable than in the first half, preventing Real Madrid from easily playing balls behind the defense. However, the attacking talent of Real Madrid's front three is too strong. Modric's passing is extremely precise and lethal, making it very difficult to defend against. With a pinpoint pass from Modric, the ball is switched from the left flank to the right. Bale accelerates with the ball, easily shaking off Fernandinho. Speed is Bale's greatest weapon. Chapter 356. Real Madrid's right flank is locked down, forcing them to attack through the left. Cristiano Ronaldo's scoring ability is unquestionable, but he needs opportunities, requiring the pulls from midfielders or Benzema and Bale. Benzema is tightly marked by Kompany, and Bale is completely ineffective, which significantly diminishes Ronaldo's threat. Real Madrid's attacking line is struggling. The completely locked down Bale is very unhappy. His teammates frequently start passing to the left flank, seemingly giving up on his side. As a key player who always steps up in crucial matches, Bale is somewhat dissatisfied with Zidane's arrangements, and he does not hide it, expressing his feelings. But what good does it do? If he could seize opportunities or create chances himself, this situation wouldn't happen. Manchester City begins to actively contract their formation, causing Real Madrid's attack to stagnate. This prompts Real Madrid's midfield and defense to push up with a backline moving forward. Only with more player support can they hope to score again. Zhao appears not only on the left, but also in the central defense. While defending, Zhao keeps an eye on Real Madrid's half. Ramos has always been a restless person, living up to his reputation as a knife-wielding center-back. Chapter 357, Agüero. The ball is played horizontally to the center. Agüero makes a slight adjustment, shifts his weight to evade Navas, and unleashes a powerful shot into the bottom right corner of the goal. With the net making a satisfying sound, the Etihad stands erupt into madness. Waves of fans surge, their voices rising like the tide. 4-2. Agüero, the soft-footed player in the Champions League, finally stands up against Real Madrid today, breaking all doubts. After scoring, Agüero does not rush out of the field to slide kneel in celebration as usual, nor does he excitedly jump onto Zhao. Instead, he stands still facing Zhao. Standing at attention, he salutes. Zhao smiles, bringing his index and middle fingers together to his forehead, then extends his right arm forward in response to Agüero. Only then does Agüero finally release his emotions and rush toward Zhao. His performance in the Champions League has been heavily criticized by the media. While Zhao is thriving in the Champions League, the front attackers in Manchester City are not happy. The reason is simple. They have become the supporting cast in the media's eyes. They have become stepping stones for Zhao's glory. De Bruyne, Sterling, and Agüero are all in the same situation. David Silva, with his gentle personality, is not interested in such fame. Among the entire front line, only Silva harbors no grudges. Chapter 358. The match is over. But the celebration for Manchester City fans is just beginning. Real Madrid, the #1 club in Europe, the top giant. The Champions League title is worth several times more than Manchester City's league title. So what? Today, they were still defeated at the Etihad. This season, no one can conquer the Etihad, not even Real Madrid. A large number of fans are passionately discussing. The bar is filled with Manchester City fans. Manchester United fans are hiding at home, avoiding the spotlight. At this moment, it's best not to go out and embarrass themselves. Manchester City fans are raving about Zhao's performance. Just like a proud child from their own family, whenever his name is mentioned, the volume in the bar rises significantly. Of course, Agüero has also become a subject of praise. He is no longer the coward in the Champions League. 24 goals. Zhao. There are still 2 Champions League matches left, and he can score 30. Although Manchester City has not yet advanced to the finals, many fans believe that Real Madrid will be eliminated. Manchester City will reach the finals. Zhao will score 30 goals in the Champions League. The general will lead his brave soldiers to conquer the Bernabeu. The devoted knights will follow their king to conquer all of Europe. Chapter 359. The hatred Manchester United players have for Manchester City is considerable. Previously, Manchester City was merely their backdrop, a noisy neighbor. Since the rise of money football, Manchester City has suddenly stood up. With a squad built on money, they have always been looked down upon by a traditional team like Manchester United. This team, which they despised, humiliates them with double-digit scores in 2 matches. Being humiliated by someone they look down on is the hardest to bear. Manchester United players are eager to seek revenge. In the FA Cup, a single match determines the victor. As long as they can eliminate Manchester City, they can wash away their shame and hold their heads high in Manchester. In this match, Ferguson still did not attend the game. It is said that Manchester City's management actively invited Ferguson, hoping he could watch the game live. However, Ferguson refused. He felt that these Manchester City people had ulterior motives, intending to embarrass him. In their last encounter, he watched the game at home and nearly suffered a heart attack from anger. This time, Ferguson's family united to persuade him, taking him out for a family gathering. They insisted on not letting Ferguson watch the match. They were worried that if Manchester United suffered another major defeat, Ferguson might not survive it. Chapter 360. Manchester United players' mentality is somewhat explosive. After the restart, they no longer press so high up the field. They plan to stabilize the rhythm first, rather than attacking recklessly and risking defensive issues again. Manchester City clearly does not want to engage in a fast-paced attack and defense. A few days ago, they consumed a lot of energy in their match against Real Madrid, and the key players on the field do not want to exert themselves. In a few days, they will be heading to the Bernabeu, so they need to conserve their form and fitness. Since they're already in the lead, they will stabilize the rhythm first and see how the situation develops. Compared to the Champions League, the FA Cup's value is still significantly lower. So Manchester City does not want to expend too much effort on it. Of course, now that they are in the 7th round of the FA Cup, winning means reaching the finals, so Manchester City will not give up. Both sides want to stabilize the pace, while one side doesn't want to enter a fast-paced offensive and defensive transition. Therefore, after scoring a goal, the game became somewhat dull. Whenever Manchester United launched an attack, Manchester City would tighten their defense. However, because Manchester City had a high-quality counterattack at the start, Manchester United's defense was hesitant to push up. They were worried about potential problems at the back, which made their attacks timid and lacking in threat. Youngster Rashford worked hard in the front, but as the future heir of Manchester United, he is still inexperienced, so he was very active. In Chapter 361, Zhao successfully gained possession of the ball and pushed it forward. Mata tried to take Zhao down from behind, but unfortunately, he was a bit slow to react. Zhao Yi's acceleration left Mata with no chance for a tactical foul. Faced with Schweinsteiger, Zhao Yi did not attempt a direct breakthrough, but instead moved laterally. After Silva opened up space in the middle, Zhao Yi had ample room to cut inside and accelerate, leaving Schweinsteiger unable to keep up. The Blue Lightning running down the field was simply too fast for Manchester United's players. The only things that could limit him were space and a defensive trap. At that moment, Manchester United did not possess those conditions, as Manchester United players quickly formed a circle to try to intercept Zhao Yi at the very least. They couldn't let him charge through unimpeded. Carrick and Blind both surrounded Zhao Yi, and Schweinsteiger was also speeding back to help. But at that moment, Zhao Yi didn't need to dribble the ball forward. Before the encirclement could close in, Zhao Yi passed the ball out. Delph quickly surged down the left, finding himself unmarked. He rushed to the spot, stopped the ball with his left foot, and pushed it forward with his right. In Chapter 362, the situation in the match became very clear. The Manchester United players were left in agony. Each one appeared lifeless, lacking communication. Meanwhile, the stands were the most active and interesting part of the stadium. The traveling Manchester United fans were shouting at the top of their lungs, "Van Gaal out! Van Gaal out!" The Manchester City fans, not to be outdone, join in, chanting, "Van Gaal, we support you. Van Gaal, you are our good partner. Van Gaal, Manchester cannot lose you." Originally, Manchester City fans would not mock a capable manager like this. However, Van Gaal had previously made disrespectful comments about Manchester City, even claiming that they only won games because of referee favoritism. Thus, the Manchester City fans held a very poor opinion of Van Gaal. And now it was time to stir things up. Van Gaal, with a dark expression, was somewhat provoked by the fans. He felt immense pressure and grievance. At this moment, the betrayal of Manchester United fans became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Unable to endure any longer, Van Gaal left the pitch and returned to the locker room before the game was over. In Chapter 363, Guardiola promised the team, "If we can reach the Champions League final and eliminate Real Madrid at the Bernabeu, the team will have 2 days off. You can enjoy the sun and beaches in Spain." The entire Manchester City team had already arrived in Spain. The weather in Spain, compared to England, was like heaven and hell. It was definitely one of Europe's tourist destinations. After this match, the schedule would be incredibly easy, with only the league matches in the short term. Therefore, giving the players 2 days off would not affect the team's performance at all. It would also relieve the players' tense nerves and conditions. Manchester City players were filled with motivation, not just because of the 2 days off, but because they were just one match away from the Champions League final. Defeating Real Madrid would create a miracle for Manchester City. These players had never set foot on the Champions League stage, and now they were facing the best opportunity. Agüero, Kompany, Fernandinho, and David Silva, the veteran core of the team, had made great contributions to transform Manchester City from a mid-tier team into a championship team. Yet they had never experienced the thrill of a Champions League final. Now, these veterans were even more excited and enthusiastic than the younger players. In Chapter 364, Real Madrid players entered the field first. Above the players' tunnel, the entire stadium was filled with cheers and encouragement. When Manchester City players entered, they were met with a huge chorus of boos. Receiving the boos from the Bernabeu fans was, in itself, a form of recognition. In La Liga, the fans at the Bernabeu rarely boo opposing players because they have enough confidence and pride. Most teams do not deserve their boos. Manchester City was different. Holding a 2-goal lead, Real Madrid fans had to apply pressure on Manchester City. It was best if they could cause some psychological issues for them. Zhao looked up at the fierce-faced fans, the deafening boos enveloping the outnumbered Manchester City players. Some fans noticed Zhao looking at them, and immediately, many hot-tempered fans raised their middle fingers at him. Look at you. Lose to death. Go back to the countryside. In the pre-match, an unofficial fan organization had listed Zhao as the second most unwelcome player at the Bernabeu, with Messi being first. After just one match, Zhao climbed to the second spot on the list, which was something to boast about. There were even fans who turned their backs on Zhao and mockingly slapped their buttocks twice. This was a form of mockery and humiliation. In Chapter 365, Real Madrid not only has a deep foundation, but also possesses a sense of humanity compared to other wealthy clubs. Many people say that stars do not have a good ending at Real Madrid and find it difficult to stay until the end of their careers. Whether it was Raul, Kaká, or later Cristiano Ronaldo, none had a good conclusion at Real Madrid. However, a club of Real Madrid's stature would find it nearly impossible to retain players who had lost their competitiveness. Real Madrid does not merely let their veterans leave the club at the end of their careers. They also provide maximum support to these stars after retirement. As long as a player has fought and contributed to Real Madrid, the club will genuinely arrange a good life for them after retirement. In the world of commercial football, perhaps only Manchester City can do better than Real Madrid in this regard. Therefore, Zhao has always held great respect for this club. It is not just because of its influence, but also its humanity beyond commerce. Today, standing at the Bernabeu, he heard the boos from the fans, which was very normal. It is a welcoming ritual from the home team fans to their opponents, seen everywhere. However, after this sudden scene, the fans in the Bernabeu stands did not show any signs of disgust. Instead, a large number of fans were stirring up trouble. Chapter 366, Zhao. The TV commentator was about to lose his voice. Zhao Yi's shot went through Navas's legs. Navas got down quickly, but unfortunately, his third leg was too short. There was no obstruction between his two legs, and the ball went straight through. It entered the goal. He intercepted Cruz, dribbled past Case Moreau, toyed with the Pepe Ramos combination. A pull, a push, a poke, shaking off Real Madrid's mascot Marcelo. Cutting inside, avoiding Ramos. Facing Pepe and Navas, a delicate ground shot. The entire Real Madrid defense line was like robots under control. And the engineer controlling these robot programs was Zhao. Manchester City took the lead at the Bernabeu. 1 o'clock ahead of Real Madrid. The fans of the Bernabeu stand stood there in disbelief. Some fans were holding their heads, unwilling to believe what had happened. Real Madrid's attack, a simple mistake, and the entire defense line could retreat in time, leaving no gaps. But that young man seemed to have opened his eyes to the heavens, treating the entire defense line like his own backyard. Light and breezy, he passed through cleanly. Instructor. The name is well-deserved. He trained the entire Real Madrid defense line. Chapter 367, Zhao moved forward in a straight line. The black jersey was on him, and at this moment, he transformed into a black lightning bolt. He soared down the wing like a cloud. This scene reminded people of the great Bale on the right side of Real Madrid. He quickly reached the ball, facing the approaching Carvajal. Before Carvajal could stabilize himself, he feigned a forward poke at the ball, and the football hit Zhao Yi's right foot. It went through Carvajal's legs. Realizing he was nutmegged, Carvajal immediately closed his legs and tried his best to move in the direction Zhao Yi was breaking through. Zhao Yi had already shaken off Carvajal and regained control of the ball. Carvajal's change of direction was too quick. Carvajal fell directly. This situation only occurs when one exhausts all their strength. If Carvajal had a little less sense of responsibility and just let Zhao Yi pass, he wouldn't have fallen flat on the grass due to his shift in balance. His appearance was quite embarrassing, but his diligent defensive attitude deserves respect. Zhao Yi, dribbling laterally, started again, directly cutting diagonally into the penalty area. The wide side Klisch had already moved up to support. Last time, Zhao Yi charged from the center to the right. And Sterling watched a good show. Chapter 368, this violent shot made many commentators tremble a bit. Even from outside the screen, one could feel the power contained in the football. The commentator in Brazil, after a crazy goal, was somewhat breathless. He was so excited that he didn't want to take a breath. His face was red from holding it in. This shot, Did this shot remind you of a deceased friend? Our national team's most glorious generation. Since Carlos, I haven't seen such violent aesthetics again. The purest violence. The purest art. This guy's not South American, not European. I didn't expect a classic player to come from faraway Asia. I knew this guy would shine at the Bernabeu, but I didn't expect him to deliver such an explosive performance. The Bernabeu is about to collapse. The Bernabeu has been torn apart by this black lightning, and the sky above the Bernabeu is already overcast. A storm is about to come. Will a hero step up? Cristiano Ronaldo, Bale, or Benzema? Is Real Madrid done for? For goals behind. Score again, score again. Your Majesty, it's time to conquer Europe. Chapter 369. Case Moreau did not go to argue with the referee because the referee was right there, watching clearly. He hated it, hated that he was so easily fooled. He also hated himself for hesitating. In the past, his tackles were quick and clean, but today, he was dizzy facing this young man who scored 2 goals in 2 minutes, dribbled like Messi, and shot like Cristiano Ronaldo. He hesitated on the defensive end. He resolved to become decisive. He could not give him any more chances. A very good free kick position. Zhao, he took the free kick, and he would likely shoot directly. Zhao Yi's shooting power and free kick technique were outstanding. He had already scored several direct free kicks this season. Could he score directly on this Champions League stage? It had only been 3 minutes since the last goal. If the shot goes in, it would be 3 goals in 6 minutes. Truly terrifying efficiency. The commentator, Jean Liu, couldn't contain his excitement. Because of the previous 2 shots, now that Zhao, he stood in front of the ball, it gave people an irresistible feeling. This ball is going in. Manchester City fans felt this. And so did Real Madrid fans. Seeing Zhao, he standing there, looking into those eyes, made their scalps tingle. Chapter 3, 76 minutes. 3 goals in 6 minutes. The goal has been shot to pieces. Do you have any defense at all? The Bernabeu was very quiet. But the Real Madrid fans, watching the game on the screen, were about to explode. I went to the bathroom, and when I came back, it was 3 o'clock, thinking Real Madrid was making a comeback. But then I encountered a ghost. Get out of the Bernabeu. Pepe, you useless piece of trash. Why don't you kick him or push him? Where's your spirit usually? Even if you let 11 pigs into the penalty area, they wouldn't get through so easily. It's just a goal. Let me be the goalkeeper. I won't even ask for money. We are Real Madrid, not some damn prostitute. This is the Bernabeu, not some damn brothel. He shoots however he wants. Kneel down and beg this madman to score 2 less. Disband. The Bernabeu, the biggest joke of the century. Trash. Go to Barcelona. Go to Camp Nou. The crowd was agitated, with angry Real Madrid fans. And even more Barcelona and Atletico Madrid fans fanning the flames. The gloating fans joined in cursing. The entire Spanish sports forum was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 371. Because he charged too fiercely, and Ramos moved early to block, Sterling's cross was not on target. Aguero couldn't receive it, and coincidentally, Pepe couldn't touch it either. The football crossed the middle and headed towards the far post, going towards the left side of the penalty area. It was about 6 or 7 meters from the goal. Not close, but not far either. On the left flank of Manchester City, it was Zhao who dashed forward from midfield, following Sterling. When the Real Madrid commentator saw that figure appear, he immediately reacted. There were no Real Madrid players defending there. They let such a formidable player be there. Real Madrid really didn't want to play anymore. Pepe saw the ball heading towards the far post and turned to charge in without a moment's hesitation. He wanted to intercept, to disrupt the attack. It might also be a great counterattack opportunity. He turned his head, his whole face contorted. He saw the advancing Zhao stopped and looked up at the ball floating over. He shifted his feet back and forth a couple of times, like Muhammad Ali's butterfly step. He adjusted his positioning. The ball was coming down from the air, not dropping straight down, making it difficult to shoot directly. He could only turn his body sideways, using his left foot as an axis, and slightly rotated his body. Chapter 372. The Bernabeu was completely out of control. After an incident occurred on the field, the match resumed in the 13th minute. Starting from the 15th minute, the next 8 minutes would be a huge disaster for Real Madrid. At the same time, it was the moment when Zhao completely became a god on the UEFA Champions League stage. In just 8 minutes, a quadruple. To perform a quadruple in the Champions League is already a rarity, and he did it in just 8 minutes. This was a record that had never happened before. A miracle. This was a heavy day for Real Madrid. This match would surely be recorded in the history of Real Madrid, the history of the Champions League. in the history of world football. This was a disaster that had never happened in the Champions League. For goals conceded in 8 minutes. Trailing by 6 goals over 2 legs, many Real Madrid fans held on to hope, believing they could turn the game around at home. They thought they could reverse the match like before. This time they would be disappointed. It's hard to imagine something like this happening at the Bernabeu. This is not the end of Real Madrid. It's the end of La Liga as a whole. Barcelona fans don't need to gloat. Real Madrid is not a weak team. They're not afraid of Barcelona this season. Camp Nou, just a good luck, and didn't he encounter a rampaging Manchester City? Chapter 373. Zhao Yi, in the air, lost his balance and rolled onto the grass. Take him out. Take him out. Some frenzied Real Madrid fans shouted. However, most of the fans at the Bernabeu stood up, holding their heads, anxiously watching this scene. Even if Zhao Yi rubbed their faces against the turf. Even if they mocked Zhao Yi at the start, hoping to disrupt his mentality and make him lose form at such a moment, the occurrence of such violent acts still made these fans instinctively worry. This was no longer about football. This was not about being a tough guy. This was practically murder. Pepe. This time, Janlu's heart suddenly lifted. The broadcast camera didn't capture it clearly. After the replay, it was infuriating. Pepe was completely aiming for Zhao Yi's leg. Zhao Yi was very agile and dodged it. After dodging, in the air, Pepe stretched out a leg and stomped on his calf. This was clearly intentional. If one attempt didn't work, he would try again. Zhao Yi hoped nothing serious would happen to his leg. The impact was somewhat reduced. It should be okay. The monk has begun. Chapter 374. The match resumed. When Zhao Yi was signaled by the referee to enter the field, the distant Manchester City fans erupted in loud cheers. This passionate group of fans was using all their energy to cheer for Zhao Yi. And just as these Manchester City fans waved their flags, singing and dancing on the stands of the Bernabeu, some scattered Real Madrid fans also clapped their hands, sending their blessings to Zhao Yi. It was not about victory. It was respect for Zhao Yi, as well as an apology for him. The fans of Real Madrid did not agree with Pepe's actions. Now, Real Madrid was 6 goals behind and playing one man down. The outcome was already in sight. Those fans slumped on the stands, eyes closed, could only see darkness, and at the same time, they saw the future of this match. There was no light, no hope. Just 20 minutes into the match, it was already like this. De Bruyne, looking for Agüero. Agüero, he fell. Agüero is down in the penalty area. Referee, corner kick. No penalty, it's a corner kick. As Zhao Yi just returned to the field. Manchester City's attack was like a flood, relentless. Chapter 375. A fierce response. Zhao, another one. Manchester City. The Manchester City commentator shouted through gritted teeth. Pepe, you expose your backside. They have been so disrespectful, so outrageous. Why should Zhao hold back? Seize the opportunity, take another shot at him. While he is down, go for his life. You might not find such a good opportunity again. The first in the Champions League is today. Madrid ascends, Bernabeu reigns. In this holy land of football, become the true king of the Champions League. The Manchester City players saw Zhao Yi not celebrating passionately, just standing there looking up at the stands. In his gaze, there was mockery and pity. A few teammates gathered around, not celebrating much, just high-fiving each other for encouragement. This goal was a response to Pepe, telling that villain that in football, to win relies on ability, on scoring goals, not on violence. Zhao Yi's breathing became a bit heavy. He waved his hand to Guardiola. Guardiola frowned, feeling a sinking feeling. Oh no, it's only been 26 minutes. And Zhao Yi is asking to be substituted? Is he injured? Can't continue? Oh, Zhao Yi's gesture is for substitution. Please don't let it be that he had an injury at the start, was stubborn on the field, scored a goal, and now can't continue and wants to be substituted. Chapter 376. Commentators around the world saw Zhao Yi asking to be substituted, and the previously tense commentary atmosphere became relaxed. Because Real Madrid was being beaten so badly, something big might happen in this match. Zhao Yi taking the initiative to leave the field and interacting with the Real Madrid fans meant that this battle should be coming to an end. Wow, truly unique. 25 minutes. He has to come off himself. You have to say, are the Real Madrid fans a bit too much? Before the game, they booed, gave a middle finger, and there were even worse insults. And then they clapped as 5 goals were scored against them. Hey, why did you have to do that in the first place? Oh, Real Madrid fans. Farewell to Zhao. I even feel that if these fans didn't do this, Zhao might get anxious and not come off the field, and then score 5 or 6 more goals. That would be interesting, haha. Looking at him like this, he really could do something like that, haha. It seems that a reconciliation has been reached. Zhao's 2 thumbs up are not a mockery of Real Madrid fans, but a response to their applause. The most painful defeat for Bernabeu is also the classic battle that made Zhao famous worldwide. I believe that all the fans who watched the match will remember this extraordinary player. Even if they didn't watch the match, tomorrow's news will be everywhere. Chapter 377. The Real Madrid players, who have little fighting spirit left, returned to the field and saw many empty seats at the Bernabeu, which further diminished their morale. This match had only one benefit for Real Madrid. They realized they are not the kings of comebacks. Zhao, he has already left the field, but his legend continues to spread across various live streams and major media outlets. In the first match of the Champions League, Juventus became his prey. He became famous in one battle. This time, Zhao, he used Real Madrid, the most successful football club in the world, to set the stage for the upcoming Champions League final. Throughout the second half, both sides played quite conservatively. Real Madrid had no fighting spirit, and Manchester City also lost the reason to take revenge on Zhao Yi. After all, the Real Madrid fans had already stood up and given Zhao Yi the utmost respect. By the 80th minute of the match, the Real Madrid players were distracted and completely let their guard down. Silva made a cross, and De Bruyne found himself unmarked. With no other options, De Bruyne could only take a shot. Guardiola was still watching from the sidelines. Missing such an opportunity is just unprofessional. A world-class goal. Into the net. Manchester City leads 6-0 away. The Manchester City players did not celebrate. Guardiola and Zidane sat on the bench in a daze. Chapter 378. Who else? Who else? The Manchester Evening News featured a large picture of Zhao. He's standing in the center of the Bernabeu, looking compassionately at the fans in the stands, as if watching pitiful ants. The fate of the Bernabeu is the collapse of the Macedonian defense. A complete loss. In European football, who else is there? Which player has ever received applause and recognition from the fans at the Bernabeu? But no player has ever made the entire Bernabeu feel despair by their own efforts. Dreaming of Barcelona can make the Bernabeu fans uncomfortable and disheartened. But dreaming of Zhao, he makes the Bernabeu fans heartbroken and hopeless, seeing no future. There is such a player who only needs the other 10 teammates to defend, and he can single-handedly defeat the most successful club in the world with the ball. Dream Zhao Yi? That nickname is both elegant and powerful. If you talk about the nickname Marca gave Zhao Yi, it really is cool. After the dream night at the Bernabeu, Marca paid the highest respect to this young man and gave him a title that resounded across Europe. Marca believes that Zhao Yi alone is equivalent to the Dream Team 3 of Barcelona. Even the Dream Team 3 of Barcelona did not bring such a shock to Real Madrid. Zhao Yi, still resting in Spain, saw Marca's report, and all the Manchester City players read the article written by Marca. Chapter 379. The Manchester City players have had enough rest in Spain. So after returning to Manchester City, they took a break that day and started training the next day. After being checked by Rebecca, Zhao Yi had no major issues physically. However, Zhao Yi knew that he hadn't fully recovered yet. It would be difficult for him to play in the weekend league. So, he proactively asked Guardiola for a leave of absence. Guardiola hadn't planned to let Zhao Yi play anyway. But Zhao Yi's first active request for a break made Guardiola a bit worried. Zhao Yi indicated that he had no issues at all. He was just a bit down after being too excited in the last match against Real Madrid. He just needed a little time to adjust. Guardiola simply didn't put Zhao Yi on the roster. Since this league match was an away game, Zhao Yi stayed in Manchester City. On Sunday, Manchester City headed to St. Mary's Stadium to challenge Southampton. In the first leg at the Etihad Stadium, Southampton showed tremendous fighting spirit and managed to take a point while Manchester City fielded their main players. Their fighting power is absolutely extraordinary. In this match, with Zhao Yi resting, the Southampton players saw some hope. Chapter 380. Is it true or not? Ronaldo is leaving? In his golden age, not yet 30, with Real Madrid's strong ability to create stars, leaving Real Madrid would mean losing a lot of exposure. Ronaldo won't leave. After competing with Messi for so many years, this season, he finally surpassed Barcelona in the Champions League and saw hope for the Ballon d'Or, only to be hammered like this. Sigh. He must be feeling disheartened, right? It's probably a salary negotiation, trying to establish his position in the team. Ronaldo's obsession is indeed too heavy. He wants to compare everything with Messi, status, salary. Now with the emergence of Super Zhao and Real Madrid's humiliating defeat, Ronaldo needs to prove himself even more. In this situation, the only option for Ronaldo is to join Barcelona or go back to Manchester United. Team up with Mourinho. Ronaldo definitely won tea leave. It's just a power play to force Real Madrid to strengthen the team and raise his salary. Don't worry. Yes, those who understand know. Messi has never done this. Ronaldo doesn't care. Messi has never said he would leave, but he has pressured management for a salary increase many times. Nonsense. Mule. Shorty. The uproar about Ronaldo is huge. After all, he is the most high-profile star in football. Chapter 381. In the 37th round of the Premier League, Manchester City hosted Arsenal. Because 272 has transformed into a big tree, there was much less hostility before this match. After resting in the previous round, Zhao started in this game. His physical condition has almost recovered. Arsenal has secured a top-4 finish, and Manchester City has already clinched the title. However, Arsenal is eager to thwart Manchester City's unbeaten season, and Manchester City fans hope their team can create this not-so-small miracle. After the victory over Real Madrid, Zhao made his first appearance at the Etihad Stadium. Many Manchester City female fans had Zhao Yi's tattoo stickers on their faces as a show of support. The female fan from Real Madrid who appeared at the Bernabeu and showed off her big backside with Zhao Yi's large portrait was ridiculed by Real Madrid fans after the match. This behavior is not only a humiliation to football and the players, but many Real Madrid fans also believe Zhao Yi's outburst is directly related to this fan's actions. Now, a large number of female fans are supporting Zhao Yi through this behavior, warming his heart. Each one is more beautiful than the last. They truly form a beautiful landscape. Go Zhao. Super Zhao invincible. Scoring 5 goals. Chapter 382. In the 38th round of the league, Manchester City faces Swansea away. This is the final round of the Premier League, but it is not Manchester City's last match of the season. Due to the FA Cup match against Manchester United, the league match against Stoke City has been postponed. After facing Swansea away, Manchester City will complete a rescheduled match at home. Swansea has no relegation pressure and no chance to compete for a top-4 finish. In this match, they have nothing to gain or lose. Being located in Wales, not in England, they don't have much desire to defeat Manchester City and become dragon-slaying heroes. Only the Premier League teams from England are shouting to defeat Manchester City to prove themselves. The Premier League teams from Wales are just making some money and selling tickets. What championship, what grudges has nothing to do with them. Therefore, in this match, Swansea did not defend tightly, nor did they fight desperately for the ball. Both sides played very smoothly, with very few fouls throughout the match and not a single card. In the end, Manchester City easily won 3-1 away. Zhao did not score in this match, but provided an assist for Aguero. Chapter 383. Stoke City has a famous grenade tactic in their history, where they would throw the ball into the penalty area from the sideline, and a group of big men would compete for headers. This tactic worked well back then, and their performance was quite good. Therefore, Stoke City has always been somewhat superstitious about high ball tactics. They mainly rely on crosses, diagonal passes into the penalty area, and then the center forward competes for headers, hoping to score. With this long-standing playing style, Stoke City has a very imposing nickname, Sky City. This is also the traditional English way of playing. Today in Manchester, Stoke City played the same way, fiercely challenging and bombarding. In the midfield, they would accelerate and then pass into the penalty area to find forwards. They would take a shot whether they had the ball or not. Kompany was not afraid at all, but Stones struggled. With Stones' physique, facing this style of play, he almost choked. However, Stoke City, similar to the previous Arsenal, only had a couple tricks at the beginning. After just 10 minutes into the match, they started to falter. They couldn't hold on to the ball in midfield. Without possession, no matter how aggressive their high ball bombardment was, they couldn't execute it. However, Stoke City's defense was also quite fierce, just using their physicality. They launched a strangulation tactic against Manchester City in midfield. Unfortunately, their technical level was a bit lacking, and once Manchester City's players got used to Stoke City's rhythm. Chapter 384. Zhao is truly the player with the best physical condition and the most active performance I've ever seen. During halftime, the great Henry openly expressed his admiration and fondness for Zhao Yi. It's too cliché to say he can score goals and provide assists. It's hard to imagine that a perfect forward who can score 50 goals in a season and also provide 17 assists would run back to help defend. If it were me, I would tell you that I absolutely would not retreat to my own half. The maximum I could accept would be near the halfway line, because I need to be ready to attack at any moment. No one can make me defend, not even Guardiola. I need to conserve my energy for offense. To keep attacking. No one can criticize me. Those who criticize me are people who don't understand the game. But we can see that Zhao often goes back to support his teammates. This spirit and attribute are impeccable. When you see a forward who can score 50 goals also retreating to help defend, think about it. If you're on the field, what would you do? You would run your heart out, pushing yourself to the limit to position yourself and challenge. This is the spiritual strength that a core forward can bring to teammates. He not only needs to score, but also brings more emotional inspiration to his teammates. Chapter 385. Time to sleep, brothers. Sleep? Stand up. Ronaldo's Champions League goal record. Messi's league goal record. All done. The king of football is here. The football king of Europe. The Asian football king of Europe. Hurry, hurry, kill the mule, give Zhao the king a boost. Go, 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 kill Wu Dalong. Send Pan Jinlian to Zhao the king for some excitement. Idiots, Messi and Ronaldo, don't come a mess with me. Zhao the king. From today on, in Europe and the world, there is only one football king. Messi and Ronaldo, step aside. Zhao Yi, you have stood up, no longer the Speed King. You are the king of everyone. The Speed King has sent a congratulatory message. Congratulations to Zhao the king. Fans from Huagua are spreading the news. The 51st goal came a bit late, but it ultimately arrived. On site, Guardiola was about to kiss Zhao Yi while embracing his face. Awesome. Guardiola's Chinese was a bit lacking, but he remembered this word very accurately. In the Etihad stands, Manchester City flags began to fly, various flags waving in the wind. A large number of fans raised pictures of Zhao Yi high, celebrating excitedly. Today, Manchester City achieved an unprecedented points record, and Zhao Yi also set the goal record for the top 5 leagues on the same day. For Manchester City fans, today is a day of joyous celebration. The Premier League goal record is just a small milestone. Over time, various milestones will rise. Manchester City fans just need to wait and celebrate the day when the milestones are established. Well, Guardiola substituted Zhao, saying he didn't care about the record, which is really funny. Before the match resumed, Zhao Yi was substituted by Guardiola. He accepted the cheers and worship of the fans. Zhao Yi waved to the stands and bounced off the field. Before this, he received a gift from the referee, a yellow gemstone card. Strip celebration? I'll save that for another opportunity. After Zhao Yi left the field, the fans no longer had the mood to watch the match. They stood up, linked arms, and sang songs while waiting for the match to end. Because once the final whistle blows, it will be another celebration. Another Premier League record, top 5 league record. Beep, beep, beep. Not a second of stoppage time. The referee blew the final whistle for the match. The Manchester City players took off their shirts and threw them into the air. They achieved the great miracle of winning the league unbeaten. They set a new record for the highest points in the top 5 leagues. The Universe team Barcelona didn't achieve it. The Galacticos Real Madrid didn't achieve it. The Bundesliga giant Bayern Munich didn't achieve it either. The League One giant Paris Saint-Germain, which dominates the league, also couldn't achieve it. Only Juventus in Serie A has come close to their record with 102 points. After 38 rounds of league matches, they achieved 33 wins and 5 draws, totaling 104 points. First in the 5 major leagues. Manchester City. This is a bountiful season, a miraculous season. If they win the Champions League, it will be a season that can be described as terrifying. Congratulations to Manchester City. Congratulations to Zhao Yi. We have witnessed the joint rise of Manchester City and Zhao Yi. Victory, continuous victory. The temperament of this Manchester City has undergone a transformation. They are not only adept in domestic battles, but now they are also proficient in international competitions. We see Manchester City players move to tears, embracing each other and crying for this perfect season. The players and coach of Stoke City leave the field, followed by a celebration that completely belongs to Manchester City. Since Manchester City had already secured the championship early, the Premier League trophy had already arrived at the Etihad before this match. After this match, it was the Premier League Championship award ceremony. In front of countless fans, the players stood on the podium, and company lifted the championship trophy. Zhao Yi was pushed by Silva and Agüero, standing in the middle with company. The two stood on either side, holding the championship trophy, greeted by the cheers and shouts of the entire audience. Chapter 386. The media is highlighting Manchester City as the domestic treble winner and fantasizing about Manchester City winning 4 trophies this season, including the Champions League. For a time, The traffic surrounding Manchester City has risen to a new level. At this moment, Zhao opened an international media account to express his joy over Manchester City's Premier League championship. Overnight, Zhao Yi's media account reached 1 million followers. And in a short period, this follower count is expected to grow rapidly. Helen has equipped Zhao Yi with a professional small team to manage the account. Naturally, in the early days of the account, Zhao Yi would log in occasionally out of curiosity to see how enthusiastic the fans were in praising him. It's normal for 10 people to have vanity. Even someone like Cristiano Ronaldo, who has long been famous and stands at the pinnacle of football, still enjoys being praised after all these years. Messi is the same, but he tends to be more low-key about it. After Zhao Yi expressed his championship remarks, Ronaldo even liked it. Bro, not bad. Very timely. Because Manchester City had beaten Real Madrid badly, Real Madrid fans were very dissatisfied with Ronaldo's actions. Aren't you bowing to the enemy? Is this still the domineering and unyielding Ronaldo? Chapter 387. This season, Crystal Palace's FA Cup journey has been very smooth. Among their opponents Southampton, Stoke City, Tottenham, Reading, and Watford, only Tottenham and Southampton are considered strong, and both of these Premier League teams voluntarily gave up the FA Cup, sending substitutes to deal with it. Therefore, Crystal Palace's FA Cup final has a significant element of luck. This is also a final where there is a considerable disparity in strength. In the two league encounters between Manchester City and Crystal Palace, Manchester City won 21-20, showing no significant advantage. However, in the League Cup, Manchester City won at home with a score of 5-1, with 3 consecutive wins. Manchester City's hard power is superior to Crystal Palace, and they also have a significant psychological advantage. On the afternoon of May 21st, both teams gathered at Wembley Stadium to engage in the last professional match of the season in England. After this match, only Manchester City and Liverpool will have one final each to play. Liverpool faces Sevilla in the Europa League final, while Manchester City faces Bayern Munich in the Champions League final. All right, both teams are ready to take the field. For Manchester City, they have switched from a 4-2-3-1 formation to a more attacking 4-3-3. Chapter 388. Guardiola swallowed hard, feeling that the domestic treble was within reach. This is a significant breakthrough for English football, as no team has won the domestic treble since the Premier League was established. The goal came so quickly. Crystal Palace's defense showed vulnerabilities in front of Manchester City's attacking system. Their players seemed a bit nervous during the match. When defending, they made significant errors. Perhaps they didn't think of it as an error, just a bit slow to react, but from Manchester City's attacker's perspective, such small mistakes are undoubtedly fatal. Crystal Palace is in a bit of danger. Let's see if they can mount a decent attack in the remaining matches. Facing Manchester City's strong control, that is quite difficult. As most people expected, after the restart, Manchester City players quickly took control of the situation on the field. Through strong individual abilities and team cooperation, they firmly held onto the ball. They forced Crystal Palace to defend deep in their half. Crystal Palace's forward Wickham started to retreat, and Zaha positioned himself a bit further forward. The rest of the Crystal Palace players dropped very deep. Chapter 389. Zhao Yi, again on the left. Manchester City's tactics are very clear. This time Zhao Yi did not cut in toward the middle, but instead took the ball towards the baseline. He faced the defender head-on. Ward and MacArthur stood in front of Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi shifted his weight, tapped the ball with his toe, pretending to push the ball between the two. If it were someone else, Ward and MacArthur would certainly hold their positions. But this is Zhao Yi, who instinctively makes him a bit fearful. With a feint, both moved towards the middle. Ward extended his leg to disrupt the ball. Zhao Yi pushed the ball with the arch of his foot, rolling at a distance towards the baseline. Ward immediately shifted his weight, preparing to cut off Zhao Yi's path to the baseline. At the same time, he was also wary of Zhao Yi potentially breaking through on his left side, so his weight was not fully shifted to the right. At this moment, Zhao Yi directly broke through the gap to his right, near the baseline. This is similar to a basketball move. Zhao Yi has used this breakthrough technique before, with the ball hugging the baseline. Ward was a step slow and immediately turned to chase back. Darn also rushed to assist, trying to completely block Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi pushed the ball ahead as he moved along the baseline. Chapter 390. It seems like Zhao Yi isn't taking this match too seriously. Teacher Jean Lu watched the game and couldn't help but exclaim, "Hee hee." Teacher Zhang Haihei responded, "Yes, he isn't fully letting loose. There is still a gap in strength between Crystal Palace and him." Zhao lost interest in shooting after the initial few moments. Unexpectedly, Crystal Palace had no decent counterattacks throughout the match. It didn't resemble a final at all. As the match went on, it just faded away. Crystal Palace's individual strength, including the coaching tactics and spirit, is not on par with Manchester City. Perhaps the only thing they can compare with Manchester City is their fighting spirit. However, fighting spirit sometimes doesn't help. You just can't kick it through. Even if you give 2 players to Crystal Palace, they would still struggle. But they should be able to hold the defense. Guardiola chose to make substitutions, taking Aguero and Sterling off the field. Manchester City has made it clear that they are not planning to score anymore. The Crystal Palace players tried to launch a few attacks, but the results were not very good. In the final moments of the match, Zaha made consecutive breakthroughs, showcasing the level of a top player. Using his individual ability, he aggressively pushed down the wing and eventually delivered a cutback pass. Chapter 391. Zhao. He also accepted an interview with reporters. He expressed that he was very happy and honored to join Manchester City. Being able to lift the championship trophy with his teammates is a wonderful thing. Pep said, "I'm strong. Without me, there would be no Manchester City's achievements this year." Zhao, he showed a meaningful smile. "I want to be modest, but this season, my performance has truly been outstanding. I'm almost embarrassed to admit it, but what can I do? Everyone says so, and that's the fact. I am someone who likes to speak the truth. Without my teammates, I wouldn't have achieved the championships and honors. I enjoy being counted on by my teammates and fans. Bearing more responsibility makes me more proactive and stronger. I will work hard, and I should do better. See you in the Champions League final." Manchester City clinched the treble, and fans celebrated while the media naturally seized the opportunity to report extensively. Continuously winning championships will attract a steady stream of new fans, year after year, and in 5 years, Manchester City will become a true giant club. In 10 years, when Manchester City faces other teams, they will also become a traditional powerhouse. The next evening, Aguero received a call from Messi, who was ready to congratulate Aguero. Chapter 392. The Olympic Stadium in Berlin, Germany. This is the venue for the UEFA Champions League final that UEFA had long decided. As the capital of Germany, Berlin's economy and culture belong to the top tier in Europe, and transportation is very convenient. Therefore, it is extremely easy for German fans to watch this match. Bayern Munich reached the Champions League final, and with the venue in Berlin, it felt like a home game for them. The renovated Olympic Stadium in Berlin can accommodate over 70,000, nearly 80,000 spectators. This match is sure to be a full house. Both teams' players changed into their match gear in the locker room, waiting for the match to begin. Before the match starts, it is necessary for the players to relax their mindset. Manchester City's players have very little experience in European competitions, especially in the Champions League final. None of them have participated before. Even though they have had impressive records in the past, they still feel a bit nervous facing such a match. Sitting in the locker room, the cheers of enthusiastic fans outside can be heard clearly. The stadium is already full, and a large number of Bayern fans and German fans have gathered outside the stadium. The Manchester City fans from England, due to the long journey, are hard to see outside the stadium except for those who managed to buy tickets. Chapter 393. The players from both teams entered the player tunnel, greeting each other. Muller took the initiative to shake hands with Zhao. Erwa's personality is still very cheerful and warm. After the greetings, it was time to get serious. The atmosphere at Bayern Munich's home ground is somewhat different from that of Borussia Dortmund's, but Bayern Munich fans' fighting spirit is absolutely the best in the world. They are extremely united and very exclusive. From the team's management to the coach to the players, there is no one they haven't criticized. Guardiola was criticized by fans for 7 or 8 years after leaving Bayern, and it still hasn't stopped. Of course, at the same time, their support for the team is also very direct and passionate. The imposing Bayern fans in the stands made rumbling sounds, attempting to overwhelm the Manchester City fans' momentum and create psychological pressure on Manchester City players. In addition to the fans from both sides, celebrities from various fields also attended the match. The lineup is far more powerful than that of the English FA Cup. For example, Zidane, the coach of Real Madrid, who was eliminated by Manchester City, and the star player Cristiano Ronaldo. Of course, Messi also came to the scene to support his good friend Aguero. Additionally, some legendary figures from Germany also arrived to support Bayern. Chapter 394. 80 centimeters in front of the left penalty area. Zhao, he stood with his hands on his hips in front of the ball. There is no dispute. As long as he wants to take the free kick, David Silva and De Bruyne have to obediently go to the spot. When Manchester City's free kick is not taken by Zhao, it means he is unwilling to or wants to attack the penalty area. The title of head coach on the field is not given by fans, but is stated by Guardiola. He can play however he wants in the midfield, since he turned Real Madrid into a mess. No one can instruct him on his positioning on the field. If he overlaps with a teammate's positioning, it must be a lack of intelligence from the teammate. If Guardiola thinks Zhao is not doing well enough, it indicates that Guardiola has not seen the bigger picture, as long as it is during the match. On the field, Zhao is the only one in Manchester City who won't make mistakes. Even if he is wrong, it doesn't count as a mistake. Zhao Yi's way of handling the ball is the most appropriate choice at that moment. No one can question it. Neuer is directing his teammates, nervously arranging the wall. In the first 3 minutes of the match, Manchester City threatened to attack several times, and this time they directly earned a very good free kick position. Manchester City's tactical play at the start was very successful, causing discomfort for the Bayern players. Chapter 395. The match continues. Bayern Munich did not create any decent attacks. Lewandowski found it difficult to get the ball in the front. Robin attempted a few breakthroughs, but the results were average. The only opportunity came from Costa's shot after receiving the ball, which was weak and ineffective. Manchester City, however, did not shrink back in defense just because they were leading. Their attacks remained sharp. They attacked from both the right and left sides. Vidal, the defensive midfielder, hardly intercepted in the midfield. He quickly moved to the left side to assist Lam. Zhao Yi, this time after Vidal assisted, there are fewer players in the middle. Sure enough, once there is assistance, Zhao Yi quickly shifted the ball to the middle. De Bruyne received the ball, and without Vidal's interception, it would force Martinez to move forward, leaving Bayern's defense less crowded. At the same time, Alaba would move towards the middle to increase the defensive thickness. De Bruyne dribbled the ball forward, and with a penetrating pass, Silva received the ball, but Alaba had already defended against him. Silva passed the ball to the right. Bayern's defense almost neglected Manchester City's right side. Sterling, who caught up, took a shot from a small angle. Alaba didn't have time to get there. Chapter 396. In Bayern's front field, Müller received the ball and made a somewhat casual pass, which was blocked by Fernandinho's extended leg. This time it really stirred up a hornet's nest. David Silva faced Xabi Alonso, made a diagonal pass, and then Delph on the wing received the ball and pushed it towards the middle. De Bruyne immediately started moving. The way Manchester City players handled the ball was very quick and simple. In this match, Zhao Yi, who didn't need to drop back, stayed near the midfield line. When De Bruyne got the ball, he and Aguero and Sterling had already made direct forward runs. By the time De Bruyne crossed the halfway line with the ball, a 4-on-3 situation had already formed. Lam, Martinez, Boateng. Bayern only had 3 defenders. The front 3 of Manchester City quickly ran in different directions, trying to stretch the defenders apart. Zhao Yi undoubtedly became the key focus for Bayern Munich. Lam was waiting inside for De Bruyne's pass, while Boateng's positioning was focused on marking Aguero, but also leaned toward Zhao Yi, ready to intercept and double-team. Martinez had to delay De Bruyne's attack alone while being prepared to rush towards Sterling. Into the attacking area, De Bruyne had 2 passing options. He chose to pass to the more open Sterling. Chapter 397. Neuer. In front of Neuer, Zhao Yi made a determined poke at the ball, sending it diagonally forward to the right. Neuer's tall body instantly dove to the ground, stretching his long arms to intercept. The ball grazed past his fingertips. Neuer got beaten. Zhao Yi made a big leap, jumping over Neuer's arm. Neuer hurriedly got back up. As he sprinted back, he could only see a shadow. Alaba outside the box was desperately chasing back. He had already reached the penalty area. Alaba, the Bayern Munich commentator, gritted his teeth and shouted. Alaba and Zhao Yi both sprinted with all their might towards the ball. Neuer quickly moved towards the goal, attempting to block the shot. Alaba saw he couldn't keep up with the speed. After taking a couple of steps inside, he slid in. His whole body was pressed against the grass. Crashing into the ball, Zhao Yi caught a glimpse of Alaba's movement and quickly pulled the ball back. Alaba shot past Zhao Yi. He couldn't stop at all. The ball was handled. Zhao Yi forcibly stopped the ball, but due to inertia, his body still had forward momentum. He couldn't stabilize himself at all. Chapter 398. Bayern was a goal down, and their tactics began to change. They no longer relied solely on defending and counterattacking, but started to hold the ball and organize attacks forward. Müller began to drop back to receive the ball, easing Alonso's burden. Since Vidal was consistently helping with the right side defense, Alonso's defensive tasks became heavier, causing his energy to be dispersed. And he needed someone to help share part of the attack. Only Muller's position allowed him to drop back for the ball. However, Muller's organization wasn't great. After receiving the ball, he could only keep passing it to the wings. This left Manchester City's central players with little pressure. As a result, Manchester City's central players could freely assist the wings, leading to Bayern's combination play between the wings and the center not having any effect. Although their possession rate increased, the number of threatening attacks was still fewer than during their counterattacks before. In the end, they had to rely on Alonso pushing forward in the center to win a well-placed free kick. As a free kick master, Alonso is currently the best at set pieces in this Bayern lineup, followed by striker Lewandowski. This reveals that Bayern's set-piece tactics are a shortcoming in their attack. Because the distance was too far, Alonso couldn't shoot directly and could only lob the ball into the penalty area to find a height advantage. Chapter 399 Halftime. Commentators from various regions were still lamenting Zhao Yi's turn to get past Lam and dribble past Boateng in a brilliant solo run. If that goal had gone in, it could have been the best goal of the Champions League season. From both a viewing and technical perspective, that breakthrough was absolutely perfect, but unfortunately, Neuer made a world-class save. If it weren't for Neuer's miraculous performance, Bayern would have already been blown away in this match. It should have been at least 4-1. Manchester City's attacks were very targeted. Bayern's right-side defense was virtually non-existent, and in the second half, Hanks would likely make substitutions. It was indeed a bit much to ask the 33-year-old Lam to defend against a young player with both speed and power. A slightly older central defender could handle it, but a fullback at this age against an explosive player is like forcing a duck to climb a ladder. Moreover, after an entire season of games, Lam's stamina was also an issue. If it were the beginning of the season, facing Manchester City, Lam could still hold on a bit longer, but now against Manchester City, he really didn't have much energy left. Zhao, he continuously sprinted down the wing. This wasn't like the usual 100-meter shuttle runs. It required constant changes in rhythm, and every acceleration on the field was a full-out effort. Chapter 400 The Great Stones. The Manchester City commentator also stood up, raising both hands high. Lewandowski received the ball and swung. As Stones turned, he instantly slid to the ground, and the ball hit Stones' leg and bounced out of the penalty area. Guardiola clutched his chest. It was too thrilling. The moment Lewandowski received the ball, he felt like the sky was about to collapse. This match was too important for him. Stones, the new signing, made a textbook-defying clearance. That block pushed Guardiola back from the edge of a cliff. If they conceded a goal right at the start of the second half, it would boost Bayern's morale. The advantage accumulated by Manchester City in the first half would vanish. Lewandowski gritted his teeth and held his head. The ball rushed to the right. After Zhao, he broke through from the defense. He quickly seized every opportunity to support Rafinha ahead, charging towards the sideline. He controlled the ball. As Delph had just positioned himself, Rafinha sent in a cross. The moment Lewandowski, who had been holding his head in despair, jumped high and powerfully struck the ball. The ball bounced on the grass, and this time, Joe Hart couldn't block it in time. The ball flew into the net. Wow. At the Berlin Olympic Stadium, while Bayern fans were still lamenting, they were met with this unbelievable scene. Chapter 401 Super Zhao. Manchester City took the lead again. A hat trick, a historic moment. The first person after the Champions League reform. This is a superstar, someone who can solve problems alone during the stalemate phase. The only one in Manchester City, an unparalleled presence in Bayern. Rafinha this time didn't manage to stop him, giving Zhao the chance to cut inside successfully. If Rafinha hadn't recklessly tackled, perhaps he could have slowed Zhao down, but unfortunately, he was too confident. Once I thought there could be a second chance, but you must know you are facing the super Zhao. After scoring, Zhao, he passionately slid on his knees off the pitch. This is the Champions League final, the highest honor in the world of club football. With the third goal, he single-handedly broke through Bayern's defense. Lam couldn't do it, neither could Rafinha. Vidal couldn't stop him, and Xabi Alonso had no chance to block him either. Boateng's confidence dwindled, standing in front of him like a pillar. As for Neuer, who had seen through him, this time he saw through him again. He read the shooting line, but it was useless. The fast-paced football left Neuer helpless. Chapter 402 Boateng. This time, he defended well and didn't fall down. Amid the passionate shout from the commentator, Zhao, he pushed the ball with his right foot towards the baseline, using the outside of his right foot to send the ball into the penalty area. Huh? The commentators were momentarily stunned. On the left side, a left-footed cross was the most correct choice. A right-footed cross was very likely to be blocked by the defenders. But this explosive dribble completely left Boateng behind. Thinking Zhao, he would cut inside. Boateng never expected that Zhao, he could push the ball towards the baseline with his right foot from this position. This created a huge gap. Boateng's defense was trained again. Agüero, who launched from inside the penalty area, collided head-on with the ball. Solidly. No matter how quick Neuer's reaction at this distance, he could only instinctively make a save. Whether he could stop it depended on fate. At this moment, fate was not on Bayern's side. Agüero scored a header. Agüero, who had never played in a Champions League final, scored his first Champions League goal. Agüero, like a little dynamo, opened his mouth wide, veins bulging on his neck. Chapter 4:03. On the stands, James jumped out of his seat. He mimicked Zhao Yi, pointing at his own eyes with both hands, and cheered loudly. Clearly, he really liked this celebration gesture. At this moment, Manchester City fans were so excited they could hardly control themselves. With the game not yet reaching 70 minutes, Manchester City was leading by 3 goals. The momentum Bayern had just built up vanished instantly. While Bayern fans prayed for a goal back, this kick left them utterly hopeless. Champions. The championship belongs to Manchester City. Zhao, I love you. Glory belongs to Manchester City. You are God, the God of Manchester City. Oh my God. 3 consecutive goals in a short time. 5 minutes completely shattered Bayern. Fans who follow basketball should have heard a term, a wave. This is the wave that belongs to football. Manchester City, led by Zhao Yi on the Champions League stage, continuously executed 2 waves, defeating both Real Madrid and Bayern. The collapse happened in an instant. Bayern had just equalized, even started to play their own rhythm. Yet in 5 minutes, Bayern fell behind by 3 goals. Chapter 4:04. The commentators wished they had golden voices. They could shout the loudest sounds in the world to stir up the fans' emotions. The fans in the stands embraced each other, jumping and celebrating this moment. Those fans with flushed faces shouted with all their might, raising their hands high and venting their emotions. Real Madrid was turned into a sieve at the Bernabeu. And today Bayern was similarly humiliated at the Berlin Olympic Stadium. Bayern Munich, fighting on home soil, suffered a Waterloo disaster. 25, trailing by 3 goals. This hardly resembled a Champions League final. It was simply another massacre. Bayern Munich faced the most painful defeat in Champions League history. Bayern's players stood on the pitch with their heads down, unable to face their fans, nor daring to look towards the coach. Neuer stood in the small penalty area, watching Zhao Yi being carried away by Agüero, running wildly on the pitch. The joys and sorrows of humanity will never connect. Neuer could not accept this situation. He had performed well enough, but still conceded 3 goals. When he had denied Zhao Yi's shots twice, he felt God was on his side. Chapter 4:05. Beep. 3 whistle blows. The referee blew the final whistle for the match. At the moment the whistle sounded, Bayern Munich's players fell to the grass. It was not just because of physical exhaustion, but also due to a mental breakdown. Including Neuer, none of the players could continue standing. On the sidelines, Lahm covered his face. If he had been on the field, this team could have been defeated but would never have collapsed. Meanwhile, all the Manchester City players and staff rushed onto the pitch like crazy. Manchester City, champions. Champions of the 2015 to 2016 UEFA Champions League. Congratulations to Manchester City. A super loud cheer erupted from the stands of the entire Berlin Olympic Stadium. Champions. Manchester City. Manchester City fans were in tears. They had been chanting for the championship, for glory, long ago. But when this moment truly arrived, they still found it hard to contain their emotions. This moment took them back to the time when Agüero's 93-20 goal against Queen's Park Rangers crowned Manchester City as Premier League champions. Today, Zhao Yi's stoppage time goal was not as exhilarating as Agüero's goal back then. Chapter 4:06. We need a leader, a visionary, capable leader. A leader with the courage to crush the enemy to dust. Now he has appeared, today, right here, Berlin Olympic Stadium, Germany. He will lead his people. He will unite his knights, achieve victory, achieve an unprecedented, great victory. He and his knights have taken the first step from now on. They will continue to move forward, bringing every victory, winning every trophy, day in and day out, month in and month out, year in and year out. People, let us do our own tasks. Cheer, support, respect, uphold. In Berlin Olympic Stadium, a fan blogger belonging to Manchester City, through live streaming, sent the famous voice of Berlin to his fans. Those fans far away in Manchester were filled with excitement. Some German fans in England found the familiar lines somewhat disorienting. These words seemed to have been heard before in Germany. At the Olympic Stadium, after the match, players' families also entered the field to celebrate this moment with the heroes. Chapter 407. The next day's football media was filled with reports about the Champions League. Bayern Munich suffered a crushing defeat in Germany, a result that most fans did not expect. Among them, the standout player Zhao became the real focus. This UEFA Champions League best player swept away Real Madrid and Bayern. The Manchester Evening News called it the Zhao moment. This moment could happen at any time during a match, or it might not happen at all. But once it does, it will be a fierce battle, with opponents fleeing in despair, crying uncontrollably. As all football media dedicated extensive coverage to this young man, everyone realized that Zhao was no longer just a supernova. He had transformed into a true football superstar. The term genius was no longer sufficient to describe him. Genius was merely a ticket to see him. A Chinese youth dominated the European continent, which shocked and even angered many fans. Europe's football youth training had always been the best in the world. It was overshadowed by a young Chinese player. How embarrassing. Of course, these were just extreme thoughts from some radical fans. Most fans appreciated and respected him. Chapter 408. Manchester City players posted photos with the Champions League trophy on social media. Zhao also shared some pictures, receiving a lot of likes and support from fans, along with his Manchester City and former Wolves teammates. Wolves had a confusing start to the season, but surged ahead in the early stages, only to see their performance plummet due to their participation in the Europa League, nearly facing relegation to League One. The team's owner, in deep reflection, vowed to make significant moves this season to successfully promote to the Premier League within 3 seasons. Wolves fans were filled with confidence in this well-connected owner. They no longer resisted Chinese capital, and Chinese elements could be seen everywhere in Molineux Stadium. Zhao took the opportunity during the off-season to visit Molineux Stadium and talk a lot with head coach Gary O'Neill. O'Neill was preparing to step down as the Wolves' head coach to focus on youth training. He stated that his abilities were insufficient to support the current ambitions of the Wolves. In other words, both he and the management believed that his coaching capabilities were inadequate. He could manage in League One, but when it came to the Championship and potentially the Premier League, he didn't have the skill. Chapter 409. During the off-season, another world-class tournament took place as scheduled, the European Championship. Unlike the Copa America, the European Championship has a fixed schedule, held every 4 years. Zhao certainly planned to watch the matches, feeling that the atmosphere on-site was entirely different from that on television. After the Champions League matches, Karen Langley obtained Zhao Yi's contact information. This time, she took the initiative to invite Zhao to watch the European Championship matches. She was 10 years older than Zhao and held a significant status in England, normally busy with work. It was indeed challenging for her to find time to watch the European Championship. Zhao could hardly resist an invitation from such a tall and beautiful woman, so he agreed without a second thought. This European Championship was held in romantic France. The two strolled around Marseille, allowing paparazzi to capture several trendy photos. The English media even created a special report covering their itinerary. Some English fans even thought Karen Langley was using her charm to entice Zhao to join the England national team. However, their open and well-documented outings certainly did not indicate anything inappropriate. They watched England's group matches in Marseille together. Chapter 410. Led by Ronaldo, Portugal secured another draw, eliminating Poland led by Lewandowski through penalties. Wales, led by their great player, defeated the talented Belgians, leaving them searching for answers. The German machine faced Italy, but the resilient Italians dragged Germany into a penalty shootout, ultimately getting eliminated. The home team, France, easily defeated the dark horse Iceland 5-2, giving the English a lesson. In the semi-finals, France and Portugal both put in strong performances, defeating Germany and Wales 2-0, respectively, to reach the European Championship final. Portugal's advancement to the final was considered a minor upset. Aside from the Portuguese and Ronaldo's fans, no one believed Portugal could win the championship. Zhao was, of course, present at the European Championship final. Just like those stars watching the Champions League final, this time Zhao became a spectator. The same cameras were also directed at him. This star, who had been in the limelight this season, received a lot of applause from fans. Not long after the match started, Ronaldo, who had carried Portugal for over a decade, unfortunately had to leave due to injury, bursting into tears. The hearts of Portuguese fans sank, feeling that things had gone from bad to worse. Chapter 411. Meanwhile, Manchester United made another significant signing, bringing Zlatan Ibrahimovic from Paris Saint-Germain to the Etihad, starting his technical mentorship. At the same time, Manchester United's management spent €30 million to sign attacking midfielder Henrik Mkhitaryan. Mourinho wanted to start from defense, but United didn't tee by any of the defenders he suggested. Manchester City won the Champions League through offense. Surely Mourinho could also win the Premier League through offense. This shouldn't be too difficult, right? Last season, Manchester City made a frenzy of signings for midfielders and forwards, with Zhao, De Bruyne, Sterling, and Gundogan all being strong offensive talents. This season, Manchester City suddenly changed their strategy. The players Guardiola originally intended to bring in, Gabriel Jesus and Leroy Sané, suddenly became quiet. Instead, they signed two goalkeepers. When Zhao returned to Manchester, City announced another significant signing, Kyle Walker from Tottenham for €50 million. The right-side combination of Zabaleta and Sagna often left Guardiola scratching his head. Against Real Madrid and Bayern, the entire right flank was full of gaps. Therefore, strengthening that position was crucial. Kyle Walker's performance against Manchester City had impressed Guardiola. Chapter 412. The Community Shield may lack prestige, but for the passionate Manchester City fans, it didn't matter at all. Winning, being champions, Manchester City fans were more enthusiastic than ever. Last season's quadruple champions have made them eager for the team to continue winning more titles. The first championship of this season is also the fifth championship of the calendar year. When the players took the field and Zhao appeared on the big screen, Manchester City fans warmly welcomed him, chanting his name. It's been a while, the young king that belongs to Manchester City. A young Manchester City, a young king. This season's Manchester City is full of expectations. Let's join the players for the first official match of the season. Manchester City has made some reforms to their defensive system this season. The four newly announced defensive members include right-back Kyle Walker from Tottenham, main goalkeeper Ederson from Benfica, second goalkeeper Bravo from Barcelona, and Kanté, who did not make the roster. Walker and Bravo started in this match. On the offensive line, the player Pep Guardiola was previously focused on, Leroy Sané from the Bundesliga, did not complete his transfer, while Gabriel Jesus from Brazil is reportedly set to join in the winter window. Chapter 413. This series of dribbling breakthroughs, steals, and passes. Amazing. Last season, Zhao rarely faced five defenders and could take the ball away early. When encountering such situations, he could only force a pass out. Is he playing like this season? Kanté said he joined Manchester City because of Zhao. I thought this honest guy was just flattering. But looking at it now, it's true. Who wouldn't want to play with such a godly teammate? He can send out such passes. Just lay back and win the championship. I can do it too. My grandma could score too. Just stand there and wait for an open goal. The commentator on site watched the replay in amazement, saying if it was purely luck, it would be understandable. But if it was intentional and he had the confidence to make such passes and succeeded, it could be a headache for other teams. It's already difficult to defend against him. If Zhao has to nervously keep an eye on all the players when he has his back to the goal, it's too challenging for the defense. I thought we had reached the ceiling, but unexpectedly, we can break through it again. Let us see if there are similar passes coming up. If so, other teams might need to mourn. Chapter 414. The match started with a one-sided situation. Leicester City had no effective attacks after the kickoff, and Manchester City took a 2-goal lead within 15 minutes. That pass was truly artistic. In the new season, Zhao seems less obsessed with scoring than last season. He seems to prefer organizing attacks and supplying firepower to his teammates. Watching the Manchester City players embrace each other, fans feel that this season's Manchester City will be even stronger than last season. Not only is the defense reinforced, but their young king is maintaining an excellent form and seems to be improving. Mourinho, who has been watching the match, scratched his head. In his view, Zhao Yi's ability to combine with the ball has further strengthened. The cooperation with his teammates has also become more tacit. Now, even if they can stop his breakthroughs and shots, it's still hard to limit the entire Manchester City. It has become increasingly difficult to cut off his connection with his teammates. The only way to deal with Manchester City is to park the bus. Can 11 players near the penalty area hold on? It depends not only on the player's form and skills, but also on fate. The key is that Zhao is not like a player such as Modric, who has breakthroughs, passes, and shots, but is more ethereal. Defenders can limit his performance with physical confrontations. Chapter 4:15. At halftime, in Manchester City's locker room, the players are relatively relaxed. Kyle Walker, as a newcomer, is still quite reserved. Sitting with his national team teammates Stones and Sterling, he feels shy to communicate with others. Zhao sits with De Bruyne, Silva, and Aguero. This match almost has no suspense left. Zhao leans back in his chair, takes out a pair of big headphones from the locker, and puts them on. He has recently become obsessed with Adele's songs. This big girl has a particularly good voice. Although they should be sad songs, they are sung with great power. The kind of infectiousness has made Zhao somewhat infatuated. Next to him, De Bruyne looks at Zhao with a pair of confused big eyes, then glances at Guardiola, who is still talking about what the players should pay attention to. Zhao has already started listening to music, and with that expression, it seems like he's on a date with Adele in the music. De Bruyne's bewildered big eyes suddenly lit up, as if he thought of something. This is halftime. The game isn't over yet. Guardiola is still talking. De Bruyne's eyes are wide open, his big head spinning, looking at Zhao, then at Guardiola. Chapter 4:16. The new season has just begun, and Manchester City fans are already savoring the taste of victory. The blue number 19 in the crowd is like a lighthouse on the sea, guiding Manchester City players and fans on the right path. The 5th championship of the year. Manchester City has officially surpassed Manchester United's record of 4 titles in a year. They are moving towards the 6-time champions created by Guardiola in Barcelona. Once they win the European Super Cup in 3 days, Guardiola will become the only coach to win the 6-time championship twice. A day later, Manchester City officially announced Kanté's signing. The transfer fee is €41 million. This transfer amount, compared to the exorbitant transfer fees of €80 to €90 million in a few years, is simply a bargain. Meanwhile, all Manchester City players have turned their attention to another match, the European Super Cup. Their opponent will be Sevilla, who won the Europa League last season. Manchester City faced Sevilla twice in the Champions League last season, winning both matches. They finished 3rd in the group and entered the Europa League playoffs. Subsequently, they went through all the rounds and defeated Liverpool, another Premier League team, in the Europa League final. Under Emery, Sevilla's dominance in the Europa League is indeed unparalleled. Chapter 4:17. On August 9th, the European Super Cup is about to begin. Manchester City has already arrived in Norway. This year's Super Cup final will be held at Lerkendal Stadium. Norway has a small population, so even in Trondheim, Norway's 3rd largest city, Lerkendal Stadium can only accommodate a little over 20,000 people. Most fans may not have heard of Lerkendal Stadium. However, many fans have definitely heard of the home team of Lerkendal Stadium, which is a traditional powerhouse in the Norwegian Premier League, Rosenborg, one of the very famous Nordic four dogs. The facilities of the stadium are top-notch in all of Norway. However, compared to the stadiums in England, it falls short. Zhao noticed this while familiarizing himself with the venue. Standing on the pitch, he reminisced about his former self. The Nordic four dogs, Rosenborg. Damn it, what a loss. Today, at this stadium, Zhao made a firm decision to crush Sevilla into the ground. He wanted to help those brothers who shed tears because of Rosenborg to finally get on shore. Before the match started, Manchester City fans and Sevilla fans had already entered the stadium. The number wasn't too large, around 10,000. Most were local fans. Chapter 4:18. After Manchester City chose sides, Sevilla gained possession of the ball. On the sidelines, a blonde, blue-eyed girl with long legs was staring intently at Zhao. Zhao said he could become a world-class center forward, and she believed it. Haaland was still lost in the inspirational words of his idol. He was thinking about how Zhao looked when playing center forward for Wolverhampton Wanderers. He was also a role model for Haaland during that time. He worked hard to turn every reception into a powerful shot, and a powerful shot into a goal. Because of his idol, Haaland, a tall guy, didn't practice heading during training. He firmly believed that if his idol didn't use his head as a center forward, he didn't need to learn either. He could still blast past defenders. Manchester City's 4-3-3 formation pressed very high, making it difficult for Sevilla to move the ball. Of course, La Liga players still had decent footwork. It wasn't easy to snatch the ball away smoothly. On the right flank, Hiroshi Kyoto faced Zhao's defense. He initially wanted to make a powerful run and overtake from the side. After taking a couple of steps with the ball, he realized Zhao was always able to keep up with him. At the same time, Kenny had already moved over, forcing him to choose a back pass. After Vasquez received the ball, Zhao Yi quickly turned and approached him. Chapter 419. This goal made Manchester City fans even more expectant. The sixth championship of the season was beckoning them. The highest achievement in a single season in European football. Barcelona in 2009. The only time a team won 6 championships. Manchester City was about to become the second. What excited them even more was that Manchester City also had a Club World Cup. This was a unique format for the Premier League in France. In one season, a maximum of 7 championships could be achieved. If they could win them all, it would be unprecedented, something even Pep Guardiola's peak Barcelona couldn't accomplish. Sevilla's 3 center-back system meant that Sampaoli didn't intend to play defensively. The most significant contributors in attack were not the 2 forwards, but the 2 wing players, Kyotake and Vitalo. If these 2 could charge forward, they would cause some trouble for Manchester City. However, Manchester City had Kyle Walker reinforcing the right flank, and Canny providing quick support on the left. The reinforcements this season had elevated their defense to a new level. Sevilla, indeed, didn't fully retreat. They tried to find opportunities from both flanks. If Vitalo couldn't do it alone, Suso would assist, and Ben Yedder would drop back. Chapter 420. Sampaoli looked grim. He had made considerable preparations targeting Zhao Yi. With 5 midfielders, Vasquez and Kyotake could always support the defenders. In tight spaces, they aimed to double-team Zhao Yi, forcing him into mistakes. However, now Zhao Yi had changed his position and style of play. He no longer forced his way down the wing and cut into shoot. He had started passing again. Moreover, his passing routes were unpredictable. Sampaoli felt as if he was hitting cotton with a heavy punch. He had the intention, but lacked the strength. No matter how he adjusted, it seemed he couldn't target Zhao Yi effectively. The best approach was to play defensively, not only to guard Zhao Yi, but also to watch all Manchester City players. Otherwise, Zhao Yi would activate his other teammates. Last season, Zhao Yi's assists required him to break through first, then watch his teammates' runs to deliver threatening passes. This season, he could already pass the ball first and lead his teammates' runs. Even more remarkably, he didn't even need to observe his teammates anymore. It was as if he had complete mastery over their movements. Sampaoli shook his head. This season, Zhao Yi and Manchester City had evolved once again. Besides luck and relentless defense, he didn't know how a team like Sevilla could compete with Manchester City. Chapter 421. An excited Canny turned and ran toward Zhao Yi. As naive as he was, this action left Sterling dumbfounded. I assisted you. What are you doing? Before the match, during Guardiola's speech in the locker room, Canny clearly saw Zhao Yi wearing big red headphones, completely ignoring Guardiola's words. At that moment, he realized a significant issue. There was no locker room leader on this Manchester City team, but there was an ancestor in the locker room. Moreover, he joined Manchester City largely because of Zhao Yi. The first goal celebration should be together with Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi hugged Canny, and a group of players gathered around. Aguero and Sterling also rushed over. 6. Zhao Yi stretched out his hand, making a gesture towards the sky. Yes, the 6th championship was beckoning them. On the sidelines, Holland and the Manchester City fans in the stands shouted loudly together. The match had only been going on for half an hour, and Sevilla was already 3 goals down. Sampaoli looked troubled, like a little wronged woman. This score was already a collapse. However, upon reflection, it seemed much better than Real Madrid's experience. Sampaoli was at a loss. Last season's Manchester City had Zhao Yi standing up alone. Chapter 422. Brothers, are you steady? A last-minute goal in the first half. This kick shattered the stars, hammered the doghouse, and brought you all to shore. This kick allowed single brothers to call 2 technicians. It made married brothers stand up in front of their wives. Zhao Yi rushed off the pitch, fulfilling his pre-match promise. He led his brothers to wealth and a better life. 6-0, king of the ball. I stood up. King of the ball, forever a god. King of the ball, I love you, king of the ball. King of the ball will never let us down. Only Zhao, the king of the ball, is our eternal belief. Greatness needs no words. Left foot. It really is a left-footed blast score. Is this a coincidence? Or has he really developed his left foot? The live commentary is watching the replay. This series of breakthroughs has seemingly become a daily occurrence. As long as Zhao Yi wants to, he can find a way to bring the ball into the penalty area. This kind of play excites people, but it doesn't surprise them too much, because people have long been accustomed to Zhao Yi's actions. What is shocking is that he used his weaker foot to blast the ball into the net. It was this kick. The power and angle were very good. This is definitely not the kind of power one would expect from a weaker foot, so it shouldn't be just luck. Chapter 423. On August 13th, the Premier League kicked off. Manchester City faced the challenge of the Black Cats, Sunderland, at home. Last season, Sunderland successfully completed their relegation task. In the first match of this season, they had to face the defending champions. The good news is that Manchester City had played 2 matches in the previous week, so there might be some issues with their stamina. However, since this is the beginning of the season, the players' physical reserves are sufficient, and fatigue is generally not a concern. On the day of the match, the Etihad Stadium was packed. Manchester City had played 2 matches, one at Wembley and one in Norway. This was Manchester City's first home game of the season. Before the match, Manchester City held a brief ceremony for Zhao to recognize his contributions to the team last season. Of course, it was also to allow him to showcase some personal awards he received last season to the fans, such as the Premier League Golden Boot, the European Golden Shoe, and the Premier League Player of the Year. After more than 2 months, Zhao stood again at the Etihad Stadium, receiving cheers from Manchester City fans in his home ground. During the off-season, Zhao had talked with Guardiola several times, and they shared a common view that some changes in playing style should be made this season. Chapter 424. After the opening ceremony for Zhao, both teams' starting players re-entered the field. The fans at the Etihad were so excited that some of their faces looked distorted. Goal, goal! Blow up Sunderland! Zhao. You scored 5 in the first match last season. This time, you need to score 6. Happy birthday, Zhao. Birthday night, miracle night, Zhao. Destroy the Black Cats. Blue moon, blue moon. Zhao. Man City. Zhao City. Zhao raised his hand to applaud the stands, responding to the crazy fans. The Sunderland players looked at the nearly crazy Manchester City fans. Compared to last season, these fans seemed even more unstable. 6 championships had elevated their confidence and belief to another level. The previous home ground of the Etihad had also been crowded, but there were still many fans in casual clothes. This season, looking around the entire Etihad Stadium, it was almost all blue, even if they weren't wearing Manchester City jerseys. Every fan had a blue scarf around their neck. The Etihad welcomed an epic transformation. These free and democratic fans were organized and disciplined, donning blue jerseys. Chapter 425. Lovren was apologizing to his teammates. It was his mistake. He should have cleared the ball with a big kick. This kind of dangerous horizontal pass from the back has been emphasized by coaches since he was in youth training. The requirements for fullbacks in controlling the ball are twofold. First, try not to make horizontal passes in your own half. Second, try not to dribble in your own half. After receiving the ball, you must look for the defensive midfielder or pass to other teammates as per the defensive midfielder's instructions. This horizontal pass indeed proved fatal. The first goal of Manchester City's new season came so quickly, marking a good start. Sunderland's players began to reorganize their defense, striving not to make such a low-level mistake again. During the attack, the fullbacks would push up, and in defense, the 2 fullbacks would consciously tuck in, making the central defense more layered. This was to prevent Zhao from making unrestricted breakthroughs in the middle. This was also a tactic some teams used against Manchester City last season. However, when these teams employed this tactic, Zhao moved to the left flank, which gave those coaches a headache, forcing them to let the fullbacks take up positions, with a defensive midfielder assisting in defense. The effect was mediocre. This season, Zhao returned to the middle again. The previous tactics could be used once more. Chapter 426. Oh, new celebration move? Starting to act cool? Under the camera, Zhao crossed his arms, expressionless, like a cold king. With the fans shouting loudly and teammates rushing over, his expression management failed. Zhao broke into a smile. He jumped off the advertisement board and tightly hugged David Silva. Silva embraced Zhao, grinning widely, overjoyed. A group of teammates huddled together. So cool. So handsome. The shot was cool, but compared to the celebration, it was nothing. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhao turned back to wave at the fans in the stands, his face a little red. As for whether this behavior would be considered an insult by advertisers, definitely not. This jump gave the advertisement board considerable exposure. Not paying extra would mean the advertisers got quite a bargain. That kick truly showcased a terrifying core strength in judging the ball's trajectory. So fierce. In 2 matches, Zhao, who was not excited enough, returned to his form from last season in this match, scoring twice, 1 brilliant steal leading to a solo shot, and 1 stunning side foot shot. Chapter 427. After the first half ended, both teams returned to the Etihad Stadium. Zhao had completed a hat trick in the first half, and Manchester City was already leading by 4 goals. Based on past experience, Manchester City's attacking rhythm might slow down in the second half. Last season, Manchester City often focused on possession after gaining the lead, just controlling without attacking. At the start of the second half, Manchester City indeed began to take control of the game's rhythm. They kept passing the ball to tire the Sunderland players. 6 minutes later, Sunderland's defense began to show problems. After Aguero retracted, Silva sent the ball in with 1 touch. Although Manchester City slowed down their attacking rhythm, they would not give up any attacking opportunities. After Aguero made a quick turn, Kabul became a bit flustered. He brought Aguero down with a kick. Oh no, that is a penalty. A very obvious penalty. Kabul's kicking was a bit reckless. Kabul tried to explain to the referee, attempting to get away with it. The referee shook his head and pointed to the penalty spot. There was no choice. It was a very obvious foul. Zhao placed the ball on the penalty spot. This season, he had already become the team's primary penalty taker. Chapter 428 De Bruyne has passed. On the left, De Bruyne carried the ball forward, pushing past Lovren, and suddenly cut in horizontally. He sent the ball into the penalty area. Sunderland's defense was somewhat chaotic. Cohn headed the ball out of the penalty area. As the match time passed, Sunderland's midfield defense issues kept arising. Manchester City wanted to slow down the attacking pace, but Sunderland was giving away too many opportunities. In training matches, players wouldn't miss such chances, let alone in a competitive match. Silva received the ball outside the box and directly looked for a ball behind. He passed the ball to De Bruyne. This time, De Bruyne directly charged into the penalty area, attracted the defense, and delivered a backward triangle pass to David Silva. Silva was at the edge of the penalty area on the left side, with a good gap. When a center-back rushed out, he made a small through ball. Inside the penalty area, Aguero had his back to the goal, leaning against Kabul. He stepped on the ball, trying to turn around. Kabul firmly held his position. Aguero's turning motion deceived Rodwell, who had retreated into the penalty area. Rodwell rushed over, trying to snatch the ball. Aguero gently pushed the ball. The football appeared near the edge of the 6-yard box. Chapter 429 finally accomplished. We thought this moment would come, but we didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. In the first Premier League match of a new season, Super Zhao, once again he has achieved it, becoming the player with the most goals in a single Premier League match in history, surpassing himself, surpassing Alan Shearer, something that no other Premier League striker has ever done. 6 goals in a single match. When we saw him in the Super Cup and the Community Shield, we all doubted that perhaps he would spend more energy on linking up the team this season. Perhaps his desire to score was diminishing. Now, we have all seen that Super Zhao is still that Super Zhao. He has even more ferocious firepower than last season. Happy 19th birthday, Super Zhao. Zhao raised his fists, and his teammates surrounded him to hug him. There was no overly excited celebration, but the atmosphere was already ignited. The fans' passion was released completely. The Etihad was like a volcano erupting, and today's fans were eager to see a goal fest. But they didn't expect such a shocking scene. Zhao has once again achieved a great feat. Various goal records in the English Premier League have been trampled underfoot by him. Chapter 430 Zhao. It's my birthday today too. Zhao. Zhao. My unborn son's birthday is today. Zhao. My dad's birthday is today. Zhao. My son's birthday is today. Zhao. My grandson's birthday is today. Zhao. Zhao, he looked up, helplessly watching those fans making a ruckus and talking nonsense. Get them out. Get them all out. Zhao, he shouted at one of the security guards. The security guard immediately turned around and was about to rush over. Hey, hey, hey. Zhao, he quickly hugged the security guard. The guard broke out in a cold sweat. You kid are really obedient. The fans instantly started to cheer. Zhao, he kept waving his hands, asking them to stop, to calm down. Happy times are always short-lived. The next day, Zhao had to dive back into the team's training. In the second round of the Premier League, Manchester City would challenge Stoke City away. Stoke City narrowly avoided relegation last season. Their form this season has been average. At Stoke City's home ground, Manchester City easily defeated their opponent 4-1. The informed Zhao, he scored 2 goals again, continuing to lead the scoring charts. Aguero also scored twice, strongly ranking second on the scoring list. In the third round of the Premier League, Manchester City's opponent was still not a strong team. Chapter 431, I hope Mourinho won't disappoint. It's time to show Manchester United's heritage. Manchester City is indeed very strong, but Manchester United has never feared any opponent. Manchester United has made targeted reinforcements, and with Mourinho, they have returned to their peak this season. At Old Trafford, let us give Manchester City a solid lesson. A kid, what is there to fear? Even if Manchester City wins the Champions League and hasn't lost a match all season, Manchester United fans are still full of confidence. Why? Because Manchester United fans are truly abstract. They're still living in the glory of the Ferguson era, believing that Manchester United is still one of the best clubs in the Premier League, paired with one of the best coaches in the world. They absolutely believe they can reclaim the league title. Neville even believes that the addition of new signings Pogba and Ibrahimovic has qualitatively changed Manchester United, making their paper strength the strongest in the Premier League. This match only needs a little luck to defeat Manchester City. Are these statements exaggerated? They may seem exaggerated to Manchester City fans, but not to Manchester United fans at all. At that time, Manchester United fans were overflowing with confidence, completely unable to recognize reality. Chapter 432, the red flags fluttered, and the inspiring cheers echoed at Old Trafford. The players from both sides had already stood in the player tunnel. Commentators from around the world had begun their work, and fans were also waiting for this attention-grabbing showdown. After changing coaches this season, Manchester United's performance has been quite good. There has been a trend of transformation. Mourinho, this world-class coach, has injected new spiritual strength into Manchester United. In fact, Manchester City's coach Guardiola has some connections with Manchester United as well. When he decided to leave Barcelona, the legendary Manchester United manager Ferguson had invited Guardiola to join, but Guardiola did not show much interest in Manchester United. He politely declined Ferguson's invitation. Now, Guardiola is coaching Manchester City's city rivals and has achieved remarkable results. Meanwhile, Manchester United has struggled in recent seasons. We do not know if Guardiola had chosen Manchester United back then, whether he would have sunk with them or soared to new heights with them. But at least from now, it seems that Guardiola's choice was not wrong. Interestingly, Super-Zhao, who achieved great success with Manchester City and Guardiola, became a potential signing for Manchester United when he chose to leave Wolverhampton Wanderers. Chapter 433, Pogba organized the play. He did not look for his teammates immediately. Having just joined the team for a huge fee, of course, he wanted to prove his strength. With the ball at the halfway line, Pogba, who was constantly observing the movements of his teammates in the front, encountered Zhao, who had retreated to defend near the midfield line. In this match, both wingers of Manchester City had defensive duties. This was Guardiola's arrangement. Zhao has always been diligent about the defensive tasks assigned by the coach. Now, the two hottest players in Manchester are City superstar Zhao and United's Pogba. Pogba, of course, chose to break through. Pogba is tall, has good physicality, and most importantly, his footwork is top-notch. He is undoubtedly a gifted player, a true midfield genius. The complete Pogba can be regarded as a world-class player, with a clever shift of balance. Pogba seemed ready to break through on Zhao Yi's right side, but was actually trying to shake off Zhao Yi's balance to rush past on his left. Zhao Yi's vision allowed him to not only anticipate his teammates' movements, but also to gauge the opponent's next actions. For a defensive player, this is a matter of instinctive awareness, and Zhao Yi possesses that awareness. Therefore, at the moment Pogba made a pass, Zhao Yi quickly extended a leg. Chapter 434. Lingard is in great form. Pogba's passing level and vision are also top-notch. Mourinho's transformation of Manchester United's attacking line is already showing results. This is also the first time Manchester City has conceded first this season. Previously, it was always City that launched a strong offensive at the start and scored. But in this match, United displayed excellent coordination. I believe this will definitely not be the final score. City will certainly launch a fierce attack. Lingard is indeed good in attack, but his defensive ability is lacking, and he is also reluctant to track back. This poses a significant problem for United's left flank. In the commentary, Henry analyzed Lingard's characteristics. As a former King of Highbury, he has a lot of insight. I still hope that United can succeed in their counterattack. This match is critical for City. If they remain unbeaten, they will tie Arsenal's unbeaten record. After all, I was also a participant and creator of that milestone. Come on, Manchester United, counter City just like you did against Arsenal, Henry joked. City's players were not psychologically affected. After a quick kickoff from the center circle, Kenny passed the ball to De Bruyne. Chapter 435. Was that goal too easy? Just 2 passes, and it doesn't even count as a tactical counterattack. It completely relied on speed. United conceded their first goal of the league season. Why was Blind the one left behind? Shouldn't it have been Bailey or Fellaini? United's tactics seem to have problems. Zhao E. It's another goal for Zhao E. A quick counterattack. He dribbled past De Gea, scoring into an empty net. We can carefully review City's matches. Zhao E. always steps up at critical moments, either equalizing or breaking the deadlock. United's defense has serious issues. Why are they pressing so high? Is Blind the only one left? This doesn't seem like Mourinho's style. United's players got too carried away, thinking they could score another after one goal, which resulted in a big problem. Unstoppable. The boos from United fans should be louder. This match looks a bit dangerous. What will United fans do? There are many United fans in Huagua, and there are also fans of Zhao E. A draw wouldn't be too bad, right? Chapter 436. Why? Why is there still a lack of players in United's defensive setup? Gundogan and Canny were both left open. What are Pogba and Lingard doing? Mkhitaryan has dropped back to the defense. Are you two preparing for counterattack? You need possession to counterattack. You've already conceded a goal. Gary Neville was very unhappy with the attitude of the two. When possession was lost, they threw up their hands and then didn't track back, leading to the conceded goal. Wasn't the defense fine before? Why suddenly like this? He couldn't understand. Mourinho's face was very grim as he gasped for breath, tightened his tie, and returned to the bench. Gundogan scored with a long-range shot and ran to the sidelines, sliding on his knees. Gundogan is always full of passion and fighting spirit, working hard in defense and quickly getting to his position in attack. He is definitely a rare midfield all-rounder. Pogba's mistake led to the goal conceded. After the mistake, he didn't quickly track back, allowing the superstar Zhao to find a great breakthrough opportunity. There was chaos in United's penalty area, with a decisive and brilliant assist. Gundogan scored with a long-range shot. Superstar Zhao had brilliant performances on both flanks. Chapter 437. Controlling the ball and getting past. At the moment the ball arrived, he was already planning the next move. Superstar Zhao's skills and experience are completely unlike those of a just 19-year-old kid. It's truly unimaginable. United's defense. City's front players immediately spread out to support, tearing apart United's defense. This time Lingard actually started to track back, but he could never catch up with the fully sprinting Zhao E. Fellaini quickly moved towards Zhao, while Blind, being slow, dare not get too close to Zhao E. He feared that Zhao E would accelerate and shake him off. Therefore, this gave Zhao E a lot of space. Zhao E moved forward, glancing at his teammates' movements, at a distance of about 3 meters from the edge of the penalty area. Before fully entering the cramped box and showing no signs, Zhao E moved the ball forward, swung his right foot, aiming in Nolito's direction, and struck the ball. Nolito accelerated in the box, but his defender Valencia quickly caught up, tightly blocking Nolito's position. Valencia observed the ball's trajectory. He didn't rush to the left, but instead headed straight for the goal. This goal caught everyone by surprise. Chapter 438. Many people say that superstar Zhao is the nemesis of the Red Devils. This statement is correct, but not entirely so. Superstar Zhao should be the nemesis of all teams. At least for now on, no team has completely contained him. In the 3rd season of his career, there was only a brief period of confusion and hesitation. During that time, many fans criticized his performance, but after half a month, he stood up again. Until now, there has been no sign of a slump. According to his statements during interviews, he fell into the trap that every boy encounters. Guardiola, during that time, would almost daily try to persuade him, and he eventually came out of it. He came out, but his opponents fell into it. Completely finished. For Manchester United, based on our previous experiences, there is an opportunity. However, considering the current situation, the chances are slim. Mourinho's team relies on defense to win games. A collective defensive effort. Currently, among the midfield and forward players of Manchester United, perhaps only Mkhitaryan can defend earnestly. The great Thierry Henry shakes his head. We probably can't count on Manchester United to thwart Manchester City. Manchester City's next league opponent, Bournemouth, is likely to break Arsenal's unbeaten record. Chapter 439. The fans at Old Trafford stretched their necks and held their breath, watching this attack. This young man, a product of Manchester United's youth academy, is like a newborn calf. This shot on goal had good power and angle. However, Otamendi had already blocked part of the route, and Rashford could only choose to shoot towards a near post. Bravo stood by the post, arms outstretched, quickly going down. The ball hit Bravo's inner calf, significantly weakening its power and altering its trajectory. It headed towards the outside of the goal. Bravo quickly turned around, his right leg blocking the ball. The ball deflected again. this time heading straight for the goal. It's in. This goal counts. Bravo. He accidentally deflected the ball into his own net. Manchester United pulled one back. Bravo fell awkwardly to the ground, trying to recover the ball, but it was too late. The ball had already crossed the goal line. The entire stadium erupted in intense cheers. They saw hope, the hope of equalizing. Rashford clenched his fist and charged out onto the pitch, accepting the applause and cheers of the entire Old Trafford. This forward from Manchester United's youth academy is getting better and better. Manchester United fans dream that perhaps, in the near future, these young lads will lead Manchester United to rise again. Chapter 440. Mourinho stared blankly at the Manchester City players rushing to celebrate on the pitch. He felt that Manchester United's defense was like a bunch of fools. They collectively switched off. How can they play like this? Of course, they can bully the weaker teams, but against strong opponents, they get completely annihilated. A player ran from the right to the center, still inside the penalty area. Surprisingly, no one marked him. How can this be explained? What else can it be explained as, if not incompetence? Manchester United. What kind of defense is this? Another hat trick. Nothing can stop it. Super Zhao has once again killed the game. Manchester United is unlikely to have a chance to equalize now. After Rashford's goal, Manchester United saw a glimmer of hope, but after this goal, their hope was truly extinguished. Manchester City has achieved a record of 49 league games unbeaten, and Arsenal's only noteworthy record may be completely ended in the next round. The Manchester United fans who boasted about a 3-game winning streak before the match, claiming they would crush Manchester City, now look ridiculous. Manchester City didn't even play seriously. Zhao didn't fully exert himself in this match, with only 3 or 4 full-force breakthroughs. Useless Manchester United. Go home and grow sweet potatoes. Chapter 441. Among the group, the two strongest teams. It can be said that the outcome of the match between Manchester City and Barcelona directly determines the top spot in this group. Finishing first in the group allows for a more favorable opponent in the knockout stage, which greatly boosts the confidence of the players. This round of group matches undoubtedly has the most highlights. Last season, Manchester City eliminated Real Madrid with a resounding victory at Camp Nou. This time, Manchester City is visiting Spain again, and numerous Spanish media outlets have started to hype it up, especially the pro-Barca media. The Catalonia region's media has already launched a slogan for revenge against Real Madrid. This is indeed quite ironic for Real Madrid. Guardiola, in an interview with the media, was as usual. Yes, I know Barcelona well. I spent a wonderful time there during my career, serving Barcelona since my playing days. They are a team full of imagination and cohesion. We will certainly give our all. I won't know who will win until the match is over. My God, they have the strongest attacking line in all of Europe and one of the best players in the world. Chapter 442. Zhao, he went over to greet Messi proactively. After all, there was Aguero as a middleman. Moreover, Messi and Zhao, he can be considered to be from the same school. From Guardiola's perspective, Zhao is Messi's junior. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and Messi seemed quite happy. They agreed to play games together whenever they have time in the future. Zhao agreed, and if given the chance, he would bring Ronaldo in to play games together. How fun would that be? The teams returned to their respective halves, warmed up, and then went back to the locker rooms. After the pre-match mobilization, both teams appeared in the player tunnel. Meanwhile, in the early morning at Huawei News Sports, the two commentators began their work. On Barcelona's side, the abstract representative Enrique set up a 4-3-3 formation. Coach Enrique tried to mimic Guardiola, learned the tricks, but didn't master the craft. After winning 5 titles with Barcelona, he became increasingly arrogant, thinking he was truly a world-class coach. During his time coaching Barcelona, he was still somewhat normal. After leaving Barcelona, his mental state became quite abnormal. Later on, this guy completely abstracted, not much stronger than Ten Hag. Chapter 443. After the start, both sides played relatively conservatively. In the 2014-15 Champions League, Manchester City and Barcelona faced each other 4 times in the group stage and knockout rounds. Barcelona won all 4 matches decisively, making Manchester City cry out in despair. This is also the reason why Manchester City's management urgently needed Guardiola to take over. Manchester City's performance in the Champions League was too disappointing. In the 2015-16 season, there were no recorded matches between the two in the Champions League. Historically, Barcelona hold an absolute psychological advantage. In these 2 seasons, Manchester City has been aggressively strengthening their squad, while Barcelona's reinforcement efforts have stagnated, leading to a decline in competitiveness. Thus, both sides began cautiously, with Barcelona needing to understand Manchester City's current playing style. Barcelona's midfield boasts Busquets, Iniesta, and Rakitic. Even if their control is inferior to that of the peak era of Xavi and Iniesta, they are still absolutely world-class. In a long league season, they might experience fatigue due to physical and mental states. However, in the Champions League matches, they won't easily make mistakes. Once Barcelona's midfield finds its rhythm and frequently combines with the attacking trio to create smooth attacks, any team could suffer at Camp Nou. Chapter 444. Messi, Neymar, and Suarez. Three football geniuses from South America collaborated to create this goal. South American players are always full of talent and imagination. They truly are a group of football sprites, representing the artistic essence of football. Unlike the rigid and solid style in Europe, this dynamic flair is hard to see in European players. Different cultures lead to completely different styles. European football is like a giant player manufacturing factory, where players are instructed from a young age on what to do at specific times. This allows players to significantly improve their technical and tactical levels in a short time and helps them avoid many detours to quickly reach top-tier standards. However, it also limits players' unique understanding of football. Result-oriented football can easily yield results. Of course, this is also the fastest and most scientific way to progress. European football has clear patterns that can be learned. Players nurtured in the soil of South American football are full of personality and have a deeper understanding of the game. Manchester City players were somewhat prepared for this goal conceded. It's completely normal for Barcelona's fierce attack to create such a situation. Chapter 445, a left-footed shot. It's in. Zhao. In the 24th minute, receiving a pass from De Bruyne, he equalized for Manchester City. This time, a shot with his weaker foot, full of power. There was even a feint before the shot. Yes. It looked like he wanted to cut in and shoot with his right foot. His usual attacking routine from the left is to cut in and blast a shot, and this one was very impressive. As a result, this time, the feint turned into a real shot, and Peak had already committed to defending. Just look at this moment. By the time Peak tried to block, it was already too late. If it were another forward, Peak might have had a chance to block. Unfortunately, this is Zhao. Manchester City's fans at Camp Nou stood up, fists clenched, cheering loudly. Super Zhao again. It's him again. At Camp Nou, he equalized the score. Manchester City, rarely facing adversity at the start, conceded a goal to MSN. Although they had a higher possession rate than Barcelona, Barcelona's attacking threat far exceeded that of Manchester City. Manchester City's possession was almost entirely ineffective. Without Zhao Yi's equalizer, Barcelona's front three would have only grown stronger, and the morale of Barcelona's players would have risen. Chapter 446. Barcelona, with a follow-up. Rakitic. The second ball fell to Rakitic, who raised his leg for a shot. Ederson, just getting up from the goal line, didn't have time to adjust and immediately placed his hands in front of him. Bang! The ball hit his hands and bounced into the penalty area. Chaos ensued in Manchester City's box. Suarez's instinct was sharp enough. Being in the right place at the right time is one of his advantages. As soon as the ball landed in the box, Suarez got in front of Stones and poked the ball away. Time was tight, and Suarez didn't choose a sufficient angle, but it veered away from the center, heading to the far corner. Ederson, just back on his feet, quickly extended his body, leaping into the air, his hands reaching towards the goal line. The power of the shot was surely less than Suarez's usual shooting strength, and this time, Ederson managed to tip it away with his fingertips. Kyle Walker, having followed up, turned and cleared the ball with a big kick. The goal line clearance was successful, resulting in a throw-in for Barcelona. Ederson stood up, his mouth wide open like a blood basin, roaring to vent his emotions. Suarez, holding his head, knelt in the box. Chapter 447. Such a powerful shot would have been impossible for even the valiant Ter Stegen to handle. Barcelona took an early lead, but was overtaken before halftime. The MSN attack was full of threats, and Manchester City's defense struggled to cope. Yet, Manchester City was still leading at Camp Nou. Zhao scored twice. Neither goal involved his usual dribbling or breakthroughs. One was a powerful left-footed shot upon receiving a pass, and the other was a follow-up shot inside the box. The second goal was powerful, and the trajectory was not unusual, but it was astonishing. Those who study Zhao Yi's playing style know that he has a strong ability to capitalize on opportunities in front of goal. His instinct and threat on second balls are significant, but no one could have imagined his instincts were at this level. As soon as De Bruyne lifted his foot to shoot, Zhao, he was already making his run to the right, when the ball was miraculously saved by Ter Stegen. The second ball fell perfectly at his feet, as if it was pre-planned. De Bruyne shot, Ter Stegen passed, and Zhao, he received the ball and completed the shot. The three players executed a perfect combination. Pique, known for his ability to read the game, could usually see through opponents' breakthroughs and passes in the box with exceptional positioning skills. But this was something he had never encountered before. Chapter 448. With the referee's whistle, the first half came to an end. In the last 10 minutes of the first half, Barcelona's marking against Zhao reached its peak, making it very difficult for him to receive the ball or break through. However, this kind of defense is hard to maintain for an entire match, and it can easily lead to issues for other players. Agüero and Sterling both had good shots that were miraculously saved by Ter Stegen. This type of defense is clearly unhealthy. The fans at Camp Nou fell somewhat silent. They were ecstatic when Neymar scored, feeling that Barcelona was on the verge of a victory at home. After Zhao Yi's 2 goals, these fans began to feel something was off, especially the latecomer fans who realized the miraculous nature of Zhao Yi's second follow-up shot, felt there was a serious problem. In the last 10 minutes, Barcelona did manage to limit Zhao Yi, but that came at the cost of many players sacrificing their normal positioning. Rakitic was nearly out of breath. Could this continue? As the second half began, the fans at Camp Nou still gave warm applause to the Barcelona players. They hoped their team could turn the score around in the second half and win the match. Chapter 449. Barcelona fans could not accept this score. Just 2 years ago, Barcelona could defeat Manchester City 4 times. Now at home, they were being outplayed like this? Leading by 1 goal, they conceded 3 in a row. Agüero had a one-on-one opportunity, and it seemed Pique made another mistake. In fact, this issue had been apparent in the first half. Barcelona's defense against Super Zhao was very successful, using 3 or 4 players to mark him. This situation will lead to the fact that once he takes the ball away, other Manchester City players will have a great opportunity. This is what happened. Agüero scored with a clear chance. What now? 2 goals behind? Less than 30 minutes left in the match. Does Barcelona still have a chance? The match continues. Messi should step up at this critical moment. But Enrique still hasn't made any substitutions. The current Barcelona midfield and forward line is already world-class. The gap between them and Manchester City comes from Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's incredible performance has left Barcelona trailing at Camp Nou. To equalize, they still need to rely on their attacking combinations. Suarez also started to drop back to receive the ball and coordinated well with Busquets. Chapter 450, not defended. They actually couldn't defend. As the final moments approached, Camp Nou did not witness the King Messi's last-ditch effort, but instead welcomed the performance of Super Zhao. Almost in the same position, Pique couldn't stop it, and Umtiti couldn't block it either. Zhao, he has sealed the win for Barcelona. Right here at Camp Nou, Zhao, he stood on the sidelines, slightly bending forward, then straightened up, pointing both hands to the sky. At the Bernabeu, he can shout out Real Madrid's slogan. Today, at Camp Nou, he can also perform Messi's iconic celebration. Messi uses this gesture to remember his loved ones. Zhao, he uses this gesture to bid farewell to Barcelona. It's time. It's time to take a dump on every European giant. Go wild, go crazy. Camp Nou, Bernabeu. All kneel down. A hat trick, sealing the win against Barcelona. Whatever actions he takes, the fans at Camp Nou must bear it quietly, just like the quiet Bernabeu. Fans of Messi and Ronaldo no longer need to attack each other. You should unite. Your target is this young Chinese player. Guardiola can no longer contain his emotions, embracing his assistant coaches passionately at Camp Nou. Chapter 451. The match ends, and the fans' excitement gradually calms down. After this highly anticipated match, reporters naturally want to interview some players and coaches. Enrique has already left. To interview him, one must go to the mixed zone or the post-match press conference. Zhao, he has also left, after greeting Messi and Neymar. He was the first to exit and return to the locker room. Agüero, of course, has to accept an interview. He still wants to say that famous line. I'm very happy. Many fans from China have had sleepless nights. Every time they watch a Manchester City match, it's always thrilling. It's hard to fall asleep. Many fans are discussing Zhao Yi's performance in this match. Of course, Pique's leg movement and Suarez's flying kick have indeed become hot topics. Suarez's mental state has been unstable due to his suspension for biting and has even seen psychologists. After this match, he will certainly need to undergo psychological treatment again. Pique, as usual, saw through Zhao Yi's next move. Before Zhao Yi could take the ball away, he directly moved his leg. forcing Zhao to kick the ball out of bounds. This kind of cleverness is also part of the game. If the referee does not blow the whistle and allows Barcelona to gain possession, this is a successful defense. Chapter 452, in midweek. Manchester City will face Aston Villa away. It's a League Cup match. Villa has already been relegated to the Championship this season, and their strength is far inferior to that of Manchester City. Therefore, Guardiola still made some rotations to the lineup. Zhao starts the match, occupying the right side, while Sterling is on the bench. On the left side is Nolito, and in the center is Iheanacho. The midfield trio consists of Fernandinho, De Bruyne, and Gundogan. The defenders are Delph, Otamendi, Stones, and Sagna. In goal is Bravo. In this match, Zhao faces Villa's Prince, Grealish, on the right side. Last season, when Zhao faced Villa in 2 league matches, Grealish was unable to play. This was because Grealish suffered an injury in one match and was suspended by Villa's coach for drinking and causing trouble in the other. Villa's hope star nearly had his career cut short last season. Grealish, who was addicted to alcohol, could not focus on the game, which was also a reason for Villa's poor performance and eventual relegation. This season, Grealish's form is still average, but fortunately, the pace of the Championship is somewhat slower than that of the Premier League, so Grealish can still handle it well. Chapter 453. After the match, Celtics coach Rodgers was very satisfied with the team's performance. We had a good effect in the first half, leading Manchester City and seeing a glimmer of hope for victory. The result is somewhat disappointing. The players of Manchester City are full of talent, and their attacks are relentless. These young players will keep Manchester City at the top level in Europe. De Bruyne, Zhao, they will become nightmares for every team. Zhao's performance is undoubtedly powerful. Incredible. When I stand on the sidelines and see him with the ball, I can't help but worry. The more you worry about something, the more likely it is to happen. He scored again and provided an assist. My players defended well. This is not their fault. There's a significant gap between us and Manchester City, and we will continue to work hard to achieve better results and aim to advance from the group stage. After this match, Spanish media reported an interview with Florentino. Florentino has not given up on signing Zhao. He hopes to bring Zhao to the Bernabeu for a transfer fee of 400 to 500 million euros. Since last season, Florentino has been releasing news hoping for Zhao to join Real Madrid. Chapter 454. At White Hart Lane, the white flags are flying. Zhao always feels that this color is not good. It looks like surrendering. This match is definitely a strong showdown in the Premier League. Manchester City has 6 consecutive wins, while Tottenham, after 1 win and 2 draws at the start, has achieved 3 consecutive wins. They're now unbeaten with 4 wins and 2 draws. For Tottenham, Kane's absence is a significant blow. After gradually adapting to the Premier League last season, Son Heung-min is now playing as the sole striker up front. The 4 attacking midfielders are Lamela, Ali, Elkison, and Sissoko. The single defensive midfielder is the intercepting monster Wanyama. The 4 defenders are Danny Rose, Vertonghen, Alderweireld at Trippier. The goalkeeper is Loris. Manchester City, under Guardiola, has once again deployed a somewhat peculiar formation that he experimented with last season. After using a 3-1-4-2 setup against Celtic in the Champions League, Guardiola has opted for a 3-defender formation in this match. Let's first look at the attacking lineup. The lone striker Agüero is supported by De Bruyne, Zhao, David Silva, and Sterling. The double pivot consists of Fernandinho and Stones, with Stones being shifted to the defensive midfield position by Guardiola. In Chapter 455, after Tottenham kicked off, they tried several times to find Son Heung-min in the middle, but to little effect. Manchester City launched several attacks, but fortunately, Tottenham's defense held firm. From the rhythm of both teams' attacks, it was clear that Tottenham was at a distinct disadvantage, as the Tottenham players began to pass the ball around at the back. Some fans even booed. They were trailing, playing as if they were leading. Most English fans understand the game well enough to know that this passing is not a sign of negative play, but a search for opportunities. The fans of Spurs were already starting to criticize. As long as there was no attack, they would vent their frustrations. With the backline passing, none would survive the night. Manchester City's forward players began to consciously apply high pressing. The defensive line also started to push up. Tottenham's previous long balls aimed at Son Heung-min had not created good opportunities. This time, Ali and Eriksen dropped deep to receive the ball. After a few passes, the ball was controlled by Ali, who completed a breakthrough. There is no doubt about Ali's individual ability. He is still improving this season, and Levy has set his transfer fee at 1.2 billion. scaring off Real Madrid. Zhao Yi, who had followed Ali from the front to the midfield, teamed up with Fernandinho, and the two brought Ali down to the ground. In Chapter 456, what to do if you can't hold him back? What to do if you can't tackle him? Trippier and Vertonghen stood together, both looking helpless. Pochettino shook his head. This physical quality and ball protection ability, this control of rhythm, could he really be 19? This experience is something only gained after playing for 19 years, right? This penalty could be said to have been deceived out of him. At that moment, Zhao, he lost control of the ball. He forcefully extended his leg to hook the ball. He anticipated Vertonghen's tackle. This guy is fierce. He probably is fierce off the pitch too. I want to be Super Zhao's girlfriend. I want to try it. Mars colliding with Earth. I'll crush you. Tottenham restarted the game with a back pass. Manchester City's midfield defense was too fierce. It seemed that all the forward players could suffocate Tottenham's midfield. This match did not bode well for Tottenham. In half an hour, they only had one threatening attack. Son Heung-min used his speed to break free, but unfortunately, his shot was too straight. At this moment, Tottenham fans began to think of Kane. Kane's ability to draw defenders and threaten the goal is much stronger than Son Heung-min's. While Son Heung-min can create threats on the wing, he struggles in the center. In Chapter 457, after the start of the second half, many Tottenham fans had already left the stadium. They came to see their team win, not to watch their team get beaten. With that time, they might as well go have a drink. The Tottenham players were also performing poorly. They felt the gap between them and Manchester City was widening. Manchester City's midfield and forward players seemed to have improved even more than last season. As soon as the game started, Manchester City had possession. David Silva received a pass, observed, and did not play it back. Instead, he passed to the left, looking for De Bruyne. In this attack, with Manchester City leading by 3 goals, they did not slow down their rhythm and directly sought more attacking opportunities. De Bruyne, Trippier defended well. Zhao. Did Alderweireld get easily faked out like that? This shot. Are you here to play football? Alderweireld? Are you here to make jokes? What about Wanyama? Are you the only defensive midfielder? They have already reached the edge of the penalty area and have been cutting in for so long. Where were you, Wanyama? Why was there a block on the shot? Why were the center backs directly facing the forward players? There were no breakthroughs? Just one defensive midfielder? Pochettino, what are you doing? Why? You've already conceded 3. Why are there still such defensive gaps? In Chapter 458, Manchester City secured their 7th consecutive victory, forcefully climbing to the top of the table, pushing Chelsea down to 2nd place. This season, only Chelsea, who do not have European matches, can keep up with the score. It seems that the Premier League is becoming a 2-horse race. Last season, it was a 2-horse race between Leicester City and Manchester City. This season, it is between Chelsea and Manchester City. Tottenham, with 4 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, has already begun to fall behind. After being defeated by Manchester City, Manchester United has also encountered problems in recent matches. Arsenal has been out of the title race since the beginning of the season. Liverpool is still in the midst of rebuilding. After this match, the international break begins. Most of Manchester City's players will leave the club to return to their national teams. Guardiola once again expressed some opinions. Guardiola rarely makes negative comments about football. The only dissatisfaction he expresses is with the scheduling of matches by FIFA, UEFA, and the FA. Manchester City has to play more than 70 matches in a season, and players still have to return to their national teams. This is a tremendous burden for his players. The Premier League does not have a winter break. Once the season starts until it ends, some of Manchester City's players are always on the road to matches. In Chapter 459, after achieving 8 consecutive league victories, Guardiola once again expressed concerns about the players' physical conditions. Everyone could see that Manchester City's players were showing some issues with their form. We have a Champions League match in the middle of the week, followed by the League Cup, FA Cup, and league matches. This is very difficult for our players. But so far, we do not have a good solution to this problem. The relatively good news for us is that the next 2 matches will be played at home. In the Champions League midweek and the next league match, Manchester City will welcome their opponents at the Etihad. Mönchengladbach was double defeated by Manchester City in the group stage of the Champions League last season. This season, the players of Mönchengladbach do not have much confidence. However, after observing Manchester City's league performance, they feel the opportunity has come. The form of Manchester City's players has declined. After the international break, there will be consecutive matches. This presents an opportunity for them. Borussia Dortmund in the Bundesliga is a prime example. After every international match day or Champions League game, there are often unexpected results in the league, leading to frequent upsets. Now Manchester City is facing similar issues. Taking advantage of their poor form, it's quite possible to snatch a draw or even a victory. Chapter 460 from Manchester City. 5 players were selected for the 30-man shortlist. Zhao, De Bruyne, Aguero, Silva, and goalkeeper Joe Hart, who performed exceptionally well in the Champions League. Hart, Lloris, Neuer, and Buffon are all included among the goalkeepers. The trident of Barcelona, along with Real Madrid's BBC, Kroos, and Modric, are also on the list. Real Madrid's defenders Ramos and Pepe are also recognized. This list shows a majority of Real Madrid players, highlighting their influence even in a season without significant achievements. This season's Ballon d'Or will have its final rankings determined entirely by the media, as the voting rights of national team captains and coaches will no longer apply. The Ballon d'Or selection is nominally based on the overall performance of the previous season, but in reality is closely tied to players' fame. Even though Manchester City has won 6 championships, only 5 players made the shortlist, and all of their defenders were excluded. Manchester City fans are dissatisfied with this list, but there's nothing they can do since it's not judged by Manchester media. In the Weekend League, Manchester City continues to host Southampton. Chapter 461. Manchester United's strategy is simple: defend and counterattack. Mourinho repeatedly emphasizes that they cannot engage in an open battle with Manchester City, or rather, with Guardiola's team. Therefore, once Manchester United gains possession, they are very cautious, passing the ball around the back, waiting for Manchester City to press forward. They aim to utilize the speed of young Rashford and the pulling ability of veteran Ibrahimovic to deliver a fatal blow to Manchester City's defense. Unfortunately for Manchester City, they rotated their attacking lineup for this match, leaving only Zhao, and Aguero, along with Nolito, who is yet to integrate into the team, and a young player. Both defensive midfielders are more focused on interception and are not the type to press aggressively. Thus, Manchester City did not employ high pressing, but instead built a defensive line in the middle and back. Only Phil Foden in the front line is working hard to prove himself, constantly running. After several attempts that yielded little effect, he decided to retreat. Seeing this situation, Manchester United slowly pushed forward, starting to look for opportunities. This City derby is not as intense as the first match. After more than 10 minutes of tugging, neither side has taken a shot. Phil Foden, being too young and lacking top-league experience, received several passes from Zhao, but couldn't break through. After being pressured by Blind, he could only pass back or directly make a mistake. Chapter 462. The spectators at Old Trafford once again saw that number 19 jersey, turning his back to the stands to welcome his teammates. Manchester United fans know he is powerful. Just a tiny opportunity is enough for him to score. The fans know, but how could Bailey not know? The fans at Old Trafford fell silent, feeling helpless. Soon, the whole stadium could hear the intense cheers of Manchester City fans. The nearly 10,000 City fans were about to turn Old Trafford into the Etihad. Ferguson sat in the stands, chewing gum, shaking his head, with the muscles on his face twitching. In this match, Manchester City's midfield and forward setup is already quite poor in attack. They have yet to find good opportunities, while Manchester United had chances to change the score. However, a small mistake in Manchester United's defense, just a tiny slip, was seized. This ability to combine man and ball is indeed top-notch. Bailey's defense was somewhat lax, but it can't be entirely blamed on him. You can't tell Zhao's shooting intent. He still seemed to want to carry the ball forward, but suddenly took a shot. The outside of the foot strike was well concealed. Chapter 463. Phil Foden. The 16-year-old Manchester City youth training star received a pass from Zhao, and curled a shot into the net, scoring his first goal for the first team. An excited Foden slid on his knees across the pitch, and Manchester City's fans erupted in joy. The City Youth Academy has been thriving in recent years, but no particularly outstanding star has emerged. There is Iheanacho, but his potential is limited. Foden, at such a young age and not yet of legal age, made his first start and scored at Old Trafford. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful shot. Foden got up, tugged at his jersey, and kissed the club badge. It wasn't until his teammates rushed over that he snapped out of his excitement. He turned around and hugged Zhao, his youthful face beaming with joy. The two bumped fists, greeting the away fans. Once the celebration ended, Foden finally remembered his pre-match celebration. A bit slow on the uptake, but he had to complete the performance. Who knows when the next goal will come? Next time he plays, he doesn't know when that will be. His teammates have already walked onto the pitch, and Foden squatted down alone, raising his hands in front and back. He closed his left, Ida aim. Chapter 464. Pogba's attack this time connected with Ibrahimovic through a beautiful through ball. Ibrahimovic, moving forward, received the pass and unleashed a powerful shot in the box. Otamendi timely went down to interfere. The shot was powerful but lacked the angle. Bravo blocked it head-on. Kolarov cleared the ball. Otamendi's defensive performance was somewhat unstable, often missing players. However, in the United penalty area, only Ibrahimovic was present, so he had no chance to miss anyone. This defensive effort was very successful. Ibrahimovic clenched his fist, grinning. This shot was a great opportunity. If he could just get a little angle, the score would change. Kanté received the ball, and Manchester United did not invest heavily in this attack, so their defensive positioning was very tight and layered, with no obvious gaps. They could only slow down the pace. Manchester United's attacking tactics are based on height and speed, executing precise and sharp counterattacks. In theory, they should have some ability to counter Manchester City's possession-based style. Unfortunately, Manchester United only has counterattacks and no defense. This is a significant problem. Mourinho's tactical system is primarily defensive. As a result, after acquiring a forward and a playmaker like Pogba, they lacked suitable defenders. Chapter 465. Manchester United's defense is too focused on Zhao, leading to a lax defense against Aguero. He breaks free for a clear shot on goal. Manchester United is in trouble this time. Manchester City fans are waving their fists, celebrating passionately in the stands. Even with a half-hearted Nolito and a 16-year-old kid up front, Manchester City can still execute straightforward combinations. It only takes two players to score a goal. Zhao, he can make the most of any position. As long as he is on the field, goals are inevitable. Manchester United still cannot compare to Manchester City this season. The players they have bought are strong, but not enough to threaten Manchester City's status. Pogba, who cost over $100 million, made several good passes in the first half and performed quite well. However, his deadly passes were lacking. In other words, his threat level isn't strong enough. He doesn't require multiple players to mark him and cannot create much space for Ibrahimovic. Aguero acts as a pivot, while Zhao Yi's explosive speed and vision for passing are crucial. The seemingly final deadly pass was preceded by Manchester United's defense being pulled apart twice. Kanté's positioning was also classic. This should be a tactical combination, likely practiced frequently in training. Chapter 466. Manchester City ultimately won the match. However, in the last 10 minutes, Manchester United pushed all their players forward, making it seem like Manchester City was on the verge of collapsing. Just a breath away, Manchester United could have equalized. After Zhao left the field, Manchester United's midfielders suddenly started playing well. De Bruyne and David Silva both have solid abilities, but compared to Zhao Yi's ability to draw defenders, they fall short. Guardiola has already realized this issue. Manchester City can easily defeat weaker teams. However, against stronger teams, the difference in Manchester City's fighting power with or without Zhao is significant. Ibrahimovic seemed a bit dejected, shaking his head repeatedly, thinking that if Zhao had left the field earlier, the outcome might have been different. Or perhaps, if Manchester United had played this way earlier, the result might also have changed. After the match, reporters asked similar questions. When Zhao left the field, it seemed like Manchester City's situation had spiraled out of control. What was going on? Manchester United has never been a weak team. In fact, our tactics have always been quite conservative from the start. Manchester United had decent attacks throughout the match, but in the final moments, they ran even harder to attack. We were always on the defensive. Zhao's exit didn't make much of a difference. Chapter 467. Over the weekend, Manchester City faced West Brom away. West Brom belongs to the mid-lower tier of the Premier League. So in this match, they chose to adopt a defensive posture, hoping to drag the game out for as long as possible. Perhaps they could accidentally secure a draw? They set up a tight defense, filling the penalty area with players, trying not to concede a goal. This tactic proved effective. At least Manchester City did not score in the first half. Despite having 82 possession, they failed to find the back of the net. Manchester City's attempts to penetrate the penalty area were almost non-existent, only managing a few shots from outside. Gundogan, Kanté, De Bruyne, Silva, and Zhao all tried their luck from the perimeter, leaving West Brom's defenders and goalkeeper feeling dizzy. They still managed to hold on to the score. The teams went into halftime at 0-0. During the break, the fans were lamenting and cursing, even wishing for Manchester City's disbandment. A halftime draw meant many fans had already lost their bets. Without a goal, Manchester City had not won the first half, and bets on them winning the halftime, full-time, or over goals were also lost. Just 20 seconds into the second half, Zhao, he found space in a familiar area, created an angle, and blasted the ball into the net. Chapter 468. The last time Manchester City players visited Camp Nou was a shocking scene. This time, Barcelona players felt the same atmosphere at the Etihad. From the moment the players started warming up, the Etihad was filled with fans. When both teams appeared in the tunnel, countless blue flags waved throughout the stadium. The cheers of the fans were deafening, rising and falling like waves, seemingly ready to tear apart the Barcelona players who had come to play away. Last season, it was Zhao against Cristiano Ronaldo. This season, it is Zhao against Lionel Messi. It seems to announce the end of an era in football. Fans at the Etihad firmly believe that today, the era of Messi and Ronaldo dominating Europe will come to a complete end. As witnesses, they will see Real Madrid and Barcelona share a common fate in the stadium. The future era will belong to Manchester City, to the Blue Moon, to the Super Zhao. In this match, Guardiola deployed a highly offensive 3-2-4-1 formation. At the Etihad, Guardiola showed no signs of conservatism. It looked like he wanted to engage in an exciting attacking battle with Barcelona. Manchester City faced Barcelona in their strongest form this season, with no injuries or suspensions. Chapter 469. Sterling chased the ball and was near the right edge of the penalty area. Ter Stegen spread his arms wide, doing his utmost to block any angle for Sterling's potential shot. dawn.Zhao charged in from the center, putting pressure on Sterling. Sterling gritted his teeth, seeing two defenders in different directions, and Ter Stegen was almost upon him. Because of the joyful football and missing several opportunities, Sterling felt some psychological pressure. At this moment, he hesitated. He shouldn't adjust. He should focus on shooting through the defender's legs, not try a delicate chip. Sterling had previously sought Zhao Yi's advice, which wasn't top-notch. At this moment, a chip shot would indeed be the best choice, but very few players can execute such a soft touch while sprinting at high speed. Lifting the ball is too difficult. So Zhao, he told him not to hesitate and to shoot hard, aiming directly between the legs. Sterling's mind was filled with Zhao Yi's determined expression at that moment. Put in all his strength, aim for the legs. In the blink of an eye, running Sterling slightly slowed down, swung his right foot, and his upper body had already arched up. Chapter 470. Oh, Peak, you've lost it. Agüero is through on goal. dawn.Zhao, behind Agüero, can only watch helplessly. Facing Ter Stegen, Agüero took a small angle. The ball just grazed Ter Stegen's toes and slid past. Ter Stegen could only turn away in despair once more, watching the ball crash into the far corner. It was almost the same position as last time. Peak, how can you still complain about a foul? How can we concede a goal like this? Did you just let him push you aside? You were a center back. The referee didn't call a foul on you for that ball you stole. Are you complaining about your own foul? Do you still have any shame? Learning from Trippier? Thinking that your foul should have been called for a free kick, right? The commentator reviewed the replay, and Peak's pass was too slow. Zhao, he rushed up and stomped the ball down with one foot, then directly pushed Peak behind him. Peak had no choice but to kick Zhao Yi's leg, bringing him down while also getting tripped by Zhao Yi. The ball had already been poked away by Zhao Yi. After receiving the ball, Agüero immediately had a clear shot on goal. He scored easily. Peak made such a big mistake by treating Zhao like a La Liga forward. Chapter 471. Super Zhao. Agüero cleverly let the ball go, and Super Zhao easily sent it into the net at the back post. At first, Super Zhao was still in his own penalty area, but during the attack, he surpassed all of Barcelona's defenders, running at the front. Busquets, Rakitic, and Roberto were all shaken off. dawn.Zhao, at the last moment, could only choose to mark Agüero, and Agüero's let-off was truly classic. De Bruyne's pass had enough power and speed. In this combination, it was completely normal for Barcelona to concede a goal. Silva sprinted with the ball, and Manchester City's front-line cooperation was like a beautiful painting. Agüero and Zhao ran to the sideline together, and Sterling, who caught up, did nothing else but celebrate. The three stood with their backs to the camera, facing the stands, twisting their waists, shaking their hips, lifting their shoulders, all in one go. It was smooth and flowing. 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes since Barcelona's last goal. Manchester City scored again. I thought Manchester City's defense would have problems, and Barcelona would likely seize the opportunity to score first. But after 23 minutes, Barcelona's defense collapsed. Manchester City scored 3 goals. My goodness, Chapter 472. Ederson's throw directly startled Barcelona's midfield and defense players. They instantly became tense, because this ball was thrown directly to the starting Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's speed and physical confrontation ability were too strong. Once he started, it was hard to stop him. Busquets reacted quickly and immediately rushed up, prepared to foul Zhao Yi and bring him down. Zhao Yi saw Busquets coming towards him, flicked the ball to the side for Kanté. Then, with a dodge and acceleration, he surpassed Busquets. Busquets immediately turned to chase back. At the same time, Barcelona's players were also getting into defensive positions. This time, they reacted much faster than before. Kanté's pass was a bit short. Zhao Yi could only slow down to receive the ball. Kanté's pass forced Zhao's speed to decrease, giving Busquets the chance to catch up, but he was shaken off. Busquets turned to tackle, but Zhao Yi cleverly spun and flicked the ball from the left side to the right. The gyroscope technique played a very good role at this moment. Then, Zhao Yi pushed the ball and accelerated again. Gomez and Rakitic were chasing furiously behind. Because of Busquets' delay, they had time to get closer to Zhao Yi. Chapter 473. Umtiti. Go. Alba. Go. Busquets. Go. Private Peak. Go. On both sides of the stands, as the fans shouted the names of Barcelona players in unison, the other half of the fans excitedly shouted here. The entire Etihad Stadium was filled with passionate fans. The away Barcelona players heard such an exhilarating roll call for the first time at another stadium, making them feel the warmth of home. Manchester City fans were so warm and hospitable. Each stood straight with serious expressions, like a military drill. Peak and Umtiti's faces darkened. Umtiti was fine. He was already dark, so it didn't show much. Peak was feeling uncomfortable. Otherwise, how could he be a private? Guardiola on the sidelines tightly hugged his assistant coach. He was under a lot of pressure, still cautious after scoring 3 goals. Now, he could really release his emotions. After Zhao Yi and his teammates celebrated, Barcelona kicked off again from the center circle. There wasn't too much time left in the first half. Barcelona launched an attack. Neymar made consecutive breakthroughs on the left, but the ball was cleared by Kanté. Chapter 474. Barcelona's defense was a bit chaotic. Roberto turned around, and just as Peak was about to follow, he found a small mountain in front of him. After passing the ball, Zhao Yi took a few steps forward and blocked Peak in front of him. At the same time, the ball had already shot out from De Bruyne's foot. Peak's signature skill saw through this attack. The endpoint was Zhao Yi. Yes, he saw through it completely, because Zhao Yi had already run ahead of him. After seeing through it, he could only watch Zhao Yi step in front, lean against Peak, and with his right foot, he struck at the incoming ball. Umtiti slid in from the ground, and Ter Stegen followed with a flying save. The ball soared into the sky. This time it wasn't a ground shot, but a high-flying cannon. The ball almost had no curve, shooting straight into the upper left corner of the goal. Hat trick. 4 consecutive Champions League hat tricks. My goodness. Scoring in every Champions League match. Against Barcelona, he scored his 6th goal in 2 legs. With Zhao Yi, there's no problem. Manchester City didn't need to worry about their opponent scoring because they would score more. Messi scored a free kick, giving Barcelona a glimmer of hope. That glimmer of hope was about to be completely extinguished. Chapter 475. With a 3-goal lead, Manchester City was certainly not in a hurry. Enrique chose to make substitutions, bringing on Thuram and Rafinha for Gomez and Rakitic, preparing for one last gamble. After Rafinha came on, Barcelona's midfield control improved somewhat. 3 minutes later, Rafinha used his passing to find Messi on the flank. Because Manchester City didn't have a traditional left back, Kanté had to temporarily move to the defense to stop Messi. So Messi's attacking ability on the right became stronger. He easily shook off Kanté's defense, and, facing company, Messi used extreme changes in his center of gravity to break along the baseline into the penalty area. Ederson quickly closed the near corner, while Stones and Kanté, who also entered the penalty area, quickly formed a defense to block Messi's pass and shot. But Messi is still Messi. Before Kanté could position himself, he made a diagonal pass, sending the ball to Suarez, who was following up in the middle. Manchester City's defense was incredibly resilient, with Kyle Walker timely intervening. Neymar was open, but Suarez wouldn't miss such an opportunity, so he took a shot, which was deflected by Walker's raised leg. The ball flew out of the penalty area, and Rafinha, following up, unleashed a powerful strike. Chapter 476. Peak S move. Zhao, are you okay? He stood up. No problem, that was something. Zhao Yi grinned as he got up from the penalty area, giving Guardiola a thumbs up from the sidelines, signaling that he was fine. Guardiola's expression finally improved. The fans on site went wild, applauding and cheering. At the Etihad, the shouts of tens of thousands of fans converged into one name. Super Zhao. Super Zhao. Inside the penalty area, he made consecutive lateral cuts, completely faking out Ter Stegen, leaving him with no chance. Piqué's sliding tackle from behind earned him a red card. Barcelona had no chance left. Messi's performance in this match was commendable. The front three of Barcelona were very active, but they suffered a devastating defeat at the Etihad. The era of Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Bayern is coming to an end. Chapter 477. On the weekend, Manchester City hosted Middlesbrough. The saying that there are no weak teams in the Premier League is merely a description. In reality, there are indeed a few weak teams, winning only 4 or 5 games throughout the entire season. Middlesbrough is one such team, having spent most of the past few seasons in the Championship. This season, they were promoted. In the first 10 matches, they had 1 win, 3 draws, and 6 losses, heading straight for relegation right after their promotion. Arriving at the Etihad, their goal was clear, just defend. But their defense was also lacking. It's not just about having more players and parking the bus to avoid conceding goals. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lost 6 out of their previous 10 matches. In this match against the powerful Manchester City, they showed no resistance whatsoever. In the 15th minute, De Bruyne earned a free kick in the attacking area. Zhao took a direct free kick and scored, giving Manchester City the lead. In the 42nd minute, Aguero received a pass from Silva and shot fiercely to score. In the 48th minute, Sterling received De Bruyne's long diagonal ball and scored again for Manchester City. City led 3-0. Just past the 60th minute, Zhao was brought down outside the penalty area and scored again with a direct free kick. In the end, Manchester City won 4-0 against Middlesbrough. Chapter 478. At the Parc des Princes, in the 5th round of the Champions League group stage, this match was crucial for Borussia Mönchengladbach. If they lost, they would basically be out of contention for advancement. For Manchester City, it was less significant. City had already beaten Barcelona twice, and Barcelona had previously dropped points against Mönchengladbach. Even if they won all their remaining matches, they couldn't surpass City to take the top spot in the group. Therefore, Guardiola rotated many of his key players. The international match days had a considerable impact on City, and Guardiola needed to keep his players healthy. This undoubtedly gave Mönchengladbach a significant opportunity and hope. Amidst a sea of flags, the atmosphere at the Parc des Princes was very lively. German fans are generally more passionate than fans from other leagues. Due to the 51 rule, the competitiveness of the Bundesliga cannot be compared to the Premier League or La Liga, but this rule has also fostered a stronger sense of belonging among Bundesliga fans. The most famous stadium in the Bundesliga is undoubtedly the Westfalenstadion, where the fans are even more frenzied and passionate than those at the Signal Iduna Park. Mönchengladbach's coach Schubert set up a very risky formation for this match, 3-5-2. It seemed they were prepared to fight Manchester City to the death. Chapter 479, Mönchengladbach. After a fierce attack for 12 minutes, they were just one step away from scoring. Manchester City had no significant attack, and suddenly everything turned around. A counterattack led to such a serious problem. That is definitely a red card. There's no need to explain or appeal. It has nothing to do with the severity of the foul. In that position, a foul is definitely a red card. Witzel, Sommer, Elvedi, and Dahoud surrounded the referee. Diving. Definitely diving. That kid is too cunning. With that physique, how could he fall from just a touch? He knocked over the defender when colliding. And now, he falls down with just a touch. He must be acting. Zhao sat in the penalty area as boos erupted from the stands. Diving. Actor. Yellow card. Mönchengladbach fans watching the game on TV were filled with rage. Damn it, usually he crashes like a bull. And now he's as soft as a worm? At 19, learning to dive like Cristiano Ronaldo. Can you get any better? Still a new generation ball king? The Chinese diving dream team is not even as good as you. The Mönchengladbach commentator watched the replay, unsure of what to say. At high speed, if a simple tug occurs without preparation, it can easily bring down a player. Chapter 480. After taking the lead, Manchester City did not just retreat into a defensive shell despite Mönchengladbach being one man down. Losing this match would basically end their chances of advancing from the group. In another match, Barcelona was unlikely to lose to Celtic. Therefore, Mönchengladbach continued to attack, trying to equalize the score, with some fans even dreaming of winning the match. Unfortunately, they missed several opportunities just 10 minutes prior. After losing a wing-back, it became difficult to open up attacks on the right side, forcing them to look for opportunities on the left. Stindl showcased strong attacking attributes. Whether dribbling or passing after receiving the ball, he displayed high skill. Manchester City's defense also concentrated their attention, and Mönchengladbach no longer had the same opportunities as they did at the start. In the 28th minute, Gundogan passed the ball to the advancing Company, who took a powerful shot from outside the penalty area. Sommer made a mistake and fumbled. Zhao, who was outside the penalty area, immediately rushed in and headed the ball into the net. As Sommer was just getting up, he saw the ball enter the goal. Zhao Yi's characteristics truly allowed him to play as a shadow striker. His ability in second balls was displayed to perfection. Moreover, his dribbling and playmaking abilities perfectly matched this position. Chapter 481. After Manchester City returned to Manchester, they had a day off. Zhao and Grealish made plans to hang out together in the evening. Grealish has clearly improved this season, leading Villa in a fierce battle in the Championship. They have now entered the playoffs for promotion. After the team had no match commitments, Grealish traveled a long way to Manchester to enjoy life with his mentor. Zhao is very familiar with the bars in Manchester. Last season, apart from matches and training, Zhao spent most of his time in bars. During that period, his performance on the field was very poor due to his partying lifestyle. Many photos of Zhao in bars circulated, which worried Guardiola to the point of losing his hair. Later, Zhao reflected deeply and turned over a new leaf. He hadn't been to a bar in a long time. The women inside are indeed lively. However, Zhao firmly does not drink alcohol. He has principles. He promised Guardiola not to touch alcohol, and besides, he has no interest in it. If he were interested, he definitely wouldn't have agreed to Guardiola's request. Grealish drinks alcohol, while Zhao has juice. Eventually, Zhao felt bloated from the juice, while Grealish's eyes were still bright, and he appeared very spirited. Chapter 482. Chelsea is in fantastic form this season, only being held to a draw away against Liverpool. They have won all other matches, including a strong confrontation where they defeated Arsenal 3-0 away. Liverpool is indeed a tough team, although they are still in the process of rebuilding. They never hold back against the Big Six. Last season, Manchester City's winning streak was also ended by Liverpool. This season, Chelsea has become Manchester City's only title rival. But they're not the only team that can stop City from winning the title. There's also the unpredictable Liverpool. If Manchester City can overcome both Chelsea and Liverpool, they will almost certainly secure the league title this season. Before the match, the media had already begun to hype up this key battle. A large number of fans were discussing it passionately. Manchester City fans, of course, believe that the current City team is unstoppable. With no injuries, no one can hinder the invincible Blue Moon. City will overcome all their opponents. Chelsea fans, on the other hand, have always been very low-key. Even though they have experienced glory, winning league titles and the Champions League, they have never considered themselves an invincible team. They have always remained humble and modest. When Chelsea's performance is poor, their fans are the most passionate.